darkness carry you away. And if these nightly tales captivate you, feel free to join our community for more whispered secrets. The early morning light seeped through the narrow streets of Athens as Georgios Karaivas parked his car outside his home. It was a crisp, cool day in April, and the city hummed with life. People rushing to work, cafes opening their doors, and the distant sounds of honking cars echoing through the urban sprawl. But for Georgios, the day carried a different weight. A weight that he had felt growing heavier with each passing month. As a veteran crime journalist, Georgios had spent decades unraveling the web of corruption that seemed to tighten around Greece's most powerful institutions. He was respected by his colleagues, feared by criminals, and most importantly, watched by those who had much to lose if the truth ever reached the public eye. He had built his career on exposing the kind of darkness that thrived in the shadows, the kind of darkness that did not appreciate the intrusion of a journalist's flashlight. Georgios had just left his office, a small yet well-equipped newsroom where he had been putting together his latest investigative piece. He had been digging into a case that, if exposed, could rock the very foundations of Greek politics and law enforcement. He had uncovered links between high-ranking officials, criminal syndicates, and police officers who had sworn to uphold justice, but were instead profiting from the illicit deals of the underground world. His work was dangerous, but he had never let fear dictate his actions. He had received threats before, anonymous messages warning him to back off, phone calls with voices on the other end that remained silent before abruptly hanging up, even strangers lurking outside his workplace. But this was part of the job. It came with the territory of speaking the truth in a country where silence often proved more profitable. As he stepped out of his car that fateful day, his mind was filled with thoughts of his next steps. He was closer than he had ever been, to proving the undeniable link between organized crime and the very people meant to protect the public. He had secured confidential documents, insider testimonies, and financial records that painted a damning picture of corruption at the highest levels. His hands tightened around the briefcase he carried, filled with notes and evidence that could finally break the story wide open. He had promised his editor that he would deliver the final draft within the next few days. But first, he needed to go home, rest, and prepare for what was to come. But he never made it inside. As he turned toward his front door, a motorcycle suddenly roared up the quiet street. Two masked men dressed in black stopped just feet away from him. Before he could react, one of them pulled out a silenced pistol and aimed it directly at him. The first shot rang out, hitting him in the chest. He staggered back, gasping as pain seared through his body. Another shot followed, then another. The attackers fired 12 rounds in total, 6 of them striking Georgios, ensuring that he would never reach his front door. He collapsed onto the pavement, his body motionless, his briefcase slipping from his grip. The street, once filled with the normal hum of daily life, was now eerily silent, broken only by the fading sound of the motorcycle disappearing into the distance. Neighbors rushed outside, their horrified gasps filling the air. Someone screamed. Someone else called the police. But by the time help arrived, it was too late. Georgios Karaivas, one of Greece's most fearless journalists, lay lifeless on the cold concrete. His work, his investigation, his final story, left unfinished. The news of his assassination spread like wildfire. Colleagues, friends, and press freedom organizations across the globe condemned the act, demanding justice. But those who knew how the system worked feared the worst. Would there be an investigation? Certainly. Would it lead to the killers? Unlikely. And just like that, one of Greece's most shocking assassinations would begin its descent into becoming another unsolved cold case. But some weren't willing to let that happen. Some would continue his work. Some would demand answers. And some would find themselves walking in the very footsteps that had led Georgios Karaivas to his death. The question was, would they suffer the same fate? The afternoon sun cast long shadows over the streets of Athens, yet the chill in the air was not from the setting sun, but from the horrifying realization that one of Greece's most fearless journalists had been silenced. The news of Georgios Karaivas' murder spread like wildfire, with major news stations interrupting their scheduled programs to broadcast the assassination. Journalists, activists, and citizens alike were glued to their screens, watching as reporters stood near the cordoned-off crime scene, their voices tense with the weight of what had just happened. The street where Georgios had lived and died was no longer just another quiet residential area. It had become the epicenter of what would soon be known as one of Greece's most shocking cold cases. Yellow police tape stretched across the pavement, blocking onlookers from getting too close, though the lifeless body had long been taken away by forensic specialists. The pool of blood remained, a gruesome reminder that whoever had orchestrated this killing had meant to send a message. As police officers scoured the scene for evidence, reporters scrambled to piece together the events of the assassination. Within hours, speculation began to spread. Was this the work of organized crime? A political hit? An act of revenge? Those closest to Georgios knew one thing for sure. This was no random act of violence. It was an execution, carried out with the kind of precision that suggested professional killers were involved. By the evening, the Greek police held a press conference, standing stiffly behind a podium as they assured the public that an investigation was already underway. Yet even as they spoke, there was an unshakable sense of doubt among those who listened. Many suspected that the very people responsible for upholding justice were tangled in the same corruption Georgios had spent his life exposing. Behind closed doors, officers debated their next move. The security footage from a nearby building had captured the attack, but the killers had been careful. Helmets obscured their faces, their motorcycle was stolen, and no identifiable features could be seen. Witnesses had been too shocked to provide meaningful descriptions beyond the obvious. Two men, dressed in black, acting with chilling efficiency. A few detectives who had followed Georgios's work over the years knew that this case would not be easy. He had spent decades writing about organized crime, revealing how deep the rot of corruption spread through the government, law enforcement, and the private sector. His reporting had unearthed dangerous secrets, and those secrets had now claimed his life. Despite the growing pressure to produce leads, the investigation stalled within days. Files were delayed, subpoenas ignored, and key witnesses refused to speak. The case, which had initially been the top priority of law enforcement, quickly found itself buried under bureaucratic red tape. Meanwhile, Georgios's wife, Katerina, was left to pick up the pieces of a shattered life. Their home, once a place of warmth and safety, now felt hollow without him. She barely slept, haunted by the gruesome reality of his murder. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the blood-stained pavement where her husband had fallen. She heard the echoes of the gunshots that had stolen him away. She felt the weight of his absence in every corner of the house. Despite her grief, Katerina refused to stay silent. She made public appeals for justice, appearing on news channels to demand answers. Georgios dedicated his life to uncovering the truth, she told a reporter through teary eyes. And now I demand the truth about what happened to him. Her words struck a chord with the Greek people. Protests broke out in front of government buildings, with citizens holding signs that read "Justice for Georgios" and "Journalism is not a crime." The public, though divided on many issues, was united in their outrage over his assassination. Yet even as pressure mounted, those in power remained eerily silent. As the weeks turned into months, interest in the case began to fade. News outlets, once relentless in their coverage, moved on to other stories. The government issued vague statements about ongoing investigations, but there were no arrests, no suspects, and no breakthroughs. It was a story the powerful wanted to disappear, and slowly but surely, it was slipping from the public consciousness. But not everyone was willing to forget. Georgios's colleagues, those who had worked alongside him, knew that to let his murder go unsolved was to allow fear to win. If those responsible for his assassination remained in the shadows, it meant that every journalist in Greece was at risk. The message would be clear: speak the truth, and you may pay the price. One of his closest friends, Nikos, a fellow investigative reporter, refused to let the story die. He compiled everything Georgios had been working on before his death: his notes, his unfinished articles, his recorded interviews. What he found only deepened his suspicions. Georgios had been on the verge of publishing a damning exposé about high-ranking officials with ties to organized crime. If his sources were correct, he had evidence that would shake the very foundation of Greece's leadership. The realization hit Nikos like a punch to the gut. This wasn't just a murder. This was a cover-up. And if he wasn't careful, he could be next. As Katerina lit a candle at Georgios's grave, she whispered a silent promise: I will not let them bury the truth. She didn't know how, and she didn't know when, but she vowed that her husband's killers would not remain in the shadows forever. The case of Georgios Karaivas may have gone cold, but some fires refused to be extinguished. And as long as there were those who remembered him, as long as there were those willing to fight, the truth still had a chance to be uncovered. The only question was, who would be brave enough to continue his work? The days following Georgios Karaivas' assassination blurred into a haze of unanswered questions, conflicting narratives, and an overwhelming sense of fear that gripped both the journalistic community and the public. The initial shock of his death had now transformed into cold, calculated silence. The headlines that once screamed in outrage were slowly replaced by newer, less controversial stories. It was as if a collective force was working tirelessly to erase his name from the public discourse. But for those who had known him, those who had worked alongside him and witnessed his relentless pursuit of the truth, forgetting was not an option. If anything, his murder had only amplified the suspicion that what Georgios had uncovered in his final weeks was so damning that powerful figures had deemed his silence necessary. Nikos, one of his closest colleagues, sat at his cluttered desk in a dimly lit office, sifting through the final notes and files that Georgios had been working on. The weight of what he was about to do pressed heavily on his chest, but he knew he had no choice. He had to pick up where Georgios had left off. The files were extensive, filled with coded messages, contact names, hidden accounts, and a pattern that pointed to a disturbing reality. Georgios had been investigating something much larger than anyone had realized. His notes detailed a network of corruption that spanned beyond organized crime and into the highest levels of law enforcement, politics, and even corporate entities. Nikos's fingers trembled as he turned the pages. If what he was reading was true, then Georgios had been steps away from revealing one of the biggest scandals in modern Greek history. The implications were staggering. As he continued reading, he found a name that made his blood run cold. It was someone he recognized. Someone in the government. Someone who had publicly denounced Georgios's work in the past, calling him a dangerous provocateur. And now Georgios was dead. Nikos swallowed hard, his pulse quickening. He needed to act fast, but he also needed to be careful. He was no fool. He knew the same forces that had gone after Georgios would come for anyone who tried to expose them. He reached for his phone, debating whether to call one of his trusted contacts in the press. But something stopped him. He felt like he was being watched. Meanwhile, in a sleek, high-rise office overlooking the city, a man in a tailored suit leaned back in his chair, watching the news on a large screen. His face remained expressionless as the anchor briefly mentioned Karaivas' name, before moving on to a lighter segment about the upcoming election season. "Just as expected," he murmured, swirling a glass of whiskey in his hand. Across from him, another man, younger, more anxious, shifted in his seat. "There's still talk," he said cautiously. "People are asking questions. His wife won't stop making statements to the press." The older man smirked. "She's grieving. She'll tire herself out. And the public?" He took a slow sip. "They forget. Always." The younger man hesitated. "And the investigation?" A slow chuckle escaped the older man's lips. "What investigation?" The room fell into silence. The message was clear. The investigation would go nowhere, just like it always had when the right people ensured it. Nikos was no fool. He knew that digging too deep could cost him his life, just as it had cost Georgios his. But he also knew that stopping now would mean that they had won, that they could continue to operate in the shadows untouchable. He reached for a USB drive, plugging it into his laptop. He began copying Georgios's files, making backups in multiple locations. He wasn't going to be reckless, but he wasn't going to let this die either. That night, as he locked his office door and stepped onto the street, he pulled his coat tighter around himself. The air was crisp, but something else sent a shiver down his spine. A feeling, a presence. He glanced over his shoulder. A black car was parked across the street. The engine was running, but no headlights were on. The tinted windows made it impossible to see inside. His breath caught in his throat. He turned, forcing himself to walk at a steady pace, not wanting to break into a sprint and confirm that he was afraid. But his instincts screamed at him. He needed to get out of Athens. Fast. The train station was quieter than usual, the late evening air filled with the distant hum of traffic. Nikos clutched his small backpack tightly, its weight a reminder of the responsibility he carried. Inside were Georgios Karaivas' notes, his last investigative leads, the secrets that had cost him his life. Nikos had spent years uncovering corruption, but this was different. This wasn't just another case, this was a death sentence waiting to happen. As he approached the ticket counter, he glanced over his shoulder. The black car that had been parked outside his office was nowhere to be seen, but the feeling of being watched had not left him. He had made sure to take a long, indirect route to the station, doubling back through alleyways and slipping into crowded areas. Still, he knew better than to assume he was safe. "Where to?" the clerk asked, barely looking up from his screen. "Thessaloniki." "One way," Nikos replied, his voice steadier than he felt. The clerk tapped on the keyboard, printed his ticket, and handed it over without a second glance. Nikos exhaled slowly and made his way to the platform. The train arrived minutes later, its doors sliding open with a mechanical hiss. He stepped inside, choosing a seat near the back where he could see the entrance. The train jerked forward, pulling out of Athens and into the night. Nikos' pulse slowed slightly, but his mind remained alert. He pulled out his phone and typed a message to an encrypted contact. "Leaving Athens. Have Georgios's files. Need a secure place to go through them." A few minutes later, a response blinked onto the screen. "Understood. Get to the address I sent earlier. Do not contact anyone else." Nikos locked his phone and slipped it into his pocket. He leaned his head back against the seat, exhaustion creeping in. He hadn't slept in over 24 hours, but there was no time for rest. He had stepped into the fire now, and there was no turning back. Meanwhile, back in Athens, Katerina Karaivas sat at her kitchen table, staring at the flickering candle in front of her. The shadows danced along the walls, a reminder of the darkness that had seeped into her life. The loss of her husband still felt surreal. One moment he had been there, his presence filling the room with quiet strength. The next he was gone, ripped away by unseen hands, by forces too powerful to fight alone. Her phone buzzed. She hesitated before answering. The caller ID was blocked. "Hello," she said, her voice cautious. A pause. Then a distorted voice came through the line. "Stop asking questions." Her grip on the phone tightened. "Who is this?" "You don't want to know. Let it go, Mrs. Karaivas. Walk away before you end up like him." The line went dead. Katerina sat frozen, the weight of the threat settling over her. They were watching. They knew she wasn't giving up, and they wanted to remind her what was at stake. She looked down at her husband's wedding ring, still on her finger, and made a decision. She wouldn't stop. Far from the city, in a dimly lit warehouse near Thessaloniki, two men sat at a metal table, reviewing documents spread out before them. They had been expecting Nikos. They knew what he carried. One of the men, older with graying hair, exhaled deeply. "If he has what we think he has, this changes everything." The younger man nodded. "We need to move fast. If they know he's coming, they'll do whatever it takes to make sure he never gets here." The older man tapped his fingers against the table. "Then we make sure he does." The clock was ticking, and for Nikos, Katerina, and anyone else searching for the truth, the danger was only beginning. The train rattled through the darkness, the rhythmic clatter of the tracks a temporary lullaby for the exhausted Nikos. He hadn't slept properly in days, and the weight of Georgios Karaivas' files in his backpack seemed to grow heavier with every passing mile. He shifted in his seat, glancing around the nearly empty train car. A woman sat 2 rows ahead, staring absently out the window. An old man in the corner snored softly. No one seemed to be watching him, but the paranoia in his gut refused to subside. The message he had received earlier still lingered in his mind. "Get to the address I sent earlier. Do not contact anyone else." Whoever was on the other end of that encrypted line, he had no choice but to trust them now. As the train neared Thessaloniki, Nikos pulled his hoodie tighter over his head and gripped his backpack, his fingers tightening over the straps. He needed to get off unnoticed. If he had been followed from Athens, stepping into the open would be dangerous. He waited until the train slowed, watching as the station lights grew closer. At the last moment, he rose, slipping toward the opposite door just as the train came to a stop. He stepped onto the platform and immediately turned right, blending into the sparse crowd. Thessaloniki was colder than Athens, the night air crisp against his skin. He kept his pace steady but unhurried, resisting the urge to look over his shoulder too often. He had studied the map earlier. His destination was an abandoned warehouse near the old docks. A discreet location, but also one that could easily be a trap. He walked for nearly 20 minutes before arriving. The warehouse loomed in the moonlight, rusted metal doors shut tight, graffiti covering parts of the old brick exterior. Nikos hesitated, the fear in his chest twisted tighter. If this was a setup, he had nowhere to run, but standing out in the open was just as dangerous. He took a deep breath and knocked twice. A pause, then a faint shuffle of movement inside. A small slot in the door slid open, revealing a pair of wary eyes. "Who sent you?" a gruff voice demanded. "A mutual friend," Nikos replied, keeping his voice even. "I have information about Georgios Karaivas." The eyes studied him for a moment before the slot snapped shut. A second later, the door creaked open just enough for Nikos to slip inside. The dimly lit space smelled of dust and motor oil, a few old crates scattered along the concrete floor. In the center of the room stood two men, both watching him intently. One was the older man he had spoken to before, graying hair, sharp eyes. The other was younger, lean and tense, his fingers twitching near his belt. "You came alone?" the older man asked. "Yes." The younger man exchanged a glance with his companion before nodding toward the table. "Show us what you have." Nikos set his backpack down carefully, unzipping it and pulling out the folders of documents. He spread them across the table, the papers a chaotic mix of financial records, coded messages, and personal notes from Georgios himself. The older man leaned in, his expression darkening as he scanned the pages. "These names," he muttered. "This isn't just organized crime. This goes all the way up." Nikos nodded. Georgios was close to exposing them. He had proof that politicians, high-ranking officials, even law enforcement were working with the syndicates. That's why they killed him. The older man exhaled sharply, rubbing his temple. "If this gets out, it won't just be Greece watching. International agencies will get involved. The people behind this won't let that happen." The younger man spoke up, his voice low. "We need to move fast. If they know we have this, they'll come after us just like they did with Georgios." Nikos clenched his jaw. He had expected danger, but now it felt more real than ever. "Then we can't hide. We go public. Expose them before they have a chance to silence us." The older man shook his head. "It's not that simple. If we leak this without the right backing, they'll dismiss it as conspiracy theories. We need evidence that can't be ignored. We need more." Nikos swallowed hard. He had barely escaped Athens. Now they were telling him this was just the beginning. "Then we find more," he said, his voice steadier than he felt. "We finish what Georgios started." The older man studied him for a long moment before nodding. "Then we better move quickly, because we're running out of time." Back in Athens, Katerina Karaivas sat alone in her darkened apartment, clutching a photo of her husband. Her hands shook, not from grief, but from anger. The phone call had confirmed what she already knew. Her husband's death wasn't just another case. It was a warning. She wiped her tears and reached for her phone. She had been a journalist's wife for too long to back down now. If the authorities wouldn't find justice for Georgios, she would do it herself. She dialed a number she hadn't used in years. "I need your help," she said when the line picked up. "It's time to bring them down." A pause, then a quiet voice on the other end. "Tell me everything." As the city slept, the battle for the truth had begun. The streets of Thessaloniki were quieter than usual, the cool night air filled with the distant sounds of the harbor. Nikos stood outside the warehouse, his heart still pounding from the weight of the conversation that had just taken place. They had the evidence, but evidence alone wouldn't be enough. The people behind Georgios Karaivas' murder had connections, power, and the ability to manipulate narratives before the truth could ever reach the public. He tightened the straps of his backpack, feeling the documents pressing against his spine. They were racing against time, and he knew that every second wasted was a second closer to being hunted down. Inside, the older man, known only as Marcos, was already devising a strategy. He had spent years operating in the shadows, gathering intelligence on Greece's most untouchable figures. His network was wide, but even he knew this mission required more than just information. They needed allies. They needed people who couldn't be bought, who wouldn't be intimidated. Marcos placed his palms flat on the table, staring at Nikos. We can't just drop this and hope it goes viral. These men control everything: media, law enforcement, even sections of the government. If we don't do this the right way, we're dead before the truth even gets out. Nikos exhaled sharply, the reality sinking in. Then what do we do? The younger man, Andreas, leaned forward. We need to go deeper. If Georgios was killed for what he found, that means there's more. Something he didn't get the chance to uncover. If we can find that missing piece, we might have a real shot at forcing this into the light. Marcos nodded. We need to retrace his steps. Where was he in the weeks before his death? Who did he speak to? What leads was he following that made him a target? Nikos pulled out his phone and opened the last few emails Georgios had sent him. One stood out, a name he hadn't recognized at first: Dimitris Kalogrias. He mentioned meeting someone named Kalogrias, Nikos said, sliding his phone across the table. Said he had information that could break the whole case wide open. But Georgios never told me what it was. And now he's dead. Marcos frowned. I know that name. Kalogrias was a mid-level fixer, a go-between for politicians and criminal syndicates. If he was talking, it meant he was scared. And if he's still alive, that means someone wants him quiet. Andreas stood, grabbing his jacket. Then we find him before they do. Across the city, in a dimly lit apartment, Katerina Karaivas sat with her contact, a former police investigator named Stavros. He had left the force years ago, disgusted by the corruption that had seeped into every level of the system. But now he was back in the game, because this wasn't just any case. This was personal. Stavros leaned forward, studying the list of names Katerina had compiled. These men, I've heard whispers about some of them, the kind of whispers that get people killed. Katerina's jaw tightened. They killed my husband. I don't care how powerful they are. I want them exposed. Stavros nodded slowly. Then we do this properly. We gather what we can. We make sure when we strike, there's no way for them to bury it. Katerina met his gaze, her voice firm. Then we better move fast. Because I have a feeling they already know we're coming. Hours later, Nikos and Andreas arrived at an old mechanic's shop on the outskirts of the city. The metal shutters were pulled down, but a single light glowed from inside. Nikos knocked twice, then once more in a rhythmic pattern. A few seconds later, the door creaked open, revealing a gaunt man with sunken eyes and a face lined with paranoia. Dimitris Kalogrias? Nikos asked. The man hesitated before nodding. Who wants to know? We're here because of Georgios Karaivas. At the mention of the name, Kalogrias stiffened. His eyes darted past them to check the street before he stepped back, motioning for them to enter. The door shut behind them with a heavy clang. You shouldn't have come here, Kalogrias muttered, pacing the small room. You have no idea what you're getting yourselves into. Andreas crossed his arms. Then tell us. Kalogrias exhaled shakily, running a hand through his unkempt hair. I was supposed to meet Georgios a few days before he was killed. He had something big. I don't know what exactly, but he said it was the final piece. Nikos narrowed his eyes. And you didn't think to come forward after he was murdered? Kalogrias let out a bitter laugh. Come forward? To who? The police? The same people who are on their payroll? I'd be dead before I finished my sentence. Andreas stepped closer. So why are you still alive? Kalogrias swallowed hard. Because I didn't tell them everything. They think I don't know enough to be a threat. But if you're here, that means you have the rest of it. Nikos pulled out a small flash drive and held it up. We do. But we need what you have too. Kalogrias hesitated, then nodded slowly. All right. But if we're doing this, we do it my way. Because trust me, they're already watching. The room fell silent. They had the key to Georgios's final discovery. But now they had to figure out how to use it before it got them all killed. And time was running out. The weight of what they had uncovered pressed heavily on Nikos's shoulders as he and Andreas left the mechanic's shop. Dimitris Kalogrias had given them more than just information. He had given them a target. A name. Someone who had been working in the shadows, pulling strings to keep the truth buried. The name was Leonidas Vredos. Vredos wasn't just another corrupt politician or businessman. He was a power broker, a man who operated outside the reach of law enforcement, protected by the very people meant to uphold justice. His name had come up in Georgios Karaivas' investigation multiple times, but there had never been anything concrete, until now. As they walked toward their car, Nikos couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The street was empty, save for the occasional passing vehicle, but his instincts screamed at him. They were in dangerous territory now. "We need to move fast," Andreas said as they reached the car. Kalogrias made it clear. "If Redos finds out we're digging into him, we won't get another chance." Nikos nodded and slid into the driver's seat. "We have to be smart about this. We can't just confront him. We need leverage." Andreas pulled out his phone. Kalogrias said he had access to encrypted emails between Vredos and key players in the syndicate. "If we can get those emails, we can prove that Georgios was on the verge of exposing him." Nikos started the engine and pulled onto the road. "Then that's our next move. But we need to be careful. Vredos isn't the type to leave loose ends." Meanwhile, in Athens, Katerina Karaivas sat across from Stavros in a dimly lit cafe. She had spent the last few days going through her late husband's files, and the deeper she went, the more she realized how much danger he had been in. Stavros leaned forward, his voice low. "You understand what this means, don't you? If your husband was killed to protect Vredos, then the people behind this are more powerful than we thought." Katerina clenched her fists. "That doesn't mean we stop." Stavros studied her for a moment before nodding. "Then we need proof. Something that can't be denied, something that forces the authorities to act." Katerina took a deep breath. "I think I know where to start." Nikos and Andreas arrived at a small apartment complex on the outskirts of Thessaloniki. Kalogrias had told them this was where the encrypted files were stored. The apartment belonged to an old friend of Georgios, someone who had been helping him keep his research hidden. They knocked twice, a pause, then once more. The door opened a crack, revealing a tired-looking man in his 50s with wary eyes. "You're here for the files," he said. Nikos nodded. "We don't have much time." The man hesitated before stepping aside and letting them in. The apartment was cluttered but filled with stacks of documents, hard drives, and old newspapers. He led them to a small desk with a laptop already open. "These are the emails," he said, pointing at the screen. "They're heavily encrypted, but I've been working on breaking them." Andreas leaned over, scanning the screen. "How much longer?" The man exhaled. "A few more hours. Maybe less." Nikos clenched his jaw. "Then we wait." But as they settled in, the nagging feeling of being watched returned. Outside, in the distance, the headlights of a black SUV flickered through the blinds. They weren't alone. The hunt had begun. The dim glow of the laptop screen illuminated the cramped apartment as Nikos, Andreas, and their contact watched the decryption process inch toward completion. Outside, the black SUV remained parked across the street, its occupants hidden behind tinted windows. The silence in the room was thick with tension. "We don't have much time," Nikos muttered, glancing out through the blinds. "Whoever they are, they're waiting for something." Andreas clenched his fists. They could be waiting for us to lead them to something, or someone. Their contact, still typing furiously, let out a slow breath. "I'm almost there. Just keep watch." Nikos' mind raced. If these files contained what they hoped, direct proof of Redo's involvement in Georgios Karaivas' murder, then their enemies would do anything to keep it buried. He pulled his phone out and sent a single message to Katerina. "We found something. Be ready." In Athens, Katerina sat in her car outside a government building, staring at the entrance. She knew she was being watched, had been, ever since she refused to let Georgios' murder fade into obscurity. But she had learned from her husband's work. Fear was a weapon, and she refused to let them use it against her. Her phone buzzed. Nikos' message. Her breath hitched as she read it. If they had found proof, real proof, then it was time to make a move. She started her engine and pulled out into the street, her destination clear. She needed to find Stavros. He was the only one who could ensure this evidence reached the right hands, if such hands even existed anymore. Back in Thessaloniki, the laptop chimed. "It's done," their contact whispered. Nikos and Andreas leaned in, scanning the screen. Line after line of emails, transaction logs, and meeting records filled the document. It was worse than they had imagined. Vredos wasn't just covering up corruption. He was orchestrating it. Payments to law enforcement officials, bribes to politicians, connections to criminal syndicates. And buried deep within the messages was an order dated just days before Georgios Karaivas' murder. Eliminate the problem. Ensure no loose ends. Nikos swallowed hard. This is it. Andreas pulled out a flash drive, quickly transferring the files. We need to get out of here now. A knock on the door shattered the tense silence. 3 short taps. Then another. Nikos froze. No one else knew they were here. The man at the laptop paled. That's not a good sign. Andreas reached for his gun, but Nikos stopped him. We don't know who it is. Another knock. This time more insistent. Then the door handle turned. Whoever was outside wasn't planning on waiting any longer. The doorknob twisted with slow, deliberate pressure. Whoever was on the other side wasn't here by accident. They were waiting for the right moment to strike. Nikos locked eyes with Andreas, his breath shallow. The older man at the laptop quickly shut the device, yanking out the flash drive. The air in the apartment felt stifling, thick with tension. There was no way out except through that door, or the window, 3 stories above solid pavement. Another knock. This time harder. More impatient. Andreas reached for his gun, tensing as Nikos signaled for silence. The 3 men stood frozen, listening. The seconds dragged like hours. Then, the doorknob stopped moving. Heavy footsteps retreated down the hallway. A moment of relief washed over them, before the sound of splintering would fill the air. Bang! The door crashed open. A masked figure burst through first, armed with a silenced pistol, sweeping the room with predatory precision. Behind him, another man, taller, broader, eyes scanning the apartment with military discipline. Their weapons were drawn, their intent clear, no witnesses. Andreas reacted first. He fired. The shot cracked through the apartment, hitting the first intruder square in the chest. The man staggered but didn't fall, his body armor absorbing most of the impact. The second attacker lunged forward, returning fire. A bullet tore into the wall inches from Nikos' head as he dove for cover. Move! Andreas shouted, pushing their contact toward the window. Nikos grabbed the flash drive and shoved it into his pocket, his heart hammering. The wounded intruder raised his weapon, but Andreas shot him again, this time in the head. The man crumpled, lifeless. The second gunman didn't hesitate. He pivoted, squeezing the trigger, his bullet grazing Andreas' shoulder. Blood spattered the floor as Andreas gritted his teeth, returning fire. The assassin ducked, rolling toward cover, and Nikos seized his chance. He lunged for the laptop, smashing it against the floor. If they couldn't take it with them, no one would. Go! Nikos yelled. Their contact threw open the window, hesitation flashing across his face. 3 stories was a long way down, but staying was a death sentence. More gunfire erupted behind them. The second attacker, now cornered but relentless, fired wildly as he attempted to retreat. Bullets shattered glass, tore through furniture. Nikos felt something sting his arm but ignored it, adrenaline pushing him forward. One by one, they jumped. The impact was brutal. Nikos hit the ground hard, pain jolting up his legs, but he forced himself up. Andreas landed next, wincing but still standing. Their contact groaned, clutching his ankle, sprained but not broken. Above them, footsteps pounded toward the window. More were coming. Run! They took off down the alley, the sounds of sirens in the distance. Nikos barely had time to think, his focus singular. Get out, stay ahead, don't look back. And yet, he knew this wasn't over. Whoever had sent those men wasn't done with them yet. The real fight was only beginning. The rain had started falling by the time Nikos, Andreas, and their wounded contact reached the outskirts of the city. Their clothes were soaked, their bodies aching from the impact of the jump, but stopping wasn't an option. They had barely escaped with their lives, and whoever had sent those assassins would not stop hunting them now. Andreas pressed a hand to his shoulder, blood seeping between his fingers. His face was pale, but his jaw was clenched in determination. We need a safe place. Somewhere they won't look. Nikos pulled out his phone, fingers trembling as he sent a coded message to Katerina. We were ambushed. Safe house compromised. Need extraction. A response came almost immediately. Go to the old docks. Warehouse 17. I'll meet you there. Andreas gave a sharp nod. Then that's where we're going. In Athens, Katerina slammed her phone onto the table, her mind racing. She had been prepared for pushback, but this was something else. Whoever was orchestrating this cover-up wasn't just trying to silence them. They were erasing every trace of Georgios' investigation, eliminating anyone connected to it. Stavros, the former investigator, paced nearby. This is escalating faster than I expected. If they're willing to send hit squads, that means you're closer to the truth than they're comfortable with. Katerina exhaled sharply. We need to go public now. If we wait any longer, they'll find a way to bury this for good. Stavros frowned. Not yet. If we release what we have without securing our people, they'll be hunted down one by one. We need to hit them where it hurts. Give them something so undeniable that they can't make it disappear. Katerina clenched her fists. Then we need more proof. Stavros nodded grimly. And I think I know where to find it. Nikos and Andreas reached the docks just before midnight, their breath visible in the frigid air. Warehouse 17 loomed ahead, its rusted doors barely holding together. They knocked in the prearranged pattern, two slow, one fast. The door creaked open and Katerina stepped back, letting them inside. Her eyes widened when she saw Andreas wound. You're hurt, she said, already grabbing a medical kit. Andreas waved her off. It's nothing. Nikos pulled out the flash drive. We got it. The emails, the money trails, everything tying Vredos to Georgios' murder. But they know we have it. They sent killers after us. Katerina's grip on the medical kit tightened. Then we use it now. We expose him before he can silence anyone else. Andreas shook his head. It's not enough. We need more. We need something so explosive that even his allies will turn on him. Stavros stepped forward. I might have exactly what we need. Everyone turned to him. I know where Vredos keeps his insurance policy, documents, recordings, blackmail material. If we can get our hands on that, we'll have enough leverage to bring his entire operation down. Nikos narrowed his eyes. Where? Stavros hesitated before saying, in the vault beneath his private estate. A silence settled over the group. Breaking into the home of one of the most powerful men in Greece was suicide. But at this point, it was their only chance. The tension in the warehouse was suffocating. The faint hum of the city beyond the docks felt like another world. One where people carried on with their lives, oblivious to the war raging in the shadows. Nikos leaned against a rusted metal shelf, running a hand through his damp hair. The enormity of what they were about to do pressed down on him like a crushing weight. Breaking into the estate of Leonidas Vredos was nothing short of madness. The man was untouchable, surrounded by security, protected by layers of corruption so thick that no one dared to challenge him. And yet here they were preparing to do exactly that. Katerina paced near the entrance, arms crossed tightly over her chest. We need a plan, she said, her voice firm. A real one. Not just running in and hoping we get lucky. Stavros exhaled slowly. I can get us inside. I worked cases involving Vredos' security team years ago. He rotates his guards every 2 weeks, but some of the internal staff stay longer. I still have a contact, a man who owes me more than a few favors. Andreas frowned. And you trust him? No, Stavros admitted. But I trust that he values his own survival. If we offer him a way out, he might help us. Nikos pushed away from the shelf, his mind racing. Let's say we get inside. What exactly are we looking for? Stavros turned to Katerina. You said Georgios kept files on Vredos' blackmail operations. If we find those, we'll have leverage. If we find something bigger, something that links him directly to murder, trafficking, or worse, we can bring the entire system down. Katerina nodded. Georgios always said that men like Vredos don't just protect themselves with money. They collect secrets. He has something that keeps his allies in line, something so dangerous that no one dares to betray him. Andreas let out a low whistle. And we're going to steal it. Nikos clenched his fists. Yes, because if we don't, we're dead anyway. The next night, under the cover of darkness, the group approached Vredos' estate. The sprawling mansion sat on the outskirts of Athens, surrounded by high stone walls and dense forests. Security cameras tracked every entrance, motion sensors lined the perimeter, and armed guards patrolled the grounds. They had one shot. Stavros' contact had given them a narrow window between guard rotations when the estate was at its most vulnerable. Once we're inside, we move fast, Stavros whispered. No unnecessary risks. If we don't find what we need in 30 minutes, we get out. Katerina adjusted the small earpiece linked to their getaway driver. Understood. Andreas checked his firearm. Let's do this. Nikos took a deep breath, steadying himself. For Georgios. With that, they slipped into the shadows, moving toward the estate that held the secrets capable of bringing everything crashing down. The night air was thick with tension as Nikos, Andreas, Katerina, and Stavros crouched behind the dense hedges bordering Leonidas Breto's sprawling estate. The mansion loomed in the distance, its high walls and security systems a testament to the wealth and power of the man inside. This was no ordinary residence. It was a fortress designed to keep people like them out. Stavros adjusted the earpiece connected to their driver, parked a few blocks away in an unmarked van. "We move now. The outer patrol just switched rotations. We have 4 minutes." Nikos exhaled slowly, gripping the rope he carried. "Then let's go." Andreas was the first to move, sprinting low to the ground until he reached the stone wall. Without hesitation, he tossed the rope over, the hooked end catching onto the ledge above. He climbed swiftly, his training evident in his precision. As soon as he reached the top, he secured the rope for the rest of them. One by one, they climbed over, landing silently in the neatly manicured garden below. The scent of fresh-cut grass mixed with the faint aroma of cigars wafting from an open balcony above. The house was alive despite the late hour. They had expected that. Men like Breto's didn't sleep early. Katerina clutched a small flashlight, keeping it off for now, but ready. Her heart pounded against her ribs, but her resolve didn't waver. This was for Georgios. "Service entrance," Stavros whispered, pointing toward a narrow doorway near the side of the mansion. "It leads to the kitchen. Fewer guards." They moved swiftly, pressing against the walls as they approached the entrance. Stavros produced a small tool from his belt and went to work on the lock. The seconds stretched unbearably long before a soft click signaled their way inside. The door opened, revealing the gleaming stainless steel counters of an industrial kitchen. The space was empty save for the low hum of the refrigerator and the lingering scent of expensive wine. They slipped inside, moving carefully toward the main hallway. "This way," Stavros whispered, leading them past the dining room. Ornate chandeliers cast dim golden light over the polished marble floors. Nikos spotted a security camera ahead. "Wait!" He reached into his bag, pulling out a small device. He aimed it at the camera and pressed a button. The red light blinked off, jammed temporarily. They moved deeper into the estate, the walls lined with expensive paintings and glass cases filled with rare artifacts. Breto's didn't just hoard money, he collected power, history, influence. And somewhere in this house, he kept secrets that could bring it all crashing down. "The vault is in his office," Stavros murmured. "Second floor. End of the east wing." They reached the staircase, pausing to listen. Footsteps echoed above. A guard. Andreas motioned for silence. The guard's pace was slow, methodical. Routine. When he disappeared around the corner, they moved. Up the stairs, each step carefully measured. The hallway stretched long and quiet, doors lining each side. At the very end, a heavy wooden door stood half open. The office. Stavros led the way, pushing inside and immediately heading toward the bookshelf along the back wall. "The vault is behind here," he said, pulling at a specific volume. A click echoed through the room, and the shelf slid open, revealing a steel door embedded into the wall. A keypad blinked beside it. Katerina felt her throat tighten. "Can you open it?" Stavros nodded. "It'll take time." He pulled a small device from his pack, attaching it to the keypad. The screen flashed numbers as it began decoding the lock. Minutes passed in silence, each second agonizingly slow. Then, a sharp creak from the hallway. Nikos turned just in time to see a shadow moving behind the glass panels of the office door. And then, the alarm blared to life. Red lights flashed as a robotic voice echoed through the house. Security breach detected. Footsteps thundered toward them. They had been caught, and now there was no turning back. The shrill alarm echoed through the halls of the mansion, drowning out everything else. Nikos' breath hitched as he spun toward the door, his mind racing. Heavy footsteps thundered toward them, accompanied by the unmistakable metallic sound of weapons being drawn. "We're out of time," Andreas growled, gripping his pistol. Stavros' fingers flew over the device attached to the vault keypad. Just a few more seconds. Katerina stood frozen for a moment before forcing herself to move. She grabbed a heavy chair and wedged it under the doorknob. It wouldn't hold for long, but it would buy them a few precious seconds. A loud bang rattled the door as a guard tried to force it open. Hurry, Stavros! Nikos shouted, glancing at the security monitor on the desk. Red dots moved rapidly toward their location. They weren't just sending a few guards. Vredos was mobilizing his entire security force. The keypad beeped, and Stavros exhaled sharply as the lock disengaged with a soft click. "We're in." Andreas yanked the vault door open, revealing rows of neatly organized files, hard drives, and stacks of cash. But none of that mattered. They needed the real evidence, the one thing that could bring Vredos down. Katerina's eyes darted over the shelves, searching for something, anything that stood out. And then she saw it, a black leather-bound journal, tucked away in a small locked box. It looked old, well-worn, as if it had been handled many times before. "This has to be it," she whispered, reaching for it. Andreas used his knife to snap the lock, flipping the book open. Pages filled with dates, names, bank transfers, everything they needed. "This is the kill list," Stavros muttered, his face pale. "It's not just bribery. This details every political hit, every silenced journalist, every judge and police chief on Vredos' payroll." Nikos shoved the journal into his backpack. "We have what we came for. Now we need to get out." Another crash at the door. The chair splintered, the wood cracking under the pressure. "Go!" Katerina urged. Stavros grabbed a flash drive from one of the vault's compartments. "This has to be the digital backups," he muttered, shoving it into his pocket. The door finally burst open. Armed guards stormed in, weapons raised. Andreas fired first, dropping one of the men before ducking behind the vault door for cover. Nikos grabbed Katerina's wrist and pulled her toward the balcony door. "We can't fight our way out. We need another exit." Stavros scanned the room, his mind racing. "There's a fire escape outside the west wing. We can make it if we move now." Bullets tore through the walls as the team scrambled. Katerina clutched the evidence to her chest as they ran, their only hope resting in the damning information they had just stolen. But getting in had been the easy part. Now they had to survive getting out. The gunfire followed them as they bolted down the hallway, the echoing cracks reverberating through the vast mansion. Nikos gritted his teeth, gripping Katerina's wrist tightly as they sprinted toward the western wing. Andreas and Stavros covered their retreat, firing in short, precise bursts to slow the guards who were now flooding into the office. "The fire escape should be just ahead," Stavros shouted, pointing toward a set of double doors at the end of the corridor. Andreas reloaded as they ran, his breathing sharp and controlled. "We won't make it if they cut us off downstairs. We need a diversion." Nikos glanced back. "We don't have explosives. What do you suggest?" Andreas smirked. "We make some noise." He stopped in his tracks and fired at a large, ornate chandelier hanging above the hallway. The heavy glass structure shattered, crashing down in a violent explosion of shards and debris, momentarily blocking their pursuers. "Go, go, go!" Andreas barked. They reached the fire escape door. Stavros shoved it open, revealing a narrow metal staircase leading down to the darkened gardens. Rain had started to fall, making the metal slick beneath their feet. Katerina clutched the journal to her chest as she climbed down as fast as she could. Nikos followed, keeping a hand on the railing for balance. Andreas and Stavros covered them from above, firing sporadically before quickly descending after them. The moment their feet hit the ground, the mansion's security floodlights blazed to life, illuminating the gardens like a stage. More guards swarmed onto the balconies above, rifles raised. "Run!" Stavros shouted. They dashed toward the tree line, dodging the bullets that ripped into the wet grass around them. Their getaway driver, a trusted contact named Theo, was waiting just beyond the trees in a black SUV, engine running. As they neared the vehicle, Theo threw the passenger door open. "Get in!" Nikos yanked the door open and shoved Katerina inside. Andreas and Stavros dove into the back seat, slamming the door just as Theo hit the gas, the tires screeching against the wet pavement. Bullets slammed into the vehicle's reinforced frame, but the SUV held. They sped down the narrow road, away from the estate, away from Vredos' reach, at least for now. Everyone was breathing hard, adrenaline still surging through their veins. Katerina clutched the journal, her fingers trembling. "We did it," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the pounding rain outside. Nikos exchanged a look with Andreas. "We got out, but it's not over." Stavros checked the flash drive in his pocket, his expression dark. "Now we take this to the world." Theo glanced at them through the rearview mirror. Then we better find a safe place to do it, because Vredos won't stop hunting you now. As the SUV disappeared into the stormy night, they all knew this was just the beginning of the final battle for the truth. The SUV tore through the winding mountain roads, the city lights of Athens fading behind them. Rain lashed against the windshield as Theo gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white with tension. The weight of what they had stolen from Vredos' estate sat heavy in the back seat. Katerina clutching the journal, Stavros holding the flash drive containing the digital proof of decades of corruption, bribery, and political assassinations. "Where are we heading?" Nikos asked, his voice tight. "The safe house outside Delphi," Theo answered, eyes locked on the rearview mirror. "It's off the grid. No cameras, no cell reception. If we stay in Athens, we're dead by sunrise." Katerina exhaled slowly. "We don't have time to hide. We need to get this out now." Nikos nodded. "She's right. If we wait, they'll cover their tracks, eliminate loose ends. We need to take this straight to the press." Theo glanced at them in the mirror. "And which journalist do you trust with this?" Silence filled the car. After what had happened to Georgios Karaivas, they all knew the answer. "There's one man," Stavros said finally. "Christos Leventis. He's one of the last real investigative journalists in Greece. If anyone has the guts to run this story, it's him." Andreas scoffed. "If he's still alive by morning." Theo took a sharp turn, the SUV skidding slightly before regaining traction. "We can't go to his office. It'll be under surveillance." Katerina straightened. "His wife runs a bookstore in Nafplio. He sometimes meets sources there." Stavros nodded. "That's our best shot. We get there before dawn." Hours later, they pulled into a deserted alley behind the small bookstore. The rain had slowed, the first hints of dawn creeping over the horizon. Theo killed the engine, and they sat in silence for a moment, catching their breath. "This is it," Nikos murmured. "No turning back." They stepped out of the car cautiously, scanning the empty streets. Katerina clutched the journal tightly as they approached the door. Stavros knocked, 2 short raps, then a pause, then one more. The door opened slightly, revealing a weary, middle-aged woman with deep-set eyes. She studied them for a long moment before stepping aside. "He's in the back." They followed her inside, the scent of old books and ink filling the air. Christos Leventis sat at a wooden table, papers and notes spread before him. His sharp eyes flicked up as they entered. "I was wondering when you'd come," he said, gesturing for them to sit. Katerina placed the journal on the table. "This is everything. Names, dates, payoffs, murders. Proof that Vredos has been running the biggest criminal empire in Greece from the shadows." Leventis reached for the book, flipping through the pages. His expression darkened as he skimmed the evidence. "My God," he muttered. "This isn't just corruption. This is systemic control." Stavros slid the flash drive across the table. "This is all the digital records. Bank transactions, intercepted emails. It confirms everything." Leventis leaned back, exhaling. "If I run this, they will come for me." Katerina met his gaze. "They already came for Georgios. If we don't stop them now, they'll keep killing until there's no one left to fight." A long silence stretched between them. Finally, Leventis nodded. "I'll need time to verify everything. A day at most." "We don't have a day," Andreas warned. "Vredos knows we took something. It won't take long before he figures out who we're giving it to." Leventis rubbed his chin. "Then we go public immediately." He pulled out his phone and began dialing. "I have a contact at Reuters. If we push this through international media, it'll be harder for them to suppress." Katerina felt her heart race. This was it. The moment Georgios had fought for. The moment he had died for. Leventis looked at them again. "You need to disappear for a while. If this story breaks, there will be consequences." Nikos swallowed hard. "We've already made our choice." Leventis stood. "Then it's time." The next 24 hours were a blur. By sunrise, the files had been sent to major international media outlets. By noon, the first reports had surfaced. Leaked documents reveal massive corruption scandal in Greece, spreading like wildfire. By nightfall, protests erupted in Athens demanding justice. And by morning, Leonidas Vredos was missing. The government denied involvement, but whispers circulated that he had fled the country. Some said he had been taken out by his own associates to keep him from talking. Others believed he had simply vanished into the underground world he had helped create. For Nikos, Andreas, Katerina, and Stavros, there was no celebration, no victory parade. They had survived, but they knew the battle wasn't truly over. The machine they had exposed wouldn't crumble overnight, and new players would rise to take Vreto's place. But for the first time in a long time, the truth had won. And Georgios Karaivas' fight had not been in vain. As they stood on a quiet beach, watching the waves crash against the shore, Katerina closed her eyes, whispering into the wind. "We did it, Georgios. Hello and welcome to Nightmare Lullabies. As you settle in for the night, prepare to be immersed in a world of eerie whispers and unsettling tales, designed to both chill and soothe. Now close your eyes, relax, and let the darkness carry you away. And if these nightly tales captivate you, feel free to join our community for more whispered secrets." The city of Bergen, Norway, had always been known for its picturesque scenery, charming streets, and quiet way of life. Nestled between fjords and mountains, it was the kind of place where people felt safe, where danger felt like something that only existed in distant headlines. That all changed in November 2018, when a young woman named Ellen Haugen vanished without a trace. Ellen was a 27-year-old graduate student at the University of Bergen, studying marine biology. Described by friends and family as intelligent, kind, and fiercely independent, she was someone who rarely made enemies. She lived alone in a modest apartment near the city center, close to the university and the harbor, where she often spent time working on research projects. On the evening of November 12, 2018, Ellen was last seen leaving a local cafe near Bryggen, a historic district lined with colorful wooden houses. Surveillance footage showed her walking alone, dressed in a thick navy blue coat and a gray scarf. She appeared to be in no rush, her hands tucked into her pockets against the cold. She had sent a final text message to her best friend, Ingrid Lund, at 8:47 p.m. saying, "Heading home now. See you tomorrow." It was the last time anyone heard from her. The next morning, when Ellen failed to show up for an early lecture she was supposed to assist with, her professor grew concerned. Calls to her phone went straight to voicemail, and messages remained unread. By midday, Ingrid went to Ellen's apartment, only to find the door locked. Her car was parked outside untouched. There were no signs of forced entry, no indication that anything was wrong. But Ellen was gone. By that evening, the police were contacted, and an official missing persons case was opened. Investigators quickly pulled surveillance footage from the area surrounding the cafe, confirming that Ellen had indeed left alone. But the footage ended abruptly just 2 blocks away, near a dimly lit intersection where security cameras were sparse. Beyond that point, she simply disappeared. Authorities conducted a widespread search, focusing on nearby waterways, wooded areas, and the university campus. Helicopters, search dogs, and volunteers combed through every possible lead. But days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, with no sign of Ellen Haugen. The case grew more perplexing when investigators began piecing together the final days leading up to her disappearance. Friends mentioned that Ellen had been unusually distracted, even anxious, though she had brushed it off as stress over an upcoming research presentation. Her phone records showed several calls to an unknown number the week before she vanished, calls that lasted only seconds before abruptly disconnecting. When police traced the number, they found that it was registered under a false name. Then came the most chilling clue of all. 3 weeks after Ellen disappeared, her bank card was used at a small gas station nearly 120 kilometers away, in a remote town near the Swedish border. The security footage from the station showed a hooded figure approaching the ATM, withdrawing cash, then walking away quickly. The person never looked directly at the camera, and the footage was too grainy to determine if it was Ellen or someone else using her card. Had Ellen left voluntarily? Was she taken against her will? If so, why had there been no ransom demands, no evidence of struggle? And who had she been trying to reach in the days before she vanished? As the years passed, the case of Ellen Haugen remained one of Norway's most haunting disappearances. With no suspects, no motive, and no body, the questions only deepened. This is the story of what happened, or perhaps what didn't happen, the night Ellen Haugen disappeared, and the mystery that continues to haunt those who knew her. The first 48 hours following Ellen Haugen's disappearance were critical. Investigators worked around the clock, retracing her steps from the moment she left the cafe in Brigham to the last known footage of her near the dimly lit intersection. But despite their best efforts, no solid leads emerged. Ellen's family, devastated by the uncertainty, pleaded with the public for information. Her parents, Henrik and Lise Haugen, appeared on national television, their voices trembling as they described their daughter. "She wouldn't just disappear," Henrik said firmly. "Something happened to her. Someone out there knows something." Detectives interviewed everyone in Ellen's life. Her friends, colleagues, neighbors, even her ex-boyfriend Marcus, who had recently moved to Oslo. He was cooperative, providing an alibi that checked out. He hadn't spoken to Ellen in over a month and seemed genuinely shocked by her disappearance. What puzzled investigators most was the absence of any evidence of struggle. If Ellen had been abducted, why was there no sign of it? No witnesses had reported hearing a scream. No one had seen her being followed. It was as if she had simply stepped off the face of the earth. Then, a break in the case came in the form of a taxi driver. 2 days after Ellen vanished, a man named Lars Eriksson came forward, claiming he had picked up a young woman matching Ellen's description late that night near the intersection where she was last seen. According to Eriksson, she seemed nervous, constantly looking over her shoulder. When he asked where she wanted to go, she hesitated before finally saying, "Just drive for a while." He described her as fidgeting with her phone, but when he glanced in the rearview mirror, she had turned it off. Eventually, she asked to be dropped off near a quiet residential area on the outskirts of Bergen. When Eriksson asked if she was meeting someone, she simply said, "It's fine. Thank you," and left. The lead was promising, but once again it led to a dead end. The area where she had been dropped off had no surveillance cameras, no witnesses who recalled seeing her, and no additional clues. Police searched nearby streets, checked abandoned buildings, and went door to door asking questions. But Ellen was gone. Meanwhile, her phone records were analyzed further. Investigators found something unusual. 3 calls made the evening before she disappeared, all to the same unregistered number. The calls lasted only seconds before disconnecting. When authorities attempted to trace the number, they found it was linked to a prepaid SIM card purchased at a convenience store 2 weeks earlier. The buyer had used cash. No identification. No surveillance footage of the purchase. As the case gained more media attention, theories began to swirl. Some believed Ellen had discovered something she wasn't supposed to, perhaps related to her marine biology research. Others speculated she had been involved in a secret relationship, one she was trying to hide. A more chilling theory suggested that she had been stalked by an unknown person, someone who had been watching her movements for weeks before finally making their move. Despite the overwhelming sense of urgency, days turned into weeks, and then months. The search parties grew smaller, and leads became colder. The police remained dedicated, but with no concrete evidence, the case was slipping further into mystery. Then came another strange development. 5 months after Ellen's disappearance, a hiker in the remote forests outside of Flam, nearly 170 kilometers from Bergen, stumbled upon something odd: a single black leather glove, half buried in the dirt. It was damp, partially decayed, but clearly out of place. The hiker, having seen the news coverage of Ellen's case, immediately contacted authorities. When police arrived, they scoured the surrounding area. No body, no phone, just the glove. A forensic analysis later confirmed that it contained Ellen Haugen's DNA. What was her glove doing in a remote area so far from home? Had she traveled there willingly? Had someone taken her there? And if so, where was she now? As detectives struggled to answer these questions, one thing became clear. Ellen's disappearance wasn't just a case of someone getting lost. Something much more sinister had happened, and the mystery was only deepening. The discovery of Ellen Haugen's glove in the remote forests outside of Flam reignited the investigation. For months, the case had been at a standstill, with only fragments of leads that seemed to go nowhere. Now, for the first time in nearly half a year, there was something tangible, something that placed Ellen far from her home in Bergen. But the question remained: how did it get there? Forensic teams combed through the dense woodland area where the glove had been found, searching for any sign of human activity. They used drones, cadaver dogs, and infrared scanning to check for disturbed ground, but nothing else of significance surfaced. No clothing, no personal belongings. No signs of struggle. The Norwegian police expanded their search radius, questioning hikers, locals, and anyone who might have been in the area around the time of Ellen's disappearance. A few people recalled seeing a dark-colored sedan parked along the roadside a few days after she vanished, but the details were vague. No license plate, no identifying features. Just a car sitting in the fog, its driver unseen. Meanwhile, detectives revisited the strange phone calls Ellen had made before she disappeared. They reached out to telecommunications experts to analyze the call records again, hoping to uncover something they had missed. This time they found something. The calls had pinged off a cell tower near Voss, nearly an hour outside of Bergen and close to the direction of Flam. Had Ellen gone there willingly? Had she been lured? And why had the number she dialed been deactivated almost immediately after her disappearance? The media frenzy surrounding the case reached new heights as the discovery of the glove made headlines across Norway. Theories began to flood in. Some suggested Ellen had been abducted by someone she knew. Others believed she had stumbled upon something dangerous in her research. But one theory in particular began to gain traction: the presence of an unidentified person who had been watching her. Ingrid Lund, Ellen's best friend, came forward with a troubling detail she hadn't previously shared. A few weeks before Ellen vanished, she had confided in Ingrid about a feeling she couldn't shake: the sense that she was being followed. She had dismissed it at the time, thinking it was just paranoia from long study nights and stress, but now Ingrid wasn't so sure. Investigators pored over surveillance footage from the university, Ellen's apartment, and nearby public transport hubs. Then they saw it, in footage taken from a tram station near Ellen's apartment just a week before she disappeared. A man dressed in dark clothing could be seen standing near the entrance, watching as Ellen boarded. He didn't get on the tram, nor did he approach her. He simply stood there, unmoving, his hands tucked into his pockets. The same man appeared in footage from a cafe Ellen had visited 2 days before she vanished. He was in the background, sitting at a table near the window, seemingly reading a newspaper. But when zoomed in, his eyes were on Ellen. This wasn't a coincidence. This was stalking. Detectives worked tirelessly to identify the man, running the footage through facial recognition software. But nothing came up. He had no criminal record, no known aliases, and no one seemed to recognize him. It was as if he had no history, just a shadow lurking in the background of Ellen's final days. As investigators continued to dig, another strange discovery was made: a second glove. It was found deep in the undergrowth, nearly 50 meters away from the first. Unlike the first, this one was slightly torn, as if it had been caught on something. DNA testing confirmed it belonged to Ellen. But the most unsettling part? There were faint traces of someone else's DNA on the inside of the glove. Whoever had been with Ellen that night had left a mark. And for the first time, investigators had evidence that this wasn't just a case of a missing person. It was a crime. With renewed determination, the investigation pressed forward. But the deeper they dug, the more questions arose. Where had Ellen gone that night? Who was the man in the footage? And if he had been watching her, why hadn't he come forward? The search for answers was only just beginning. As the case of Ellen Haugen deepened, so did the unease within the small community of Bergen. The discovery of her second glove in the remote woodlands near Flam added another layer of complexity, leaving more questions than answers. Who had been with her that night? And what had truly happened in the hours following her last confirmed sighting? With the newly discovered DNA evidence on the second glove, forensic teams intensified their efforts, running the sample through national and international databases. But the results came back inconclusive, no match. Whoever had been with Ellen was not in any criminal records, at least not under any known identity. Investigators turned their focus to the mysterious man caught in surveillance footage. They pored over every frame, trying to extract any identifiable feature. The problem was he had been careful, his face partially obscured, his clothing nondescript. Still, the consistency of his appearances near Ellen in the days leading up to her disappearance suggested more than coincidence. This was planned. In an effort to find out more, the police revisited Ellen's friends, colleagues, and even distant acquaintances, asking if anyone had ever seen the man before. One person, a classmate named Martin, hesitantly came forward with a troubling story. "Ellen told me something weird about 2 weeks before she went missing," he admitted. She said she thought she saw someone outside her apartment building a few nights in a row, just standing there. Martin hadn't thought much of it at the time, assuming it was a nosy neighbor or someone waiting for a ride. But now he realized there had been something deeper in Ellen's unease. She hadn't been simply paranoid, she had been watched. Investigators immediately retrieved surveillance footage from near Ellen's apartment for the nights leading up to her disappearance. Hours of grainy footage revealed disturbing confirmation. A shadowy figure standing across the street, just beyond the reach of a street lamp. He never moved toward the building, never approached her directly, but he was there night after night. Always watching. The deeper the investigation went, the clearer it became that Ellen's disappearance wasn't random. She had been targeted. Meanwhile, detectives continued to follow the financial lead from her bank card's use at the gas station nearly 120 kilometers away. They scoured transaction records and security footage, but once again hit a wall. The footage was too blurry, the angle too poor to make out the person withdrawing money. Whoever it was, they had known how to avoid detection. Then, a breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A retired fisherman named Lars Eklund, who lived near the forests of Flam, reported something peculiar. A few days after Ellen's disappearance, he had spotted a car parked in an unusual location along the road leading into the forest. "It was strange," Eklund said when questioned. "Most people don't park there. It's too remote, not near any hiking trails. But this car just sat there for hours. Then one morning it was gone." When asked to describe the car, he could only recall that it was dark-colored, possibly navy or black, and that it had foreign plates that weren't from Norway. This revelation sent investigators scrambling to check records of foreign vehicles entering Norway around the time of Ellen's disappearance. While cross-referencing incoming and outgoing vehicles, they found something intriguing. A dark blue sedan registered to a man from Sweden had entered Norway 2 days before Ellen disappeared and left the country 4 days later. The car's owner, Anton Dahlgren, was a Swedish national with no known connection to Ellen. He had no criminal record, no previous involvement in missing persons cases. But when Norwegian authorities reached out to their Swedish counterparts for more information, they were met with an alarming discovery. Dahlgren had also disappeared. His car had returned to Sweden, but he hadn't been seen since. His phone was deactivated, his apartment untouched. It was as if he had simply vanished, just like Ellen. Had Dahlgren been involved in Ellen's disappearance? Or was he another victim, caught in a web of something much larger? With 2 missing persons and an ever-growing mystery, investigators realized they were no longer dealing with a simple case. This was something far more sinister. The discovery of Anton Dahlgren's disappearance sent shockwaves through the investigation. Until now, detectives had been focused solely on finding Ellen Haugen, but now they faced an even deeper mystery. Was Dahlgren connected to Ellen, or was he another victim in a larger, more sinister plot? Interpol was brought into the case, expanding the search beyond Norway and Sweden. They began tracking any movements associated with Dahlgren before his disappearance. What they found only deepened the mystery. A trail of unexplained travel. Dahlgren had been moving frequently in the months leading up to Ellen's disappearance. Records showed that he had traveled to Germany, Denmark, and even as far as the Czech Republic, often staying for only a few days before moving on. But there was one common thread in all of his movements. Each location he visited had reported missing persons cases around the same time. This realization sent a chill through investigators. Was Dahlgren a predator? Or had he stumbled onto something he wasn't supposed to? Meanwhile, back in Norway, forensic teams combed through every aspect of Ellen's life again. This time, they examined her research notes, trying to determine if she had uncovered something that might have put her in danger. One of her professors, Dr. Sivertson, noted something strange. In the weeks before she vanished, Ellen had become obsessed with a specific environmental study. She had been researching chemical contaminants in the North Sea, investigating possible illegal dumping by an unknown organization. Some of her notes were missing, as if someone had taken them, or she had hidden them. The theory took an even darker turn when police contacted a former researcher who had worked on a similar project a few years earlier. His name was Eric Brandt, and he had abruptly quit academia after what he called a threatening experience. When investigators asked him for details, he hesitated before finally revealing his story. I was warned to stop looking into it, he said. People started showing up near my house. Watching. Following. I got a letter saying that if I didn't abandon my research, I'd disappear. So I left. Could Ellen have received the same warning? If so, why hadn't she told anyone? And why did it seem like Dahlgren had been following the same pattern? The deeper investigators went, the more tangled the web became. Someone or some organization had been watching people who got too close to whatever secret Ellen had uncovered. And now 2 people were missing. Then came another break. A hiker near the Swedish border reported something unusual. A burned-out vehicle in an abandoned clearing. When police arrived, they found what remained of a dark blue sedan, its license plate missing. But the VIN number, once recovered, confirmed it. It was Dahlgren's car. The interior was scorched, but forensic teams found something chilling: traces of blood on the driver's seat. DNA tests were ordered immediately. The results came back within days. The blood belonged to Anton Dahlgren. But there was another, smaller sample of blood found on the seatbelt. It belonged to Ellen Haugen. The revelation sent the investigation into overdrive. The presence of both their blood in the same vehicle indicated they had been together at some point. But in what capacity? Had they been working together? Had one kidnapped the other? Or had they both been taken by someone else entirely? And if Dahlgren had been killed, where was his body? The case was no longer just a missing persons investigation. It was now something far more ominous. As authorities braced for their next move, one terrifying possibility loomed over them. Were Ellen and Dahlgren the only ones? Or was this just the tip of the iceberg? The discovery of the burned-out vehicle and the blood traces belonging to both Ellen Haugen and Anton Dahlgren shifted the investigation into high gear. The evidence suggested violence, but there were no bodies, no clear timeline, and no witnesses. What had happened to them? Forensic teams meticulously examined the remnants of the car, searching for anything that might reveal what had transpired. Among the ash and debris, they found something crucial: a partially melted flash drive tucked inside what was once the glove compartment. Though damaged, investigators hoped that some data could be salvaged. Back at the forensic lab, digital analysts worked tirelessly to recover information from the device. After hours of reconstruction, they retrieved 3 partially corrupted files. Each contained encrypted data, but fragments of text were visible. One of the readable excerpts sent chills down the spine of everyone in the room. "They know we found it. We can't stay here. Going dark for now." Who had written this message? Was it Ellen? Dahlgren? And what had they found that warranted such urgency? Investigators theorized that the duo had been uncovering something significant, possibly connected to Ellen's environmental research. But why had Dahlgren, a seemingly unrelated Swedish national, been caught in the same net? As detectives worked to unravel the mystery, a new lead emerged. A former security contractor named Henrik Laken came forward with information that turned the case on its head. Laken had worked for a private intelligence firm with contracts across Northern Europe. When he saw reports about Ellen's case on the news, he recognized Dahlgren's name. He wasn't just some random guy, Laken revealed. Dahlgren worked in covert investigations. He specialized in corporate espionage and whistleblower extractions. If he was involved with Ellen, it means she was in serious danger. This revelation painted a terrifying picture. Had Dahlgren been helping Ellen escape from something? Or had he been sent to stop her? Determined to find answers, detectives revisited Ellen's university colleagues, questioning them about her research in the weeks leading up to her disappearance. One particular name kept surfacing: a corporate entity known as Nordic Petrochem. The multinational firm had been flagged for environmental violations in the past, accused of illegal dumping in Scandinavian waters. Ellen had been investigating chemical contamination in marine life. Was her research exposing something that Nordic Petrochem wanted to keep hidden? Then, another bombshell. Investigators traced the deactivated burner phone Ellen had repeatedly called before her disappearance. While they still couldn't identify the user, they found that the phone had last connected to a cell tower just 2 kilometers from Nordic Petrochem's Norwegian headquarters. The pieces were beginning to fit, but the bigger picture remained elusive. What had Ellen discovered that was worth killing for? As the pressure mounted, the case took yet another twist. A local fisherman near the border of Norway and Sweden reported an eerie encounter, one that occurred 3 days after Ellen and Dahlgren vanished. He had been sailing near a desolate fjord when he spotted a woman standing alone on the rocky shoreline. She was wearing a coat but appeared disoriented, staring out at the water. When he called out to her, she abruptly turned and disappeared into the trees. The fisherman had initially dismissed the sighting as a lost hiker, but after seeing Ellen's face on the news, he became convinced that it was her. Was Ellen still alive? Had she managed to escape something terrifying? Or had she been running from a threat far greater than anyone had imagined? The search intensified, with authorities combing the fjord and the surrounding wilderness. Helicopters, tracking dogs, and volunteer search teams scoured every inch of the area. But once again, Ellen had disappeared into the unknown. As the investigation continued, one thing became painfully clear. Ellen Haugen's story was far from over, and whoever had orchestrated her disappearance was still out there, watching. The revelation that Anton Dahlgren was not just a Swedish national, but a covert investigator sent shockwaves through the investigation. If he had been in contact with Ellen Haugen before her disappearance, the nature of their relationship had to be reconsidered. Was he helping her escape, or was he part of the threat? As detectives scoured through Dahlgren's background, they discovered that he had worked on cases involving corporate cover-ups, specifically whistleblower extractions. His disappearance in tandem with Ellen's strongly suggested that both of them had been in danger. Investigators refocused their attention on Nordic Petrochem, the corporation Ellen had been researching before she vanished. Their environmental violations had long been a source of controversy, but this case was revealing a far darker truth. Nordic Petrochem's history showed a disturbing pattern. Several journalists and environmental researchers who had investigated the company in the past had met with accidents, sudden resignations, or had simply disappeared from public life. The Norwegian authorities intensified their probe into the company. They subpoenaed internal documents and employee records, looking for any connection to Ellen. One name emerged, a security consultant named Jonas Ryberg. Ryberg had been employed by Nordic Petrochem for the past 5 years, working in risk mitigation, a vague title often associated with handling sensitive company matters. Detectives traced Ryberg's recent movements. His credit card transactions placed him in Bergen the night Ellen disappeared. Even more alarming, security footage from a toll booth outside of town showed his vehicle heading toward the forested area near Flam the same night Dahlgren's car was found burned. Ryberg was brought in for questioning. The seasoned corporate fixer sat stone-faced across the interrogation table, refusing to answer questions without legal representation. But his silence only fueled investigators' suspicions. They obtained a warrant for his phone records, uncovering encrypted messages sent to an unidentified number the night of Ellen's disappearance. The texts were chilling. "It's done. No loose ends." A few minutes later, another message. "The package is handled. Leaving tonight." The texts alone weren't enough to convict Ryberg, but they pointed toward a coordinated operation, one that suggested Ellen had been silenced. Meanwhile, the search in the fjord continued after the fisherman's sighting. Tracking dogs picked up a faint scent near a cluster of abandoned cabins deep in the forest. The cabins, once used by hunters, had fallen into decay, long since forgotten. Inside one of them, search teams found a torn piece of fabric matching the lining of Ellen's coat. The implications were clear. Ellen had been there. Forensic teams swept the cabin for evidence. They found fingerprints, Ellen's, as well as a few unidentified ones. But the most disturbing find was a small, bloodied bandage tucked under the wooden floorboards. The blood was confirmed to belong to Ellen Haugen. Had she been injured? Had she been hiding? Or had she been kept there against her will? Investigators needed answers fast, and they were running out of time. Then, a game-changing piece of evidence surfaced. One of the forensic analysts working on Dahlgren's burned-out car managed to recover a single dashcam file from what was left of the vehicle. The footage was grainy, distorted by heat damage, but what it captured was terrifying. The video, time-stamped the night Ellen vanished, showed a dark road winding through the Norwegian countryside. The headlights illuminated the thick forest as the car moved forward. Then, in the distance, figures standing in the middle of the road. Dahlgren's voice could be heard in the background, urgent and nervous. "This isn't good. This isn't good." Then a loud bang. The car swerved violently. The screen cut to static. The last known moments of Anton Dahlgren and Ellen Haugen had been captured. But where had they gone after the footage ended? And who were the figures standing in the road that night? For investigators, the pieces were falling into place. Ellen's disappearance was no accident. She had uncovered something dangerous, something that someone was willing to kill for. The race to find out the truth had never been more urgent. The discovery of the dashcam footage from Dahlgren's car confirmed what investigators had long suspected. Ellen Haugen had been caught in something far larger and far more dangerous than anyone had realized. The presence of unidentified figures in the road that night suggested an ambush, and Dahlgren's panicked voice in the recording proved that whatever happened next was unexpected and violent. The forensic team worked tirelessly to enhance the video, hoping to extract more details about the individuals blocking the road. While the heat damage had distorted much of the footage, a single frame showed a glimpse of a figure wearing a heavy coat, a hood pulled tightly over their face. Their stance was rigid, and in their hand, something metallic reflected in the headlights, possibly a weapon. But the biggest revelation came not from the video itself, but from the vehicle's GPS system. Although damaged, technicians managed to recover partial coordinates from the night of Ellen's disappearance. The data placed Dahlgren's car on an unmarked gravel road leading deep into the forest, several kilometers beyond where the burned-out vehicle had been found. Investigators immediately dispatched a search team to the location. What they found sent a wave of unease through the unit. A clearing, and in the center of it, a large abandoned warehouse. The structure, long forgotten, had once been used as a supply depot during the Cold War, but had since fallen into disrepair. The rusted metal doors hung slightly ajar, creaking as the wind blew through the overgrown lot. The moment the officers stepped inside, the stench of mildew and damp concrete filled the air. The interior was nearly empty, save for a few discarded crates and remnants of old machinery. But in the far corner of the warehouse, a chilling discovery awaited them. A metal chair, positioned squarely beneath a rusted overhead light fixture, with frayed ropes still attached to its arms and legs. Nearby, forensic teams found bloodstains, old but unmistakably human. Samples were collected, and within hours, lab results confirmed their worst fear. The blood belonged to Ellen Haugen. Ellen had been here. But for how long? And where was she now? The discovery of the chair suggested she had been restrained, possibly interrogated. But by whom? And what had happened to Dahlgren? The lack of any evidence of his presence in the warehouse left investigators with yet another haunting question. Had he managed to escape, or had he met a worse fate elsewhere? As the investigation continued, another lead emerged. An anonymous tip was sent to the police. A single, typed message delivered through an encrypted email server. The sender remained untraceable, but the message was brief and chilling. "You're asking the wrong questions. She was never meant to be found." The email sent a wave of dread through the investigative team. Someone out there knew the truth about what had happened to Ellen. Someone who was still watching. Authorities intensified their efforts to track down Jonas Ryberg, the security consultant linked to Nordic Petrochem. His cryptic messages, "It's done. No loose ends," were damning, but with no direct evidence tying him to Ellen's abduction, he remained out of reach. However, new information surfaced that suggested Ryberg had left Norway shortly after being questioned by police. Flight records placed him in Belarus, a country notorious for shielding individuals with questionable pasts. Interpol was immediately contacted, but without concrete proof of his involvement, there was little they could do. It was becoming clear. Whoever had orchestrated Ellen's disappearance had resources, connections, and the ability to cover their tracks. Despite the mounting obstacles, investigators refused to give up. The discovery of the warehouse had provided critical new evidence, and the case was gaining international attention. But as the days stretched into weeks with no sign of Ellen, hope began to dwindle. And then, a new break came in the most unexpected way. A woman, calling herself Anna, contacted a journalist covering Ellen's case. She refused to give her real name, but claimed she had information about what really happened the night Ellen disappeared. She agreed to meet, but only under strict conditions. No police, no cameras, no recordings. And just like that, the case took another unpredictable turn. Who was Anna? And did she hold the key to uncovering the truth about Ellen Haugen's fate? The emergence of the mysterious informant, Anna, set off a whirlwind of speculation within the investigative team. If she truly had information about what had happened to Ellen Haugen, she could be their best and possibly last chance at uncovering the truth. But with no way to verify her credibility, meeting her posed a significant risk. The journalist who had received the call, Lars Henriksen, debated whether to comply with Anna's conditions. The idea of going alone, without police protection, was dangerous. But if Anna had reached out, it meant she feared something, or someone, who might be monitoring her every move. After careful planning, Henriksen agreed to meet Anna in a quiet cafe on the outskirts of Oslo, away from any prying eyes. He arrived early, scanning the area for anything suspicious. At precisely 8 p.m., a woman in her late 30s entered the cafe. She wore a plain black coat and a scarf wrapped tightly around her neck. Her eyes darted nervously around the room before locking onto Henriksen. She approached him cautiously, sliding into the seat across from him without a word. "You're the journalist?" she asked in a hushed voice. Henriksen nodded. "I am. Are you Anna?" She hesitated before answering. "That's the name I'm using, yes. But you don't need to know who I really am. I don't have much time." Henriksen leaned in. "What do you know about Ellen Haugen?" Anna exhaled sharply. She was never supposed to disappear the way she did. Nordic Petrochem wanted her silenced, but something went wrong. Dahlgren was supposed to extract her safely, but someone got to them first. Henriksen's heart pounded. Who? Who got to them? Anna shook her head. "I don't know exactly, but I know that Jonas Ryberg was involved. He was assigned to handle any loose ends tied to the company's illegal activities. Ellen wasn't the first person to get too close, but she was the first one to fight back." Henriksen's mind raced. "Do you have proof? Anything that can expose them?" Anna reached into her bag and pulled out a small USB drive. "Everything you need is on here. Documents, emails, transaction records. Nordic Petrochem has been paying millions to keep their operations secret. And Ryberg? He's not working alone." Henriksen swallowed hard. "Who else is involved?" Anna glanced around, her expression tense. "I don't know all the names, but I know that some of them are in the government. The police. They have people everywhere." A heavy silence hung between them. Henriksen felt the weight of what he had just been given. If what Anna said was true, exposing Nordic Petrochem wouldn't just be dangerous, it would be life-threatening. Before he could ask more questions, Anna suddenly tensed. Her gaze flicked toward the window. "I have to go," she whispered urgently. "They're watching." Henriksen turned just in time to see a black SUV parked across the street. Two men in suits stood beside it, watching the cafe intently. Anna grabbed Henriksen's hand and squeezed it tightly. "Get this information out. But be careful. They won't let this go easily." Without another word, she slipped out the back exit, disappearing into the night. Henriksen sat frozen, the USB drive clutched in his hands. He had come looking for answers. What he had found was something far more dangerous. And now he was in the crosshairs too. Lars Henriksen sat in his apartment, staring at the small USB drive resting on his desk. The weight of Anna's warning echoed in his mind. They won't let this go easily. His instinct told him he was in grave danger. Exposing Nordic Petrochem and its deep-rooted corruption meant crossing powerful people who had already proven they were willing to make others disappear. Determined but cautious, he inserted the USB drive into his encrypted laptop and opened the files. The data inside was staggering. Bank transfers, internal emails, classified reports, all detailing the lengths Nordic Petrochem had gone to in order to cover up illegal dumping, bribing officials, and silencing anyone who got too close to the truth. But there was more. A folder labeled operatives contained dossiers on individuals the company had monitored or eliminated. Ellen Haugen's name was on the list. A chill ran down Henriksen's spine as he opened the file. Surveillance reports, intercepted emails, phone transcripts. Nordic Petrochem had been watching Ellen for months before she disappeared. One email stood out among the rest, sent just days before she vanished. Containment protocol activated. Ensure the subject does not reach publication. Engage secondary assets if necessary. Henriksen's hands trembled. This wasn't just corporate espionage. This was a sanctioned operation, a systematic effort to eliminate threats to the company's existence. And Ellen had been their next target. Then he found something even more damning. A message exchange between Jonas Ryberg and an unknown contact. Ryberg, the journalist knows too much. We need to neutralize the situation. Unknown contact. Handle it. No traces. Henriksen's pulse quickened. They weren't just watching Ellen. They were watching him. A sudden noise outside made him snap his laptop shut. Footsteps echoed in the hallway. Slow. Measured. Deliberate. Someone was outside his door. Henriksen grabbed his phone and quickly messaged his editor. If anything happens to me, publish everything on the drive. Don't wait. Then silence. For a moment, he thought whoever was out there had moved on. But then a soft click. His front door handle turned ever so slightly. Henriksen's heart pounded in his chest. They had found him. Thinking fast, he grabbed the USB drive and shoved it into his pocket. There was only one way out, the fire escape. Just as the door handle twisted fully, he flung open his window and climbed onto the iron grate outside. The moment his feet hit the metal platform, the door burst open behind him. Heavy footsteps stormed into his apartment. Henriksen didn't wait to see who had come for him. He bolted down the fire escape, jumping 2 steps at a time. Below, the city lights flickered as he reached the alleyway, his breath ragged. He had to disappear before they made him disappear. He sprinted into the night, the USB drive still clutched in his hand. He had everything he needed to expose the truth. The only question was, would he live long enough to do it? Lars Henriksen ran through the dimly lit alleyways of Oslo, his pulse pounding in his ears. He didn't know how long he had before they caught up with him. The USB drive in his pocket felt like it was burning a hole through his jacket. It was his only leverage, but also the very thing that had made him a target. He needed a safe place to regroup. His apartment was compromised, and he couldn't go to any of his usual contacts without putting them in danger. He pulled out his phone, checking for any messages from his editor. No response. A sick feeling settled in his stomach. Had they already gotten to him? Henriksen ducked into a 24-hour convenience store, keeping his head low as he grabbed a prepaid burner phone from a display near the register. He paid in cash, then slipped into a nearby alley to power it on. He dialed his editor's number. 1 ring. 2. Then finally a voice. Lars. Relief washed over him. Are you safe? He asked urgently. His editor hesitated. I think so, but I've been getting strange calls all night. Blocked numbers. No messages. Henriksen clenched his jaw. They were closing in. Listen to me, he said. You need to get out of the office. Now. Do you have a copy of the files? Yes, but I haven't published them yet. Henriksen cursed under his breath. You need to do it. Tonight. We don't have time. Before his editor could respond, Henriksen heard it. Footsteps approaching fast. He spun around, pressing himself against the alley wall. A dark figure stepped into view, scanning the area. One of them. Henriksen ended the call, silencing the burner phone. He took slow, measured breaths, trying to steady his nerves. He had to think fast. The figure moved closer, pausing just feet away. Then, without warning, Henriksen lunged, shoving the man backward. The agent stumbled, reaching for something in his jacket, but Henriksen didn't wait to find out what it was. He bolted down the alley, dodging overturned trash bins and discarded crates. The sound of a gunshot cracked the night air. Henriksen felt the rush of adrenaline surge through him. He turned a sharp corner, his mind racing. He needed to disappear. Now, up ahead, a tram screeched to a stop. Without thinking, he sprinted toward it, slipping through the closing doors just in time. The agent reached the platform seconds too late, slamming his fist against the glass as the tram pulled away. Henriksen exhaled shakily, sinking into a seat. His hands trembled as he pulled the USB drive from his pocket, gripping it tightly. He was still alive. But for how much longer? One thing was clear. The truth had to come out before it was too late. Lars Henriksen gripped the USB drive in his trembling hands as the tram carried him through the quiet streets of Oslo. The city lights flickered outside, distorted by the condensation on the tram's windows. His heart pounded in his chest, his mind racing with the weight of what had just happened. He had narrowly escaped, but he knew it was only a matter of time before they found him again. He needed a plan. Fast. Pulling the burner phone from his pocket, he dialed a number he had memorized long ago, but never thought he would have to use. The call rang twice before a voice answered. Who is this? Henriksen took a shaky breath. I need a secure place to work. Somewhere off-grid. A pause. Then, do you still have what you were working on? Henriksen's grip on the USB tightened. Yes. Another pause. Meet me at the old ferry terminal in 30 minutes. Come alone. The line went dead. Henriksen exhaled. He had no choice but to trust this contact, an ex-intelligence analyst turned whistleblower who had gone underground years ago. If anyone knew how to stay off the radar, it was them. The tram slowed, and Henriksen slipped out into the night, keeping his head low as he navigated the darkened streets. Every shadow felt like a threat. He made his way toward the waterfront, the distant sound of water lapping against the docks the only thing breaking the eerie silence. At the ferry terminal, a single dim light flickered above the abandoned ticket booth. Henriksen scanned the area. Empty. He moved cautiously, stepping onto the old wooden planks of the pier. Then a voice from the darkness. Over here. Henriksen turned sharply, his breath hitching. A hooded figure emerged from the shadows, their face partially obscured. He recognized them instantly. Carrie Jensen, a former intelligence officer who had vanished from public records 5 years ago after leaking classified government surveillance documents. Carrie studied him for a long moment before nodding toward a small, nondescript boat moored at the dock. Get in. Henriksen hesitated. Where are we going? Carrie's eyes were unreadable. Somewhere safe, where they won't find you. Henriksen didn't have time to argue. He stepped onto the boat, and within seconds, they were gliding silently across the water, the city lights fading behind them. The cold air stung his face, but for the first time in hours, he felt like he might have a chance. He just had to survive long enough to expose the truth. The boat cut through the cold, dark waters, the hum of the motor barely audible over the rhythmic waves. Henriksen sat stiffly, his hands clutching the USB drive like a lifeline. Carrie Jensen stood at the helm, her eyes fixed on the horizon, scanning for any sign of pursuit. For a long time, neither of them spoke. Henriksen knew better than to ask too many questions. Carrie was someone who operated on her own terms, and if she was helping him, it meant she believed his information was worth the risk. Finally, she broke the silence. What exactly is on that drive? Henriksen exhaled, his breath visible in the frigid air. Everything. Transaction records, emails, internal reports. Nordic Petrochem has been covering up illegal dumping and bribing officials to keep it quiet. And Ryberg, he's orchestrated disappearances before. Ellen Haugen was just the latest. Carrie nodded slowly. And they know you have it? Henriksen let out a bitter laugh. They tried to break into my apartment, chased me through the streets. If they catch me, I won't make it out alive. Carrie's expression hardened. Then we make sure they don't catch you. The boat veered toward a remote stretch of coastline, a dense forest rising behind the shoreline. A single, weather-worn cabin stood near the treeline, its windows dark. As the boat neared the dock, Henriksen noticed a single vehicle parked nearby. An old, nondescript SUV, one that could blend in anywhere. Carrie cut the engine and motioned for him to follow. We'll be safe here for a while. No one knows about this place. Henriksen stepped onto the dock, his nerves still on edge. And then what? Carrie turned to him, her voice steady. Then we exposed them. Inside the cabin, the air was thick with the scent of old wood and sea salt. Carrie lit a small oil lamp, casting flickering shadows across the walls. She pulled out a secure laptop from a locked metal case and set it on the rickety wooden table. Let's see what we're dealing with, she said, gesturing for Henriksen to insert the USB drive. He hesitated for a brief moment before plugging it in. The screen illuminated with folders upon folders of encrypted files. Carrie worked quickly, bypassing security barriers with practiced ease. Within minutes, they were staring at a series of incriminating documents. Bank statements linking Nordic Petrochem to offshore accounts. Signed orders authorizing intimidation tactics against journalists and activists. A confidential memo detailing containment measures for high-risk individuals, including Ellen Haugen and Anton Dahlgren. Henriksen's stomach churned as he read. This is bigger than I thought. Carrie's expression was grim. This isn't just corporate corruption. This is state-backed. The weight of her words sank in. If government officials were complicit, they weren't just going up against a company. They were up against a system designed to protect itself at any cost. Carrie leaned forward. We need to get this out. Fast. We can't trust the police, and mainstream media will bury it if they're pressured. Henriksen nodded. Then we find someone who can't be silenced. As he spoke, the sound of tires crunching on gravel outside made them both freeze. Someone had found them. Carrie extinguished the lamp in an instant, plunging the room into darkness. Henriksen's pulse pounded in his ears. He reached for the laptop, securing the USB drive. A car door slammed shut outside. Footsteps approached the cabin. Carrie moved to the window, peering through the slats. Her voice was a whisper laced with tension. "We're out of time." The sound of approaching footsteps sent a bolt of adrenaline through Henriksen's veins. The dimly lit cabin, once a refuge, now felt like a trap. Carrie remained at the window, her posture tense, eyes locked on the figures emerging from the car outside. "How many?" Henriksen whispered. Carrie's jaw tightened. "Two. Armed." Henriksen clenched his fists. "Are they here to kill us?" Carrie didn't answer. Instead, she reached under the table, retrieving a compact pistol from a hidden compartment. She checked the magazine, then handed it to Henriksen. "Only if we let them." The knock on the door was firm, deliberate. "We know you're in there. Open up, let's talk." Henriksen exchanged a glance with Carrie. That voice, calm, almost disinterested, was eerily familiar. He racked his brain, trying to place it. Then it hit him. Jonas Ryberg. Carrie's grip on her own weapon tightened. "We need to move." Henriksen took a breath, feeling the weight of the gun in his hands. He had never been in a situation like this before, but fear was a powerful motivator. He nodded. Carrie led the way, moving swiftly and silently toward the back of the cabin. Outside, the voice spoke again. "Lars Henriksen, you've been making quite a mess. Let's not turn this into something ugly." Henriksen bit back a curse. They were stalling, likely positioning themselves to cut off any escape routes. He followed Carrie as she pushed open a back window, slipping into the cold night. The air was thick with tension, the only sound the rustling of leaves as they crept toward the tree line. Then a gunshot. The cabin window exploded behind them, glass shards slicing through the air. Henriksen ducked instinctively as Carrie grabbed his arm, yanking him forward. "Move!" They sprinted into the forest, weaving between trees, breath visible in the frigid air. Behind them, voices shouted, boots crunching against dirt. More gunfire rang out, bullets striking bark and ricocheting into the darkness. Carrie led Henriksen deeper into the woods, moving with the precision of someone who had done this before. "We have to split up," she panted. "They'll expect us to stay together." Henriksen hesitated, the weight of the USB drive in his pocket suddenly heavier. "And if they catch me?" Carrie looked at him, her gaze unwavering. "Then you run. You run until you can't anymore. Get to Oslo. Get to someone you trust. Get the truth out." Henriksen swallowed hard. He didn't want to do this alone, but he knew she was right. A burst of gunfire forced their decision. They bolted in opposite directions, vanishing into the night. The forest swallowed them whole, the darkness their only shield. As Henriksen ran, he fought the panic threatening to consume him. He had no plan, no backup, and no idea if he would live to see the morning. But he had the evidence, and that meant there was still hope. Henriksen ran deeper into the forest, the cold air burning his lungs with every frantic breath. The shouts behind him were growing fainter, but he knew better than to slow down. The USB drive in his pocket felt heavier with every step, his only weapon, his only chance to expose the truth. The forest was vast and unforgiving, the moonlight barely filtering through the dense canopy. Every snapped twig, every rustling branch sent waves of paranoia through him. He needed to get out of here. Fast. Up ahead, a faint glow caught his attention. A cabin? No, headlights. A road. Summoning the last reserves of his strength, Henriksen pushed forward, emerging onto a desolate highway. A single truck was approaching, its engine a low hum in the night. He stumbled onto the road, waving frantically. The truck screeched to a halt. The driver, an older man with a grizzled beard, leaned out the window. "What the hell?" "Please," Henriksen gasped. "I need a ride. It's life or death." The driver studied him for a long moment, eyes flicking toward the tree line. Then, without another word, he reached over and threw open the passenger door. "Get in." Henriksen scrambled inside, slamming the door just as headlights appeared in the distance. Pursuers. "Go! Now!" he urged. The driver didn't need to be told twice. The truck roared to life, tires kicking up gravel as they sped away. Henriksen glanced back, heart hammering. The pursuers had reached the road, but they were too late. For now. Mind telling me what kind of trouble you're in? The driver asked, eyes fixed on the road ahead. Henriksen exhaled sharply. The kind that doesn't stop until you're dead. The driver grunted. Then let's make sure they don't catch you. The next few hours passed in tense silence. Henriksen kept checking the road behind them, half expecting to see headlights gaining on them. But they never came. By the time they reached the outskirts of Oslo, Henriksen's exhaustion was catching up to him. He directed the driver to an address, a safe house Carrie had arranged before they had parted ways. As the truck rolled to a stop, Henriksen turned to the driver. "Thank you. You just saved my life." The older man shrugged. "Whatever you're running from, kid, don't let it catch you." Henriksen climbed out, watching as the truck rumbled away into the night. Inside the safe house, he wasted no time. He booted up an old laptop and inserted the USB drive. The files, the evidence, it was all there. He took a deep breath and began typing. He sent everything to multiple news outlets, independent journalists, international watchdogs. Then he sat back and waited, and for the first time in weeks, he allowed himself to breathe. Hours later, the first headlines broke. Whistleblower exposes corporate corruption and political collusion in Nordic petrochem scandal. The truth was out, and there was no turning back. Hello and welcome to Nightmare Lullabies. As you settle in for the night, prepare to be immersed in a world of eerie whispers and unsettling tales, designed to both chill and soothe. Now close your eyes, relax, and let the darkness carry you away. And if these nightly tales captivate you, feel free to join our community for more whispered secrets. The air was thick with humidity as the sun cast long shadows over the lush green landscape of Boquete, Panama. It was April 1st, 2014, a seemingly normal day in a picturesque town known for its breathtaking mountain views, coffee farms, and adventurous hiking trails. But for two young Dutch women, Chris Kremers and Lizen Frun, what started as an exciting journey into the Panamanian wilderness would soon turn into one of the most perplexing disappearance cases in modern history. Chris, 21, and Lizen, 22, had arrived in Panama just weeks earlier. They had planned to spend 6 weeks volunteering, traveling, and immersing themselves in a new culture before returning to the Netherlands without risks. Its remoteness meant that hikers had to be well prepared. Chris and Lizen set off that morning in high spirits. Photographs later recovered from their camera showed them smiling at the entrance of the trail, their backpacks neatly strapped on, dressed in light hiking clothes suitable for the warm afternoon sun. They were last seen by a local guide who waved at them as they started their ascent into the jungle. The hike should have been straightforward, a few hours up to the scenic viewpoint, followed by a return trip before nightfall. But somewhere along the way, something went terribly wrong. When the women failed to return that evening, no immediate alarm was raised. They had been staying with a local host family, who initially assumed they had extended their hike or decided to camp overnight. But by the following morning, with no word from them and their phones going straight to voicemail, concern began to grow. As the hours stretched into days, their families back in the Netherlands were contacted. Panic set in. Chris and Lizen were responsible travelers. They would never simply vanish without informing someone. Their parents immediately arranged flights to Panama, desperate to help with the search efforts. The Panamanian authorities quickly launched an operation to locate the missing women. Search teams, helicopters, and local indigenous groups scoured the area. The dense jungle, however, posed immense challenges. The thick canopy made aerial searches nearly impossible, and the rugged terrain meant that ground teams struggled to cover significant distances. Then, after 10 days of relentless searching, hope flickered when a breakthrough came. A local woman in the small village of Alto Romero, far beyond the original search area, reported finding a blue backpack by the edge of a riverbank. It was in pristine condition, almost as if it had been placed there intentionally. Inside the bag were personal belongings, Chris and Lizen's passports, a water bottle, cash, 2 bras, a camera, and both of their phones. Strangely, there were no signs of struggle. No damage to the items. No blood. It was as if someone had carefully left the bag there to be found. But the most chilling discoveries were on the digital devices. Investigators meticulously examined the phones and camera, hoping for answers. What they found raised more questions than it answered. Call logs revealed that multiple attempts had been made to call emergency services, starting just hours after they began their hike. The first distress call was logged on April 1st at 4:39 p.m., but due to poor reception in the jungle, the calls never went through. For the next 10 days, the women repeatedly tried to call for help. Their battery levels dropped, yet they continued turning their phones on and off, preserving power for as long as possible. The last phone activity was recorded on April 11th, 10 days after they went missing. Then came the most disturbing clue of all, the camera. Over 90 photos had been taken after their disappearance. The last known normal photo showed Chris and Liz Ann at the summit of the El Pianista Trail, smiling against the backdrop of misty green mountains. But the photos taken after they vanished were something else entirely. Many were captured in pitch-black darkness, deep in the jungle, in the middle of the night. They depicted unclear images of rocks, twisted branches, and some appeared to be random flashes of light. One showed what looked like a terrified Chris, her face barely visible, her blonde hair tangled and wet. Another showed Liz Ann's backpack, resting on a rock. There was no explanation for why these photos had been taken or who had taken them. And then nothing. The discovery of the backpack and digital evidence led to more speculation. Had Chris and Liz Ann gotten lost and succumbed to the jungle? Had they been injured? Or worse, had someone been following them, trapping them in the wilderness, playing a sick game of control and terror? The search efforts intensified, but no sign of the women themselves was found. Days turned into weeks, and the case only grew colder. Then, 2 months later, the rainforest revealed another grim discovery, a partial human remains. A pelvic bone and a foot, still in a boot, belonging to Liz and Fruin, were found along the same river where the backpack had been recovered. Soon after, a few bone fragments belonging to Chris Kremers were also identified. Tests revealed something chilling. The bones showed no signs of trauma. They had not been cut, broken, or torn apart by animals. Some had even been completely bleached, as if they had been exposed to the elements for far longer than they should have been. Experts were baffled. How could human remains in the middle of a humid jungle end up in such a pristine state? Despite years of investigation, no clear cause of death was ever determined. Theories ranged from a tragic accident to foul play, with some suspecting that the women may have encountered something, or someone, in the jungle that led to their deaths. But the greatest mystery remained. Who had possession of their camera and phones during those 10 days? Who took those eerie photos in the dead of night? And if it was simply an accident, why did it feel like someone had been watching them all along? The case of Chris Kremers and Liz Ann Fruin remains one of the most chilling unsolved disappearances of the modern era. And to this day, the jungle holds its secrets. The discovery of the backpack and its contents shifted the investigation into high gear. Authorities, search teams, and forensic specialists pored over the evidence, hoping for any clue that might explain what had happened to Chris and Liz Ann. The area where the backpack was found became the focal point of the search, but it only deepened the mystery. If the jungle had swallowed the two women whole, why were their belongings, especially delicate items like their phones, passports, and money, left in perfect condition? The indigenous and Gay Bugle people, who lived in remote communities around Bokit, joined the search. Their knowledge of the jungle was unparalleled, and they were the first to warn the authorities of the dangers lurking beneath the lush canopy. The jungle was unforgiving, they said, and anyone lost within it faced nearly insurmountable odds of survival. However, the Ngay Bugle also whispered darker possibilities. The jungle, they warned, was not only a place of natural peril but also of hidden threats, human ones. There were whispers of people who lived in the most isolated parts of the rainforest, avoiding contact with outsiders. Some believed that if Chris and Liz Ann had stumbled into the wrong territory, they may have encountered something far more sinister than a simple case of being lost. Despite the extensive search, the days continued to pass with no new answers. The camera, however, became a critical piece of evidence. Investigators meticulously analyzed the photographs, looking for any clues in the disturbing nighttime images. Each frame was unsettling. The chaotic angles, the overexposed flashes of tree branches, the images of Chris and Liz Ann looking distressed. It was clear that these were not casual snapshots. Something had happened that had left them desperate, frightened, and alone in the dark. One of the most debated photographs was one taken on April 8, 7 days after their disappearance. It depicted the back of Chris Kremer's head. Her red hair was illuminated by the camera flash, and her head appeared to be slumped forward. No one could determine if she was unconscious, dead, or simply exhausted beyond comprehension. Adding to the unsettling nature of the photos was their time stamps. Many were taken in the dead of night, 1 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. Why would two women lost in the jungle be taking photographs at such an hour? Some experts theorized that they were trying to use the camera flash as a light source, hoping to signal rescuers. Others feared a darker explanation, that someone else had taken the photos. The forensic analysis of the phones was just as puzzling. The call logs showed repeated emergency calls in the first days of their disappearance, but after April 5th, something strange happened. The phone that belonged to Liz and was switched on and off multiple times, suggesting someone was trying to preserve battery life. But Chris's phone? It had been switched on again on April 6th, but this time, someone had entered the incorrect PIN multiple times before it permanently locked. Chris had known her phone's PIN, so who was trying to access it? As the evidence piled up, the local authorities found themselves overwhelmed. The case had drawn international media attention, with people across the world speculating about what had happened. Every new discovery only raised more questions. The untouched backpack, the eerie photos, the phone activity, nothing added up. Then came the most harrowing discovery yet. Just weeks after the backpack was found, a new search effort led to the discovery of human remains. A boot containing a partially decomposed foot was found along the same river where the backpack had been left. Nearby, a few bones, confirmed through DNA analysis to belong to Chris Kremer's, were discovered. The bones were in a strange state. Unlike other bodies recovered in the jungle, Chris's remains showed no evidence of predation. No teeth marks, no signs that scavengers had interfered. Even stranger, the bones were unnaturally clean. Some experts suggested they had been bleached by exposure to the elements, but forensic analysts could not agree on how quickly that could have occurred in the humid rainforest conditions. Lizanne's remains told a similar story. A few scattered bones, her foot still inside her boot. No clear cause of death. No definitive explanation. What had really happened? The police scrambled to come up with answers. Theories ranged from a tragic accident, where the women fell into a river and were washed downstream, to something far more sinister. Had they been followed, kidnapped, murdered? To this day, no one knows the full story of what happened to Chris Kremers and Liz Frun. But one thing is certain, the jungle holds secrets, and it has never given them all away. The search for answers intensified as investigators and forensic specialists struggled to piece together the fragmented remains of Chris Kremers and Liz Frun's final days. The discovery of their bones had added more confusion rather than clarity, and the police were under increasing pressure from both the public and the victims' families to provide definitive conclusions. But with each piece of evidence that surfaced, the mystery only deepened. Forensic experts continued to examine the bones, trying to determine how they had been scattered and why some of them appeared to be in such pristine condition. The idea that they had naturally decomposed was heavily debated. Some experts suggested that the bones had been tampered with, perhaps even chemically treated. The clean state of Chris's bones stood in stark contrast to the remains of Liz Ann, whose foot was still encased in her boot. If animals had scavenged one set of remains, why had they left the other so intact? In an effort to find more clues, authorities widened their search efforts. More local guides and indigenous trackers were brought in, scouring the jungle for anything that might lead them to the truth. But weeks passed, and nothing conclusive emerged. The jungle seemed to swallow its secrets whole, offering only the occasional unsettling clue before retreating into silence once more. Meanwhile, the media coverage of the case exploded. News outlets across Europe and the Americas followed the story, presenting theories ranging from a tragic hiking accident to something far more sinister. True crime communities and online sleuths dissected every available detail, pointing out inconsistencies and gaps in the official reports. Some speculated that Chris and Liz had fallen victim to an unknown predator in the jungle. Others believed they had encountered dangerous individuals who had ensured their silence. Back in the Netherlands, the families of the two women were grappling with their grief while also demanding justice. They worked tirelessly to keep their daughter's case in the spotlight, hoping that someone somewhere might come forward with information. But with every passing day, the likelihood of a definitive answer grew slimmer. Then, another disturbing revelation surfaced. A group of independent investigators who had been studying the case reported anomalies in the call logs retrieved from Lizanne's phone. It appeared that on multiple occasions, the phone had been turned on and used long after Lizanne herself was believed to have perished. The incorrect PIN attempts on Chris's phone had already suggested that someone else had been trying to access the device. But now, it seemed as though Lizanne's phone had been actively used by another party as well. The implications were chilling. If someone had been using the phone, did that mean Chris or Liz and had survived longer than initially believed? Or had a third party been involved, using their devices for reasons unknown? The Panamanian authorities were hesitant to engage in speculation, but privately, many of the officers working the case had begun to suspect that foul play could not be ruled out. The strange photos on the camera, the odd call activity, and the pristine condition of some of the remains all pointed to a situation that was anything but ordinary. As investigators continued to work through the possibilities, a grim reality settled in. The answers they sought may never come. The jungle had taken Chris and Liz and though it had given back pieces of the story, it refused to reveal the full truth. For the families, the pain of not knowing was unbearable. Their daughters had gone on an adventure full of hope and excitement, only to meet an end shrouded in mystery. And as the case grew colder, the questions remained. What had truly happened in those final days? Had the two women simply lost their way? Or had something much darker sealed their fate? In the depths of the Panamanian rainforest, where the canopy stretched high and the rivers ran deep, the answers lay hidden, buried beneath the dense foliage, whispered by the wind and lost to time. As the days turned into weeks, and then months, the case of Chris Kremers and Lizanne Freund continued to baffle investigators. Despite the media frenzy and global attention, the hard facts remained frustratingly elusive. Every new revelation seemed to raise more questions than answers, leading the case further into the realm of speculation and mystery. The forensic reports continued to puzzle experts. The presence of what appeared to be bleached bones sparked intense debate among forensic anthropologists. Natural decomposition in the humid conditions of the Panamanian jungle should have left clear evidence of animal scavenging and environmental exposure. Yet, Chris's bones bore no such marks. While some believed that prolonged exposure to sunlight and river conditions could have caused this effect, others argued that it pointed to human interference. Adding to the eerie nature of the case was the strange call activity. Investigators went over the call logs time and time again, unable to explain why Chris's phone had multiple incorrect PIN attempts after the point when the women were believed to have perished. More unsettling was the fact that Lizanne's phone had been turned on and used intermittently, even when the battery was critically low. Who had been turning it on? Why? And why had no more emergency calls been attempted in the final days? Meanwhile, back in the Netherlands, the families of the two women faced a heartbreaking dilemma. Without clear evidence of what had happened, they struggled to find closure. The Dutch authorities had offered support, but with jurisdictional challenges, the Panamanian investigation remained largely independent. Frustrated by the lack of progress, the families hired independent forensic specialists to analyze the case. Their findings only deepened the mystery. One independent analysis suggested that the placement of the backpack seemed too deliberate. Found neatly at the riverbank with all its contents intact, it was as if someone had carefully placed it there to be discovered. The lack of damage or waterlogging indicated that it had not been carried downstream for an extended period. Had someone left it as a clue, or was it a deliberate attempt to mislead the search efforts? In Boquete, the locals had their own theories. Some believed the women had been targeted by opportunistic criminals, perhaps lured away from the trail under the guise of assistance. Others whispered about the isolated communities deeper in the jungle, suggesting that Chris and Liz had stumbled upon something, or someone, they were never meant to see. But without concrete proof, all that remained were theories. Detective Vasquez, one of the Panamanian officers leading the investigation, was growing increasingly frustrated. He had spent months combing through every piece of evidence, yet the case felt as tangled as the jungle itself. Sitting in his office late one evening, he replayed the images from the recovered camera on his screen. The last known image of Chris, a blurred photo taken in the dead of night, sent a chill through him every time he saw it. "What were you trying to tell us?" he muttered to himself. The weight of the unanswered questions was beginning to take its toll. Every time he thought he was close to understanding, the case slipped through his fingers like sand. Yet, one thing was certain: something had gone terribly wrong in that jungle. Whether it was nature, misfortune, or the hands of another, the truth remained elusive. And so, the search for answers continued. In the dense rainforest, where the wind whispered through the trees and the river carried away all traces of the past, the spirits of Chris and Liz lingered, a haunting reminder that some mysteries are never meant to be solved. As time passed, the case of Chris Kremers and Liz Frun began to take on an almost mythic quality. Theories about their fate became the subject of endless debate, with investigators, amateur sleuths, and journalists all attempting to make sense of the few clues that had been left behind. But despite the extensive search efforts and the many experts who had weighed in on the case, the true fate of the two women remained obscured by the jungle's mysteries. One of the most puzzling elements of the case remained the camera photos taken in the days after their disappearance. Investigators continued to study the nighttime images, overexposed flashes of tree branches, dark silhouettes, and most disturbingly, what appeared to be strands of hair close to the lens. While some speculated that the images were attempts to use the camera's flash as a distress signal, others believed they were evidence of something far more sinister. If the women had been lost, why had they not taken more photos of their surroundings in daylight? And if someone else had taken the photos, what was their intent? Another enduring mystery was the discovery of their remains. The inconsistencies in the way their bones had been found, some fragmented and scattered, others unnaturally clean, only deepened the uncertainty. Investigators struggled to reconcile the idea of a natural decomposition process with the stark reality of the evidence before them. If the jungle had taken their lives, why had it left behind such a confusing array of clues? For the families of Chris and Liz Ann, the lack of clear answers was agonizing. Their parents had long held out hope that a definitive explanation would emerge, but as the years passed, it became clear that the full story might never be known. In an effort to keep the case alive, they continued to push for more forensic analysis, hoping that advances in technology might one day reveal the truth hidden in the remains and electronic records. Meanwhile, in Bokit, the locals had their own theories. Some spoke of hidden dangers in the jungle, places where few dared to go. There were whispers of criminal activity, of people who operated beyond the reach of the law. Some believed that Chris and Liz had been victims of something more organized, an abduction or worse. Others held firm to the belief that the jungle itself was to blame, a vast and unforgiving force that had simply swallowed them whole. Detective Vasquez had spent months on the case, and he still felt haunted by the unanswered questions. Sitting in his office, he flipped through the case files once again. The incomplete emergency calls, the missing evidence, the eerie camera photos. It all suggested something more than a simple hiking accident. But without conclusive proof, the case remained frozen in uncertainty. One evening, as the sun set behind the mountains, Vasquez made one final trip to the place where the backpack had been found. The river flowed as it always had, indifferent to the mystery it had carried. He stood there for a long time, listening to the sounds of the jungle, feeling the weight of the unknown pressing against him. Perhaps, he thought, the answers had been lost forever. Or perhaps they were still out there, waiting for someone to find them. But for now, the jungle kept its secrets. The months dragged on, and the case of Chris Kremers and Liz Frun remained shrouded in unanswered questions. As more time passed, frustration grew, both within the investigation and among the families, who were desperate for any resolution. The discovery of their scattered remains had provided evidence of their deaths, but the mystery of how and why they perished still lingered like a specter over the Panamanian rainforest. Forensic analysts continued their work, scrutinizing every bone fragment, every scrap of evidence, hoping to extract more details. The medical examiners determined that neither set of remains bore obvious signs of trauma, such as fractures or blunt force injuries. The clean nature of Chris's bones, in particular, remained an anomaly. Investigators questioned whether chemical exposure, environmental factors, or even human involvement could have played a role. Some experts argued that tropical conditions could accelerate decomposition, but others dismissed this, pointing out that other bodies found in similar conditions had not shown the same bleaching effect. Despite the lack of definitive forensic conclusions, local authorities attempted to settle on a theory. They leaned toward an accidental death scenario, that the two women had lost their way, fallen into the river, and succumbed to exhaustion, injuries, or drowning. But for many, including their families, this explanation felt incomplete. The forensic anomalies, combined with the chilling evidence found on the women's phones and camera, painted a picture that was far from simple. Investigators returned to the phone data repeatedly, tracing the desperate attempts made to reach emergency services. The fact that Chris's phone had multiple incorrect PIN attempts after she was believed to have died remained deeply unsettling. If Liz Ann had been alive at that point, why wouldn't she have known the correct PIN? And if someone else had been using the phone, who was it? Detective Vasquez had long struggled with these questions. He had spoken with dozens of locals, retraced the women's steps, and pored over every shred of evidence, yet nothing fully explained what had happened in those lost days. There were too many inconsistencies, too many gaps. Something was missing, something critical. A new search effort was organized, this time focusing on the more remote sections of the jungle, deeper than previous expeditions had gone. Indigenous trackers were once again brought in to assist, relying on their extensive knowledge of the terrain. The hope was that perhaps there were still items undiscovered, hidden away beneath the thick canopy or buried by time. As the search teams moved through the rainforest, they found themselves navigating treacherous terrain, mudslides, unstable ground, and winding river paths that could easily disorient even experienced hikers. The extreme isolation of the area emphasized just how dangerous the environment had been for Chris and Liz Ann. If they had been lost, surviving for more than a few days would have been a nearly impossible feat. Then another chilling discovery was made. A small piece of fabric, tangled in the roots of a tree near a ravine, was found several kilometers away from where the other remains had been located. It matched the clothing Chris had been wearing in the recovered photographs. But how had it ended up so far from the other remains? Had it been moved by water, by animals, or by someone else? The discovery reignited discussions about possible foul play. Could someone have been involved in their deaths after all? The positioning of the remains, the scattered nature of their belongings, and the peculiar evidence left behind all seemed to suggest something beyond a simple hiking accident. Back in the Netherlands, the women's families followed every development closely. The pain of not knowing had become a permanent ache. The Dutch authorities had continued their cooperation with Panama, but without new leads, they were as helpless as anyone else. At night, in the quiet of her room, Chris's mother often stared at the last known photographs of her daughter, searching for answers in those blurred, haunting images. What had Chris and Liz Ann seen in those final moments? Why had they taken those photos? The fear in their expressions was evident. But fear of what? Detective Vasquez, despite his frustration, refused to give up. He spent nights replaying interviews, going over statements, trying to find a detail, any detail, that might have been overlooked. He had dealt with missing persons cases before, but none had ever unsettled him quite like this one. As the case dragged on, whispers of conspiracy theories grew louder. Some suggested that the women had stumbled upon illegal activity deep in the jungle, perhaps a hidden operation, a cartel presence, or something equally dangerous. Others insisted that there was an unknown third party involved, someone who had been monitoring them, moving their belongings, and toying with the investigation. No hard evidence existed to prove these theories, but the strangeness of the case kept them alive. Even seasoned investigators found themselves unable to dismiss the possibility that Chris and Liz Ann had not been alone in their final moments. Despite all the speculation, the truth remained as elusive as ever. The jungle, with its endless depths and hidden dangers, kept its secrets well. And though the world had not forgotten Chris and Liz Ann, the one thing that everyone desperately wanted, the full truth, remained just out of reach, hidden beneath the canopy, waiting to be uncovered. The more investigators searched for answers, the deeper the mystery of Chris Kremers and Liz Ann Frun became. Every discovery raised more questions, and the passage of time only solidified the unsettling fact that they might never know exactly what had happened in the dense Panamanian jungle. But as the months turned into years, the case refused to fade away. The strange circumstances of their disappearance and the chilling evidence left behind continued to haunt those who had tried to uncover the truth. Detective Vasquez found himself revisiting the case more often than he liked to admit. Though the official investigation had grown cold, something about it nagged at him, an unshakable feeling that there was something they had missed. He kept the case files in his desk, poring over the details at odd hours, unable to shake the sense that the key to the mystery was hidden in plain sight. Among the most baffling pieces of evidence remained the camera photos taken at night. Investigators had exhausted every theory, from attempts to signal for help to evidence of an unknown threat lurking in the darkness. Some images appeared to be taken at random, almost as if someone had been testing the flash. Others, however, showed signs of calculated intent, like the haunting image of Chris's hair caught in the frame, the disorienting close-ups of tree branches, and the eerie angles that seemed almost staged. Who had taken those pictures? Had it been Chris and Lizanne themselves? Or had someone else been behind the lens, documenting their suffering in some twisted way? Meanwhile, forensic experts continued their analysis of the bone fragments found scattered along the riverbanks. What stood out the most was the apparent difference in the condition of the remains. Chris's bones were unusually clean and lacked signs of scavenger activity, while Lizanne's foot was still partially intact inside her boot. This inconsistency only fueled theories that their bodies had not decomposed naturally and that some kind of outside force had interfered. Adding to the confusion, additional small bone fragments were found in different locations, some miles apart from the initial discovery site. This raised another disturbing question. Had their remains been moved? And if so, by whom? As the Dutch and Panamanian authorities continued their exchange of information, the families of Chris and Lizanne grew increasingly frustrated. They had hoped for definitive answers, but none came. The official reports favored an accidental death scenario, but neither family was fully convinced. Chris's father, Hans Kremers, pushed for more independent forensic analysis. He questioned the way the bones had been discovered, the lack of conclusive DNA testing on certain fragments, and the discrepancies in the condition of the remains. If his daughter had truly died of natural causes, why did so many details not add up? Lizanne's parents, too, struggled with the uncertainty. They could not fathom how two young women, well-prepared and experienced in travel, had simply vanished without leaving behind a clearer trail. And if they had died due to natural causes, why had their belongings and remains been discovered in such odd and scattered patterns? Online forums and independent investigators refused to let the case rest. Theories ranging from criminal involvement to cult activity to drug trafficking swirled in the background, and while none could be proven, none could be entirely dismissed either. Then another possible breakthrough came. A former guide who had led expeditions in the jungle contacted an independent journalist. He claimed to have found something disturbing in one of the remote areas near the original disappearance site. Though he was hesitant to go into detail over the phone, he hinted at evidence that suggested human interference, a discovery that could shift the entire case. Detective Vasquez, hearing of this development, couldn't ignore the possibility that there was still something out there, something that could rewrite the story that had been told for years. Was there truly more to uncover? Had Chris and Lizanne been victims of more than just an unfortunate accident? Or was the jungle simply hiding its secrets in the way only nature could, swallowing them whole, never to be revealed? Detective Vasquez couldn't shake the feeling that they had been missing something crucial all along. The discovery of Chris and Lizanne's remains had provided only fragments of the truth, and even those seemed inconsistent. When he received word of the former guide's claim about potential new evidence, his instincts told him to follow up, even though the official case had long since gone cold. The guide, Miguel Ortega, had been working in the jungle for over 2 decades. He was not the type to fabricate stories. When he finally met with Vasquez, his demeanor was solemn. "I never wanted to get involved," Ortega admitted, his voice low. "I saw what happened to others who spoke too much." Vasquez studied him carefully. "What did you find?" Ortega hesitated before pulling out a small bag. He placed it on the table between them and slowly unzipped it. Inside was a piece of fabric, weathered but unmistakably a part of a backpack strap. "This was not here before," Ortega said. "I pass through this area often. Someone placed it there recently." The location where the fabric had been found was even more puzzling. It was deep in the jungle, miles away from where Chris and Lizanne's bones had been discovered. There was no logical explanation for why a fresh piece of evidence would suddenly appear, years after their disappearance. Vasquez's mind raced. Was someone trying to send a message? Or had they simply grown careless? Meanwhile, back in the Netherlands, the families of Chris and Liz were growing increasingly desperate for closure. The Dutch authorities had long since classified the case as unresolved, but not actively being investigated. Yet small discoveries like the one Ortega had made kept hope alive, even as it tormented them with the possibility that their daughters had met a far worse fate than initially believed. In an effort to push for further action, the Kremers and Frun families reached out to private investigators who specialized in international cold cases. One of them, a former law enforcement official named David Lammers, had spent years working in Latin America and was familiar with cases involving missing foreigners. After reviewing the details, Lammers was struck by the pattern of anomalies in the evidence. The positioning of the remains, the strange call activity, and now the emergence of new physical evidence. It all pointed to something beyond an accidental death. "This wasn't nature," Lammers stated flatly. "This was human involvement." Back in Panama, Vasquez struggled with what to do next. The official stance was that Chris and Liz had been victims of a tragic accident, but everything within him resisted that conclusion. If someone had moved their remains, tampered with their belongings, or had even been in possession of their phones after their disappearance, then that meant one thing. Someone else knew the truth. Determined, Vasquez decided to take a risk. He contacted Ortega again and asked him to guide him back into the jungle, to the exact spot where the backpack strap had been found. They prepared for the trek carefully, knowing that whoever had left the evidence behind may still be watching. As they moved deeper into the dense rainforest, the oppressive heat and thick foliage made the journey slow and exhausting. But when they reached the area Ortega had marked, something else caught their eye, a disturbed patch of earth, as though something had recently been dug up or buried. Ortega and Vasquez exchanged a look. Carefully they began to dig. What they unearthed would change the course of the investigation forever. The moment the first scoop of earth was removed, Detective Vasquez and Miguel Ortega knew they had stumbled upon something significant. The soil had been disturbed recently, a sharp contrast to the otherwise untouched jungle floor. As they dug deeper, their breaths grew shallow, anticipation building like an electric charge in the thick, humid air. Then they saw it, a bundle of cloth partially buried, its edges stained with dirt and moisture. Ortega hesitated, exchanging a wary glance with Vasquez before carefully pulling it free. The fabric was old but intact, its colors faded from exposure to the elements. As they unfolded it, their worst fears were confirmed. Inside the bundle were personal belongings, small, unassuming objects that had once belonged to Chris and Liz. A water bottle, a small notebook, a hair tie, and most chillingly, a phone case without a phone inside. The placement of these items raised more questions than it answered. Why had they been buried separately from the rest of the evidence? And more importantly, who had put them there? Vasquez wiped the sweat from his brow, trying to steady his thoughts. "This isn't right," he muttered. "This means someone had their belongings long after they disappeared." Ortega nodded, his jaw tightening. "This wasn't washed down by the river. Someone put it here. Recently." The discovery reignited suspicions that the women had not simply gotten lost. The forensic inconsistencies, the scattered remains, the manipulated phone activity, all of it pointed to human involvement. Yet there was still no definitive proof of foul play, only a series of eerie coincidences that refused to add up. Determined to make sense of the discovery, Vasquez arranged for forensic experts to analyze the newly recovered items. If fingerprints or DNA traces remained, it could be the break they needed to push the case forward. But deep down, he feared that whoever had placed the items there had done so carefully, ensuring that no traces would be left behind. Meanwhile, news of the discovery reached the Netherlands, where the families of Chris and Liz had long resigned themselves to the painful ambiguity of their daughter's fate. For Hans Kremers and Diney Frun, The emergence of new evidence was both a blessing and a curse. On one hand, it reignited hope that the truth might finally be uncovered. On the other, it confirmed their worst fear, that someone had known more all along and had kept it hidden. A press conference was held in Bouquet, where Panamanian officials addressed the media. The spokesperson was careful with his words, stating that while the discovery was significant, there was still no evidence of a crime. "We continue to follow all leads," he assured reporters. But for those closely following the case, the vagueness of his response only fueled suspicion that the full truth was being carefully controlled. As Vasquez awaited the forensic results, he revisited every detail of the case. The call logs, the eerie nighttime photos, the incorrect PIN attempts on Chris's phone. He pieced together a timeline in his mind, trying to find the moment when things had gone wrong. One thing was certain: if someone had buried these belongings, they had done so with purpose. Then late one evening, his phone rang. It was a forensic analyst from the lab. The voice on the other end was tense. "Detective, we found something." Vasquez gripped his phone tighter. "What is it?" There was a pause before the analyst spoke again. "There were fingerprints, and they don't belong to Chris or Liz N." Detective Vasquez sat frozen, gripping his phone as the forensic analyst's words sank in. "There were fingerprints, and they don't belong to Chris or Liz N." His mind raced. This was the breakthrough they had been waiting for, concrete evidence that someone else had been involved in the case. Someone who had handled the belongings, who had touched their things long after their disappearance. "Who do they belong to?" Vasquez asked, his voice tight. "We're still running the prints through the database," the analyst replied. "But there's more. The pattern of degradation on the objects suggests they weren't exposed to the elements for years. These items were buried much more recently than when the women disappeared." A cold shiver ran down Vasquez's spine. The implication was chilling. Someone had been holding on to Chris and Lizanne's belongings for years before burying them. But why? As soon as he hung up, Vasquez mobilized his team. This new revelation meant that the case had to be reopened in full force. It was no longer just about a disappearance. It was now about tracking down an individual who had potentially been hiding the truth all along. Meanwhile, the news of the fingerprint discovery reached the families in the Netherlands. Hans Kremers and Dini Frun were both called personally by the investigators, and though they had fought for answers for years, this particular development filled them with unease. Who had been keeping their daughter's belongings? And why reveal them now? The press quickly picked up on the news, and speculation exploded across social media. True crime communities, armchair detectives, and journalists debated the significance of the findings. Theories ranged from an undiscovered local witness who had been afraid to speak out, to a more sinister scenario: someone who had been watching the investigation unfold and strategically revealing evidence only when necessary. Back in Panama, Vasquez received an update from the forensic lab. They had a match. The fingerprints belonged to a local man, Marco Villarreal. He was a former tour guide who had worked along the trails surrounding Bouquet for years. His name had never appeared in the investigation before, but now he was at the center of it all. With this new lead, Vasquez and his team quickly obtained a warrant to bring Villarreal in for questioning. They tracked him to a small home on the outskirts of town. When they arrived, Villarreal didn't seem surprised to see them. "I knew this day would come," he said as they escorted him to the police station. As the interrogation began, Villarreal sat with his arms crossed, his expression unreadable. He wasn't denying involvement, but he also wasn't offering any explanations. "Why were your fingerprints found on Chris and Lizanne's belongings?" Vasquez asked, keeping his voice steady. Villarreal exhaled, tapping his fingers against the table. "Because I found them," he said finally. "Found them where?" Villarreal hesitated. "Deep in the jungle, near a place tourists don't go." The room went silent. Vasquez leaned forward. "Why didn't you turn them in?" Another pause. Then Villarreal looked up, and for the first time, there was something resembling fear in his eyes. "Because I wasn't the only one who knew they were there." Vasquez's pulse quickened. "Who else knew?" Villarreal shook his head. "You don't understand. I was told not to say anything. It was safer that way." Vasquez stared at him, his gut telling him they had only scratched the surface. Who was Villarreal afraid of? And what else was he hiding? One thing was certain: this case was far from over. Detective Vasquez sat frozen, gripping his phone as the forensic analyst's words sank in. There were fingerprints, and they don't belong to Chris or Liz Ann. His mind raced. This was the breakthrough they had been waiting for, concrete evidence that someone else had been involved in the case. Someone who had handled the belongings, who had touched their things long after their disappearance. Who do they belong to? Vasquez asked, his voice tight. We're still running the prints through the database, the analyst replied. But there's more. The pattern of degradation on the objects suggests they weren't exposed to the elements for years. These items were buried much more recently than when the women disappeared. A cold shiver ran down Vasquez's spine. The implication was chilling. Someone had been holding on to Chris and Lizanne's belongings for years before burying them. But why? As soon as he hung up, Vasquez mobilized his team. This new revelation meant that the case had to be reopened in full force. It was no longer just about a disappearance. It was now about tracking down an individual who had potentially been hiding the truth all along. Meanwhile, the news of the fingerprint discovery reached the families in the Netherlands. Hans Kremers and Dini Frun were both called personally by the investigators, and though they had fought for answers for years, this particular development filled them with unease. Who had been keeping their daughter's belongings? And why reveal them now? The press quickly picked up on the news, and speculation exploded across social media. True crime communities, armchair detectives, and journalists debated the significance of the findings. Theories ranged from an undiscovered local witness who had been afraid to speak out, to a more sinister scenario. Someone who had been watching the investigation unfold and strategically revealing evidence only when necessary. Back in Panama, Vasquez received an update from the forensic lab. They had a match. The fingerprints belonged to a local man, Marco Villarreal. He was a former tour guide who had worked along the trails surrounding Boquete for years. His name had never appeared in the investigation before, but now he was at the center of it all. With this new lead, Vasquez and his team quickly obtained a warrant to bring Villarreal in for questioning. They tracked him to a small home on the outskirts of town. When they arrived, Villarreal didn't seem surprised to see them. I knew this day would come, he said as they escorted him to the police station. As the interrogation began, Villarreal sat with his arms crossed, his expression unreadable. He wasn't denying involvement, but he also wasn't offering any explanations. Why were your fingerprints found on Chris and Lizanne's belongings? Vasquez asked, keeping his voice steady. Villarreal exhaled, tapping his fingers against the table. Because I found them, he said finally. Found them where? Villarreal hesitated. Deep in the jungle, near a place tourists don't go. The room went silent. Vasquez leaned forward. Why didn't you turn them in? Another pause. Then, Villarreal looked up, and for the first time, there was something resembling fear in his eyes. Because I wasn't the only one who knew they were there. Vasquez's pulse quickened. Who else knew? Villarreal shook his head. You don't understand. I was told not to say anything. It was safer that way. Vasquez stared at him, his gut telling him they had only scratched the surface. Who was Villarreal afraid of? And what else was he hiding? One thing was certain, this case was far from over. Detective Vasquez wasted no time after his conversation with Marco Villarreal. He assembled a small team and planned to search for El Sombrero, the mysterious figure who had seemingly known more about Chris and Lizanne's disappearance than he should have. But finding him wouldn't be easy. The jungle was vast, and those who knew its depths had long mastered the art of disappearing within it. Villarreal, still visibly anxious, hesitated as he prepared to guide them into the dense rainforest. I don't know if this is a good idea, he muttered under his breath. Some people don't want this case solved. Vasquez shot him a sharp look. And what about the families? What about justice? Villarreal sighed, gripping the straps of his backpack. I just hope we don't find more than we're looking for. They set out at dawn, the jungle damp with the lingering mist of the night. Every step deeper into the wilderness carried an unsettling silence, broken only by the occasional call of a distant bird or the rustling of unseen creatures. Villarreal led them through winding paths that had long been swallowed by the undergrowth. Hours passed before they reached a small clearing where an old wooden shack stood, half covered by vines. Smoke curled from a makeshift chimney, a sign that someone was inside. Vasquez signaled for his men to spread out, encircling the structure. Villarreal swallowed hard. This is it. Vasquez approached the door, knocking firmly. Policia, open up. Silence. Then the sound of movement inside. Footsteps shifting. The tension thickened. Vasquez motioned for his men to stay ready. Finally, the door creaked open, revealing a wiry old man with deep-set eyes and weathered skin. His expression was unreadable, but there was no mistaking the knowing look in his eyes. You shouldn't be here, he said, his voice low and gravelly. Vasquez held up his badge. We have questions about Chris Kremers and Liz Frun. El Sombrero exhaled slowly, stepping back to let them in. The inside of the shack was dimly lit, cluttered with old maps, a rusted machete hanging on the wall, and a table covered in yellowed papers. You want answers? He said, sitting down. Then you'd better be ready for them. Vasquez took a seat across from him. What do you know? El Sombrero studied him for a long moment before finally speaking. They were not alone in that jungle. A chill ran through the room. Vasquez's grip tightened on his notepad. Who else was there? El Sombrero's gaze flickered to Villarreal before returning to Vasquez. People who don't want to be found. People who have lived in those trees longer than any of you have been alive. They saw those girls. They watched them. A heavy silence fell over the room. Did they take them? Vasquez asked, his voice barely above a whisper. El Sombrero didn't answer right away. Instead, he reached for a battered wooden box on the table and opened it. Inside were trinkets, old coins, and a silver necklace with a small pendant. Vasquez's breath caught. The families had described Chris wearing a necklace just like this one. Where did you get this? He demanded. El Sombrero's eyes darkened. I didn't find it. It was left for me. A shiver crawled up Vasquez's spine. Someone had wanted him to see this. Someone had wanted the truth to remain buried, but at the same time, they had left behind just enough to haunt those who searched. And that meant even after all these years, the real story was still out there, hidden in the shadows of the jungle. Detective Vasquez felt a cold sweat forming at the back of his neck as he stared at the silver necklace lying in El Sombrero's weathered hand. The small pendant caught the dim light filtering through the shack's cracks, casting eerie reflections across the wooden table. This belonged to Chris Kremers, Vasquez murmured, though he already knew the answer. El Sombrero nodded, his dark eyes unreadable. It was left near my door weeks after the search had died down. No note. No explanation. Vasquez clenched his fists. And you didn't think to bring this to the authorities? The old man exhaled sharply. Do you know how many people disappear in those trees? He asked. Some are found. Most are never spoken of again. Villarreal shifted uncomfortably beside Vasquez. So what are you saying? That someone out there wanted you to have this? El Sombrero leaned forward. I'm saying someone wanted me to see this. To know that it was left behind deliberately. The weight of his words hung in the air. Vasquez's mind raced. If someone had placed the necklace there after the official search was called off, it meant that either Chris had survived longer than initially thought, or someone had been holding on to her belongings for a reason. And that reason, whatever it was dark enough to keep buried for years. He took a deep breath. Do you have any idea who could have left it? El Sombrero didn't respond immediately. He reached for a metal tin on the table, popping it open with a soft clink. Inside were hand-rolled cigarettes, dried leaves, and something Vasquez hadn't expected, a map. It was old, edges worn, but as El Sombrero unfolded it, Vasquez saw that it was marked with a series of small red X's. What is this? Vasquez asked. El Sombrero tapped a bony finger against one of the marks. Places where things have been found, he muttered. Not just their belongings. Other things. Vasquez exchanged a glance with Villarreal. Other things. El Sombrero nodded. Clothing. Jewelry. Remnants. People don't want to talk about it, but the jungle doesn't just swallow things whole. Sometimes it spits them back out. A chill crawled up Vasquez's spine. If the necklace had been deliberately placed, it meant that someone, maybe even multiple people, knew the truth but were choosing to reveal it in fragments. But why? Why not come forward completely? Whoever left this, Vasquez said slowly, wanted you to see it. That means they're watching. El Sombrero's lips pressed into a thin line. They always are. The silence that followed was suffocating. Vasquez had worked dozens of missing persons cases, but nothing had ever felt quite like this. There was something more at play, something that had remained hidden in the jungle's depths for far too long. Villarreal finally broke the silence. So what do we do now? Vasquez folded the map carefully, tucking it into his bag. We follow the trail, he said, and we find out just how much this jungle has been hiding. The jungle felt different now. As Detective Vasquez and his team ventured deeper along the trails marked on El Sombrero's map, a heavy silence settled over them. Even the ever-present hum of insects seemed to fade into the background. The weight of unseen eyes followed them, an unshakable presence lingering just beyond their reach. Villarreal, who had been reluctant from the start, trudged alongside Vasquez with unease. "This is a mistake," he muttered. "We're looking for ghosts in a place that doesn't want to give them up." Vasquez ignored him, his focus locked on the map. The red X's marked locations that had never been searched by authorities, deep within the jungle, beyond the beaten paths where tourists dared to go. If El Sombrero was right, these were places where remnants of the missing had surfaced over the years. Hours passed as they hacked their way through dense foliage, the heat oppressive, sweat soaking through their clothes. Then, at the edge of a ravine, they found something. A shoe, partially buried beneath a tangle of roots. Vasquez knelt, brushing away the dirt carefully. The shoe was faded blue, its sole nearly detached from the upper fabric. The team stood in eerie silence as the reality of the find sank in. It was eerily similar to what had been described in reports about Chris Kremer's last known possessions. "Bag it," Vasquez ordered. "We'll get forensics to analyze it." Villarreal exhaled sharply, his nerves wearing thin. "This doesn't mean anything. Could belong to anyone." Vasquez shot him a look. "Then why was it left here in one of the marked spots?" No answer. They continued further into the marked area, their senses heightened. Every rustling leaf, every distant movement set them on edge. Then, just as the sun began to dip beyond the trees, they stumbled upon something that stopped them in their tracks. A wooden stake, driven deep into the earth. Tied around it with twine was a scrap of fabric, faded and torn. Nearby, a small pile of stones had been carefully arranged, unnatural in their positioning. Vasquez's stomach tightened. This wasn't random. This was deliberate. "Someone's been here," one of the officers murmured. "Recently." Vasquez crouched, examining the stones. He reached out and gently pushed one aside. Beneath it was a folded piece of paper, brittle and damp from the humidity. Slowly he unfolded it. Scrawled in uneven handwriting were the words: "No mas preguntas. Déjalo ir. No more questions. Let it go." A shiver ran down Vasquez's spine. Whoever had been here knew they were coming, and they wanted the case to die. But Vasquez wasn't about to let that happen. "We keep going," he said, tucking the note into his pocket. "Someone out there doesn't want us to find the truth. And that means we're getting close." Detective Vasquez stared at the message in his hands, the weight of its warning pressing heavily on his chest. "No mas preguntas. Déjalo ir. No more questions. Let it go." But he had no intention of walking away now. Not when they were closer than ever to uncovering the truth. The jungle around them was thick, its shadows growing deeper as the last traces of sunlight bled through the canopy. His team exchanged nervous glances, some shifting their weight uncomfortably, clearly debating whether to heed the warning. "We're not stopping," Vasquez said firmly. "If someone wants us to leave, it means we're exactly where we need to be." Villarreal swallowed hard. "I hope you know what you're doing, Detective." Ignoring the unease settling over his team, Vasquez motioned for them to press on. They followed the map's markings to the next red X, deeper into the jungle, where few had ventured before. With every step, the tension in the air grew thicker, the feeling of unseen eyes watching them never fading. Then, they found something that made their breath hitch. A small cave, its entrance partially obscured by vines and twisted roots. Something about it felt unnatural, almost staged. Vasquez gestured for his team to stay alert as they approached. Carefully, they stepped inside, flashlights cutting through the darkness. The air was damp and heavy, filled with the scent of moss and decaying leaves. But what they found within sent ice through their veins. Against the cave wall, half buried beneath dirt and debris, was an old, tattered backpack. Vasquez's pulse pounded. It was similar to the descriptions of Liz and Frun's missing backpack. The one that had vanished before being mysteriously recovered miles away in pristine condition. He knelt, brushing away the dirt carefully, revealing a faded strap and remnants of a zipper. His hands trembled slightly as he unzipped it. Inside there were photographs. Old, water-damaged, but still visible. Some showed the jungle from eerie angles, reminiscent of the last known images from Chris and Lizanne's camera. Others depicted something far more disturbing. Faces. Unfamiliar faces. Men, some partially obscured, others staring directly into the camera. The expressions were unreadable, neither smiling nor hostile. But their presence in these images, in relation to the missing women, sent a wave of unease through Vasquez. One of the officers sucked in a breath. "Who are they?" Villarreal, pale-faced, took a step back. "I don't know, but I think they know us." The implications settled heavily on them. If these men had been near Chris and Liz and in their final moments, it changed everything. And if these photos had been deliberately hidden, it meant someone had wanted them to stay buried. Then, from the depths of the jungle, a sound broke the silence. A branch snapped. Vasquez whipped around, heart hammering. Flashlights swung in all directions, cutting through the thick undergrowth, but there was no movement, just the oppressive, endless stretch of trees and vines. "Stay together," he ordered, his voice low but urgent. "We're not alone." The jungle had swallowed Chris and Liz in whole, their story twisted into shadows and half-truths. But Vasquez was determined. They wouldn't let the same thing happen to them. With the photos in hand and the weight of the warning still fresh in their minds, the detective knew this was just the beginning. The truth had waited long enough, and now it was time to bring it into the light. Hello and welcome to Nightmare Lullabies. As you settle in for the night, prepare to be immersed in a world of eerie whispers and unsettling tales, designed to both chill and soothe. Now close your eyes, relax, and let the darkness carry you away. And if these nightly tales captivate you, feel free to join our community for more whispered secrets. The assassination of Swedish Prime Minister Olof Palme on February 28, 1986, remains one of the most infamous unsolved crimes in modern European history. The shocking murder took place on a quiet Stockholm street and plunged the nation into decades of speculation, theories, and investigative dead ends. For more than 30 years, detectives, journalists, and the Swedish public have searched for answers. Who pulled the trigger that fateful night? And perhaps more importantly, why? Olof Palme was a divisive yet deeply influential political figure in Sweden. As the leader of the Swedish Social Democratic Party, he had served as prime minister from 1969 to 1976, and then again from 1982 until his death. Known for his strong stance on international human rights, his vocal opposition to apartheid in South Africa, and his criticism of U.S. foreign policies during the Vietnam War, like most heads of state, Palme often walked around Stockholm without security detail. That night, he declined police protection, as he frequently did, choosing instead to stroll freely with Lisbeth through the city's streets. The lack of security would prove to be a critical factor in what was about to unfold. After the film ended around 11 p.m., the couple began walking home along Sveavägen, one of Stockholm's main streets. It was a cold winter night, with the streets relatively quiet. At approximately 11:21 p.m., as they reached the corner of Sveavägen and Tunnelgaten, a gunman approached from behind and fired 2 shots. One bullet struck Olof Palme in the back, piercing vital organs before exiting his body. The second bullet grazed Lisbeth Palme. Olof collapsed onto the pavement while his wife, in a state of shock, screamed for help. The assailant, described by some witnesses as a tall man wearing a dark coat, calmly turned and disappeared into a side alley, vanishing into the Stockholm night. Despite the presence of multiple witnesses, the attack had been swift and methodical, leaving behind no immediate clues as to the killer's identity. Within minutes, bystanders rushed to the Prime Minister's aid, but the damage was already done. Olof Palme was pronounced dead upon arrival at the hospital. News of the assassination spread rapidly, plunging Sweden into mourning and disbelief. The killing of a national leader on an open street without any immediate suspects was unheard of in the country's modern history. Swedish authorities quickly launched one of the most extensive manhunts ever seen, but the investigation would soon take unexpected and frustrating turns. Despite witness descriptions and an extensive police operation, the initial phase of the investigation was plagued by mismanagement. The crime scene was not properly secured, potential evidence was contaminated, and early witness statements were inconsistently recorded. As hours turned into days and days into weeks, the urgency to find the assassin led to a series of rushed arrests, false leads, and numerous conflicting theories. Who was responsible for this shocking assassination? Was it a politically motivated act carried out by an intelligence agency, a lone extremist, or a criminal organization? Or was it the work of an unstable individual who saw an opportunity and took it? These questions have haunted Sweden for decades, and despite years of investigation, no definitive answers have been found. In the coming chapters, we will explore the different suspects, theories, and the flawed investigation that followed the murder of Olof Palme. The search for his killer spans multiple countries, involves intelligence agencies, underground movements, and a tangled web of speculation. This is the story of a case that, to this day, remains one of the greatest mysteries in European history. In the aftermath of Olof Palme's assassination, Sweden found itself in a state of shock and disbelief. The killing of a sitting prime minister on an open street, with no immediate arrests or clear suspects, was an unprecedented event in the nation's modern history. Within hours, Stockholm's streets were flooded with police officers, forensic experts, and journalists, all scrambling to make sense of what had just happened. The sense of urgency was overwhelming, but the investigation quickly spiraled into confusion. One of the most immediate challenges was the handling of the crime scene. The intersection of Sveavägen and Tunnelgatan, where Palme had been shot, was not properly secured in the critical moments after the attack. Pedestrians and police officers unknowingly trampled over what could have been crucial forensic evidence. Witnesses who had been near the scene were interviewed, but their testimonies varied widely. Some reported seeing a lone gunman walking calmly away, while others recalled hearing a car speed off in the distance. The descriptions of the suspect were inconsistent, making it difficult to construct a solid profile. The police faced immense pressure to produce results quickly. The Swedish public was demanding answers, and government officials feared the possibility of a larger conspiracy. Within days, dozens of individuals were questioned, some arrested, but none provided any substantial leads. The lack of a clear suspect led to widespread speculation. Was the assassination politically motivated? Could it have been the work of a domestic extremist? Or was there a foreign intelligence operation involved? In the days following the murder, several key witnesses came forward with accounts of what they had seen that night. A man named Lars Jeppsson claimed to have seen a figure loitering near the crime scene just minutes before the shooting. Another witness, a taxi driver who had been parked near the intersection, described a man running down Tunnelgatan in the moments after the shots were fired. However, despite these testimonies, no solid suspect emerged. The lack of clear physical evidence, no fingerprints, no murder weapon, and no DNA, left investigators grasping at straws. As the days turned into weeks, the investigation began to lose momentum. The Stockholm police force, unaccustomed to handling crimes of this magnitude, struggled with organization and efficiency. Misinformation spread rapidly, and internal conflicts within the investigative team further hampered progress. Different factions within the police disagreed on whether the killing was a professional hit or the work of a lone gunman with personal motives. This lack of direction led to one of the most controversial aspects of the investigation: the focus on Christer Pettersson. Christer Pettersson was a known criminal with a history of violent behavior and substance abuse. He was arrested in December 1988 after being identified by Lisbeth Palme, who claimed he bore a striking resemblance to the man she saw that night. The case against Pettersson, however, was circumstantial at best. No physical evidence linked him to the crime, and the prosecution's argument relied heavily on Lisbeth's testimony. Despite this, Pettersson was convicted in 1989, only for the verdict to be overturned a year later due to lack of concrete evidence. His acquittal deepened the public's frustration, and the case remained unresolved. With Pettersson ruled out, the investigation once again found itself at a dead end. Over the years, multiple theories emerged, some more plausible than others. Theories about international involvement gained traction, particularly given Palme's controversial foreign policies. Some speculated that the CIA, South African intelligence agencies, or Kurdish militant groups could have been behind the killing. However, no credible evidence ever surfaced to support these claims. Despite countless investigations, task forces, and re-examinations, the murder of Olof Palme remains a haunting mystery. The failure to secure critical evidence in the early stages of the investigation had irreparably damaged the chances of solving the case. Even as forensic science advanced over the years, the lack of physical evidence made it nearly impossible to apply new investigative techniques effectively. Decades later, in June 2020, Swedish authorities announced that they had identified a likely suspect. Stig Engström, also known as the Skandier Man. Engström had been near the crime scene on the night of the assassination and had provided inconsistent statements to police. He had long been suspected by some investigators, but was never formally charged. By the time authorities officially named him as their primary suspect, Engström had been dead for 20 years. With no way to prosecute him, the case was declared closed, though lingering doubts remained. Even with this conclusion, many people in Sweden and beyond remain unsatisfied. The lack of definitive evidence, the mishandling of the original investigation, and the failure to convict anyone in a court of law have all contributed to the sense that justice was never truly served. The assassination of Olof Palme continues to be a source of speculation, discussion, and controversy. The unanswered questions still haunt Sweden. Who really killed Olof Palme? Was it truly Stig Engström, acting alone, or is there another layer to the mystery that remains buried? The case may have been officially closed, but for many, the truth remains elusive. Until definitive evidence emerges, the killing of Sweden's Prime Minister will remain one of the most perplexing political assassinations of the modern era. As the years passed, the assassination of Olof Palme continued to loom over Sweden like an unresolved scar. With each passing decade, new investigators, journalists, and conspiracy theorists attempted to piece together what truly happened on that cold night in February 1986. However, the deeper they dug, the more tangled the mystery became. One of the prevailing frustrations surrounding the case was the extent of the initial mismanagement. The failure to secure crucial evidence in the aftermath of the crime had left investigators with a puzzle that was missing far too many pieces. Witness testimonies had been inconsistent, the crime scene had been disturbed, and no physical evidence, such as the murder weapon or forensic traces, had been found. Without these key elements, police had been forced to rely on speculation, circumstantial evidence, and eyewitness accounts that varied significantly from one another. Over the years, the case produced a long list of suspects. Some were individuals with direct or indirect connections to the crime, while others were nothing more than names pulled from conspiracy theories. Among these suspects was a man named Victor Gunnarsson, a right-wing extremist known for his harsh criticism of Palme's policies. He was briefly arrested, but later released due to a complete lack of evidence. Then there were suspicions about possible international involvement, particularly from intelligence agencies that had been opposed to Palme's vocal anti-apartheid stance and his criticism of U.S. foreign policy. Some theorists suggested that the assassination had been carried out by operatives from the CIA, MI6, or South African intelligence. However, none of these theories ever resulted in actionable evidence. Among the more bizarre theories that surfaced was the idea that a rogue faction within the Swedish police force had conspired to eliminate Palme. This theory gained traction due to reports of extreme right-wing elements within the Swedish security services who viewed Palme as a traitor. Some speculated that these individuals had worked together to carry out the assassination and then deliberately sabotaged the investigation to ensure that the truth would never come to light. Although compelling, this theory remained largely speculative and was never proven beyond conjecture. Perhaps the most confounding element of the case was the murder weapon. The firearm used to kill Palme was identified as a .357 Magnum revolver, a powerful weapon often associated with professional assassins. Despite extensive searches, the gun was never recovered. The absence of the murder weapon meant that there was no way to match it to a suspect, further complicating the investigation. Several weapons of the same make and model were tested, but none were determined to be the one used in the crime. As the years turned into decades, the case remained open, but interest in solving it fluctuated. Every few years, a new lead or revelation would reignite public interest, only for it to fade again when no tangible progress was made. Journalists and independent investigators continued their work, sifting through archives, interviewing former police officials, and pursuing theories that had long been dismissed by authorities. Some believed that the key to solving the case lay in the international community, while others insisted that the truth had been buried within Sweden's own borders. By the early 2000s, the case had become one of the longest-running murder investigations in history. The Swedish government remained under pressure to resolve it, but with so much time having passed, the odds of a breakthrough seemed slim. Then, in 2020, a dramatic development brought the case back into the headlines. Swedish authorities officially named Stig Engström, the so-called Skandier man, as their prime suspect. Engström had worked at the Skandier insurance company, located near the crime scene, and had provided conflicting statements about his whereabouts on the night of the murder. Some investigators believed that he had fabricated his version of events in an attempt to insert himself into the investigation and manipulate public perception. However, Engström had died in 2000, meaning he could never be brought to trial. While the authorities claimed that the evidence pointed to him as the likely assassin, skeptics argued that the decision to close the case based on circumstantial evidence alone was unsatisfying. Was Engström truly the killer, or had authorities simply sought closure by naming him as the perpetrator without definitive proof? Many believed that the true killer was still unknown, and that the case remained as open-ended as ever. Despite the official closure, the murder of Olof Palme continues to fuel debates, books, documentaries, and research efforts. Some insist that the truth is still out there, waiting to be uncovered. Others believe that Sweden may never truly know who was responsible for the assassination of their prime minister. Even today, as the years continue to pass, one question lingers in the minds of those who remember that fateful night. Did justice slip through Sweden's fingers, or was the truth buried long ago, destined never to be revealed? Decades after the murder of Olof Palme, the case continues to cast a long shadow over Sweden's political and legal history. Despite the official closure of the investigation with the naming of Stig Engström as the likely killer, doubts still persist. Many Swedes believe the truth is far more complex than the final explanation given by authorities. What if the real killer had been overlooked? What if the investigation had been intentionally misled? These lingering uncertainties have kept the mystery alive, fueling theories, debates, and ongoing research into one of the greatest unsolved political assassinations in modern history. The failure to conclusively solve Palme's murder left a deep mark on Sweden's justice system. The investigation's missteps and the inability to produce conclusive evidence for so many years shook public confidence in law enforcement. The case became infamous not just for the assassination itself, but for the botched attempts to uncover the perpetrator. Errors were made from the very beginning. Forensic evidence was not properly collected, witness accounts were disorganized, and early leads were pursued without sufficient scrutiny. By the time authorities had realized their mistakes, valuable time had been lost, and crucial evidence had likely disappeared forever. Many critics of the official findings argue that the decision to pin the crime on Stig Engström was an easy way to bring closure to a case that had long been a source of embarrassment for Swedish authorities. Engström had been dead for 2 decades by the time he was named the prime suspect, meaning he could never be tried or provide a defense. Without a confession or physical evidence tying him directly to the scene, doubts linger about whether he was truly responsible. Could Engström have been a convenient scapegoat, selected to allow authorities to close the case without solving it? Another major point of contention is the role of international involvement. Olof Palme's foreign policies had made him a controversial figure on the world stage. He had openly criticized both the Soviet Union and the United States, opposed apartheid in South Africa, and supported peace movements that challenged the global status quo. Some have theorized that his assassination was orchestrated by a foreign intelligence agency, perhaps the CIA, the KGB, or South African operatives seeking revenge for his vocal opposition to their government. Yet, despite compelling circumstantial arguments, no solid evidence has ever surfaced linking his death to an international conspiracy. A particularly intriguing theory revolves around the role of Swedish police and intelligence agencies. Some insiders have suggested that right-wing factions within Sweden's security forces saw Palme as a threat to national interests and sought to remove him. Reports emerged that certain individuals within law enforcement had discussed their disdain for the prime minister and had access to the kind of weaponry used in the assassination. While this theory remains unproven, it highlights the deep divisions within Sweden at the time and the possibility that internal political struggles played a role in Palme's murder. Despite these persistent theories, no one has been able to provide irrefutable proof pointing to an alternative suspect. Over the years, many amateur investigators, journalists, and private researchers have continued their search for new evidence, combing through old reports, witness statements, and forensic details in an effort to uncover what law enforcement could not. Some claim to have found inconsistencies in the testimonies of key figures, while others insist that new forensic techniques could still be applied to re-examine crucial elements of the case. However, with decades having passed since that fateful night, the likelihood of a breakthrough seems to grow slimmer with each year. In the end, the murder of Olof Palme remains a cautionary tale, one of justice delayed and perhaps justice denied. It serves as a reminder of how even the most high-profile crimes can go unsolved when evidence is mishandled and investigative efforts falter. Theories will continue to circulate, new suspects may emerge, and researchers will persist in their quest for the truth. But as of now, the true identity of Palme's assassin remains unknown. As Sweden moves forward, the case remains an open wound, a historical event that shaped the nation's relationship with its government, law enforcement, and the very concept of justice. Whether or not the real killer will ever be unmasked remains one of the greatest questions in European criminal history. Until then, the mystery of Olof Palme's assassination remains just that, a mystery. As the years continued to pass, the assassination of Olof Palme remained one of the most confounding mysteries in modern history. Despite decades of investigative efforts, new leads, and the official declaration that Stig Engström, the so-called Skandier man, was the likely perpetrator, many remained unconvinced. For those who had followed the case closely, it seemed that every answer only led to more questions. Public skepticism over Engström's guilt was understandable. His name had surfaced in the early years of the investigation, but he was never considered a serious suspect at the time. His erratic behavior, inconsistent statements, and desire for media attention made him a peculiar figure in the case, but many doubted that he had the means, motive, or ability to carry out such a high-profile assassination alone. Critics pointed out that without conclusive forensic evidence or eyewitness testimony placing him at the scene with a weapon, the case against Engström was largely circumstantial. Swedish authorities defended their decision to close the case, arguing that new analysis of old evidence and psychological profiling pointed to Engström as the most plausible suspect. However, many legal experts and true crime analysts found the conclusion unsatisfying. Engström's suicide in 2000 meant he could never be interrogated or tried, and without a confession, his alleged involvement remained speculative at best. Was this truly the work of a lone individual, or had the real killer managed to elude justice for decades? Beyond Engström, other theories persisted. Some investigators believed the murder had connections to international intelligence agencies. Palme had been an outspoken critic of major global powers, including the United States, the Soviet Union, and South Africa's apartheid regime. His vocal opposition to these entities had made him a controversial figure on the world stage. Some speculated that his assassination had been a covert operation, orchestrated to silence him and send a message. However, no concrete proof had ever surfaced linking his death to a foreign power. Another prevailing theory pointed to Swedish right-wing extremists and members of the country's security services. In the years leading up to Palme's assassination, his political stance had been met with increasing hostility from conservative factions within Sweden. Reports surfaced that elements within the police force harbored deep-seated resentment toward Palme, viewing him as a destabilizing force within the country. Some suggested that a rogue faction within law enforcement could have played a role in the killing, either by aiding the assassin or obstructing the subsequent investigation to ensure that the truth remained buried. Further complicating the case were claims of botched police work and political interference. Early mismanagement of the crime scene, the failure to secure key evidence, and the inconsistent handling of witness testimonies cast a long shadow over the investigation. Even as forensic science advanced, much of the crucial evidence had been lost or contaminated in the critical first hours following the murder. This lack of forensic integrity left investigators with limited options as they revisited the case over the decades. Despite the frustration surrounding the case, the murder of Olof Palme became a case study in criminal investigations, political intrigue, and the dangers of unresolved justice. Books, documentaries, and investigative reports continued to examine the details, hoping to shed new light on the elusive truth. Conspiracy theorists, historians, and amateur detectives all contributed to the ongoing discourse, each offering their own interpretations and insights. For Sweden, Palme's assassination represented more than just the loss of a political leader. It was a national trauma. The country, known for its peace and stability, had never experienced an event of this magnitude. The shock of losing a prime minister in such a brutal and public manner left a lasting impact on Swedish society, creating a collective sense of unease that lingered for generations. Despite the closure of the official investigation, the mystery remains alive. There are those who believe that the real answers still lie hidden, waiting for a critical piece of evidence or a long-held secret to be revealed. Will the true assassin ever be definitively identified, or will the murder of Olof Palme forever remain an unsolved enigma, lost to the passage of time? The case remains an enduring symbol of unresolved justice. For those who seek answers, the search continues. Until the truth is uncovered, the question of who killed Olof Palme will remain one of history's most haunting and unresolved mysteries. As the years stretched on, the case of Olof Palme's assassination remained an open wound in Sweden's national consciousness. Even as Swedish authorities officially named a suspect and closed the investigation, the questions surrounding Palme's murder continued to haunt investigators, journalists, and the public. The passage of time had done little to provide the closure so many had hoped for. Despite the official ruling in 2020 that pointed to Stig Engström, many experts remained unconvinced. Critics argued that Engström, while an eccentric character, lacked the clear motive and means to orchestrate such a precise and clean assassination. Some believed he had merely been a desperate man seeking attention, inserting himself into the case to gain notoriety. Others suspected that he had been a convenient scapegoat, allowing authorities to close a case that had become a national embarrassment. Meanwhile, alternative theories gained traction, with some researchers delving deeper into the idea that Palme had been the target of a much larger and more sophisticated plot. Theories ranged from organized crime involvement to allegations that Palme had been silenced due to his opposition to certain geopolitical agendas. Sweden's neutral stance in global conflicts and Palme's sharp criticism of both the West and the Soviet Union had made him a controversial figure on the world stage. Could his assassination have been carried out by foreign intelligence operatives, perhaps with the assistance of local collaborators? If so, why had no conclusive evidence ever surfaced to confirm this theory? Another persistent theory revolved around the South African intelligence services. Palme had been an outspoken critic of apartheid, and his government had been heavily involved in sanctioning South Africa's racist regime. Some suspected that South African operatives, fearing Palme's influence in cutting off international support for their government, had arranged his assassination. While Sweden's investigation explored this possibility, no hard proof ever emerged to validate it, leaving it as another unsolved thread in the case's tangled web. As with many high-profile political assassinations, conspiracy theories continued to thrive. Some suggested that elements within Sweden's own government had orchestrated the killing, possibly fearing that Palme's policies threatened the status quo. Palme's economic and social policies had polarized Sweden's political landscape, making him a target for those who believed his leadership was steering the country in the wrong direction. Could rogue elements within the Swedish police or security services have played a role in his murder? This theory, while compelling, remained speculative, as no direct links were ever established. Despite all these possibilities, one undeniable fact remained. The investigation had been plagued by missteps from the very beginning. The crime scene had been mishandled, critical witness testimonies had been inconsistently recorded, and suspects had been identified and dismissed without definitive conclusions. The Palme case became a textbook example of how a poorly managed investigation could derail the pursuit of justice. Even as technology advanced and forensic science improved, the absence of definitive physical evidence, such as the murder weapon or DNA, meant that solving the case relied heavily on witness testimonies and circumstantial theories. In the years following the case's closure, a sense of resignation settled over much of the Swedish public. While many continued to follow new developments and theories, others accepted that the truth might never fully be known. Some believed that too much time had passed, and that even if new evidence were to emerge, it might not be enough to provide a definitive resolution. Yet, despite the decades that had passed, there were still those who refused to let the mystery die. Independent investigators, journalists, and true crime enthusiasts continued to pore over the details, searching for overlooked clues or inconsistencies that might one day lead to a breakthrough. Some even hoped that advancements in artificial intelligence and forensic technologies might eventually succeed where traditional methods had failed, uncovering hidden connections and exposing new suspects. The assassination of Olof Palme remains one of the most haunting unresolved crimes in modern European history. It is a reminder that even in the most developed and orderly societies, justice is not always guaranteed. The case stands as a testament to the complexities of political power, the fragility of investigative processes, and the enduring impact of unanswered questions. Will the truth ever be uncovered? Or will the name of Palme's true assassin remain lost to history? Until irrefutable evidence emerges, the case of Olof Palme will continue to be one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of the 20th century. As the investigation into Olof Palme's assassination stretched into decades, it became one of the most extensive and expensive criminal probes in European history. With over 10,000 individuals questioned and more than 130 potential suspects named over the years, the case had grown into a labyrinth of conflicting testimonies, dead-end leads, and unresolved speculation. Sweden, a nation known for its order and efficiency, found itself struggling under the weight of an unsolvable crime. One of the most frustrating aspects of the case was the absence of the murder weapon. Investigators had determined that Palme had been shot with a .357 Magnum revolver, a powerful firearm capable of inflicting a fatal wound with just one shot. Despite countless searches, inquiries, and forensic advancements, the actual weapon had never been found. Several guns of the same make and model were tested, but none matched the ballistics from the crime scene. Without the weapon, investigators had little physical evidence to tie any suspect to the murder. Meanwhile, theories surrounding the killing continued to evolve. Some continued to argue that Palme had been the victim of an international conspiracy. His strong stance against apartheid, his criticism of NATO, and his ties to socialist movements around the world had made him a controversial figure. If foreign intelligence services had been involved, as some believed, the lack of evidence could be explained by the expertise of trained operatives who knew how to cover their tracks. Another intriguing theory focused on the role of organized crime. Sweden had seen a rise in international criminal activities in the 1980s, and some investigators considered the possibility that Palme's assassination had been a contract killing. However, this theory lacked a clear motive. Palme was not known to have direct conflicts with criminal organizations, and unlike leaders in other countries, he had not declared war on the underworld in a way that would have justified such a bold attack. While speculation ran rampant, the Swedish public began to lose faith in the authorities' ability to solve the case. Investigative journalists took matters into their own hands, publishing reports that challenged the official findings and offering alternative theories that had been overlooked by the police. Some of these independent investigations pointed to inconsistencies in witness testimonies and discrepancies in how key pieces of evidence had been handled. One such inconsistency involved a mysterious man seen running from the crime scene moments after the assassination. Witnesses described him as wearing a dark coat, moving quickly down Tunnelgaten, but his identity was never confirmed. Some theorists believed he was an accomplice, while others suspected he was the actual shooter. Despite multiple witness reports, the man was never identified, adding yet another layer of mystery to the case. By the 2010s, the assassination of Olof Palme had become a case study in investigative failures. Despite new forensic tools and modern crime-solving techniques, there remained no definitive answer to who had fired the fatal shot. The lack of closure took a toll on Sweden's justice system, with many arguing that the government's reluctance to explore certain leads had hindered the investigation from the start. In 2020, Swedish authorities made the unprecedented decision to officially close the case, naming Stig Engström as the likely assassin. Engström had been a known figure in the investigation, but no concrete evidence had ever placed him at the scene with a weapon. The decision to identify him as the killer but take no further action only deepened public skepticism. If Engstrom had truly been responsible, why had it taken decades to reach that conclusion? And if he was innocent, had the real killer managed to evade justice forever? As Sweden came to terms with the case's closure, one undeniable truth remained. The murder of Olof Palme was more than just an unsolved crime. It had become part of the nation's history, a lingering enigma that continued to inspire debate, speculation, and frustration. Some continued to hold out hope that new evidence might one day emerge, while others accepted that the truth might never be known. The case of Olof Palme's assassination serves as a reminder of how even the most powerful figures can fall victim to acts of violence, and how even the most diligent investigations can fail to provide justice. The mystery remains, etched into Sweden's collective memory, a question mark in the annals of history that may never be answered. As Sweden moved into the 2020s, the assassination of Olof Palme continued to be one of the most hotly debated topics in the country's history. Though officially closed by authorities, the case had left too many unanswered questions to simply fade into obscurity. Researchers, journalists, and amateur investigators refused to accept the final conclusion, arguing that too many inconsistencies remained and too many alternative theories had never been fully explored. One of the key unresolved issues was the timeline of events immediately following the shooting. According to witness statements, the shooter disappeared into the alleyway off Tunnelgaten within seconds of firing the fatal shots. However, conflicting accounts about his direction of escape led to confusion. Some claimed to have seen him running toward Momskilnadsgatan, while others suggested he may have doubled back toward Sveavägen. The lack of surveillance cameras at the time meant that his movements after the shooting remained speculative at best. Further complicating matters was the apparent delay in securing the crime scene. In the chaotic moments following the attack, bystanders rushed to Palme's side, while police officers struggled to piece together what had just occurred. This led to potential evidence being compromised or lost entirely. The failure to immediately cordon off the area and systematically collect forensic evidence was seen as a major blunder, one that many believed had irreparably damaged the investigation. As years passed, more theories surfaced regarding possible motivations for Palme's assassination. Some believed that he had been targeted due to his work in international politics. His vocal opposition to apartheid in South Africa, his efforts to mediate conflicts in the Middle East, and his independent stance on Cold War diplomacy had made him a figure of contention on the global stage. Could his assassination have been the result of foreign intelligence operations, seeking to eliminate a leader who threatened certain geopolitical interests? Others pointed to Sweden's own domestic issues at the time. The country had been grappling with political tensions, economic uncertainty, and increasing divisions between left and right-wing factions. Palme's leadership had been both celebrated and criticized, making him a polarizing figure. Some speculated that a domestic extremist group, or even individuals within the Swedish security forces, may have played a role in his assassination. The mystery surrounding the murder weapon also continued to frustrate investigators. Despite extensive searches and appeals to the public, the .357 Magnum revolver used in the attack was never recovered. Given that Sweden had strict gun control laws, the presence of such a weapon raised suspicions. Where had it come from? Had it been disposed of immediately after the crime, or had it been hidden away, waiting to be discovered? The lack of a murder weapon meant that forensic breakthroughs, such as matching the bullet to a specific firearm, were impossible. While the official investigation had named Stig Engstrom as the likely assassin, skeptics continued to question whether he truly had the capability to carry out such a calculated killing. Engstrom, a graphic designer who worked at the nearby Skandia insurance building, had inserted himself into the investigation early on, providing inconsistent accounts of his whereabouts that night. Yet, many believed that he lacked the training or composure to commit such a precise and rapid execution before evading capture. If Engstrom had not been the shooter, then who had? And if he had acted alone, how had he managed to escape undetected in the moments following the crime? The possibility of an accomplice, someone who had helped plan the assassination or facilitated Engstrom's movements, was another avenue that had never been fully explored. Some researchers believed that Engstrom had been part of a larger conspiracy, but had ultimately been used as a scapegoat. Despite the years of speculation, one thing remained clear. The murder of Olof Palme had fundamentally changed Sweden. It had shaken the nation's sense of security, forcing its people to confront the reality that even in a peaceful democracy, political violence was possible. The shock of losing a prime minister in such a sudden and brutal manner left scars that would not easily heal. The official case may have been closed, but the truth remained elusive. Many continued to believe that justice had not been served and that somewhere, hidden in the depths of archived files, overlooked testimonies, or forgotten pieces of evidence, the key to solving the mystery still existed. Whether that truth would ever come to light, however, remained one of the greatest uncertainties of all. Despite the official closure of the case, the murder of Olof Palme continued to inspire both public debate and independent investigations. No other unsolved crime in Swedish history had captured the national consciousness in such a profound way. The continued uncertainty left many feeling uneasy, as though an essential part of Sweden's history remained unresolved. As the years passed, journalists, amateur detectives, and conspiracy theorists all worked to unearth new clues, hoping to succeed where the official investigation had failed. One of the most controversial aspects of the case was the role of the Swedish police in the aftermath of the assassination. Many critics argued that the police had been too slow to act, allowing the assassin to escape unhindered. The lack of coordination among law enforcement agencies had resulted in crucial errors, including the failure to secure the crime scene properly and the delayed search for the suspect. These mistakes led some to speculate whether elements within the police force had been complicit in the crime, either through negligence or deliberate obstruction. Adding to the complexity of the case were the conflicting witness statements. Some described seeing a lone gunman fleeing the scene, while others claimed there may have been multiple individuals involved. The composite sketches of the suspect varied significantly, making it difficult to establish a consistent description. Some witnesses recalled seeing a man in a dark coat and hat running down Tunnelgaten, yet others reported spotting suspicious activity in the minutes leading up to the shooting. The discrepancies in these accounts only deepened the mystery. Theories regarding foreign involvement persisted, with some investigators continuing to explore the possibility that Palme had been targeted due to his foreign policy stance. Sweden's role as a mediator in international conflicts, coupled with Palme's outspoken criticism of both the United States and the Soviet Union, had made him a divisive figure on the global stage. His opposition to apartheid in South Africa, in particular, led some to suspect that South African intelligence agencies had orchestrated the attack. While no definitive proof had emerged, the theory remained one of the most plausible explanations for those skeptical of the official narrative. Another theory suggested that Palme's assassination was connected to underground criminal networks. At the time of his death, Sweden was experiencing increasing tensions with organized crime groups, particularly those involved in arms smuggling and drug trafficking. Some believed that Palme had been preparing to crack down on these activities, making him a target for those who stood to lose the most from his continued leadership. However, like many other theories, this one lacked the hard evidence needed to gain widespread acceptance. Meanwhile, forensic experts continued to analyze the few pieces of evidence that remained from the crime scene. The ballistics report had confirmed that Palme had been shot with a .357 Magnum revolver, but with no weapon recovered, it was impossible to match the bullets to a specific gun. The failure to locate the firearm remained one of the most significant barriers to solving the case. Had it been destroyed, hidden away by the real killer, or had it simply been overlooked in the initial investigation? With the case officially closed, frustration among those seeking justice only grew. The decision to name Stig Engström as the likely assassin without concrete evidence struck many as an attempt to wrap up the case without actually solving it. While Engström's behavior on the night of the murder had raised questions, the lack of forensic or eyewitness evidence linking him directly to the crime meant that doubts remained. Many believed that the authorities had simply chosen the most convenient suspect rather than the correct one. Even decades after the assassination, Sweden continued to feel the impact of Palme's death. The event had not only altered the country's political landscape, but had also shaken public confidence in law enforcement and the judicial system. The inability to solve the case left a lingering sense of vulnerability, a reminder that even in one of the world's most peaceful nations, political violence could strike at any moment. As independent researchers and journalists pushed forward, the hope remained that new evidence might one day come to light. Perhaps a long-suppressed document would surface, revealing critical information. Perhaps a witness, after years of silence, would decide to speak out. Or perhaps, with advances in forensic science, a new technology could unlock clues that had previously gone unnoticed. Until that day arrived, the assassination of Olof Palme would remain one of modern history's most enduring mysteries. A case that refused to be forgotten. As the decades passed, the assassination of Olof Palme remained an open wound in Sweden's history. While the authorities had officially closed the case, declaring Stig Engström the likely killer, the public remained divided. Many found the conclusion unsatisfying, believing that the truth had been buried beneath years of mismanagement, lost evidence, and ignored leads. Even though the case had been legally closed, it was far from resolved in the minds of many Swedes. One of the most puzzling aspects of the case remained the motive. If Engström had indeed been the murderer, what had driven him to carry out such a bold and politically charged crime? Unlike typical assassins, Engström had no clear ties to extremist groups or criminal organizations. He was known as a man who sought attention, but was he truly capable of carrying out a cold-blooded assassination without leaving behind concrete evidence? Many critics pointed out that Engström's known behavior didn't match that of a professional killer. He had willingly inserted himself into the investigation, giving multiple conflicting statements to the police and the media. If he had been the assassin, why had he acted in a way that almost ensured scrutiny? His apparent recklessness led some to believe he had been a scapegoat rather than the real perpetrator. Beyond Engström, other suspects continued to be debated. One of the longest-standing theories was that Palme had been targeted due to his involvement in international diplomacy and his outspoken political views. His opposition to apartheid in South Africa had earned him powerful enemies, and some suspected that foreign intelligence agencies could have orchestrated his murder. Sweden's role in arms deals, particularly with countries involved in Cold War conflicts, also raised suspicions that Palme may have been silenced for reasons that extended beyond domestic politics. Despite these theories, no direct link to foreign agencies was ever found. The possibility of a domestic conspiracy also remained a popular theory. Some believed that rogue elements within Sweden's own security services had played a role in the assassination. There had been reports of dissatisfaction within the police and military regarding Palme's policies, with some members believing he was weakening Sweden's national security. If such a conspiracy had existed, it was plausible that key evidence had been suppressed early in the investigation, leading to the many inconsistencies and errors that plagued the case. As forensic science advanced, many wondered whether new technology could provide long-awaited answers. DNA analysis had solved cases decades after crimes had occurred, and advances in ballistics testing had identified long-lost murder weapons. However, in the case of Palme, much of the physical evidence had either been lost, compromised, or was too minimal to be of use. The missing murder weapon was a significant obstacle. Without it, a definitive forensic link to any suspect was nearly impossible. Investigators had examined hundreds of revolvers over the years, but none were found to be a match. The possibility remained that the weapon had been disposed of in a way that ensured it would never be found, or that it was still out there, waiting to be discovered. Despite these challenges, Sweden's interest in the case remained strong. The murder had not only shaped the country's political landscape, but had also led to changes in how major investigations were handled. The failures in the Palme case prompted reforms within the police force and judicial system, ensuring that future high-profile cases would be managed with greater efficiency and accuracy. However, for many, these improvements were little consolation when the biggest question, who killed Olof Palme, remained unanswered. The closure of the official investigation did not mean the end of the search for truth. Journalists, researchers, and independent investigators continued their work, uncovering new information and questioning old conclusions. Some believed that an overlooked piece of evidence or a witness who had remained silent for decades could one day break the case wide open. Others were less optimistic, fearing that the real story had been permanently buried beneath years of political maneuvering and investigative missteps. As time moved forward, the memory of Olof Palme's assassination remained deeply ingrained in Sweden's history. The unanswered questions, the flawed investigation, and the many theories surrounding the case ensured that it would never truly fade from public consciousness. The truth, whatever it may be, remained just out of reach, a mystery that, even after decades, refused to be forgotten. As the years continued to pass, the assassination of Olof Palme remained an enduring mystery that refused to be laid to rest. Though the official investigation had named Stig Engström as the likely culprit, public skepticism persisted. There were too many loose ends, too many unanswered questions, and too many alternative theories that had never been thoroughly explored. For many, the case represented more than just the loss of a leader. It was a symbol of institutional failure, a reminder of how justice can sometimes slip through the cracks. One of the biggest concerns among skeptics was the timing of the case's closure. After decades of investigation, why had the authorities chosen to name Engström as the likely perpetrator without definitive evidence? Some suspected that political and institutional pressures had played a role. The Swedish police had spent over 30 years investigating the case, pouring massive resources into solving it. By declaring Engström the likely assassin, they could finally close the books on the case and move forward. But was this truly justice or simply a convenient conclusion? Many critics pointed out that Engström had not been taken seriously as a suspect during the initial investigation. His erratic behavior, conflicting statements, and willingness to place himself at the scene raised suspicions, but there was no solid forensic evidence linking him to the crime. The lack of DNA, fingerprints, or the murder weapon meant that the case against him remained circumstantial at best. If he had been involved, had he acted alone? Or had he been part of a larger conspiracy that had yet to be uncovered? One of the most perplexing aspects of the case was the absence of clear motive. While Engström was known for his dislike of Palme's political stance, there was little evidence to suggest that he had the means or determination to carry out such a high-profile assassination. Many political assassinations throughout history had been committed by extremists with clear ideological motivations or operatives working for powerful organizations. Engström did not fit either profile, which led some to believe that he had been chosen as a scapegoat rather than the true killer. Meanwhile, alternative theories continued to flourish. Some researchers remained convinced that Palme's murder had been orchestrated by a foreign intelligence agency, particularly those in South Africa or the United States. Palme's vocal opposition to apartheid had made him a target for South African security forces, while his neutral stance during the Cold War had drawn suspicion from both Western and Eastern blocs. If the assassination had been a professional hit, it would explain the clean execution, the rapid disappearance of the perpetrator, and the lack of physical evidence left behind. Others speculated that Palme had been targeted by domestic right-wing extremists. Reports had surfaced in the years following the assassination suggesting that elements within Sweden's own security forces had harbored deep resentment toward Palme's policies. If members of the police or military had been involved, it would also explain the numerous missteps in the investigation. Perhaps some of them had not been accidental, but rather deliberate acts of obstruction. Despite these lingering doubts, the official closure of the case meant that many avenues of investigation were no longer being actively pursued. The Swedish government had declared the case solved, and while independent researchers and journalists continued to probe into the details, the likelihood of a breakthrough seemed increasingly slim. The passage of time had taken its toll. Many key witnesses had passed away, memories had faded, and crucial evidence had either been lost or was no longer viable for forensic testing. Still, for those who had followed the case for decades, the idea of letting it rest was unthinkable. Some continued to push for new inquiries, arguing that modern forensic techniques and artificial intelligence could potentially reveal connections that had been missed in earlier investigations. Others held out hope that a long-hidden piece of evidence would one day surface, finally shedding light on one of the greatest mysteries of modern European history. As Sweden moved forward, the assassination of Olof Palme remained an unresolved chapter in its national story. While his legacy as a leader continued to be honored, the truth behind his death remained elusive. For many, the case was a reminder that even in the most stable and democratic societies, there are shadows where justice struggles to reach. The search for answers was not just about finding Palm's killer. It was about upholding the principle that no crime, no matter how complex, should remain forever unsolved. As the years continued to pass, the case of Olof Palme's assassination transformed from an active investigation into a historical mystery. While the official conclusion named Stig Engström as the likely perpetrator, skepticism remained widespread. Researchers, journalists, and independent investigators refused to accept the final verdict, believing that too many questions remained unanswered. The lingering doubts surrounding Palme's death had ensured that the case remained a subject of discussion, both in Sweden and internationally. One of the most enduring frustrations surrounding the investigation was the failure to locate the murder weapon. The .357 Magnum revolver used in the assassination had never been found, despite extensive searches and appeals to the public. Without the weapon, forensic experts had been unable to definitively link any suspect to the crime. The lack of physical evidence left investigators relying solely on witness testimony and circumstantial leads, which had only fueled the many conflicting theories about the case. For some, the most plausible explanation remained the theory that foreign intelligence agencies had been involved. Palme's strong political stance on global issues, particularly his opposition to apartheid in South Africa, had earned him powerful enemies. Some researchers continued to explore the idea that South African intelligence operatives, fearing Palme's influence on international sanctions, had orchestrated his murder. However, without hard evidence, this theory remained speculative. Another theory that refused to die was the possibility of a right-wing conspiracy within Sweden itself. Palme had been a divisive figure, with many within the Swedish police and military harboring resentment toward his policies. Over the years, whistleblowers and investigative journalists had uncovered reports suggesting that extremist elements within Swedish law enforcement had discussed the idea of removing Palme from power. Whether or not such discussions had led to actual plans for assassination was still unknown, but for those who believed in this theory, it explained many of the early investigative failures and inconsistencies in the police response. Public distrust in the police's handling of the case had only deepened in the years following the assassination. Many Swedes believed that had the crime scene been secured properly, key evidence might have been preserved. The slow response from law enforcement on the night of the murder had also raised questions. Why had roadblocks not been set up immediately? Why had no organized manhunt been launched in the immediate hours following the shooting? These missteps only fueled suspicions that the investigation had either been compromised or intentionally mismanaged. Despite these doubts, the Swedish government remained firm in its stance that the case was closed. The naming of Stig Engström as the likely assassin had provided authorities with a way to finally put the decades-long investigation to rest. However, for those who had closely followed the case, this resolution felt inadequate. The lack of a trial, forensic proof, or a direct confession meant that, in their eyes, justice had not truly been served. As technology advanced, some researchers held on to hope that new forensic techniques might one day provide an answer. DNA analysis had solved decades-old cases in other parts of the world, leading some to wonder if the same could happen with the Palme case. However, without preserved biological evidence or the murder weapon, the chances of such a breakthrough remained slim. Some investigators even turned to artificial intelligence, using data analysis to re-evaluate witness testimonies and timelines in hopes of identifying inconsistencies that had previously been overlooked. The continued fascination with Palme's assassination was not just about finding his killer. It was about uncovering the truth. The case had become a symbol of both political intrigue and investigative failure. For Sweden, a country that prided itself on justice and transparency, the inability to conclusively solve the murder of its prime minister remained a deep national wound. As time moved forward, the likelihood of new revelations seemed to dwindle, but for many, the hope remained that one day, a long-buried clue, a forgotten testimony, or an unexpected confession might finally bring the case to its true conclusion. Until then, the murder of Olof Palme remained an enduring enigma, a dark chapter in Sweden's history that refused to close completely. The passage of time had done little to diminish the mystery surrounding Olof Palme's assassination. Decades had gone by, yet the case continued to spark debates, theories, and new investigations by those unwilling to accept the official narrative. The unanswered questions loomed large. Who had truly been behind the assassination? Why had so many investigative failures occurred? And was there still a chance that a hidden truth could one day emerge? One of the key issues that kept researchers and journalists engaged with the case was the undeniable presence of inconsistencies. From the very first moments following the shooting, the response from Swedish authorities had been unusually chaotic. Law enforcement's delayed reaction had allowed the killer to disappear without a trace, and the crime scene had not been secured properly. These failures, intentional or not, had set the stage for a decades-long struggle to find the truth. Many who doubted the official conclusion regarding Stig Engström believed that he had been used as a convenient suspect rather than a genuine perpetrator. His conflicting statements and erratic behavior had certainly raised suspicions, but skeptics pointed out that he had no history of violent behavior, no known expertise with firearms, and no clear political motive that would justify such an act. If he had indeed pulled the trigger, had he acted alone? Or had he been manipulated into taking the fall for a much larger conspiracy? The conspiracy theories surrounding Palm's death were numerous, with some continuing to suggest foreign intelligence involvement. Palm's independent approach to global diplomacy had made him unpopular with certain world powers. Had a foreign government orchestrated his assassination? Theories involving South African intelligence, the CIA, or even the KGB had been explored over the years, but no definitive proof had surfaced to support these claims. Another theory that refused to fade was the possibility of a domestic conspiracy. Right-wing elements within Sweden, including some members of law enforcement and the military, had long viewed Palm as a dangerous radical whose policies threatened national stability. If these factions had been involved, it would explain why the investigation had faced so many setbacks and why crucial evidence seemed to vanish when it was most needed. Despite the Swedish government's official declaration that the case had been solved with the naming of Engström as the likely suspect, many found the resolution unsatisfactory. Unlike many solved cold cases where forensic evidence, confessions, or eyewitness testimonies confirmed the identity of the perpetrator, the Palm case remained deeply circumstantial. There was no DNA, no murder weapon, and no direct evidence linking Engström to the crime beyond inconsistencies in his own statements. For a case of this magnitude, such an explanation felt incomplete. The continued interest in the assassination was not just about seeking justice for Palm, it was about accountability. The case had become a symbol of how an investigation, if mishandled, could lead to decades of uncertainty. Sweden prided itself on its strong judicial system, yet the inability to solve the country's most high-profile murder remained a glaring exception. As technology advanced, some researchers held out hope that breakthroughs in forensic science could one day provide answers. Could advancements in artificial intelligence or data analysis uncover new insights from the thousands of files, testimonies, and reports compiled over the years? If new evidence emerged, perhaps a long-forgotten document or a previously overlooked witness statement, could it change the course of history? Despite the uncertainties, one thing was clear. Olof Palme's assassination would never fully fade from Sweden's collective memory. It remained an event that had shaped the nation's history, a moment that had exposed vulnerabilities within its institutions and challenged the idea that justice was always attainable. Whether the truth would ever be revealed remained an open question, but for those who continued to search, the case was far from closed. As the decades passed, the case of Olof Palme's assassination continued to haunt Sweden. The country had moved on politically, but the ghost of that cold February night in 1986 lingered. While Stig Engström had been officially named as the likely perpetrator, the lack of concrete evidence meant that many still viewed the case as unresolved. Investigative journalists, amateur detectives, and historians continued their relentless pursuit of the truth, refusing to accept an answer that felt more like a convenient conclusion rather than definitive justice. For those who still doubted the official explanation, the fundamental question remained. If Engström had not been the killer, then who had been? And if he had been responsible, had he truly acted alone? These lingering doubts kept the case alive in the public consciousness, ensuring that theories, both reasonable and extreme, continued to circulate. One major issue that kept the case open in the minds of the public was the failure to locate the murder weapon. The .357 Magnum revolver that had ended Palm's life remained one of the most significant missing pieces of evidence. Over the years, authorities had examined hundreds of similar weapons, but none matched the ballistics from the crime scene. If the gun had been destroyed or hidden beyond discovery, then the final piece of forensic evidence that could have truly solved the case had been lost forever. Some theorists believe that the weapon had been deliberately disposed of by someone within law enforcement or intelligence services to cover up the real culprit's identity. Beyond the forensic evidence, inconsistencies in witness testimonies continued to frustrate investigators. Some accounts described a single gunman fleeing the scene, while others suggested that additional figures had been present in the area at the time of the shooting. The discrepancies in these reports fueled the belief that Palm's assassination had been more than just an impulsive act by a lone individual. Some researchers speculated that if there had been co-conspirators, they might have helped the assassin escape or even played a role in planning the murder. One of the most compelling alternative theories remained the possibility of foreign involvement. Palm's political stance had made him an international figure, and he had gained enemies in powerful places. His opposition to apartheid in South Africa, his criticisms of U.S. foreign policy, and his independent diplomatic initiatives had earned him both admiration and hostility. If foreign operatives had carried out the assassination, they would have had the resources and experience to execute the crime flawlessly and disappear without a trace. However, there was still no smoking gun, no intercepted communication, no credible whistleblower testimony, and no physical evidence linking any foreign agency to the assassination. The absence of such proof made this theory difficult to prove, but equally difficult to dismiss. Meanwhile, for many Swedes, the unanswered questions surrounding Palm's murder had become a symbol of something larger. The limits of law enforcement, the imperfections of justice, and the realization that even in a stable democracy, there were forces that operated beyond the reach of accountability. The failures of the initial investigation, the delayed response from the police, and the numerous inconsistencies had led many to question whether their government had done everything possible to solve the case or if, at some level, forces within the system had obstructed the truth. As time went on, Sweden had to confront an uncomfortable reality. The case of Olof Palme's assassination might never be definitively solved. The trail had grown cold, key witnesses had passed away, and critical evidence had been lost to time. Even if new information surfaced, it was unlikely that it would be enough to overturn the official conclusion or lead to a conviction in a court of law. Still, those dedicated to the case refused to give up hope. Some believed that in the digital age, artificial intelligence and advanced forensic technologies could unlock patterns or connections that had gone unnoticed in earlier investigations. Others hoped that someone somewhere still held the missing piece of the puzzle, a document, a memory, a confession, that could one day shed light on what truly happened that night in 1986. As Sweden moved forward, Palme's legacy remained intact. He was remembered as a bold leader, a man unafraid to challenge powerful forces, and a politician who had left a lasting mark on the world stage. Yet the unresolved nature of his death left an unsettling question mark over his story, a reminder that even the most thorough investigations can fall short, and even the most powerful figures can disappear into history without a clear answer to their fate. As the years continued to pass, the case of Olof Palme's assassination slowly transitioned from an ongoing investigation into a permanent enigma. With the official inquiry closed, and the Swedish authorities naming Stig Engström as the likely perpetrator, the world was expected to accept that justice had been served. Yet, for many, the doubts and questions surrounding the case were simply too great to ignore. The lack of forensic evidence remained one of the most troubling aspects of the case. In most high-profile assassinations, investigators relied on ballistic analysis, DNA samples, or concrete physical links to bring a perpetrator to justice. However, in the case of Palme's murder, none of these elements had been found. The missing .357 Magnum revolver, the absence of fingerprints, and the failure to conclusively place Engström at the scene meant that the case could never be definitively closed in the minds of many Swedes. The official conclusion, that Engström had acted alone, was not universally accepted. Many still questioned how an individual with no known experience in firearms or political extremism could have planned and executed such a high-profile assassination, evaded capture, and remained unnoticed for decades. If Engstrom was truly guilty, why had the investigation taken so long to reach that conclusion? And if he was innocent, had the real perpetrator escaped justice forever? As time progressed, more theories emerged. Some theorists believed that the real assassin had been someone unknown to the public, a figure who had managed to disappear into obscurity. Others speculated that Palm's death had been the result of a much larger plot, one involving multiple conspirators who had carefully planned and covered up their crime. The idea that a single individual could have carried out such an audacious act without help seemed, to many, highly unlikely. Beyond the specifics of the case, Palm's assassination had left a deeper impact on Sweden itself. It was a stark reminder that even in one of the most peaceful and politically stable countries in the world, no leader was immune to violence. The event had changed Sweden's approach to security, leading to increased protection for political figures and a re-evaluation of the nation's justice system. The investigation itself became a case study in forensic science and law enforcement, serving as an example of how crucial early mistakes could hinder justice for decades. Despite these changes, the emotional weight of the case never fully lifted. Each anniversary of Palm's death brought renewed discussion, fresh speculation, and continued frustration from those who believed that the true answers remained hidden. Documentaries, books, and investigative reports kept the case alive in the public imagination, ensuring that Palm's name would never be forgotten. For the people of Sweden, the case symbolized both a tragedy and a challenge, an unsolved mystery that stood as a testament to the complexities of justice. While some had come to accept that they might never know the full truth, others still hoped that one day, a missing piece of evidence, a long-overlooked clue, or even a deathbed confession might finally provide the answers they had sought for so long. Until that moment arrived, the assassination of Olof Palme would remain a chapter of history left open, a wound that never truly healed, and a question that would continue to echo through Sweden's collective memory. For now, the truth remained elusive, lost somewhere between speculation and certainty, waiting to be uncovered, if it ever would be. Hello and welcome to Nightmare Lullabies. As you settle in for the night, prepare to be immersed in a world of eerie whispers and unsettling tales, designed to both chill and soothe. Now, close your eyes, relax, and let the darkness carry you away. And if these nightly tales captivate you, feel free to join our community for more whispered secrets. The city of Paderborn, Germany, was quiet on the evening of June 20th, 2006. The summer air was warm, and the streets were calm as most people had already settled into their nightly routines. For 21-year-old Frock Leaps, it was a typical Tuesday night, until it wasn't. Frock was a nursing student with a bright future ahead of her. She was well-liked, known for her friendly and compassionate nature. That evening, she had been watching a World Cup football match with friends at a local pub, cheering as England faced off against Sweden. The atmosphere was lively, filled with the sounds of laughter, clinking glasses, and excited commentary from football fans. As the game ended, Frock, feeling exhausted after a long day, said her goodbyes and left around 11 p.m. She planned to return to her shared apartment, where her roommate, Natasha, was expecting her back soon. Her walk home should have been uneventful. Paderborn was a relatively safe city, and the distance to her apartment was only a short journey away. But that night, something went horribly wrong. By midnight, Frock had not arrived home. Natasha wasn't immediately concerned. Perhaps Frock had run into someone she knew, or had decided to stay out a bit longer. But then, at 12:49 a.m., a message arrived on Natasha's phone. "Coming home later. Love you. Frock." It was short, simple, and seemingly reassuring. But there was something odd about it. Frock's phrasing was unusual, almost too formal. She typically didn't sign off messages with her name when texting close friends. Still, Natasha brushed it off, assuming Frock was simply being playful, or had enjoyed another round of drinks with friends. Morning came, and there was still no sign of Frock. Natasha called her multiple times, but the phone rang without an answer. It wasn't until later that afternoon that another message came through. "Don't worry, I'll be home later. By now, Natasha felt something was wrong. The wording of the text felt unnatural again, and Frock's phone had been off between messages, which wasn't like her at all. If she had stayed out somewhere, why hadn't she called? And why was her phone only turning on briefly to send cryptic messages before going silent again? Concerned, Natasha contacted Frock's family. Her brother, Frank Leaps, shared the growing sense of unease. Frock was responsible and had never gone completely off the radar like this before. That evening, the family decided to go to the police and report her missing. The police took their statement but weren't immediately alarmed. Frock was an adult, and it wasn't uncommon for young people to stay out late without informing everyone of their whereabouts. But Natasha and Frank knew better. Something wasn't right. Then another message came. "I will be home soon." It was brief, vague, and did nothing to ease anyone's concerns. The hours dragged on with no further communication. When night fell again, the family sat anxiously, hoping the next morning would bring clarity. But the next morning came, and Frock was still missing. As the sun rose over Potterbourne on the morning of June 21st, the absence of Frock Leaps had already settled into an ominous weight on the shoulders of those who knew her best. The city's normal routine continued as though nothing had changed, but for Frock's family and friends, the world had tilted into an unsettling uncertainty. Something was deeply wrong, even if the police had yet to recognize the urgency of the situation. Frock's mother, Ingrid Leaps, had barely slept. The cryptic text messages sent to Natasha throughout the night lingered in her mind. They didn't feel right. The words were oddly formal, detached in a way that wasn't like her daughter at all. Frock never signed her texts with her full name, nor did she send vague reassurances instead of explanations. By the afternoon, another message arrived. "I will be home soon. Don't worry." The words did little to ease the growing anxiety. Frock was still out there somewhere, but where? And why wasn't she answering calls? The police, for now, remained unconvinced that anything criminal had occurred. Frock was an adult, and they had seen similar cases before. Young people going off the grid for a few days, only to return unharmed. But Frock's family and friends knew better. Something wasn't adding up. When Natasha attempted to call back after receiving the latest message, the phone rang a few times before cutting off. Then, as before, it was switched off again. That evening, Frock's brother, Frank Leaps, took matters into his own hands. He began retracing Frock's last known movements, visiting the pub where she had last been seen. The bartender remembered her, smiling, laughing, leaving around 11 p.m. There had been no signs of distress, no indication that she had been in trouble. Frank also spoke with several of Frock's friends who had been at the pub that night. One of them mentioned something curious. Frock's phone battery had been running low earlier in the evening, yet she had continued to send messages in the days following her disappearance. How was that possible? Had she borrowed a charger from someone? Had someone else been keeping her phone charged? The mystery deepened the following day. On June 22nd, another text message arrived, just as vague as the others. "I will be home soon. I promise." This time, something felt even more off. The text had been sent from a cell tower not in Potterbourne, but several miles outside the city, in a rural area. Someone had Frock's phone, and they were moving it. The implications were chilling. Had Frock gone willingly, or was someone holding her against her will? That evening, the phone rang for the first time. It was Frock's number. Natasha's heart nearly stopped as she answered, her voice shaking. "Frock!" There was a pause. Then finally a voice. "Natasha." It was Frock. For a moment, everything else disappeared. The worry, the fear, the endless unanswered questions. Relief flooded through Natasha. "Frock! Where are you? What's going on?" "I can't stay long," Frock said, her voice strangely slow, as though she were exhausted or drugged. "I just wanted to say I'm okay." Tears welled in Natasha's eyes. "Frock, please. Tell me where you are. We'll come get you." "I can't," Frock murmured. "I'll be home soon." The line went dead. Natasha stared at the phone in stunned silence. The relief she had felt a moment ago was gone, replaced with a deeper fear. That hadn't sounded like the Frock she knew. Something was very, very wrong. The family immediately took this information to the police. This was no longer just a case of a young woman staying out too late. Frock had spoken, but her words had been devoid of emotion, empty in a way that sent shivers down the spines of those who loved her. Still, the authorities hesitated. Without concrete evidence of a crime, their hands were tied. They could investigate, but without proof of foul play, Frock was still just a missing person. It wasn't a crime to disappear voluntarily. The next day, another message arrived. "I can't stay out much longer." The words sent a chill through the room. It was the first indication that Frock might be in distress. Her family pleaded with her via text to call again, to tell them where she was. Hours passed with no response. Then, late in the evening, the phone rang again. This time, Frock's mother answered. "Frock," Ingrid whispered. "Please tell us where you are." "I can't," Frock said again, her voice still unnaturally calm. "But I love you all." Tears rolled down Ingrid's cheeks. "Frock, are you in danger? Is someone with you?" A pause. Then, "I have to go." Click. The silence that followed was suffocating. This wasn't normal. This wasn't voluntary. Frock was in trouble. By now, the police were starting to see the gravity of the situation. They worked with cell tower records to determine where the phone calls had been coming from. What they found only deepened the mystery. Each call, each text, had been sent from a different location, all in rural areas outside Paderborn. Whoever had Frock's phone, and possibly Frock herself, was moving constantly, never staying in one place for too long. Another night passed. No new messages. No more calls. And Frock was still missing. The days following Frock's last phone call stretched into a painful, unbearable silence. Her family, her friends, and the police were left waiting for the next message, the next call, anything that might provide a clue to where she was. But nothing came. Frank Leaps, Frock's older brother, couldn't shake the sense of dread tightening around him like a vice. He had spent every waking moment scouring the areas where her phone had last been traced. The realization that whoever had her, or her phone, was deliberately moving around made his stomach churn. If this was some kind of game, it was a cruel one. On the morning of June 25th, for days after Frock's disappearance, the silence was finally broken. Frock's phone rang again. This time, it was her father who answered. "Frock!" A brief pause. Then the familiar voice. "Papa!" His heart leaped, but something felt off. Her voice lacked warmth, emotion. It was almost robotic. "Frock, my love, where are you?" "I can't say," she responded, her tone distant. "But I'm okay. Please, Frock, come home. If someone is with you, tell them we'll do whatever they want. Just come home." Another pause. Then, quietly, "I can't come home yet." Frock's mother Ingrid had been sitting nearby, clutching her husband's arm. She took the phone, desperation thick in her voice. "Frock, are you safe? Is someone holding you?" A hesitation. Then, "I have to go." The line went dead. The police were already monitoring the calls by this point, but tracing them in real time was proving difficult. Each call came from a new location, making it nearly impossible to pinpoint Frock's exact whereabouts. The authorities now strongly suspected that she was being held against her will. But by whom? And why? As the days dragged on, speculation ran wild. The media caught wind of the case, broadcasting images of Frock's smiling face across Germany. Strangers called in tips, but nothing concrete emerged. Some believed she had been kidnapped by someone she knew. Others feared she had fallen into the hands of a serial predator. But there was no clear evidence to support either theory. Then, on June 27th, 7 days after she vanished, Frock's phone rang again. This time, it was Natasha who answered. "Frock, where are you?" she blurted before she could stop herself. Frock's voice came through the line, soft, measured. "Natasha, you have to tell us where you are," Natasha pleaded. "Please, we'll come get you. We'll do anything. Just tell us." "I can't," Frock whispered. Then, after a pause, she added something chilling. "I want to come home." Natasha felt her stomach twist. "Then come home, Frock. Tell me where you are, and we'll come now. Right now." Another long pause. Then, almost too softly to hear, Frock said, "I can't." Then the line went dead again. This time, the police had been monitoring the call closely. The location? Another rural area outside Paderborn. But just like before, by the time officers arrived, there was no trace of Frock or whoever had been with her. It was as if they were always just one step behind. The strange, sporadic communication continued to baffle investigators. The lack of a clear ransom demand suggested this wasn't a typical kidnapping for financial gain. If Frock was being held captive, why was she being allowed to make phone calls? And if she was free to leave, why hadn't she? That night, Frank lay awake, replaying her words over and over. I want to come home. She had said it, and yet she hadn't left. The implications haunted him. Either she was being prevented from leaving, or she was being manipulated into staying. By now, the case had consumed the entire city. Posters with Frock's face lined the streets. Friends and volunteers searched every abandoned building, every stretch of forest. Her face was on the news, on missing persons' websites, on social media. Everyone was looking for her, and yet she remained missing. The next day, another text arrived. I will come home soon, but no one believed it anymore. The weight of Frock's disappearance was pressing down on her family with unbearable force. Each passing day brought no new clues, only more uncertainty and fear. The police were working tirelessly, but without a clear suspect, the case remained a puzzle with too many missing pieces. June 28th marked the 8th day since Frock had vanished, and for the first time in days, the phone remained silent. The eerie messages had stopped, and the family didn't know whether to feel relief or sheer terror. Was it possible she had finally escaped? Or had something far worse happened? Frock's mother, Ingrid, clung to hope. Every night, she left the hallway light on, believing that at any moment, her daughter might walk through the front door, exhausted but safe. But deep down, a gnawing dread told her that this might not be how the story ended. The human mind is capable of many things: rationalization, denial. But even the strongest willpower cannot silence the feeling of impending doom. The media attention surrounding Frock's case had reached national levels. Reporters swarmed the streets of Paderborn, pressing for any updates, but the police had little to offer. The investigation had taken a strange turn. Whoever had Frock, if she wasn't alone, seemed intent on keeping her just close enough to be heard, but always too far to be found. Then, on the evening of June 29th, the phone rang again. Frock's mother nearly dropped the receiver as she answered. Frock! A long silence followed before a familiar voice whispered, Mama. Tears spilled down Ingrid's face. My darling, where are you? Please tell me, we will come right now. I can't stay much longer, Frock said, her tone almost resigned. I love you all. Ingrid's breath caught in her throat. Who is with you? Are you safe? A pause. Then, quietly, I have to go. Click. The phone went dead. Ingrid stood frozen, the receiver still in her hand. Frock had never said anything like that before. I can't stay much longer. What did it mean? Was she running out of time? Frank immediately called Detective Schaefer, the lead investigator on the case. Within minutes, officers were back at the Leaps household, attempting to trace the call. But just like the others, it had originated from yet another location outside Paderborn. This time, from an industrial area near Lippstadt. Patrol units were sent immediately, sirens cutting through the night air. The industrial zone was vast, filled with abandoned warehouses and empty parking lots. Officers combed the area, flashlights bouncing off the cracked pavement, searching for any sign of Frock. But there was nothing, no trace of her. Just like before, they had arrived too late. As the sun rose the next morning, exhaustion set in among both the investigators and Frock's family. The pattern was undeniable now. Whoever had her was deliberately keeping her just out of reach. And with every call, it felt as if she was slipping further away. Detective Schaefer sat down with Frank and Ingrid that morning, his face lined with concern. I won't lie to you, he admitted. This case is unlike anything we've ever handled. If she was being held against her will, why allow her to make phone calls? And if she was free, why hadn't she come home? Frank leaned forward, his voice firm. Then we're missing something. We have to be. This isn't random. Someone is playing a game with us. Schaefer nodded gravely. And I fear we're running out of time to figure out why. The words lingered in the air like a dark omen. That evening, the phone remained silent once again. No calls. No messages. The silence was unbearable. And this time it felt permanent. The morning of June 30th arrived with an unsettling quiet. It had been nearly 10 days since Frock had vanished, and the weight of uncertainty had begun to break the spirits of her loved ones. The family sat together at the kitchen table, staring at the phone, willing it to ring. But the silence persisted. Detective Schaefer was already at the police station, reviewing every lead they had gathered. They had traced Frock's calls to various locations outside of Paderborn, but each time they arrived, there was no sign of her. It was as if someone was moving her just ahead of them, always staying one step ahead. Schaefer leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temple. What if she's being forced to make those calls? What if someone is dictating what she says? The possibility was horrifying, yet it explained why Frock's messages had sounded so unnatural. Meanwhile, Frank Leaps had taken matters into his own hands. He refused to just sit and wait. He drove through every area the calls had been traced to, checking gas stations, bus stops, even abandoned buildings. Every time he thought he might be close, the absence of his sister struck him like a knife to the gut. That afternoon, a development emerged. A local woman reported seeing someone who looked like Frock at a rest stop outside Lipstad. The witness claimed the young woman was sitting alone, staring blankly ahead, as if in a trance. She hadn't called the police at the time, thinking it might have just been someone waiting for a ride. But now, with the news coverage intensifying, she was certain it had been Frock. Schaefer and his team rushed to the location, but once again, it was too late. There was no sign of her. However, surveillance footage from the rest stop showed a blurry image of a woman resembling Frock, sitting on a bench, looking down at her phone. More disturbingly, a figure loomed just out of frame. The police enhanced the footage, trying to get a better look, but the person's face remained obscured. What was clear, however, was that Frock had not been alone. The news sent a fresh wave of dread through her family. If she had been seen at a rest stop, why hadn't she asked for help? Why hadn't she tried to run? The questions continued to pile up with no answers. That night, the silence stretched into the early hours of the morning. The Leaps family refused to sleep, waiting, hoping, pleading for another call. At 2:38 a.m., the phone finally rang. Frank nearly knocked over his chair as he lunged for it. "Frock!" A pause. Then her voice soft, distant. "Frank!" His hands tightened around the receiver. "Frock, where are you? Please, we can help you. Just tell me where you are." There was another pause. Then, almost as if reading from a script, she said, "I can't say. But I want to come home." Frank's heart pounded. "Who is with you? Are you being held?" Frock didn't answer directly. Instead, her next words sent a chill down his spine. "Tell Mama and Papa I love them." Frank's breath hitched. "Frock, don't say it like that. We will get you home. We just need to know where you are." Another silence. Then, in a quiet, almost resigned voice, Frock said, "I have to go now." The call ended. Frank slammed the phone down, fury and despair mixing inside him. It had been different this time. There was no empty reassurance, no vague promises. This had sounded like a goodbye. The police acted immediately, tracing the call's origin. But just like before, it was coming from yet another rural location, this time from a quiet stretch of road leading toward Borchen. They dispatched units within minutes, racing toward the site. But when they arrived, they found nothing. Only an empty, moonlit road and the sound of wind through the trees. Frock was gone. The morning after the eerie late-night call, a dark cloud of hopelessness settled over the Leaps household. Frock had sounded different this time. The calm detachment in her voice, the cryptic messages, and now the sudden shift to what felt like a final farewell. It was unbearable. Detective Schaefer arrived at the family home early that morning. He had spent the night reviewing the latest call trace, which had once again led to a dead end. Frock, or whoever was with her, was staying mobile. The person controlling her movements was deliberately leading them in circles, never allowing them to get close. Frank sat at the kitchen table, gripping a cup of coffee he had no intention of drinking. What now? What if she doesn't call again? His voice was hoarse from exhaustion. Schaefer hesitated. "We don't give up, Frank. But we need more to work with. Someone saw her at that rest stop. That means she's alive. But she's not alone." Frock's mother, Ingrid, shook her head, her hands trembling. "I don't understand. If she was free, why wouldn't she just run? Why wouldn't she ask for help?" No one had an answer. That afternoon, the police received another tip. A truck driver claimed he had seen a young woman matching Frock's description near a petrol station in Buren, a small town roughly 20 kilometers from Paderborn. He described her as standing beside a dark-colored car, speaking to a man in the driver's seat. The truck driver had no idea at the time that he was potentially witnessing a missing persons case. But after seeing Frock's face on the news, he was sure it had been her. Schaefer immediately dispatched a team to review security footage from the station. It was grainy and inconclusive. A woman who could have been Frock was indeed visible near a car, but the angle was too poor to confirm her identity. The man in the driver's seat was obscured. The only notable detail? The car had left the petrol station, heading toward a desolate stretch of countryside. By now, the police had one terrifying realization. Whoever had Frock was taking her farther away from any place she could be found. That night, the waiting resumed. The phone sat in the center of the Leap's kitchen table, surrounded by anxious faces. But it remained silent. Frank paced the floor, muttering under his breath. She has to call. She always calls. Minutes turned to hours. Midnight came and went, and still no call. Then, at 1:44 a.m., the phone finally rang. Ingrid grabbed it first. Frock! A pause. Mama, Frock whispered. Her voice was weaker now, almost as if she were struggling to stay awake. Ingrid held back tears. Where are you, my love? Please, we'll come for you. Just tell us where you are. I can't say, Frock said, her breathing uneven. But I love you all. Frock, baby, is someone with you? Are you hurt? Another long silence. Then faintly, I have to go now. The line went dead. The silence that followed was suffocating. Frank slammed his fist on the table. That was different. She sounded weak. What if she's... Don't say it, Ingrid snapped, her voice cracking. She's alive. She has to be. Schaefer immediately ordered another trace, but the results were the same. The call had come from another remote area, this time closer to Lichtenau. By the time officers arrived at the location, they found nothing but an empty roadside stop, surrounded by dense woods. Frock was gone again, and this time, the feeling of doom was almost unbearable. The weight of Frock's final words lingered heavily over her family. The fear that had been gnawing at them for days now solidified into something even worse. The certainty that time was running out. Each call had felt progressively more ominous, and her voice, once calm, almost scripted, now sounded weak, distant, as if she was fading away. Detective Schaefer doubled his efforts. He gathered his team early that morning and reviewed every lead, every witness statement, every piece of evidence they had. It wasn't much. The person holding Frock had been meticulous, ensuring that she remained just out of reach. Frank sat with his parents in the living room, staring blankly at the phone. The silence in the house was suffocating. We need to do something, he muttered. We can't just wait for another call. But there was nothing they could do. The police had already searched the last known locations of Frock's phone signals. Every time they got close, she or her captor had moved on. That night, for the first time in nearly a week, the phone didn't ring. The absence of a call was somehow worse than receiving another cryptic message. It meant the cycle had been broken. Was Frock no longer able to call? Had something happened? By the next morning, Schaefer had a new plan. He arranged a televised plea, urging the public for any information. Frock's parents, exhausted and devastated, stood before the cameras, pleading for their daughter's safe return. If you know anything, please come forward. We just want our daughter home, Ingrid sobbed, gripping her husband's hand tightly. The broadcast aired across Germany. The response was overwhelming. Hundreds of calls flooded the hotline. Some were from well-intentioned citizens who thought they had seen something. Others were cruel pranksters, exploiting the family's suffering. But one call stood out. A man claimed to have seen a young woman resembling Frock in a black sedan near Delbruck, a town 25 kilometers from Paderborn. According to the witness, she had been sitting in the passenger seat, looking out the window. She didn't seem distressed, but something about her expression had unnerved him. The police took the lead seriously and immediately dispatched officers to the area. They searched for hours, stopping every black sedan they could find, questioning drivers, checking surveillance footage from nearby gas stations and convenience stores. But just like before, they found nothing. Frank clenched his fists in frustration. Whoever has her, they're playing games. They want us to suffer. Schaefer didn't disagree. Every move, every message, every sighting felt deliberate. As if Frock's captor was feeding them just enough information to keep hope alive, but never enough to find her. As the sun set, the sense of helplessness deepened. They were running out of options, running out of leads. And most terrifying of all, they feared they were running out of time. The night dragged on in unbearable silence. The phone remained still, and with each passing hour, the weight of uncertainty grew heavier. The absence of a call felt more ominous than any of Frock's cryptic messages. It was as if an invisible clock had stopped ticking, like the end of something was approaching. Frank couldn't sleep. He sat in the kitchen, the glow of the streetlights casting long shadows across the tiled floor. His mother had finally collapsed from exhaustion, her tear-streaked face buried in a pillow on the couch. His father sat next to her, gripping her hand, staring blankly ahead. The next morning, the police called. Detective Schaefer had spent the entire night reviewing possible leads, but they were running into the same problem. They were always a step too late. Whoever had Frock was smart, deliberately mobile, never staying in one place long enough for police to act. Schaefer met Frank at the police station. "We need to expand the search radius. Whoever is moving her, they aren't keeping her in the same area. We need more eyes." Frank nodded. "What do we do? Another public appeal? More posters?" Schaefer sighed. "Yes, but this time we're going bigger. National." The Leaps family appeared on television again that evening, their faces worn with exhaustion but determined. This time it wasn't just a plea, it was a demand. "If anyone knows something, if you've seen anything, please tell us," Ingrid said, voice trembling but strong. "Whoever has Frock, please let her go." The broadcast sent waves across Germany. Calls flooded in again, just like before. But this time, one tip was different. A gas station attendant in Huvelhof, a small town between Paderborn and Delbruck, called in. He remembered seeing a girl matching Frock's description late at night. She had been in a car with a man, but what struck him was her demeanor. She looked exhausted, her face pale, her eyes unfocused. She barely spoke, only nodding when the man next to her paid for their fuel. The description sent chills down Frank's spine. Did she seem afraid? Did she try to run? The attendant hesitated. Not afraid, exactly. Just empty, like she wasn't really there. The police pulled footage from the gas station, but the camera quality was poor. A dark-colored car, possibly a sedan. A man in the driver's seat, and a blurry figure in the passenger side, one that could be Frock. The man was careful. No license plate visible. No clear shot of his face. But now they had something. Proof that Frock had been alive at least 24 hours ago. Proof that she was being transported. And proof that whoever had her, he wasn't done moving her yet. Frank clenched his fists. "We're close. We have to be." But Schaefer's face remained grim. "Or we're running out of time." The small thread of hope provided by the gas station sighting propelled the investigation into overdrive. Detective Schaefer ordered every available unit to focus on traffic cameras and any other gas stations along the major routes out of Paderborn. If Frock had been seen there, chances were that her captor had continued moving her through similar stops. For Frank and his parents, the waiting was unbearable. Each minute without a new call or a new sighting felt like an eternity. The calls had stopped, and in their place, only a deafening silence remained. Ingrid Leaps clutched Frock's childhood photo, whispering prayers into the stillness of their home. By noon, a second tip came in. A highway surveillance camera had caught footage of a car similar to the one at the gas station. The footage was grainy, but the timestamp indicated that it had passed through the checkpoint just an hour after Frock's last confirmed sighting. The police could now determine a possible direction. The car had been heading southeast, toward Lichtenau, a town with vast stretches of countryside and wooded areas. Schaefer immediately dispatched patrols to check any rest stops, motels, and secluded locations. Frank insisted on going along, unwilling to sit back while the search intensified. The idea that Frock could be out there somewhere, still alive, pushed him forward even through exhaustion. The search lasted hours, but by dusk there was still no sign of the car or Frock. Frank stood at the edge of a quiet gas station in Lichtenau, staring at the road stretching ahead. It felt endless, as if it could swallow his sister whole. "What if we're always just behind them? What if we're chasing shadows?" he murmured, frustration and exhaustion evident in his voice. Schaefer placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "We're closing in. Whoever has her is running out of places to go. If she's still being moved, they have to stop eventually." As night fell, the police made another desperate attempt at gathering more information. They released an official statement, warning the public that Frock may be in the presence of a dangerous individual. They urged truck drivers, shop workers, and anyone traveling the major roads to keep an eye out for the girl with auburn hair. wearing the same white top and jeans she was last seen in. The media response was immediate. Television stations aired segments about Frock, news anchors emphasizing the urgency of her disappearance. People across Germany began posting online about her case, hoping that someone somewhere would see her and call it in. At 2:17 a.m., the Leap's phone rang. Frank grabbed it instantly. "Frock!" A long silence. Then the voice they had been dreading, weak, distant, almost a whisper. "Frank!" Relief and fear clashed within him. "Frock, where are you? Tell me, we're coming to get you." There was a hesitation, then barely audible. "I'm so tired." Frank's chest tightened. "Stay awake, Frock. Just stay awake. We're close, we're looking for you." I can't," she breathed. Then, for the first time, a noise in the background, something indistinct, muffled, like movement or a voice too far from the receiver. "Frock, who's there with you? Are you alone?" A pause, then a single phrase that sent a cold shiver down his spine. "I have to go now." Click. The call ended. This time, the trace came back almost instantly. The signal had come from a remote wooded area just outside Lichtenau. Schaefer didn't wait. "Move now. Everyone to Lichtenau." Frank had never seen police move so fast. Sirens blared through the night as cars raced down the empty roads, tires screeching as they turned off onto dirt paths leading into dense forest. Flashlights pierced the darkness as officers spread out, calling Frock's name, scanning every shadow. The search went on for hours, but there was nothing. No car, no footprints, no sign that anyone had been there at all. Frock was gone again, and this time the dread was unbearable. The air in Lichtenau was thick with the scent of damp earth and pine as police officers scoured the forest under the beam of their flashlights. The eerie silence of the woods was occasionally punctuated by the distant rustling of leaves or the sound of twigs snapping underfoot. Frock's last phone call had come from here. She had been close, so close that Frank felt like he could almost reach out and find her. And yet, she had once again disappeared without a trace. The search continued through the night, but as dawn began to break, exhaustion settled heavily upon the officers. The terrain was vast, with dense foliage and hidden paths leading deeper into the unknown. If Frock was being held here, her captor had chosen a place where no one would find them easily. The dogs brought in for tracking caught a faint scent near a clearing, but it led to nothing, a dead end, just like every other lead they had followed. Frank stood on the edge of the search area, his hands clenched into fists. His head throbbed from lack of sleep, his body felt drained, but he refused to stop. His sister was out there, and every second that passed meant she was in greater danger. Detective Schaefer approached, his face lined with fatigue, but still carrying a determined edge. "We need to regroup," he said. "We'll widen the search radius, check abandoned buildings, talk to anyone living in the area. If she's being moved, someone must have seen something." Frank exhaled sharply. "I don't understand how they're always ahead of us. Every time we get close, she's gone. It's like he knows we're coming." Schaefer's jaw tightened. Maybe he does. The implication was chilling. Was someone within the investigation leaking information? Was Frock's captor listening in somehow? The thought sent a fresh wave of paranoia through Frank. Later that day, new leads began pouring in. The media coverage had reached new heights, and more calls flooded the police hotline. One caller, a woman from a nearby village, reported seeing a man and a young woman at a roadside diner 3 nights earlier. The woman, she claimed, looked exhausted and unwell. The man barely let her speak. When the waitress asked if she needed help, the man had quickly ended their meal and left. The woman had thought nothing of it at the time, but, after seeing Frock's face on the news, she was sure it had been her. The description of the man was vague, medium build, dark hair, wearing a cap. It was frustratingly unspecific, but it was something. By the afternoon, another sighting came in. This time, a truck driver reported seeing a young woman walking alone on a side road not far from Lichtenau. She had looked lost, disoriented. The driver had slowed down to offer help, but before he could stop, a car pulled up beside her. A man got out, grabbed her by the arm, and led her into the vehicle. It had happened so fast that by the time the driver registered what he was seeing, the car had already sped off. The description of the vehicle, a dark-colored sedan, matched the previous sighting. This time, however, the witness had caught part of the license plate. Schaefer wasted no time. "Run it through every database we have. "We're finding this car." Hours later, the results came back. The plate was a partial match for a vehicle registered in a neighboring town. The owner? A man named Michael Werner, a 37-year-old with no prior criminal record. He had never been on the police's radar, until now. By nightfall, the police were en route to his last known address, a small house at the edge of a wooded area. Frank insisted on coming along. The air was thick with tension as the officers pulled up to the property. The house was dark, no lights visible from the windows. Schaefer signaled for silence as they approached the front door. A faint sound echoed from within, movement, the shifting of something heavy. Then a scream. Frank's blood ran cold. "Rock!" The officers sprang into action. "Police! Open the door!" Schaefer shouted, pounding on the wood. No answer. Only more frantic movement inside. Without hesitation, one of the officers kicked the door in. It burst open, revealing a cluttered living room with furniture overturned, papers scattered everywhere. And in the corner, a figure frail and terrified. Rock! She was bound at the wrists, her face pale, her eyes filled with tears. She had lost weight, her once vibrant expression now hollow and drained. The moment she saw Frank, a choked sob escaped her lips. But there was no time. Footsteps thundered from the back of the house. "He's running!" an officer yelled. Michael Werner had bolted through the back door, disappearing into the night. Schaefer wasted no time. "Go after him!" Frank didn't hesitate either. He surged forward, untangling the rope from Frock's wrists. "It's okay. You're safe now," he whispered, his voice breaking. Frock collapsed into his arms, sobbing. I thought I'd never see you again." The nightmare wasn't over yet. But for the first time in 10 days, Frock Leaps was finally safe. The relief of finding Frock was quickly overshadowed by the realization that her captor was still on the loose. Michael Werner had vanished into the darkness, using the dense forest behind his property as an escape route. Schaefer immediately called for backup, his voice firm as he issued orders. "We need roadblocks set up at every major exit point. He cannot get far." Officers spread out, flashlights cutting through the darkness, as they pursued the man who had eluded them for too long. Frank held onto Frock tightly, his hands shaking as he reassured her. "You're safe now. We have you. You're not alone anymore." Frock was barely able to hold herself up. She clung to Frank as though she might disappear if she let go. Her voice was barely above a whisper. I thought it would never end." The paramedics arrived moments later, carefully helping Frock into the ambulance. Ingrid and her husband, who had been rushed to the scene, broke down in tears the moment they saw their daughter. Ingrid wrapped Frock in her arms, pressing her against her chest, as though she could somehow erase the horrors of the past 10 days with sheer force of love. "You're home now," Ingrid whispered through tears. "You're home." Frock winced as they examined her injuries. Bruises along her wrists from where she had been restrained, the dull pallor of her skin from lack of proper nutrition. But what hurt more than any physical wound was the terror still reflected in her eyes. Meanwhile, the manhunt for Werner intensified. Officers combed the forest, their dogs leading the way as they searched for any sign of him. Helicopters with infrared cameras scanned the treetops, looking for any heat signatures. An hour passed, then another. Schaefer paced near his squad car, radio in hand, frustration creeping into his expression. "We should have found him by now. He can't have gotten far." Just as he spoke, a call came through. "Suspect spotted near the riverbank. We're moving in." Every officer on site mobilized instantly. Frank, despite everything, felt himself drawn toward the unfolding chase. He wanted to see the man who had taken his sister brought to justice. By the time they reached the riverbank, Werner was cornered. Officers had surrounded him, their weapons drawn, as he stood with his hands raised. His face was streaked with sweat, his eyes darting wildly, looking for any possible escape. But there was none. "It's over," Schaefer called out. "There's nowhere left to run." For a moment, Werner hesitated. Then, slowly, he lowered himself to the ground, surrendering. Frank exhaled, his hands still shaking. It was finally over. Within minutes, Werner was in cuffs, being led toward a waiting police car. Frank watched as he was shoved inside, but Werner never looked his way. He kept his eyes on the ground, offering no explanation, no apology. Back at the hospital, Frock was given a full medical evaluation. Despite everything, she had survived. The doctors assured the family that, physically, she would recover. The emotional scars, however, would take much longer to heal. When Frank finally stepped into her hospital room, Frock turned to him with tears in her eyes. "I was so scared," she whispered. "Every day I thought it was the end." Frank sat beside her, taking her hand in his. "But it wasn't. You fought, and we never stopped looking for you." Frock nodded, squeezing his hand. "Thank you for not giving up." The nightmare had ended, but the road to healing had only just begun. The relief of having Frock back was overwhelming, but it was quickly followed by an unavoidable reality. There were still questions that needed answers. The police had Werner in custody, but the investigation was far from over. Detective Schaefer sat in the interrogation room across from Werner, who remained disturbingly calm. His hands were shackled to the table, and yet his posture was relaxed, as if he had been expecting this moment all along. Schaefer took a deep breath. "You've had Frock for 10 days. Why?" Werner remained silent, his lips barely twitching as he stared at the detective. The air in the room was thick with unspoken tension. The only sound was the low hum of the overhead light. "We know you moved her from place to place. She called her family multiple times, always from different locations. What was your plan?" Schaefer pressed, trying to get anything, out of him. Still, Werner said nothing. His silence was infuriating. Schaefer could feel his patience thinning, but he knew he had to remain calm. Meanwhile, Frock's family stayed by her side in the hospital. She had been given sedatives to help her sleep, but the nightmares still came. Frank sat beside her bed, watching as she stirred restlessly, her face twisted in fear even in sleep. When she finally woke, her eyes darted around the room in panic before settling on her brother. "Frank!" Her voice was hoarse. "I'm here," he said softly, squeezing her hand. Tears welled in her eyes. "Is he gone?" Frank nodded. "They caught him. He's in custody. He can't hurt you anymore." She exhaled shakily, gripping his hand tighter. "I don't understand why he let me call. Why did he keep moving me?" Her voice trembled as she tried to make sense of it all. Frank didn't have an answer, but he could see the pain in her eyes, the torment of being held captive, of not knowing if she would survive. Over the next few days, Frock slowly began to recover. The police visited her in the hospital to gather her statement. Every detail she provided was critical in building the case against Werner. "He wasn't always angry," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Sometimes he acted normal, like we were just traveling. But then he would get distant again, like he was somewhere else in his mind." "Did he ever mention why he took you?" Schaefer asked gently. Frock hesitated. "He said he just wanted someone to talk to. He wanted me to keep him company." Frank's stomach twisted. The thought of his sister being used as some twisted form of companionship made his blood boil. Back in the interrogation room, Schaefer leaned forward. "Frock says you wanted company. That's why you took her." For the first time, Werner reacted. He smiled, just slightly, but it was enough to send a chill down Schaefer's spine. "Did I?" Werner mused. "Or was it something else?" Schaefer's jaw tightened. "You tell me." Werner leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable. "She was special. I wasn't going to hurt her. I just needed time." Schaefer felt rage build inside him. "Time for what?" Werner didn't answer. Instead, he simply smiled again, his silence as haunting as his crimes. The days after Frock's rescue were filled with both relief and frustration. While her family rejoiced in her return, the trauma of her captivity remained a looming shadow. The investigation into Michael Werner continued, but he remained as elusive as ever, his cryptic responses doing little to provide clarity. At the hospital, Frock was slowly regaining her strength. The medical staff ensured she was physically stable, but mentally, she was still trapped in those 10 days. The fear, the confusion, the waiting, it was all still there, lingering just beneath the surface. Frank stayed by her side, refusing to leave her alone. He could see the changes in his sister, the way her shoulders tensed at sudden noises, the way she hesitated before answering even the simplest questions. It was as if she was still expecting Werner to control the narrative, to dictate what she could and couldn't say. "Frock," Frank said gently one afternoon, sitting beside her hospital bed. "You don't have to be afraid anymore." She turned her tired eyes to him. "I know," she whispered, "but I don't feel safe." Frank's chest ached at her words. "I promise he's never coming near you again." Meanwhile, at the police station, Detective Schaefer continued his battle with Werner. The man was calm, almost eerily so, sitting with his hands folded neatly in front of him. He had barely moved in the hours he had been held in interrogation. Schaefer threw down another file onto the table. "We have surveillance footage. Witnesses. We found Frock in your house. You're done, Werner." Werner tilted his head slightly. "Am I?" Schaefer clenched his jaw. "Why did you take her?" Werner smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "I already told you. She was special. You kept her for 10 days. Let her call her family. Moved her from place to place. What was your endgame?" Schaefer pressed. Werner exhaled, as if considering his answer. "She was supposed to understand." "Understand what?" "That I didn't mean her harm." Schaefer's patience was wearing thin. "You kidnapped her. You terrified her family. You destroyed her sense of security. And you think she was supposed to understand?" Werner's expression didn't change. People don't always know what's best for them. Schaefer stared at him, rage simmering just beneath the surface. "You're delusional." Werner leaned back slightly. "Maybe. Or maybe I just wanted something I couldn't have." The words sent a chill down Schaefer's spine. There was no remorse in Werner's voice. No regret. Just cold, detached acceptance. Back at the hospital, Frock sat up in bed, staring out the window. The evening sky was a deep shade of orange, the sun slowly sinking below the horizon. "I used to love watching the sunset," she murmured. Frank looked at her. "You still can." She was silent for a moment. "It doesn't feel the same." Frank reached for her hand, squeezing it gently. "Give it time." Frock swallowed hard, then nodded. But deep down, she wondered if time would ever be enough to make her feel whole again. The days following Werner's arrest felt surreal. Frock had returned home, but her house, once a place of comfort, felt unfamiliar. Everything inside was the same, yet she wasn't. Shadows seemed darker, silence felt heavier, and every unexpected sound sent her heart racing. She was free, but in many ways she was still trapped. Frank stayed close, watching her with the protective instincts of an older brother who had almost lost someone he loved. He tried to ease her transition, filling their home with light and conversation. But he saw the cracks in her resolve, the way she avoided the windows at night, the way she hesitated before answering calls, as if expecting Werner's voice on the other end. Their parents tiptoed around her, terrified of saying the wrong thing. They were relieved, of course, but their joy was muted by the knowledge that their daughter had endured something unspeakable. The trauma clung to her like a second skin, invisible to the world but all-consuming within. One evening, as they sat in the living room, Frock finally spoke the words Frank had been dreading. "I don't think I can stay here." Frank turned to her, setting down the cup of tea he had been holding. "What do you mean?" She stared at her hands, tracing invisible patterns on her palm. "I can't sleep here. I can't close my eyes without seeing that room, without feeling like I'm still there." Frank felt his stomach twist. "You don't have to go anywhere, Frock. We can get help, we can—" "I am getting help," she interrupted, her voice firmer than he had heard in weeks. "But I need space to breathe. I can't heal if I feel like I'm still looking over my shoulder." He swallowed his protest, knowing deep down that she was right. "Where will you go?" She hesitated. "I was thinking of staying with Aunt Karen for—" "Okay, but promise me something." She looked up at him. "Anything. Don't shut us out. If you need anything, you call me. No matter what." A small, fragile smile touched her lips. "I promise." Meanwhile, at the police station, Werner remained as silent as ever. The investigators had everything they needed: witness testimonies, surveillance footage, and Frock's own statement. But Werner refused to give them the one thing that could bring closure: a reason. Detective Schaefer leaned forward, studying Werner's vacant expression. "She survived. She's talking. It's over." Werner's lips twitched into something resembling a smirk. "Is it?" Schaefer narrowed his eyes. "You'll never walk free again." Werner held his gaze, unblinking. "Maybe not. But what I wanted, I got." Schaefer's hands curled into fists beneath the table. "And what exactly did you want?" The silence stretched long before Werner finally answered, his voice barely above a whisper. "To be remembered." A cold chill ran down Schaefer's spine. He had seen evil before, but never had it felt so calculated, so precise. Frock's story was far from over. She would heal, she would move forward, but Werner's shadow would always linger. a reminder of the darkness she had escaped. But she had escaped, and that, more than anything, was what mattered. Frock stood by the doorway of her childhood home, her bag packed, her heart heavy. The house that once held so many happy memories now felt suffocating. Every room, every shadow, every quiet moment reminded her of those 10 days, of waiting, of fearing, of surviving. She wasn't running away. She was searching for a space where she could breathe again. Frank leaned against the wall, arms crossed, watching her with wary eyes. "You sure about this?" Frock nodded, though doubt flickered behind her eyes. "I need to try." Their mother, Ingrid, hugged her tightly, lingering longer than usual. "You'll call every day?" "Every day," Frock promised. Her father placed a warm hand on her shoulder. "You take all the time you need. But remember, this is your home, no matter what." She swallowed the lump in her throat and nodded. With one last glance at Frank, she stepped outside into the cool air. The drive to her Aunt Karen's house was long, the landscape rolling by in a blur of fields and small towns. It felt strange to be moving forward after everything, to put distance between herself and the place where her life had nearly been stolen. Meanwhile, at the police station, Detective Schaefer sat at his desk, staring at Werner's case file. The man had been formally charged, his trial set to begin in the coming months. Yet despite all the evidence, despite his capture, something about the case gnawed at Schaefer's instincts. Werner hadn't fought back. He hadn't begged for a deal. He had sat there calm, content in his silence. Schaefer tapped his pen against the desk, flipping through Frock's testimony again. Werner had taken her, moved her, let her call home. But what had he been waiting for? What was his endgame? A knock at his door pulled him from his thoughts. An officer stepped in, holding a folder. The psychological evaluation on Werner came back. "You might want to see this." Schaefer took the folder and scanned the pages. Werner had been deemed fit to stand trial, but there was something unnerving in the psychiatrist's notes. Subject displays no signs of remorse. Motivation unclear. May have orchestrated entire event for psychological power rather than traditional means of control. Schaefer exhaled sharply. He never intended to keep her forever. He wanted the fear, the chase. "And now he has a captive audience in court," the officer added grimly. Back at Aunt Karen's house, Frock sat on the small wooden porch, watching the sun sink behind the trees. The quiet here was different. It didn't feel like a trap. It felt like the first step towards something new. She took out her phone and scrolled through old messages, ones from before her kidnapping. Friends planning movie nights, talking about exams, complaining about work. It felt like another life. A new message popped up. "Frank, you good?" A small smile tugged at her lips. "Yeah, getting there." She set the phone down, exhaling deeply. The journey ahead wouldn't be easy, but for the first time in weeks, she felt something close to hope. She had survived, and now she was ready to live again. Hello and welcome to Nightmare Lullabies. As you settle in for the night, prepare to be immersed in a world of eerie whispers and unsettling tales, designed to both chill and soothe. Now, close your eyes, relax, and let the darkness carry you away. And if these nightly tales captivate you, feel free to join our community for more whispered secrets. In the quiet town of Losada, Portugal, a chilling mystery unfolded on the morning of March 4th, 1998. 11-year-old Rui Pedro, a bright and energetic child, vanished without a trace. What was supposed to be an ordinary day turned into a nightmare that would haunt his family and the entire nation for decades. Despite multiple investigations, disturbing testimonies, and alleged sightings, the truth behind Rui Pedro's disappearance remains elusive. This is the story of one of Portugal's most haunting unsolved cases. Rui Pedro's day had started like any other. He attended school in the morning, greeted his friends, and returned home for lunch. That afternoon, he asked his mother, Filomena Teixeira, for permission to meet a friend and ride his bicycle. His mother, unaware that this would be the last time she would see her son, allowed him to go, trusting that he would return home before dinner. Hours passed, and Rui Pedro did not return. As the sun began to set, worry set in. His family searched the neighborhood, calling his name, knocking on doors, and asking neighbors if they had seen him. The concern quickly turned to panic when it became clear that no one knew where Rui Pedro had gone. His bicycle was nowhere to be found, and there were no signs of a struggle. He had simply vanished. As darkness fell, the family contacted the authorities. The local police initially treated the case as a typical runaway situation, believing Rui Pedro had simply wandered off and would return. However, his parents knew better. Rui Pedro was a responsible boy, and he had never run away before. The next morning, when their son was still missing, desperation grew, and the police finally launched a full-scale investigation. One of the first clues in the case came from Rui Pedro's friend, Afonso Diaz, an older teenager who lived nearby. When questioned, Afonso initially denied knowing anything about Rui Pedro's whereabouts. However, inconsistencies in his statements soon raised suspicions. Under further pressure, Afonso admitted that he had met with Rui Pedro on the afternoon of his disappearance. He claimed that he had driven Rui Pedro to meet an unknown man for what he described as a fun time. What this entailed remained unclear, but Afonso insisted that he had left Rui Pedro with the man and had not seen him since. This confession set off alarm bells. Who was the mysterious man? Why had Afonso taken Rui Pedro to meet him? And most importantly, why had Rui Pedro not returned home? Police efforts to identify this unknown individual were met with frustration. No concrete leads emerged, and Afonso's story remained shrouded in ambiguity. As the days turned into weeks, and then months, the investigation stalled. Despite national media coverage and widespread public interest, there were no credible sightings or ransom demands. Rui Pedro had simply vanished into thin air. In 1999, a year after Rui Pedro's disappearance, a chilling revelation surfaced. A man from Switzerland came forward with disturbing information. He claimed to have seen a boy resembling Rui Pedro in a brothel in the city of Lille, France. The child, he reported, appeared disoriented and frightened, as though he had been drugged or coerced. When the man later saw a missing persons report featuring Rui Pedro's image, he was convinced it was the same child. This lead reignited the investigation. Authorities explored the possibility that Rui Pedro had been abducted and forced into human trafficking. Portugal's proximity to Spain and other European nations made it a plausible theory. However, despite extensive efforts, no further evidence was found to confirm the sighting in France. If Rui Pedro had been taken abroad, where was he now? As the years passed, Rui Pedro's case remained open, but the trail grew colder. His parents never stopped searching, appearing on television, working with private investigators, and following every lead. In 2011, a breakthrough seemed possible when Afonso Diaz was arrested and charged with involvement in Rui Pedro's disappearance. In court, it was alleged that he had facilitated the meeting between Rui Pedro and an unidentified adult for nefarious purposes. The prosecution argued that he had knowingly put Rui Pedro in harm's way, an action that had ultimately led to the child's disappearance. The trial resulted in Afonso being convicted of corruption of a minor and sentenced to 3 years in prison. However, despite this conviction, the case was far from solved. Afonso maintained his innocence regarding Rui Pedro's fate, and no new information emerged regarding what had happened after that fateful meeting in 1998. Without a body or definitive proof of what had occurred, Rui Pedro remained officially classified as a missing person. Over 2 decades later, Rui Pedro's disappearance continues to haunt Portugal. His mother, Filomena, remains relentless in her search for the truth. She has kept her son's story alive, ensuring that his case is never forgotten. Every year, on the anniversary of his disappearance, new appeals for information are made. Though the chances of finding Rui Pedro alive grow slimmer with each passing year, his family clings to hope that one day, they will have the answers they so desperately seek. The case of Rui Pedro is a tragic reminder of the agony endured by families of missing children. It highlights the flaws in early investigations, the haunting reality of human trafficking networks, and the devastating impact of unresolved loss. Whether Rui Pedro was taken by someone he trusted, sold into trafficking, or met an untimely fate remains a question that lingers in the minds of many. For now, Rui Pedro remains missing, his fate unknown, his family still searching, and his story still unfinished. Until the day the truth is uncovered, His name will remain etched in Portugal's history as one of its most harrowing unsolved mysteries. As the years stretched on, Rui Pedro's case remained a deep wound in Portugal's collective consciousness. The haunting image of the boy, frozen in time at age 11, continued to circulate in newspapers, television reports, and missing person posters. His family's relentless pursuit of answers had turned his disappearance into one of the country's most widely publicized and debated mysteries. Despite their efforts, the truth remained frustratingly out of reach. In the immediate aftermath of his disappearance, law enforcement had scrambled to make up for lost time. The early hours had been critical, yet they had been wasted due to initial assumptions that Rui Pedro had simply wandered off. By the time authorities treated his case as an abduction, potential leads had already gone cold. Witness statements became unreliable, and forensic evidence was scarce. The passage of time had given the perpetrator, or perpetrators, ample opportunity to cover their tracks. Forensic experts revisited the site of his last known whereabouts, searching for any trace of Rui Pedro. His bicycle, once thought to be an important clue, yielded no fingerprints or evidence that could provide insight into what had happened. The absence of clear forensic evidence meant investigators had to rely almost entirely on witness testimonies, many of which conflicted with one another. One of the most troubling aspects of the case was the involvement of Afonso Dias. Investigators remained convinced that he held crucial information that could unravel the mystery. Although he was convicted years later for corruption of a minor, many believed his role in the case was more sinister than what had been legally proven. His refusal to provide details about what had transpired after he had last seen Rui Pedro led to speculation that he had not acted alone. Several theories emerged over the years, each attempting to explain what might have happened to Rui Pedro. The most prevalent and disturbing theory suggested that he had been trafficked into a child exploitation network. The sighting of a boy resembling Rui Pedro in a French brothel fueled these fears, but no verifiable connection was ever established. The possibility that Rui Pedro had been taken across international borders highlighted the limitations of law enforcement's reach at the time. Without solid evidence, authorities struggled to justify an expanded investigation into trafficking networks. Another theory suggested that Rui Pedro had been abducted and killed, with his body concealed so thoroughly that no trace of him had ever been found. Some speculated that he had been taken by someone who knew the area well, possibly someone local who had managed to evade suspicion. The notion that the perpetrator was someone within Lasada's community only deepened the family's anguish, making them question who among their neighbors might have known more than they had let on. Despite law enforcement's best efforts, Rui Pedro's case grew colder with each passing year. His parents tirelessly campaigned to keep his story alive, appearing on television programs, urging the public to come forward with any information. Every small lead was followed, but none led to the breakthrough they desperately needed. Psychics and private investigators were consulted, but their findings were inconclusive at best, misleading at worst. The case took another turn in the early 2010s when technology allowed investigators to re-examine old evidence with new forensic methods. Advances in DNA analysis led authorities to revisit objects taken from the crime scene. But with no body and no concrete forensic links, the investigation hit yet another dead end. Afonso Dias, though convicted for his role in arranging the meeting with an unknown adult, remained silent about the full extent of his knowledge, maintaining his limited version of events. Meanwhile, Rui Pedro's mother, Filomena, never wavered in her quest for the truth. She remained steadfast in her belief that someone somewhere had the answers she sought. Over the years, she had received anonymous letters, cryptic messages, and countless unverified tips, all of which led to disappointment. Yet she refused to accept that her son had simply vanished without a trace. She held on to the hope that one day a revelation, whether from law enforcement, a new witness, or even a confession from someone involved, would finally give her the closure she had been denied for so long. The emotional toll of Rui Pedro's disappearance was immeasurable. His family's life had been irreversibly changed, their grief compounded by the lack of resolution. The community of Lasada, once a quiet and peaceful town, remained haunted by the case, unable to shake the darkness that had fallen over them that fateful day in 1998. For now, Rui Pedro's story remains one of Portugal's most harrowing mysteries. With every passing year, the hope for answers grows dimmer, but his family, investigators, and the many who have followed the case refuse to let his name fade into obscurity. The question that has lingered for more than 2 decades remains. Where is Rui Pedro, and will the truth ever come to light? As the years passed, Rui Pedro's disappearance continued to haunt Portugal. His face remained a symbol of unresolved sorrow, plastered on posters, social media campaigns, and news specials, yet the mystery of his fate remained elusive. His mother, Filomena Teixeira, refused to let the world forget her son, advocating tirelessly for justice and keeping the case in the public eye. But the passage of time was relentless, eroding hope even as it fueled new speculations. The emergence of new technology in the 2010s offered a glimmer of hope. Advances in forensic science had solved decades-old cold cases across the world, and Rui Pedro's case was among those revisited. Investigators combed through old evidence, applying new DNA testing methods and analyzing statements with fresh scrutiny. However, despite their best efforts, nothing substantial surfaced. The physical evidence was simply too scarce, and the lack of a crime scene meant there were no definitive clues left to examine. What had seemed like a straightforward case of abduction had now spiraled into a tangled web of theories. One prevailing belief was that Rui Pedro had been trafficked abroad. Reports of children being abducted and forced into human trafficking networks were not unheard of, and Portugal's proximity to Spain, France, and other European countries made this a frightening possibility. Several alleged sightings of Rui Pedro, including the infamous claim of a Swiss man seeing a boy matching his description in a brothel in Lille, France, fueled these concerns. Despite extensive efforts by police and international organizations, no conclusive link was ever established. Afonso Dias, the last known person to see Rui Pedro, remained at the center of the controversy. His conviction in 2011 for corruption of a minor had brought a partial sense of justice, but his reluctance to reveal any further information left investigators and Rui Pedro's family feeling frustrated. Many believed that Afonso had either directly participated in, or at least facilitated Rui Pedro's abduction. His unwillingness to disclose the full truth only deepened suspicions, yet without concrete evidence, further charges were impossible. Throughout the years, countless leads were pursued. Some witnesses claimed to have seen Rui Pedro in different countries, from Spain to Morocco, while others suggested that he had been taken in by a mysterious benefactor. These leads, however, lacked credibility and ultimately led nowhere. Each new thread of hope seemed to unravel, leaving Rui Pedro's loved ones trapped in a cycle of desperation and disappointment. The case also became a focal point for discussions on police competency and the handling of missing children investigations in Portugal. Many criticized the initial police response, believing that crucial hours had been wasted under the assumption that Rui Pedro had simply wandered off. Had authorities acted faster, could they have prevented his disappearance from becoming a decades-long mystery? The sentiment echoed in other high-profile cases, sparking debates about law enforcement procedures and child safety measures across the country. Despite the lack of answers, Rui Pedro's mother remained resolute. She continued to seek justice, never allowing the silence surrounding the case to diminish her determination. Over the years, she collaborated with journalists, detectives, and online communities that specialized in solving cold cases. Every year, on the anniversary of Rui Pedro's disappearance, she renewed her appeal to the public, hoping that someone somewhere still held the key to unlocking the truth. As the years stretched into decades, the pain of Rui Pedro's absence never faded. The town of Lasada, once known for its quiet charm, remained a place overshadowed by the tragedy of a child lost to the unknown. People who had once walked the streets with Rui Pedro had grown older, but the echoes of his laughter and the image of his innocent face persisted in the collective memory of the community. The case of Rui Pedro remains one of Portugal's most baffling mysteries. His family continues to wait, burdened with uncertainty yet clinging to hope. Could a new witness come forward? Could a long-hidden secret finally surface? Or would Rui Pedro's story remain forever unfinished? A chilling reminder of the unknown fates that sometimes befall the innocent? Until the day the truth is revealed, the question lingers. Where is Rui Pedro, and what really happened to him on that fateful day in 1998. As Rui Pedro's case entered the 21st century, the agony of uncertainty weighed heavily on his family. His mother, Filomena Teixeira, had long since abandoned the hope of a normal life, dedicating herself entirely to finding answers. Every passing year felt like both a loss and a battle, one she was determined to keep fighting, no matter how difficult. The legal system had provided little in the way of closure. While Afonso Dias had been convicted for corruption of a minor, it was a small and unsatisfying victory in the grand scheme of Rui Pedro's disappearance. Many believed that Dias knew far more than he had ever admitted, but without new evidence or a confession, he could not be charged with anything further. His silence remained one of the most frustrating elements of the case. By the mid-2010s, technology had progressed significantly, offering new hope for long-standing cold cases. Law enforcement agencies around the world had begun revisiting old files, utilizing advanced forensic techniques to reassess evidence. Rui Pedro's case was no exception. Investigators re-examined every available lead, but the unfortunate reality was that the case had very little physical evidence to begin with. Without DNA, fingerprints, or concrete forensic proof, there were severe limitations on what modern science could achieve. One of the key challenges in missing persons cases, especially those involving potential trafficking, is the difficulty of tracking movements across borders. Rui Pedro's disappearance had long been suspected of having an international element, but tracing the movements of an 11-year-old boy, years after he had vanished, was nearly impossible. If he had indeed been taken to France or another country, it was unclear whether he was still alive, had changed his identity, or had remained trapped in an underground world that few ever escape. As media attention fluctuated, Rui Pedro's case occasionally saw renewed public interest. True crime enthusiasts, investigative journalists, and online communities dissected every known detail, hoping to uncover something new. Some speculated that the key to solving the mystery lay not in following the trafficking theories, but in re-examining the local area. Had an abductor acted alone? Was there a chance that Rui Pedro had never left Portugal at all? These questions lingered, fueling discussions but failing to provide conclusive answers. Meanwhile, Rui Pedro's mother continued her relentless search. Over the years, she had met with law enforcement officials, government representatives, and even private detectives, all in the hope that someone somewhere would be able to tell her what had happened to her son. Each effort came with its own emotional toll. Each lead that went nowhere, each person who could not provide the answers she sought, was another heartbreak layered onto the years of grief she had already endured. Despite the frustrations, Rui Pedro's family never stopped believing that a breakthrough was possible. They held on to the hope that someone someday would come forward with vital information. Many families of missing children face the same harrowing reality. They live in a state of suspended grief, unable to mourn, unable to move on, forever trapped in the uncertainty of not knowing. As Rui Pedro's story continued to be told, new generations learned of his disappearance, and his name became synonymous with Portugal's most infamous missing person case. His face, immortalized in age-progressed images, remained a fixture in awareness campaigns. With every anniversary of his disappearance, new appeals for information surfaced, reminding the world that for Rui Pedro's family, the search was far from over. Yet the question remained, would Rui Pedro ever be found? And if so, would the truth be something his family could bear? Until that moment arrived, his mother's mission was clear. She would never stop looking, never stop questioning, and never stop fighting for the justice her son deserved. As Rui Pedro's disappearance continued to fade into history, his family's resolve remained as strong as ever. Though years had turned into decades, the pain never dulled, nor did the unanswered questions stop haunting them. The weight of uncertainty was as heavy as the day he vanished. His mother, Filomena Teixeira, became a tireless advocate for missing children, transforming her grief into a mission to ensure that no other family had to endure the same agony. Despite the lack of new developments, Rui Pedro's case remained a subject of speculation among journalists, investigators, and armchair detectives. The theories surrounding his disappearance ranged from plausible to outrageous. Some believed that he had been abducted by a sophisticated trafficking network, his identity erased, his life rewritten beyond recognition. Others theorized that he had met an untimely end at the hands of someone he trusted, with his body hidden so well that it would never be found. The alleged sighting in France continued to be a focal point of the investigation. The Swiss man who had claimed to see Rue Pedro in a brothel in Lille had provided a compelling, but frustrating lead. Though the account was deemed credible, no physical evidence had ever emerged to support it. Without further witnesses or documentation, the theory remained in limbo, a possible answer just out of reach, a door that refused to fully open. In the mid-2010s, Rue Pedro's case experienced a resurgence in interest as true crime documentaries gained popularity. Several television programs revisited the case, bringing it back into public discourse. Renewed awareness led to a fresh wave of speculation, and for a brief moment, it seemed as if the attention might generate new leads. However, just as before, the renewed efforts ultimately led nowhere. Technology played a growing role in investigating cold cases worldwide, leading to optimism that one day, Rue Pedro's case might benefit from advancements in forensic analysis or artificial intelligence. Machine learning algorithms were being developed to cross-reference missing persons databases, and DNA genealogy had begun solving cases decades after crimes had been committed. But in Rue Pedro's case, the lack of a body, personal belongings, or forensic evidence meant that such methods had little to work with. Meanwhile, Rue Pedro's mother never gave up. Every year on the anniversary of his disappearance, she renewed her appeal to the public, appearing in interviews, keeping his name alive in the media, and refusing to let her son be forgotten. The resilience of her love was both heartbreaking and inspiring. It was a reminder that, for the families of the missing, time did not heal wounds, it only deepened them. As the years continued to pass, the likelihood of finding Rue Pedro alive grew slimmer. Yet there remained a lingering hope, however faint, that somewhere, somehow, a missing piece of the puzzle would surface. Someone somewhere knew the truth. Whether they would ever come forward was another matter entirely. For Rue Pedro's family, closure remained an unreachable dream. The unanswered questions loomed over them, preventing them from truly moving forward. Yet amidst the uncertainty, there was one certainty. They would never stop searching, never stop asking, and never stop hoping for the truth. Until the day comes when the final chapter of Rue Pedro's story is written, his name will remain etched in Portugal's memory, a symbol of the mysteries that refuse to be forgotten, and a reminder that the fight for justice never truly ends. Years turned into decades, yet Rue Pedro's case remained a painful, open wound in Portugal's history. The passage of time did not lessen the pain for his family, nor did it erase the urgency of the question that had haunted them for so long. Where was Rue Pedro? The absence of answers did not bring closure, only a constant cycle of hope and despair. His mother, Filomena, refused to give up, but each passing year made it more evident that without a breakthrough, the truth might never be known. As media interest in Rue Pedro's case came and went, certain journalists and independent investigators continued to revisit the mystery. Some explored overlooked witnesses, others examined inconsistencies in official records, while many focused on the strange role that Afonso Dias played. He had been convicted for corruption of a minor, yet his full involvement in Rue Pedro's disappearance remained unclear. He had served his time and walked free, but many still believed he held the key to unlocking the truth. New theories emerged over the years. Some suggested that Rue Pedro had been kidnapped by an organized crime network that specialized in human trafficking. If this were true, it explained why there had been no trace of him, why alleged sightings had never been confirmed, and why those responsible had never been caught. The idea that he had been smuggled across international borders into a life far removed from his own was terrifying, but not implausible. However, without any concrete evidence, this remained pure speculation. Others argued that Rue Pedro had never left Portugal at all. Could he have been taken by someone local, someone who knew him and had a reason to ensure he was never found? If that were the case, it suggested a cover-up so complete that authorities had never managed to uncover a shred of proof. Some skeptics questioned whether those responsible were closer than anyone had ever realized, hidden in plain sight among the very people who had claimed to want justice. Despite countless efforts by Rue Pedro's family to keep his name in the public eye, the investigation eventually lost momentum. Law enforcement resources had to be allocated elsewhere, and as unsolved cases mounted, Rue Pedro's file grew colder. His mother, now aging, knew that time was against her, but she remained resolute. She was determined to know the truth before it was too late. Technological advancements in the forensic field sparked renewed hope. DNA databases, artificial intelligence, and digital forensics had solved cases once thought impossible. With each new breakthrough in criminal investigations, Rue Pedro's family hoped that his case might benefit from new tools and methodologies. But without new evidence or testimony, there was little that technology alone could accomplish. The case remained a haunting reminder of how quickly a life could be stolen, how justice could slip through the cracks, and how entire communities could be left with more questions than answers. Rue Pedro's disappearance was more than just a tragic event. It was a symbol of the fragility of certainty, a reminder that no matter how much time passed, the pain of the unknown never truly faded. To this day, Rue Pedro's family continues to search, continues to hope, and continues to fight against the silence that has surrounded his case for far too long. Until the truth is revealed, his story remains unfinished, a dark chapter in Portugal's history that refuses to be closed. As Rue Pedro's case remained frozen in time, his mother, Filomena Teixeira, refused to let the world forget him. The years had not been kind, but she carried on with an unwavering determination, her voice breaking through the silence of unresolved grief. She attended every memorial, spoke at press conferences, and sought every avenue to push the authorities toward action. Her son's absence was a wound that would not heal, and she was determined that no one else would let it be buried beneath the weight of forgotten tragedies. Despite the official closure of the investigation, private detectives and journalists continued to pick at the loose ends. New leads were rare, but sometimes a small piece of overlooked evidence resurfaced, reigniting hope for a resolution. Every few years, someone would claim to have seen Rue Pedro or heard whispers of his fate. Each tip was examined, but time and again they led nowhere. One of the most haunting possibilities was that Rue Pedro had fallen victim to human trafficking, a theory that had persisted since the early days of the investigation. The alleged sighting in a French brothel had never been verified, but it had been impossible to dismiss entirely. Law enforcement agencies specializing in trafficking cases had taken an interest, but without a tangible lead, their efforts had stalled. It was an agonizing limbo, knowing that the possibility existed, but being powerless to confirm or disprove it. Meanwhile, the role of Afonso Diaz remained a point of contention. He had been convicted for his involvement in Rue Pedro's disappearance, but many still believed he knew more than he had ever revealed. Some speculated that he had been pressured into silence, while others wondered if he had acted under the influence of more powerful figures. If there was a deeper conspiracy at play, it had been disturbingly effective at keeping the truth buried. The emotional toll of the case extended beyond Rue Pedro's immediate family. The town of Lasada, once a quiet and safe place, had never fully recovered from the disappearance. For those who had known Rue Pedro personally, his absence was an ever-present shadow. Parents who had once let their children roam freely now held them close, haunted by the knowledge that a child could vanish without a trace, even in their own neighborhood. As the years passed, Rue Pedro's face became one of Portugal's most recognizable missing persons cases. His image remained on posters, in news reports, and across social media. The Portuguese authorities had long since categorized the case as unsolvable, but for Filomena and those who had followed the case closely, that was not an option. New investigative techniques, including artificial intelligence-driven facial recognition software, were explored in hopes of identifying Rue Pedro as an adult. Age progression images were circulated, but none led to any credible sightings. The frustrating reality was that without new evidence or a confession, there was little hope of finding him. Despite the growing sense that the case might never be solved, Rue Pedro's mother remained firm in her pursuit of justice. She had promised her son that she would never stop looking for him, and no amount of time would change that. Every year, on the anniversary of his disappearance, she renewed her public appeals, hoping that someone somewhere would finally come forward with the truth. Even as the case grew colder, the search for Rue Pedro continued. Whether the answers lay in a forgotten police file, a long-held secret, or a distant memory yet to be revealed, his family would never stop seeking the truth. Until the day they found it, Rue Pedro's story would remain an unfinished tragedy, a haunting mystery that refused to fade into history. As the years continued to pass, Rue Pedro's case became one of the most enduring mysteries in Portugal. The lack of closure tormented his family, but the disappearance had also left a profound impact on the broader community. His face had become a symbol of unresolved grief, his name forever associated with the pain of not knowing. While many had accepted that the answers might never come, others remained steadfast in their belief that justice was still within reach. Despite repeated dead ends, every new technological breakthrough in criminal investigations rekindled hope. Advances in artificial intelligence and forensic analysis had led to unexpected resolutions in other long-dormant cases. Could these new tools finally unlock the mystery of Rue Pedro's fate? Investigators re-examined records, hoping that a previously overlooked piece of information might reveal something new. The reality, however, was that too much time had passed. Leads had gone cold, and any physical evidence that may have once existed was likely lost. The specter of human trafficking remained one of the most plausible explanations for Rue Pedro's disappearance. Though no concrete proof had surfaced, the alleged sighting in France continued to fuel speculation. Over the years, survivors of trafficking networks had come forward with harrowing stories, some of which bore eerie similarities to Rue Pedro's case. Authorities revisited international databases, checking for any trace of him among the many unidentified individuals who had been recovered from such networks. But time and time again, nothing matched. In an effort to generate new leads, Rue Pedro's family turned to social media, joining forces with organizations that specialized in missing persons cases. Awareness campaigns were launched, urging anyone with information, no matter how insignificant it seemed, to come forward. The internet had the power to reach corners of the world previously inaccessible, and they hoped that the right person might finally see his story and provide the missing link they so desperately needed. Despite these efforts, there were also those who believed the case had reached a permanent deadlock. Some officials quietly admitted that there was little more that could be done unless someone with first-hand knowledge decided to speak out. Without physical evidence or a credible witness, Rue Pedro's story would remain just that, a story, a mystery without resolution. Afonso Dias, the man at the center of the controversy, had long since moved on with his life. He had served his sentence and disappeared from the public eye. Whether he held more information than he had ever revealed remained an open question. If he did know more, he had kept his secrets well guarded. Some theorized that he had been threatened into silence, while others speculated that he was merely a pawn in a much larger scheme. As Rue Pedro's family aged, the urgency of finding answers grew. Filomena Teixeira, his mother, carried the weight of decades of unanswered questions. She had once believed that the truth would surface in her lifetime, but as the years continued to slip away, she was no longer sure. Her mission was not just about Rue Pedro anymore. It was about ensuring that cases like his would never be ignored again. Her relentless advocacy had helped change the way missing children cases were handled in Portugal, but the one thing she wanted most remained beyond her grasp. Each year, on the anniversary of his disappearance, the family held a vigil, a reminder to the world that Rue Pedro was not forgotten. The passage of time had not erased him. The grief had not faded, and the search was not over. But the question remained: would they ever find the answers they so desperately sought? For now, Rue Pedro's fate remained one of Portugal's greatest mysteries, an unsolved case that refused to be laid to rest. Until the truth emerged, he would remain a ghost in the shadows, a boy forever frozen in time, waiting to be found. As Rue Pedro's case drifted further into history, the sense of injustice surrounding his disappearance only grew stronger. The years had not dulled the pain for his family, nor had they lessened the mystery that continued to grip those who followed the case. His name had become synonymous with unanswered questions and unfulfilled promises of justice. Even as time moved forward, the past remained unresolved, lingering in the minds of all who had come to know his story. The international aspect of the case continued to be a major focus. If Rue Pedro had truly been taken beyond Portugal's borders, the chances of finding him diminished with each passing year. The European authorities had worked together in missing persons cases before, and Rue Pedro's family remained hopeful that one day, His name would surface in an unexpected place: a medical record, an immigration database, a forgotten report. But as the years passed, such hopes seemed increasingly distant. Efforts to create digital reconstructions of Rui Pedro's face had been undertaken multiple times. Specialists generated age-progressed images, showing what he might look like as an adult. These images were widely distributed, appearing on websites, television broadcasts, and social media platforms. Each time the images were released, they reignited public interest in the case, and for a brief period, the family's hopes would be lifted. Yet despite these efforts, there were no verifiable sightings and no new leads emerged. As the case remained open, the silence from those who might have held the answers became deafening. Afonso Diaz had long since avoided the spotlight, refusing to answer further questions regarding that fateful day in 1998. While some still believed he was merely a misguided acquaintance, others remained convinced that he had played a more direct role in Rui Pedro's fate. If he had withheld information, was it out of fear, guilt, or something more sinister? These unanswered questions only added to the frustration of those seeking justice. For Rui Pedro's mother, Filomena, the absence of answers was the heaviest burden she carried. She had spent more than 2 decades searching, pleading, and hoping for even the smallest piece of information that might lead to her son. Every new report, every anonymous tip, every fresh investigation brought a flicker of hope, only for it to be extinguished once again. Her unwavering determination had turned her into a symbol of resilience, yet deep down, the exhaustion of waiting had taken its toll. Investigators who had worked on the case continued to express their frustration. Some admitted that they still believed someone knew the truth, but had never come forward. Whether due to fear, self-preservation, or indifference, the silence surrounding the case remained impenetrable. It was a reminder of how easily a person could disappear, and how difficult it was to find them once they were gone. Meanwhile, Rui Pedro's case became a cautionary tale, shaping the way missing children investigations were handled in Portugal. His story had influenced policy changes and prompted greater public awareness regarding child safety and abduction risks. Despite the lack of closure, his case had left an undeniable impact, ensuring that similar tragedies would not be met with the same investigative missteps that had plagued Rui Pedro's disappearance. The years continued to pass, and yet the question remained: was Rui Pedro still out there, living a life unknown to those who loved him? Had he been lost to forces too powerful to escape? Or had the answers been hidden in plain sight all along, waiting for someone to finally uncover them? For now, the truth remained elusive. Rui Pedro's family held on to hope, but as time moved forward, they faced the growing possibility that they might never get the answers they so desperately sought. Until then, his story remained a haunting mystery, one that Portugal, and the world, would never forget. Despite the years that had passed, Rui Pedro's disappearance remained an open wound, not just for his family but for the entire country. His case had become a cautionary tale, a grim reminder that even in the safest of places, children could vanish without a trace. The lack of answers continued to weigh heavily on his loved ones, the questions echoing in their minds every day. Where had Rui Pedro gone? Was he still alive? And if he was, why had no one found him? Filomena Teixeira, Rui Pedro's mother, had spent more than 2 decades in pursuit of the truth. Her fight for justice had turned her into an advocate, not only for her son, but for all missing children. She had stood before countless reporters, addressed law enforcement officials, and met with politicians, pushing for stricter investigative procedures and better coordination between police forces across borders. Her persistence had led to some improvements in Portugal's approach to missing persons cases, yet her own son remained missing. The irony of it all was not lost on her. As public awareness of Rui Pedro's case grew, so did the speculations surrounding his disappearance. Some believed he had been abducted and forced into a life where he could not escape or seek help. Others theorized that he might not even remember who he was, having been taken at such a young age. But without evidence, all these theories remained just that, speculation. Over the years, the occasional lead would emerge, breathing new life into the case, but none ever led to the resolution Rui Pedro's family longed for. Despite law enforcement's insistence that they had done everything they could, many believed there were still unturned stones, still pieces of the puzzle left undiscovered. Investigators in later years used technology to reassess older evidence, applying modern forensic techniques to see if anything had been missed. But unlike other cold cases that had benefited from advances in DNA analysis or surveillance tracking, Rui Pedro's disappearance lacked the kind of physical evidence that could be re-examined. It was a case built largely on witness testimonies, many of which had grown weaker over time, distorted by the passing years. Afonso Diaz remained a figure of interest, but with no additional charges filed against him, he continued to live his life away from the public eye. For Rui Pedro's family, the silence surrounding him was deafening. What had truly happened that day? And if Afonso knew more than he had ever admitted, why had he chosen to carry that burden alone? Was he protecting someone, or was he afraid of what revealing the truth might mean for himself? Each year, on the anniversary of Rui Pedro's disappearance, vigils were held in his memory. His mother would speak, urging anyone with information to come forward, pleading for an end to the uncertainty that had defined her life since that fateful day in 1998. Despite the lack of progress in the investigation, Rui Pedro's story was not forgotten. The media revisited his case periodically, reminding the public that there was still a child, now an adult, who had never come home. His image, digitally aged to show what he might look like now, continued to circulate in the hope that someone somewhere would recognize him. The world had changed dramatically since Rui Pedro had disappeared. New generations had grown up, new crimes had taken place, and yet his story remained unresolved. For his family, time had not dulled the pain. They still waited for the call that would either confirm their worst fears or bring them the miracle they had prayed for. Until that day came, Rui Pedro's disappearance remained one of Portugal's most heartbreaking mysteries. An unsolved case that refused to be buried, a question that demanded an answer, and a boy who still needed to be found. As the years continued to slip away, the weight of Rui Pedro's disappearance only grew heavier. His family had learned to live with the pain, but they had never accepted the silence. The lingering question of what had happened to their son remained an unbearable burden, one they carried with them in every waking moment. Filomena Teixeira had long since abandoned the notion of closure. She no longer sought peace, only truth. Her advocacy for missing children had turned into a life mission. With every case she encountered, she saw echoes of Rui Pedro's story, and she fought as if each child were her own. Yet, in the quiet of her own sorrow, she longed for just one answer. Just one sign that her son's fate was not lost to time. Despite the years of heartache, there were still moments of hope. Occasionally, a new witness would come forward, claiming to have seen a boy who looked like Rui Pedro or heard whispers of his fate in the criminal underworld. But these leads, like all the others before them, faded into dead ends. Authorities continued to insist that they had exhausted every avenue, but the family remained unconvinced. The truth had to be out there. Someone knew something. One of the most painful aspects of Rui Pedro's disappearance was the lack of closure. For many missing person cases, even a tragic discovery allows families to grieve properly. But for Rui Pedro's loved ones, there was no grave to visit, no answers to accept. Only a question that had gone unanswered for decades. The advancements in forensic and digital investigations in the late 2010s gave the family new reasons to hope. Facial recognition technology had improved, allowing authorities to search vast databases with age-progressed images. DNA databases had expanded, making it easier than ever to identify unknown individuals. If Rui Pedro was alive somewhere, perhaps the technology of the modern world could do what traditional investigations had failed to accomplish. But every search came up empty. His name did not appear in international records. His face did not match any missing person databases. It was as if he had vanished completely, leaving only memories behind. This, more than anything, was the hardest truth to accept. The community of Lasada had not forgotten him. His disappearance had cast a long shadow over the town, a reminder that safety was never truly guaranteed. The children who had once played alongside Rui Pedro had grown up, started families of their own. But they had never stopped wondering, could their childhood friends still be out there, somewhere in the world, waiting to be found? In many ways, Rui Pedro's story had transcended his own tragedy. It had become a symbol, a warning, and an unresolved cry for justice. His mother, his family, and all those who had followed the case knew that until an answer was found, Rui Pedro would never truly be gone. His name would be spoken, his face would be remembered, and his story would continue to be told. As another anniversary of his disappearance approached, his family prepared for yet another vigil. Another night spent holding on to hope, even as it slipped further away. Another year without him. But still they would not stop searching. Because as long as there was no answer, the possibility, however small, remained. And in the absence of certainty, hope was all they had left. As yet another year passed, the weight of Rui Pedro's absence bore down even heavier on his family. His name had become a fixture in Portugal's history of unsolved mysteries, a tragic tale that continued to haunt those who had followed the case since the very beginning. Filomena Teixeira, despite her age, remained as relentless as ever. She had vowed that until her last breath, she would seek justice for her son. Even in moments of despair, when the silence seemed unbearable, she refused to give up. She had seen other families reunited with lost loved ones, had witnessed breakthroughs in cases that had been cold for decades. Why should Rui Pedro's case be any different? The world had changed so much since Rui Pedro had vanished in 1998. Advances in technology, digital forensics, and artificial intelligence had reshaped the way missing persons cases were handled. Investigators who once relied on physical evidence and eyewitness reports now had access to tools that could analyze vast amounts of data, identifying patterns that human intuition alone might miss. One of the newest developments was the increasing use of genetic genealogy, a method that had already led to the resolution of countless cold cases. If Rui Pedro was alive somewhere, even under a different identity, his DNA could still provide the answers his family so desperately sought. Filomena worked with advocacy groups to push for renewed efforts in this direction, submitting her own DNA to databases in the hopes that a match, however unlikely, might surface. Despite these efforts, the frustrating reality remained. Without new evidence, the case could not progress. Authorities had exhausted their resources, combing through old reports, re-interviewing witnesses, and following up on every potential lead. But the trail remained as cold as ever. Each new generation of investigators faced the same frustrating reality. The truth was just out of reach, hidden in the gaps of a story that refused to be completed. Theories continued to circulate, some more plausible than others. Some believed Rui Pedro had been taken abroad and forced into a life where he could never reach out for help. Others speculated that he had been a victim of an underground network, trafficked and lost in a world from which few ever return. And then there were those who insisted that the answer had always been closer than anyone realized, that the key to Rui Pedro's disappearance had been buried in Losada itself. Despite the agony of waiting, Rui Pedro's family still clung to hope. They had no choice. To give up would mean accepting a fate they were not willing to concede. Even in the face of the overwhelming odds, they refused to stop searching. As another anniversary approached, Filomena prepared once again to make her plea to the world. She would speak to reporters, hold vigils, remind everyone that Rui Pedro's story was not over. Because until the truth was revealed, until her son was found, one way or another, there would always be unfinished business. And so the search continued, the hope remained, and the silence, though deafening, had yet to break. The years had stretched unbearably long for Rui Pedro's family, but still they pressed on, refusing to let his memory fade. The lack of closure weighed heavily on them, yet the fire to uncover the truth had never dimmed. Every time a new development in forensic technology surfaced, Filomena Teixeira found herself clinging to the possibility that it could finally be the breakthrough they needed. Despite the advances, Rui Pedro's case remained an agonizing enigma. With no physical evidence, no definitive leads, and no confession, his fate was locked away in silence. But Filomena knew that silence was never absolute. Somewhere, someone held the key to what had happened that fateful day in 1998. She just needed them to step forward. The small town of Losada had changed over the decades. New buildings had risen, people had come and gone, but the story of Rui Pedro never truly disappeared. His name was spoken in hushed conversations, whispered between neighbors who still remembered the search parties, the news reports, the sorrow etched into his mother's face. The investigation had long since lost its momentum in official channels, But that did not stop private organizations, true crime enthusiasts, and online investigators from keeping the discussion alive. Social media had become a powerful tool in revisiting old cases, and Rue Pedro's disappearance had been analyzed and dissected by countless amateur detectives across the world. Each year, new theories surfaced, some reasonable, others bordering on the fantastical. But for all the speculation, the truth remained elusive. One of the most persistent theories suggested that Rue Pedro had been trafficked abroad and was still alive under a different identity. Supporters of this theory pointed to other cases where missing children had been found years later, unaware of their past. Yet, no substantial evidence supported this possibility. Others believed that he had never left Portugal at all, that he had been taken by someone within the community, someone who had managed to keep their secret buried for decades. Filomena struggled with these possibilities. She wanted to believe her son was alive, that he was somewhere waiting to be found. But deep down, she feared the alternative, that whatever had happened to Rue Pedro, it had happened quickly and irreversibly. Still, without proof, she could not allow herself to stop searching. Each passing year added to the frustration. Every appeal for information was met with silence. Every lead that seemed promising crumbled under scrutiny. Yet, despite the endless setbacks, Rue Pedro's family refused to stop fighting. In a world that often forgets, they made sure Rue Pedro was remembered. His name was still spoken. His face was still recognized. And until the truth came to light, their search would never end. As the years continued to stretch on, Rue Pedro's case remained an ever-present wound in the hearts of those who had followed his story. His family, steadfast in their pursuit of truth, had long since abandoned any illusion that life would ever return to normal. Instead, they had made peace with their new reality, one where they would forever be searching, forever questioning, forever hoping. Filomena Teixeira had become a symbol of resilience, a mother who refused to let time erase her son's existence. Her voice, once full of anguish, had hardened into quiet determination. She knew the world had moved on, that new tragedies had taken center stage, but she also knew that somewhere out there, someone held the key to Rue Pedro's fate, and she would never stop pressing forward until they spoke. Despite the stagnant investigation, Rue Pedro's story had left an undeniable mark on Portugal. His disappearance had reshaped discussions around child safety, had led to reforms in the handling of missing persons cases, and had prompted changes in the way law enforcement responded to potential abductions. Even in his absence, he had made an impact. But for Filomena, it was not enough. She did not want Rue Pedro to be remembered as a cautionary tale. She wanted him home. With each new anniversary of his disappearance, Rue Pedro's face reappeared in the media. Reports revisited the case, detailing every theory, every lead, every effort made to find him. But with no new evidence, each article ended the same way, with uncertainty. The truth, maddeningly close yet impossibly distant, remained just beyond reach. Some believed the answer had been buried long ago, hidden behind layers of silence, fear, and forgotten details. Others held on to the hope that Rue Pedro was alive somewhere, living a life he had not chosen, waiting for the day he might be found. And then there were those who feared the worst, who believed that Rue Pedro's story had ended on the very day he vanished, his fate known only to the ones who had taken him. For Filomena, none of these possibilities offered comfort. Only the truth could do that. And so she continued her fight, knowing that as long as she kept searching, Rue Pedro's name would never be lost to time. The question remained, would the truth ever come to light? Or would Rue Pedro's story remain forever suspended between hope and despair? A mystery that time refused to solve? The years had passed, but the echoes of Rue Pedro's death remained as loud as ever in the hearts of those who loved him. His case had become more than just a missing persons investigation. It was a story of resilience, of heartbreak, and of a mother's unwavering determination to uncover the truth. Filomena Teixeira had spent decades searching for her son. Every year, every moment, was marked by a longing that had never dulled. She had given everything she had, her energy, her time, her life, to the pursuit of justice. And though the answers remained elusive, she refused to give up. The world had changed in the decades since Rue Pedro had vanished. Technology had advanced, investigative techniques had improved, and public awareness of missing children had grown stronger. Yet despite all of this, the mystery surrounding Rue Pedro endured. His story continued to captivate, continued to haunt. Authorities had long since exhausted all known leads. The case was cold, but it was never forgotten. Every few years, a new witness would emerge, a new tip would be submitted, a new theory would surface. But none of them led to the closure Rue Pedro's family so desperately sought. Afonso Diaz, the last known person to have seen Rue Pedro, remained an enigma. He had served his time, yet the weight of suspicion had never lifted from him. Had he truly told the whole truth? Or had he taken vital secrets with him, leaving Rue Pedro's fate forever unknown? As Filomena grew older, she feared time was running out. She had always believed she would one day see her son again, that justice would prevail. But now, she found herself confronting the reality that she might never know what had happened to him. And still, she could not stop searching. For those who had followed Rue Pedro's case, the hope of a breakthrough never fully faded. There were still unanswered questions, still missing pieces. Someone somewhere knew something, and as long as that remained true, the search could never truly end. On the anniversary of his disappearance, as candles flickered in the night, as voices whispered his name, one thing was clear: Rue Pedro had not been forgotten. His story had transcended time, refusing to be erased. And though the years had taken much, they had not taken the love his family held for him. The final chapter of Rue Pedro's story remained unwritten. But one truth endured. As long as those who loved him kept fighting, as long as his name was spoken, his story would never truly end. And perhaps, one day, the truth would finally come to light. Hello and welcome to Nightmare Lullabies. As you settle in for the night, prepare to be immersed in a world of eerie whispers and unsettling tales, designed to both chill and soothe. Now, close your eyes, relax, and let the darkness carry you away. And if these nightly tales captivate you, feel free to join our community for more whispered secrets. On the morning of April 26, 1999, London awoke to the routine hum of city life. The streets were busy, the air carried the sounds of car horns and hurried footsteps, and people went about their usual business, unaware that one of the most shocking crimes in British history was about to unfold. At approximately 11:30 a.m., Jill Dando, one of Britain's most beloved television presenters, stepped out of her fiancé's home in Chiswick and drove toward her own house in Fulham, a quiet residential neighborhood in West London. She had no idea that in just minutes, her life would come to a sudden and violent end. Jill was a household name, a trusted journalist, and a former presenter of Crime Watch, a BBC program dedicated to solving crimes through public appeals. She had spent years in the spotlight, reporting on high-profile cases and bringing attention to victims who had yet to find justice. But on this fateful day, it was Jill herself who would become the center of an unsolved mystery. At 11:32 a.m., Jill pulled into the driveway of her modest home on Gowan Avenue. It had been months since she last visited. She had been living mostly with her fiancé, Alan Farthing, while they planned their wedding. She exited her car and walked up the steps to her front door, unaware that someone was waiting for her. What happened next remains a puzzle that has baffled detectives for over 2 decades. A single gunshot rang out. A neighbor, walking along the quiet street, heard what sounded like a scream, followed by a loud thud. But in the calm of an early afternoon, no one immediately suspected foul play. It was only when another neighbor happened to glance outside and saw Jill slumped against her front door that the horror of what had occurred became apparent. Police and paramedics arrived quickly, but there was little they could do. Jill had been shot once in the head at point-blank range. The method was swift, precise, and chillingly professional. The gunman had fired a single bullet, leaving her lifeless on her doorstep. By the time authorities arrived, the assailant had vanished without a trace. There were no witnesses who saw the shooter, no CCTV footage, and no forensic evidence left behind. It was as if the killer had appeared and disappeared in mere moments, leaving behind a crime that seemed more like an execution than a random act of violence. The news of Jill's murder spread rapidly, sending shockwaves through Britain. How could such a high-profile figure, a journalist known for reporting on crime, be targeted in such a brutal manner? The speculation began immediately. Was this a robbery gone wrong? A stalker? A professional hit? Or was it something even darker? Scotland Yard launched what would become one of the largest homicide investigations in British history. Over 2,500 potential suspects were questioned, thousands of leads were pursued, and yet, the case grew colder with each passing day. In the coming weeks, theories would emerge, some plausible, others outlandish. Was Jill targeted because of her work on Crime Watch? Was it a revenge killing? A political assassination? Or was the answer much closer to home? The search for answers had begun, but the deeper authorities dug, the more elusive the truth became. This was just the beginning of a mystery that, to this day, remains unsolved. The immediate aftermath of Jill Dando's murder sent shockwaves, not only through the media world, but also through law enforcement. Scotland Yard knew they were dealing with a crime unlike any other. A cold, calculated execution of a high-profile journalist in broad daylight, on her own doorstep, in a quiet residential neighborhood. The brutality and precision of the attack made one thing clear. This was no ordinary crime. In the hours following the discovery of Jill's body, forensic teams swarmed Gowan Avenue. They carefully examined the crime scene, hoping to find even the smallest trace of evidence that could lead them to the killer. But their findings only deepened the mystery. There was no sign of a struggle, no sign of forced entry. No footprints or DNA were found near the scene. The single bullet that killed Jill was recovered, but it provided little insight into the identity of the shooter. The firearm itself was never found. The most chilling discovery was the method of execution. Jill had been shot with what was later determined to be a 9mm caliber bullet, fired from a modified handgun with a silencer. The bullet was fired at point-blank range, execution style, into the left side of her head. It was a method commonly associated with professional assassinations rather than random street crimes. Investigators knew they were dealing with something highly unusual. A targeted hit? A personal vendetta? A professional contract killing? The possibilities were endless, but the evidence was minimal. Within 24 hours of Jill's murder, Scotland Yard established a hotline to receive information from the public. Calls flooded in, ranging from vague tips to more concrete leads. A few stood out. A blue Range Rover was seen speeding away from the area shortly after the shooting. A man was spotted running from the crime scene around the time of the murder. Several people reported seeing a suspicious man loitering near Jill's home in the days leading up to her death. Detectives pursued these leads relentlessly, but none led to a definitive suspect. Witness descriptions varied. Some described the running man as a well-dressed individual in his late 30s, while others claimed he was wearing a dark coat with a hood pulled over his head. None of the sightings matched with anyone known to be in Jill's life. The press wasted no time speculating on who could have wanted Jill dead. Numerous theories began to dominate both tabloids and serious investigative reports. Some believed it was the work of an obsessed stalker who had taken their obsession to a violent extreme. Jill was a beloved TV presenter with many admirers, but no known stalkers had ever been reported, and she had never mentioned any concerns about her safety. Others believed it was a professional hit, given the execution-style killing, the lack of forensic evidence, and the swift getaway. Theories of political motivations emerged, linking her murder to her coverage of NATO's bombing of Serbia during the Kosovo War, suggesting it could have been an act of revenge against Britain. There were also those who pointed to her work on Crime Watch, suggesting that someone she had indirectly exposed may have sought revenge. Despite these theories, investigators struggled to connect any of them to concrete evidence. Jill Dando's murder sent a wave of fear across London. If someone as high-profile and respected as Jill could be gunned down in broad daylight, who else was at risk? The randomness of the crime made it even more terrifying. There was no forced entry, no burglary attempt, and no apparent connection to gang violence. It seemed as if Jill had been chosen at random, or worse, meticulously planned by someone who had been watching her for a long time. By the end of the first month of the investigation, over 1,000 people had been interviewed, but no arrests had been made. Scotland Yard faced mounting pressure from the public and the media to deliver results. Detectives remained hopeful that one piece of evidence would eventually emerge to break the case wide open. And then a breakthrough came. On May 25, 2000, over a year after Jill's murder, police arrested Barry George, a 40-year-old man with a history of criminal behavior and erratic tendencies. He lived just a short distance from Jill's home and had a past riddled with minor offenses, including stalking women and impersonating police officers. Barry George quickly became the prime suspect. His home was searched, and officers found a single particle of gunshot residue on one of his coats. Prosecutors argued that this linked him to the crime, and in 2001, he was convicted of Jill Dando's murder and sentenced to life in prison. For a moment, it seemed as though justice had been served. The public felt some relief, believing that the dangerous individual who had killed Jill had finally been caught. But the case was far from over. Barry George maintained his innocence, and his conviction would not stand the test of time. In the years to come, questions would arise about the evidence used against him, leading to one of the most controversial legal battles in modern British history. The case of Jill Dando was far from closed. Barry George's conviction was meant to bring closure, but from the moment the verdict was announced, doubts emerged about the reliability of the evidence. To some, it seemed like an open and shut case. A man with a troubling past, a history of erratic behavior, and a proximity to the crime scene was found to have gunshot residue on his coat. But to others, including many legal experts, the case felt rushed, the conviction built on circumstantial evidence rather than irrefutable proof. As appeals mounted, the foundation of the prosecution's case began to crumble. The single particle of gunshot residue was called into question, with forensic experts arguing that it could have been transferred from another source and did not conclusively prove that George had fired a gun. His past behavior, while unsettling, did not directly connect him to the crime. There was no DNA evidence, no eyewitness testimony placing him at the scene, and no weapon recovered. As the legal battle raged on, media coverage shifted from celebration to skepticism. The idea that Barry George had been convicted largely because of his reputation rather than concrete evidence gained traction. Public opinion became divided, with some believing he was guilty, while others saw him as a scapegoat, convicted for the sake of closing a high-profile case. In 2007, after years of appeals, the Court of Appeal ruled that the forensic evidence used against Barry George was unreliable. The conviction was overturned, and a retrial was ordered. The prosecution, lacking strong evidence, struggled to build a convincing case. In 2008, Barry George was acquitted of all charges. After spending 8 years behind bars, he walked free, but his name remained forever linked to a crime he insisted he did not commit. With Barry George exonerated, the Jill Dando case was back to square one. Nearly a decade had passed since her murder, and the investigation had lost momentum. The police revisited old leads, hoping that forensic advancements might yield new clues. Yet, despite their efforts, no new suspects emerged. The initial theories resurfaced, each with its own set of unanswered questions. Could Jill have been targeted by an unknown stalker who had watched her movements and seized the opportunity? If so, why had there been no prior threats, no suspicious activity reported? A professional hit remained a possibility, given the precision of the killing and the complete lack of forensic evidence. If it had been an assassination, however, the motive remained elusive. Who would want Jill dead, and why? The Serbian mafia theory continued to intrigue investigators, as Jill had been a vocal supporter of the NATO intervention in Kosovo, but intelligence agencies found no concrete links between her death and any organized crime group. As time passed, the lack of progress led to growing frustration. Jill's colleagues and family members remained hopeful that one day, the truth would emerge, but as the years turned into decades, the chances of solving the case grew increasingly slim. Cold case units periodically reviewed the evidence, but each time, they encountered the same roadblocks: no DNA, no witnesses, no clear motive. The case faded from daily headlines, becoming a tragic chapter in British criminal history. For those who had known Jill, the lack of justice was a painful wound that never fully healed. Her fiancé, Alan Farthing, withdrew from the public eye, trying to rebuild his life away from the shadow of her murder. Her colleagues at the BBC continued to honor her legacy, but the unanswered questions remained. The murder of Jill Dando remains one of the most perplexing crimes in British history. With no solid suspects, no clear evidence, and no confirmed motive, it continues to baffle investigators and the public alike. Could the killers still be out there, living their life undetected? Did they act alone, or was there a larger conspiracy at play? These are questions that may never be answered. Despite the passage of time, the case remains open, a reminder of how even the most high-profile murders can slip through the cracks of justice. Jill's legacy, however, endures. She was more than just a television presenter. She was a journalist who dedicated her career to bringing truth to light. And in that spirit, the search for answers continues, even as the mystery remains unsolved. Years passed, and Jill Dando's murder remained one of the most confounding mysteries in modern British history. The lack of new evidence, the failed conviction of Barry George, and the absence of clear suspects left investigators with few leads. Yet, despite the fading media attention, Scotland Yard's cold case unit never fully abandoned the search for the truth. The case, still officially open, was periodically reviewed using advancements in forensic science. With every technological leap, there was renewed hope that something, anything, might be uncovered that had been previously missed. DNA analysis had improved dramatically since 1999, but Jill's crime scene had yielded no biological traces. The weapon had never been recovered. The suspect had seemingly left no trace behind. As investigators re-examined the case files, they once again turned their focus toward Jill's final movements. The way she was killed, one precise shot, no struggle, no evidence, continued to suggest a professional execution. The killer had approached undetected, fired a single shot to the head, and left without a trace. If it had been a random act of violence, it was one executed with an eerie level of planning and efficiency. One theory that continued to circulate involved the possibility of an unknown stalker. Jill was a public figure, well-loved and recognized by many. Had someone harbored an unhealthy obsession with her? Could it have been an admirer turned violent? But no evidence of direct threats had ever surfaced. No known stalkers had been reported. If someone had been watching Jill, they had done so without drawing any attention to themselves. The possibility of a professional hit lingered. Some speculated that her work on Crime Watch, the BBC program dedicated to solving unsolved crimes, might have made her a target. Had she unknowingly provoked someone dangerous? But this theory had its flaws. Jill was not an investigative journalist exposing criminal networks. She was a presenter, a public face of the program rather than someone directly involved in police investigations. There were no indications that she had received threats related to her work. If this had been a targeted assassination, why Jill? Why not one of the journalists actively working on investigative crime reporting? Another theory involved a botched robbery attempt. Could a criminal have been waiting near her home, intending to force their way inside? If that were the case, why wasn't anything stolen? There were no signs of a struggle, and Jill's purse remained untouched. The precision of the attack, one bullet point-blank range, was far from the panicked actions of a typical mugger. The most controversial theory remained the one involving international retaliation. Some speculated that her murder was linked to Britain's involvement in the NATO-led bombing campaign in Serbia, which had taken place just weeks before her death. Jill had presented an appeal for aid to Kosovan refugees on television, and some believed this had made her a target. Intelligence reports had initially investigated this theory, but no solid evidence had ever been found to link her killing to Serbian operatives. The theory persisted, but like all the others, it was riddled with unanswered questions. As time went on, the case became one of Britain's most famous unsolved crimes, drawing comparisons to other notorious mysteries. Despite its high profile, the years provided no further clarity, and leads continued to dry up. Periodically, investigators would receive tips, some credible, others clearly the work of attention seekers. But none led to a breakthrough. Jill's family, particularly her brother Nigel Dando, continued to advocate for justice. While they remained hopeful, the lack of progress weighed heavily on them. The years had not dulled their grief, and the unanswered questions remained as painful as ever. Who had waited for Jill that morning? Who had pulled the trigger? Who had slipped away without a trace? With every passing year, the likelihood of solving the case diminished. Those who might have known something had either remained silent or taken their secrets to the grave. The murderer, if still alive, had managed to evade capture for decades. And yet, the case was never officially closed. Scotland Yard continued to hold out hope that new forensic techniques, or an unexpected confession, might one day bring the truth to light. Jill Dando's legacy lived on, both in journalism and in the memories of those who had loved her. She was more than just a victim of an unsolved crime. She was a pioneer in British broadcasting, a woman whose warmth and intelligence had touched millions. Her murder remains a stark reminder of how even the most public figures can become the subject of mysteries that may never be fully unraveled. As the case remained open, so did the questions. And until the day came when the truth was finally uncovered, the mystery of Jill Dando's murder would continue to haunt the nation. Despite the years that had passed since Jill Dando's murder, the case never truly faded from public memory. Every anniversary of her death brought renewed media coverage, fresh speculation, and a painful reminder to her loved ones that justice remained elusive. For those closest to her, the grief had never fully subsided. The loss of someone so vibrant, kind, and beloved left a void that could never be filled. But even as memories dimmed and new headlines replaced old ones, investigators never fully abandoned the case. Detectives working in cold case divisions periodically reviewed the evidence, hoping that advancements in forensic science might yield something that had previously been overlooked. The problem was that Jill's murder was one of the most forensically barren crime scenes in modern history. There were no fingerprints, no DNA, no CCTV footage, and no clear eyewitness accounts. The killer had seemingly vanished into thin air. What made the case even more frustrating was that despite its high profile, no one had come forward with new, credible information. If someone had planned Jill's murder, they had done so with meticulous precision and without leaving a trace of their identity. One of the most haunting aspects of the case was the sheer lack of motive. Many high-profile crimes are linked to personal vendettas, financial disputes, or organized crime, but none of these seemed to apply to Jill. She had no known enemies. She was not involved in controversial journalism. She had never publicly received threats. The randomness of her murder suggested one of two possibilities. Either it was an act of opportunity by a lone individual with no discernible connection to her, or it was an expertly orchestrated assassination for reasons that remain unknown. In the years following Barry George's acquittal, some investigators revisited earlier theories. Could a professional hitman have been hired? The manner of Jill's execution, a single gunshot to the head at close range, was reminiscent of contract killings. However, contract killings usually involve individuals with ties to organized crime, corruption, or espionage. None of those connections existed in Jill's life. Yet the killer had displayed a level of expertise that suggested prior experience with firearms and targeted executions. If it had been a professional who had ordered the hit, and why? A more unsettling theory suggested that Jill's murder was entirely random, carried out by an unknown individual who had no personal reason to target her, but was driven by darker compulsions. Serial killers often leave calling cards, patterns, or evidence of past crimes, but no such trail emerged in Jill's case. If a disturbed individual had committed the crime, they had done so once and never again. At least, not in a way that connected them to Jill's murder. If it had been an obsessed stalker, as some suggested, they had done an extraordinary job of evading detection, never making their presence known before or after the crime. The theory involving international retaliation continued to circulate among conspiracy theorists and some investigators, though it remained one of the most difficult to prove. If a foreign intelligence agency or a paramilitary group had been involved, it would explain the professional nature of the killing. But without a direct claim of responsibility or any solid intelligence linking Jill's death to foreign operatives, it remained just that, a theory. One that, like all the others, lacked the evidence to be pursued further. As the case languished in uncertainty, Scotland Yard continued to appeal for new information. Over the years, several individuals came forward claiming to have knowledge about the crime, but each tip led to a dead end. Some were well-meaning but misinformed. Others were attention seekers hoping to insert themselves into a case that had captured the nation's imagination. Each time a lead emerged, investigators followed it diligently, only to find themselves back at the same frustrating dead end. Jill's friends and colleagues held on to hope that, one day, the truth would emerge. But as time passed, the likelihood of new evidence being uncovered dwindled. Key witnesses aged or passed away, memories blurred, and the ability to reconstruct the events of that fateful day became increasingly difficult. The only certainty was that someone somewhere knew what had happened. Whether that person would ever come forward remained the ultimate question. Jill Dando's legacy, however, endured. Her work in journalism and charity continued to inspire those who had known her, and her impact on British broadcasting remained immeasurable. Though her life was tragically cut short, her memory lived on in the people she had touched and the work she had done. But the unanswered questions remained, lingering like a shadow over an otherwise bright legacy. Who had waited for Jill outside her home that day? Who had pulled the trigger? And why had they disappeared so effortlessly, leaving behind only mystery and grief? For now, the case of Jill Dando remained open. A mystery without resolution, a crime without justice. And until the day came when the truth was finally uncovered, the echoes of that fateful morning on Gowan Avenue would continue to haunt those seeking answers. As the years continued to pass, Jill Dando's murder became more than just an unsolved case. It became a ghost that haunted the corridors of British law enforcement. Detectives who had initially worked the case retired, replaced by younger officers who inherited a mystery with no clear path forward. Despite the lack of progress, the investigation never truly closed. The unanswered questions still lingered, and each passing year only deepened the frustration felt by those who sought justice. One of the biggest obstacles to solving the case remained the complete absence of forensic evidence. In most murder investigations, even the most careful killers leave behind something. A stray hair, a fingerprint smudged on a surface, a fiber from their clothing. But Jill's crime scene was eerily sterile. No usable DNA was ever found. No trace of the killer's presence beyond the single bullet that had ended her life. The sheer lack of forensic clues suggested meticulous planning. Whoever was responsible had ensured that they left nothing behind. Cold case detectives often revisited Jill's final hours, trying to reconstruct her movements and interactions leading up to that fateful moment on Gowan Avenue. She had spent the night before with her fiancé, Alan Farthing, before heading to her own home that morning. She had no scheduled meetings, no public appearances, and no known threats looming over her. It seemed as though she had simply walked into an ambush. The killer had either been waiting for her or had followed her there. Some investigators speculated that the murder had been planned with military-style precision. The use of a silencer, the single fatal shot, and the rapid disappearance all pointed to someone who knew what they were doing. If this were the case, then the likelihood of a random attacker diminished even further. This was not the work of an opportunistic criminal. It was someone who had calculated every move in advance. But if it was an execution, then for what reason? Who would benefit from Jill Dando's death? Over the years, multiple individuals came forward with claims of having knowledge about the murder. Some insisted that they had overheard confessions, while others believed they had seen suspicious activity near Jill's home on the day of the crime. Yet, none of these accounts led to any concrete breakthroughs. Either the information was too vague, or it had been tainted by the passage of time. Memories fade, details become distorted, and what seemed like a crucial clue often turned out to be nothing more than speculation. One of the most confounding aspects of the case was the absolute lack of a clear motive. If Jill had been the victim of a contract killing, there was no evidence that anyone had ordered such an act. If she had been targeted due to her role on Crime Watch, there was no history of threats, and no criminals she had helped to expose had ever been linked to her murder. The idea of a political assassination, possibly connected to the events in Kosovo, remained an intriguing possibility, but again, no concrete evidence supported this theory. The randomness of it all was what made the case so haunting. Jill Dando was a well-respected journalist, a warm and kind-hearted person with no known enemies. Why her? Why that day? Why in such a calculated manner? Despite continued appeals for information, the case remained at a standstill. The conviction and subsequent acquittal of Barry George had been the only major development, but with his exoneration, the investigation had reset to square one. Scotland Yard continued to encourage the public to come forward with any new details, but the leads had dried up. The people who might have known something had either chosen to remain silent or had long since disappeared from the picture. For Jill's family and friends, the lack of resolution was the hardest part. They had lost someone they loved in a senseless act of violence, and the inability to find answers only compounded their grief. Every year, on the anniversary of her death, media outlets revisited the case, hoping that renewed interest might spark fresh information. But with each passing year, the likelihood of finding the truth seemed to dwindle. As technology advanced, there was still hope that new forensic techniques could yield results that had previously been impossible. DNA analysis was more sophisticated than ever, and investigative techniques had evolved. But whether or not these advancements would ever uncover the identity of Jill Dando's killer remained unknown. Until that day came, if it ever did, her murder would remain an enduring mystery, one that continued to cast a long, unsettling shadow over British crime history. As time wore on, the Jill Dando case became synonymous with Britain's greatest unsolved mysteries. Detectives and journalists alike continued to revisit the case, hoping that some overlooked detail, some hidden truth might emerge. The investigation had spanned more than 2 decades, and yet, the person responsible for Jill's murder had never been identified. The lack of resolution had not deterred investigators from continuing their efforts. Every few years, new forensic technologies were applied to old evidence, but no new breakthroughs were made. The crime scene had been frustratingly clean, and the absence of forensic traces had left law enforcement with very little to work with. For Jill's family, the pain remained raw. Her brother, Nigel Dando, had continued to speak publicly about his sister's case, keeping her memory alive in the hopes that one day, justice would be served. Yet, with each passing year, hope seemed to fade. The lack of closure was an unbearable burden, a wound that refused to heal. Despite the lack of new leads, one undeniable fact remained. The person who had pulled the trigger was still out there. If they were alive, they had been living in the shadows for over 20 years, carrying the knowledge of what they had done. The nature of Jill's murder made it difficult to believe that it had been the work of an amateur. The calculated precision of the crime, the lack of forensic evidence, and the immediate disappearance of the perpetrator all pointed toward a planned, intentional act. If the killer had remained silent all these years, it was likely they had planned every aspect of the crime in such a way that they were confident they would never be caught. The role of the media in Jill's murder investigation had been both a blessing and a curse. While the widespread coverage kept the case in the public eye, it also led to rampant speculation and numerous false leads. Countless theories had been put forth, ranging from plausible to entirely fantastical. There were those who believed Jill had been murdered as part of an international conspiracy, possibly due to her work as a journalist. Others suspected a personal vendetta, though no one in Jill's personal or professional life had ever emerged as a viable suspect. And then there were those who still believed it had been a completely random act, a tragic case of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. One particularly persistent theory involved the possibility that Jill had been targeted by an unknown individual with a grudge against the BBC. As one of the network's most prominent presenters, she had been the face of programs that reached millions of viewers. Some speculated that a disgruntled former employee or an aggrieved viewer may have harbored resentment strong enough to commit murder. However, extensive background checks into individuals who had made complaints against the network yielded no clear suspects. If there had been a disgruntled individual, they had managed to stay completely off law enforcement's radar. A chilling aspect of the case was how little resistance Jill had been able to put up. It was believed that she had been caught completely off guard, possibly approached from behind. The method of execution, a single shot to the head at close range, was both efficient and brutal. It was over in seconds, leaving Jill with no chance to react, no opportunity to cry out for help. Neighbors reported hearing what they initially mistook for a scream, but it was later determined that this had likely been an involuntary reflex caused by the gunshot impact. The entire attack had taken less than a minute, and within moments, the killer had vanished. Jill's fiancé, Alan Farthing, had also endured years of scrutiny. Though he had a rock-solid alibi and had been completely cooperative with investigators, the nature of high-profile murder cases meant that those closest to the victim were often looked at with suspicion. However, there was never any evidence to suggest Alan had any involvement, and the focus of the investigation eventually shifted entirely away from him. Still, he had to live with the pain of losing the woman he had planned to marry, and the lack of answers made it all the more devastating. Every so often, Scotland Yard would issue fresh appeals for information, hoping that someone who had been silent for years might finally come forward. Detectives remained convinced that there was someone out there who knew more than they were saying, Whether it was an eyewitness who had never spoken, an accomplice who had remained silent, or even the killer themselves struggling with the weight of their crime, the possibility of new information always lingered in the background. The murder of Jill Dando was not just a crime against an individual, it was a crime that shook a nation. It reminded the public of how fragile safety could be, how even someone as well-loved and respected as Jill could become a victim of senseless violence. The years had done little to ease the questions that haunted those who had known her, who had waited for her that day, who had fired that single devastating shot, and most of all, why. Despite the passage of time, the case remained open, and the search for the truth continued. Until the day came when justice was finally served, Jill Dando's murder would remain one of the most haunting mysteries in British criminal history. The passing years had done little to diminish the intrigue surrounding Jill Dando's murder. Each anniversary brought a fresh wave of media coverage, stirring up old theories and igniting renewed speculation about the identity of her killer. Yet, despite the periodic surges of interest, the case remained as frustratingly unsolved as it had been on the day she was killed. Investigators had long accepted that the chances of solving the case dwindled with each passing year. People who might have held key information had either forgotten details or were unwilling to come forward. Potential witnesses had either passed away or moved on, taking their knowledge with them. However, there was always hope that a new forensic breakthrough, a confession, or a forgotten piece of evidence might emerge to bring long overdue justice. The reality was that Jill's murder had become a case study in how difficult it could be to solve a crime when the perpetrator left no physical trace behind. The forensic advancements that had revolutionized criminal investigations over the years had not been able to provide answers because there was simply no DNA, no fingerprints, and no material evidence left at the crime scene. The weapon used in the attack had never been recovered, and without a suspect in custody, it had never been possible to compare ballistics with any known firearm. The case remained trapped in an agonizing limbo, always on the verge of discovery, but never quite crossing the threshold. Despite the lack of concrete progress, investigators had never given up on trying to unearth new leads. Over the years, Scotland Yard had periodically reassessed the evidence, looking for anything that could have been missed. Every now and then, new individuals came forward claiming to have knowledge about the case. Some claimed to have overheard confessions, while others insisted they had seen a suspicious figure near Jill's home on the morning of her murder. But none of these statements had ever led to anything conclusive. Each time a potential lead arose, it inevitably led to another dead end. One of the persistent frustrations for investigators was the randomness of the crime. Most murders have clear motives: jealousy, revenge, financial gain. But Jill's case defied easy explanation. She had no known enemies. There were no signs of an attempted burglary. If her murder had been the result of a personal vendetta, the person responsible had left no trace of their involvement. This led to theories that Jill had been the victim of a contract killing, executed with the precision of a trained assassin. But if that were the case, who had ordered it, and for what reason? The Serbian mafia theory had remained a topic of discussion among investigators and journalists. Some believed that Jill's murder was a form of retaliation for NATO's bombing of Serbia, which had occurred weeks before her death. Jill had presented an appeal on behalf of Kosovan refugees, and some theorized that she had been targeted as a result. However, no intelligence agencies had ever been able to link her death to Serbian operatives, and the theory remained speculative at best. Another theory that continued to intrigue investigators was the possibility that Jill had been killed by someone with a deep-seated obsession. Celebrities often attract the attention of individuals who fixate on them, sometimes with dangerous consequences. If Jill had been targeted by a stalker, it was possible that the person responsible had harbored their obsession in secret, never leaving behind any prior threats or messages that would have alerted authorities to their presence. The chilling thought that someone could have been following Jill, waiting for the right moment to strike, was one that haunted those who sought answers. The passage of time did not diminish the pain felt by Jill's family and friends. For them, the case was not just an unsolved crime, it was a lingering source of grief and unanswered questions. Nigel Dando, Jill's brother, continued to advocate for justice, refusing to let the case fade into history. He remained hopeful that someone somewhere held the missing piece of the puzzle that would finally lead to the killer's identification. He had always believed that there was a person out there who knew more than they had let on, someone who might have witnessed something crucial, but had remained silent for reasons unknown. Jill's fiancé, Alan Farthing, had struggled with the loss in his own way. Their wedding had been just months away when she was killed, and the pain of losing her so suddenly had left an indelible mark on his life. He had largely retreated from the public eye, choosing to grieve privately rather than becoming a spokesperson for justice. He had moved forward with his life, but the shadow of Jill's murder had never truly disappeared. For the British public, Jill Dando's murder had become a crime that symbolized the fragility of life. A woman who had dedicated her career to helping others, to bringing criminals to justice, had been gunned down on her own doorstep, and no one had been able to explain why. The senseless nature of the crime had struck a chord with many, and despite the passage of time, the desire for justice had never truly waned. Detectives continued to appeal for new information, knowing that time was their greatest enemy. If the killer was still alive, they had managed to evade capture for over 2 decades. If they had confided in anyone, that person had remained silent. And if they had acted alone, they had carried the weight of their crime with them for years without a single misstep. The case remained open, the file still sitting in the archives of Scotland Yard. Every few years, a new investigator would take a fresh look at the evidence, hoping for a breakthrough that had so far eluded them. Until that day came, the mystery of Jill Dando's murder would continue to cast a long shadow over British crime history, a puzzle with missing pieces that no one had been able to find. The truth was still out there, waiting to be uncovered. More than 2 decades had passed since Jill Dando was murdered on her doorstep, and yet the case remained unsolved, a ghost lingering over Britain's collective memory. Despite numerous investigations, arrests, and theories, the person responsible for her death had never been identified. Scotland Yard had exhausted almost every lead, forensic science had evolved dramatically, and yet the crime remained shrouded in darkness. The continued failure to solve the case had led to a growing sense of frustration among detectives, journalists, and members of the public. How could such a high-profile murder, committed in broad daylight in a quiet residential neighborhood, leave so few traces? The answer, many believed, lay in the nature of the crime itself. The killer had executed Jill Dando with chilling precision, firing a single shot to the head before vanishing into thin air. There was no forced entry, no struggle, no clear witness who had seen the shooter's face. The method was so calculated that it had all the hallmarks of a professional assassination. Cold case investigators remained convinced that someone out there knew the truth. Whether it was the killer themselves, a confidant who had harbored a long-buried secret, or a witness who had been too afraid to speak up, the answer had to exist. But as time marched on, the fear grew that it would remain hidden forever. One of the most disturbing aspects of the case was the lack of a clear motive. Detectives had explored every possible angle: revenge, professional rivalry, a stalker's obsession, but none had led to any concrete evidence. Unlike most high-profile murders where financial disputes, jealousy, or personal vendettas often play a role, Jill's case presented none of these typical patterns. She had no known enemies, no scandalous secrets, and no involvement in dangerous investigations that could have made her a target. If this had been a professional hit, then why? Who had ordered it, and for what reason? As forensic science advanced, investigators re-examined the crime scene, hoping that new technology might yield previously undetectable evidence. But there was still nothing. No DNA, no fingerprints, no stray fibers or hairs. The bullet used to kill Jill was traced to an unusual firearm, a modified pistol with a silencer, but the weapon itself had never been found. It was as if the crime had been meticulously planned to leave behind no leads. The lack of closure continued to haunt Jill's loved ones. Her brother, Nigel Dando, had spent years advocating for justice, appearing in documentaries and interviews to remind the public that his sister's case was still open. He remained convinced that someone out there knew the truth, and that a new witness might one day step forward. But with each passing year, the likelihood of a breakthrough seemed to grow slimmer. Jill's fiancé, Alan Farthing, had tried to move on with his life, but the tragedy had left a lasting scar. Their wedding had been months away when she was killed, and the sudden loss had devastated him. The Though he had largely stayed out of the public eye in the years that followed, he had never stopped longing for answers. Over the years, Scotland Yard had issued several fresh appeals for information, urging the public to come forward with anything that might be relevant. They had revisited old witnesses, reanalyzed evidence, and even consulted international law enforcement agencies for potential links to organized crime or foreign intelligence operations. But each time they were met with dead ends. Theories continued to swirl. Some believed Jill had been killed as an act of revenge related to her work on Crime Watch, though no evidence supported this theory. Others insisted that her murder was linked to an unknown personal grudge, yet no suspect with such a motive had ever been identified. The Serbian mafia theory, which had suggested that her killing was retaliation for NATO's involvement in the Kosovo War, remained intriguing but ultimately unsubstantiated. No intelligence agencies had been able to confirm any connections between her death and foreign operatives. For investigators, the most frustrating part of the case was the eerie efficiency with which the crime had been carried out. It suggested a level of planning and execution that was beyond that of a typical spontaneous murder. Whoever had killed Jill had done so in a way that defied conventional detection methods. If it had been a professional hit, the individual responsible had either vanished completely or had been protected by a network of individuals who ensured their silence. Despite the passage of time, Jill Dando's murder remained one of Britain's most infamous unsolved crimes. The public had not forgotten her, and every few years, renewed interest in the case sparked fresh debates and discussions. Documentaries, articles, and investigative specials continued to revisit the case, analyzing every available detail in search of something that had been overlooked. But no matter how many times the case was re-examined, the same question lingered: who killed Jill Dando and why? The case remained open, waiting for the day when a new lead, a confession, or a forgotten piece of evidence would finally bring the truth to light. Until then, the murder of Jill Dando would remain an enduring mystery, a reminder that even in an age of forensic advancements and widespread surveillance, some crimes could still elude justice. The years continued to pass, and yet the murder of Jill Dando remained an open wound in the annals of British crime history. Despite the best efforts of Scotland Yard, multiple reviews of the case, and appeals for information, her killer had never been identified. The weight of the mystery loomed over her family, her friends, and the countless people who had admired her work. The silence surrounding the case was deafening, and it seemed that whoever had committed the crime had vanished without a trace. Investigators had exhausted nearly every possible angle. Every suspect, no matter how remotely connected, had been scrutinized. Every potential motive had been considered, and either dismissed or left inconclusive. Theories that had once seemed promising had turned into dead ends, and even the most seasoned detectives found themselves at a loss. How could such a high-profile murder, carried out in broad daylight, remain unsolved for so long? There were some who speculated that the lack of resolution was not due to incompetence or a lack of effort, but rather something more sinister. Had the investigation been misled from the beginning? Had there been an intentional effort to divert attention away from the real killer? These questions lingered in the minds of those who had followed the case closely. The possibility that Jill's murder had been part of something much larger, something obscured from public knowledge, was a chilling thought. Yet, without concrete evidence, these remained little more than unsettling theories. Despite the lack of clear progress, Scotland Yard remained committed to the case. Cold case detectives periodically revisited the evidence, hoping that advances in forensic science might one day provide a breakthrough. The technology available to investigators had evolved dramatically since 1999, and new methods for analyzing trace evidence, digital records, and ballistic comparisons continued to improve. Yet for all the scientific advancements, there was still no DNA, no fingerprints, and no forensic trail to follow. Whoever had killed Jill had done so with remarkable precision, ensuring that their identity would remain hidden. For Jill's loved ones, the passage of time had done little to ease their pain. Her brother, Nigel, had continued to push for answers, refusing to let the case be forgotten. He had spent years advocating for new lines of inquiry, urging law enforcement to keep searching for the truth. Though he understood the challenges detectives faced, he remained convinced that there was someone out there who knew more than they had admitted. Whether it was a witness who had been too afraid to speak, an accomplice who had remained silent, or even the killer themselves, he believed the truth was still waiting to be uncovered. The impact of Jill's murder extended beyond just those who had known her personally. The case had left a lasting imprint on British society, serving as a stark reminder of how even those in the public eye could become victims of inexplicable violence. It had shaken the sense of security that many had once taken for granted, forcing people to confront the unsettling reality that sometimes crimes go unsolved and justice remains elusive. In the years that followed, various media outlets revisited the case, each attempting to piece together the fragments of information in search of an answer. True crime documentaries, investigative articles, and television specials dedicated to Jill's murder attracted widespread interest. Theories were re-examined, old suspects were reconsidered, and new perspectives were explored. But despite the continued fascination with the case, no definitive breakthrough emerged. The questions remained the same. Who had been waiting for Jill on that quiet morning? Who had fired that single shot? And why had they disappeared so seamlessly into the void? With each passing year, the likelihood of solving the case seemed to diminish. Witnesses aged, memories faded, and those who might have once held valuable information had either passed away or chosen to remain silent. The truth, it seemed, was slipping further from reach. But even as hope waned, there were those who refused to accept that Jill's killer would never be found. Detectives still held on to the possibility that a crucial tip might surface, that a piece of overlooked evidence could come to light, or that someone, burdened by guilt or secrecy, would finally break their silence. Until that day came, the murder of Jill Dando remained one of Britain's greatest unsolved mysteries. A case that had defied resolution, confounded experts, and left a nation searching for answers. And so, the shadow of that April morning in 1999 continued to stretch forward, a lingering reminder of justice delayed, but hopefully not denied. The murder of Jill Dando had become one of the most notorious unsolved cases in British history. Each passing year brought renewed frustration and an increasing sense that justice might never be served. Investigators, journalists, and the public alike continued to question how such a brutal, calculated crime could have been committed in broad daylight, in a quiet residential neighborhood, without leaving a single trace of the perpetrator. The lack of progress was both baffling and infuriating. Despite the absence of new leads, Scotland Yard had never officially closed the case. Detectives continued to analyze old evidence, hoping that some overlooked clue might emerge. Advances in forensic technology had solved other long-dormant cases, yet in Jill's case there was still nothing. No DNA, no fingerprints, and no ballistic match for the murder weapon. The crime scene had been eerily clean, as if the killer had been meticulous in ensuring they would never be caught. Over the years, there were occasional flashes of hope. Witnesses came forward with new claims, yet none led to a breakthrough. Some insisted they had seen a shadowy figure loitering near Jill's home on the morning of her murder, while others claimed to have heard confessions from individuals boasting about their involvement. But none of these leads ever panned out, leaving investigators with the same frustrating lack of direction they had faced from the beginning. Speculation about who could have killed Jill remained rampant. Some still believed it was a professional hit, perhaps orchestrated for reasons that had never been fully understood. If that were true, the person who ordered the murder had remained remarkably silent over the years. If someone had wanted Jill silenced, what had she known that posed such a threat? Yet Jill was not an investigative journalist uncovering corruption or criminal networks. She was a television presenter, well loved by the British public, with no known enemies. The lack of motive only deepened the mystery. One of the more disturbing theories involved the possibility that Jill's murderer was someone who had simply chosen her at random. A person driven by an urge to kill, seeking out an opportunity that had presented itself that morning. This theory was unsettling because it meant there was no deeper reason, no conspiracy, just an act of senseless violence. If that was the case, it made the prospect of ever solving the case even more difficult. Without a connection between Jill and her killer, investigators had little to work with. The psychological profile of the killer had been debated by criminologists and forensic experts. If Jill's murder had been premeditated, then the person responsible had likely been watching her for some time. They had known her schedule, waited for the perfect opportunity, and executed the crime without hesitation. But why had they never struck again? Most violent offenders escalate, seeking out new victims or making mistakes that eventually lead to their capture. But Jill's murder stood alone. It was an isolated event with no similar crimes linked to it. With each passing decade, the number of people who had worked on Jill's case within law enforcement dwindled. Retirements, department transfers, and shifting priorities meant that new detectives had to familiarize themselves with a case that had already been extensively investigated, only to reach the same dead end. Despite their determination, the reality was that without a sudden confession or an unexpected new piece of evidence, the case would remain frozen in time. Jill's family had long accepted the possibility that they might never get the closure they so desperately sought. Her brother, Nigel Dando, continued to speak out, urging anyone with information to come forward. Though he had made peace with the fact that Jill was gone, he refused to let her story be forgotten. Her fiancé, Alan Farthing, had eventually moved on with his life, but the pain of losing Jill so suddenly had left an imprint that could never truly fade. For the public, Jill Dando's murder had become a symbol of the unknowable, an event that defied logic and explanation. It was a reminder that sometimes, no matter how much effort is put into an investigation, some crimes remain unsolved. Theories would continue to emerge, discussions would persist, and journalists would keep revisiting the case, but the truth remained elusive. There were still those who believed that one day, the answer would come. Perhaps a deathbed confession, a hidden piece of evidence, or a breakthrough in forensic science would finally bring Jill's killer to justice. Until that day arrived, however, the murder of Jill Dando remained one of the greatest mysteries in British criminal history, a case that had defied resolution for more than 2 decades. As the years continued to pass, the unsolved murder of Jill Dando remained an enigma that refused to fade from the public's consciousness. It was a case that should have been solvable. One of the most famous television personalities in Britain, murdered in broad daylight on her own doorstep. Yet no answers had ever emerged. Despite the passage of time, Scotland Yard refused to close the case entirely. Cold case detectives periodically re-examined the evidence, hoping that advances in forensic technology might provide a long-awaited breakthrough. The hope was that something, perhaps a microscopic trace of DNA, a new method of ballistic analysis, or a long-forgotten piece of surveillance footage, would reveal the identity of the person who had fired that single fatal shot. But time and time again, these re-examinations led nowhere. The case file remained open, but with each passing year, the likelihood of a resolution seemed to slip further away. The psychological aspect of the crime continued to baffle experts. Jill had no known enemies. She was widely regarded as kind, compassionate, and universally liked. If the killer had been motivated by revenge or personal grievance, no evidence of such a conflict had ever come to light. If it had been a case of mistaken identity, why had no one ever come forward to admit their intended target had been someone else? If it had been a contract killing, who had ordered it, and what had Jill done to warrant such a fate? The eerie precision of the crime led some to believe it had been the work of a professional assassin. The use of a silencer, the single point-blank shot, and the immediate disappearance of the perpetrator all suggested an experienced hand. If this theory were true, it raised an unsettling question. Had Jill stumbled into something she should not have? Some speculated that her work on Crime Watch, where she helped expose unsolved crimes, may have placed her in the crosshairs of a criminal organization. But thorough investigations into this possibility had turned up no concrete evidence. One of the most enduring theories remained that Jill had been targeted by a deranged individual who had developed an unhealthy obsession with her. Stalkers had been known to fixate on public figures, sometimes with tragic consequences. However, Jill had never reported receiving threats or feeling unsafe. She had lived her life without visible signs of fear, making it seem unlikely that she had been knowingly pursued by an unknown individual. Her brother, Nigel Dando, continued to hope that answers would one day come. Over the years, he had participated in multiple media appeals, urging anyone with knowledge of the case to come forward. His efforts had kept Jill's story alive, ensuring that the investigation remained on the minds of both the public and law enforcement. Despite his determination, he knew that the chances of a breakthrough were slim. If someone had information that could solve the case, why had they remained silent for so long? Alan Farthing, Jill's fiancé at the time of her murder, books and investigative specials continued to revisit Jill's murder, each hoping to uncover something new. True crime enthusiasts dissected every available detail, theorizing about possible suspects and overlooked evidence. But for all the speculation, there was no clear resolution. The longer the case remained unsolved, the more it cemented itself as one of the great mysteries of British crime history. Each year brought renewed media attention, and yet the same haunting questions remained. Who had killed Jill Dando? Why had they chosen her? And how had they managed to evade justice for so long? Law enforcement still held on to the possibility that a crucial piece of information might one day surface. Perhaps a witness would come forward with a memory they had buried. Perhaps the killer, or someone close to them, would be unable to keep the secret any longer. Perhaps advances in forensic science would finally expose the truth that had remained hidden for so long. But until that moment arrived, the murder of Jill Dando would remain an unresolved tragedy, an enduring symbol of justice delayed, and a stark reminder that some crimes defy explanation. For Jill's family, her friends, and the public who had admired her, the hope remained that one day, the truth would emerge. Until then, the shadow of that fateful April morning would continue to loom over British criminal history, an open wound that time alone could not heal. As time marched on, the case of Jill Dando's murder remained one of the most baffling and unsettling mysteries in British history. Despite the advances in forensic science, renewed appeals for information, and continued media attention, no solid leads had emerged. The silence surrounding the case was as impenetrable as ever. For detectives who had worked on the case, the frustration was immeasurable. The fact that no physical evidence had been left behind at the scene suggested an almost surgical precision in the execution of the crime. The lack of a murder weapon, the absence of eyewitnesses who had seen the perpetrator clearly, and the inability to tie any suspect conclusively to the crime all made it a seemingly unsolvable case. And yet, it was precisely the professional nature of the murder that kept leading investigators back to the idea that this had been an orchestrated hit rather than a crime of impulse. The sheer randomness of the crime continued to trouble those closest to Jill. If she had been targeted, then why? If it had been a case of mistaken identity, why had the killer never struck again? And if the attack had been the work of a deranged individual, how had they managed to carry out the killing so cleanly and then disappear without leaving a trace? These questions had plagued detectives from the start, and even now, over 2 decades later, they remained unanswered. Despite the lack of developments, there was always the hope that someone, somewhere, held a crucial piece of information. Investigators believed that, over time, people who had remained silent out of fear or loyalty might eventually feel compelled to speak. Whether it was a small detail that had previously seemed insignificant or a direct admission from someone who had been withholding information, it was possible that a new lead could still surface. Public interest in Jill's case had not waned. Periodically, the media revisited the story, analyzing old evidence and interviewing key figures in an effort to keep the case alive. True crime enthusiasts dissected the available details, discussing theories ranging from politically motivated assassinations to revenge killings by an unknown enemy. The public fascination with the case was fueled not only by Jill's status as a beloved television personality, but also by the eerie manner in which the crime had been committed. Jill's family continued to hold out hope that justice would one day be served. Her brother, Nigel Dando, remained one of the strongest advocates for keeping her memory alive. He had spent years campaigning for further investigations, refusing to accept that the case would remain unsolved forever. To him, the notion that someone had been able to commit such a horrific crime and walk away unpunished was intolerable. For Jill's fiancé, Alan Farthing, the loss had changed the course of his life. The future they had planned together had been stolen in an instant, and he had been left to navigate a reality in which she was no longer by his side. Over time, he had found a way to move forward, but the weight of what had happened never fully left him. Theories about Jill's murder continued to circulate, though none had been definitively proven. Some still believed that she had been assassinated due to her involvement in Crime Watch, where she had worked on cases exposing criminals and seeking justice for victims. Others maintained that it was an international hit, linked to her coverage of humanitarian crises. And then there were those who believed it had been the work of a lone individual, someone who had harbored a fixation on Jill and acted upon their dark obsession. Despite the endless speculation, the case remained where it had always been, open, but with no clear path forward. Scotland Yard had not given up, though the reality was that without new evidence or a confession, the likelihood of solving the murder became slimmer with each passing year. But history had shown that even the coldest cases could eventually be solved. Witnesses who had once remained silent had, in other cases, come forward years later. Advances in forensic science had cracked cases that had long been thought unsolvable. And sometimes guilt had a way of catching up with people, leading them to confess after decades of silence. Until that day arrived, however, Jill Dando's murder would remain an open wound in Britain's criminal history. The questions persisted. Who had waited for Jill outside her home that day? Who had taken her life with such brutal efficiency? And would the truth ever be known? For now, the case of Jill Dando remained one of the great mysteries of British crime. A case that, despite the best efforts of law enforcement, had managed to slip through the cracks of justice. The hope that one day the truth would emerge remained alive. But for those who had known and loved Jill, each passing year without answers only deepened the pain of her loss. As time passed, the case of Jill Dando remained one of Britain's most perplexing unsolved crimes. Despite continued efforts by investigators, forensic experts, and journalists, her killer had never been identified. The frustration of not knowing what had happened to her weighed heavily on her loved ones, while the public remained fixated on the mystery surrounding her murder. The renewed interest in the case that would surface every few years kept hope alive that someone, somewhere, might come forward with the missing piece of the puzzle. Cold case units at Scotland Yard periodically reviewed the evidence, checking for any new scientific methods that could be applied to old forensic materials. Yet, every attempt to extract new leads from the existing evidence had failed. The crime scene had been eerily devoid of usable forensic clues, reinforcing the belief that this had been a meticulously planned attack. One of the most widely debated aspects of the case was the professional nature of the murder. The fact that Jill had been killed with a single shot, fired at close range with a silenced weapon, led many to believe this was the work of an experienced assassin. However, if this were true, the biggest question remained: who would have ordered such an execution and why? Jill's work as a television presenter did not place her in direct conflict with dangerous individuals, at least not to the extent that warranted an assassination. The possibility of an obsessed stalker remained a disturbing but plausible theory. Public figures often attract unwanted attention from individuals who develop fixations on them. Could someone have been watching Jill, studying her routine, waiting for the right moment to strike? If so, why had no threats been made in the weeks or months leading up to her death? No letters, no phone calls, no evidence of direct harassment had ever been discovered. If Jill had been targeted by someone with an unhealthy obsession, they had managed to remain completely undetected both before and after the crime. Another avenue that continued to intrigue investigators was the theory of a politically motivated hit. Some believed that Jill had been killed as a form of retaliation for British involvement in international conflicts, particularly the NATO-led intervention in Kosovo. Jill had been involved in charity work for Kosovan refugees, and some suspected that this had made her a target. However, there was never any hard evidence linking her murder to foreign operatives or political motivations. Intelligence agencies had investigated this possibility, but had found no credible connections. As the years went on, those closest to Jill continued to struggle with the absence of answers. Her brother, Nigel Dando, had made it his mission to ensure that Jill's case was never forgotten. He had spoken publicly on numerous occasions, urging anyone with information to come forward. Despite his efforts, no new revelations had emerged. The pain of losing his sister in such a violent and senseless manner had never faded, and the lack of justice only made it worse. For Jill's fiancé, Alan Farthing, the grief was just as enduring. The two had been planning a wedding, a future together, and in an instant, it had all been taken away. The trauma of losing Jill in such an unexpected way had left a deep mark on him, one that time had not entirely healed. Like Nigel, Alan had hoped that answers would eventually come, that closure could be found. But as the years continued to pass with no resolution, that hope had begun to wane. Public fascination with Jill's murder remained as strong as ever. Documentaries, news specials, and online discussions frequently revisited the case, offering new theories and revisiting old ones. Despite the extensive coverage, None of these efforts brought forward new evidence. The mystery had captured the imagination of the public, but even the most diligent investigators had been unable to crack the case. One of the most disheartening aspects of the investigation was that Jill's murder had seemingly been the only crime of its kind. If her killer had been a professional hitman, why had no similar murders occurred? If it had been a random act of violence, why had there been no other victims? The complete lack of comparable crimes made it difficult for investigators to establish a pattern, leaving them with only speculation and unanswered questions. In recent years, police had once again called for anyone with information, no matter how small, to come forward. Detectives remained convinced that someone out there knew more than they had admitted. Perhaps it was a witness who had seen something but didn't realize its significance. Perhaps it was someone who had heard a confession but had chosen to remain silent out of fear or loyalty. Whatever the case, the hope was that time would eventually loosen lips and reveal the truth. For now, the murder of Jill Dando remained an open case, an unsolved crime that had defied every attempt at resolution. The frustration of not knowing, of having no definitive answers, continued to haunt those who had loved her. Until the day came when the truth was finally revealed, Jill's murder would remain one of Britain's most haunting mysteries. A chilling reminder of how even the most seemingly straightforward crimes can elude justice for decades. Decades had passed since the shocking murder of Jill Dando, yet the case remained as cold as ever. Every theory, every piece of evidence, and every suspect had been examined and re-examined, but no conclusive answers had emerged. The truth remained just out of reach, a puzzle missing its final, crucial pieces. For Jill's family and friends, the pain of losing her had never fully faded. Time had moved forward, but the wounds left by her untimely death remained open. Her brother, Nigel Dando, had fought tirelessly to keep her memory alive and to push for further investigation. Though he had come to accept that the case might never be solved, he refused to give up entirely. He remained convinced that someone out there knew the truth, and that one day, perhaps by sheer chance, new information would surface. Jill's fiancé, Alan Farthing, had also carried the weight of her loss for years. Their future together had been cruelly stolen, and though he had moved on with his life, the specter of Jill's murder still lingered. The fact that justice had never been served only made the tragedy more difficult to bear. He had long since given up hope that the case would ever be solved, but the questions remained. Despite the lack of resolution, Jill's legacy endured. She had been more than just a television presenter. She had been a beacon of professionalism, kindness, and dedication. Her work on Crime Watch had helped countless victims find justice, and in a cruel twist of fate, she had become the subject of the very kind of case she had sought to bring closure to. The case file remained open at Scotland Yard, though active investigation efforts had largely dwindled. Advances in forensic science continued to offer a faint glimmer of hope, but unless new evidence was discovered, the likelihood of an arrest seemed slim. Cold case detectives still periodically reviewed Jill's murder, hoping that one day, a breakthrough would emerge. The public, too, remained captivated by the mystery. True crime documentaries, investigative articles, and online discussions continued to analyze every detail, searching for answers that had eluded law enforcement for so long. Theories varied wildly. Some still believed it had been a professional hit. Others insisted it was a crime of opportunity carried out by a lone attacker. With so little concrete evidence, the case remained open to speculation. Every few years, a renewed public appeal would be made, urging anyone with information to come forward. But so far, no new witnesses had emerged, no confessions had been made, and no forensic breakthroughs had cracked the case wide open. It seemed as though Jill's murderer had disappeared into the shadows, leaving behind only pain, confusion, and unanswered questions. As time went on, one question remained. Would the truth ever come to light? Would a witness step forward with long-held knowledge? Would a deathbed confession reveal the identity of the killer? Would a chance discovery in an old archive finally connect the missing pieces? For now, the murder of Jill Dando remained one of the most infamous unsolved cases in British history. It was a case that had frustrated detectives, mystified the public, and left those who had loved Jill searching for justice that had never come. Until the day arrived when the truth was finally uncovered, her murder would remain an enduring mystery. A case frozen in time, waiting for the moment when the final piece of the puzzle would finally fall into place. Hello and welcome to Nightmare Lullabies. As you settle in for the night, prepare to be immersed in a world of eerie whispers and unsettling tales, designed to both chill and soothe. Now close your eyes, relax, and let the darkness carry you away. And if these nightly tales captivate you, feel free to join our community for more whispered secrets. The air was crisp and cold on the morning of October 16, 1984. In the small French village of Lapangee-sur-Valognes, the mist hung low over the riverbanks, weaving through the dense forest like a ghostly presence. It was the kind of morning where nothing seemed out of place, where everything carried on as it always did. But before the day was over, the town would be shaken to its core by an event so tragic, so chilling, that it would leave scars on the community for decades to come. Jean-Marie Villemin stood near the window of his modest home, watching as his wife, Christine, dressed their 4-year-old son, Gregory. The little boy had the kind of innocence only found in children, his curly dark hair bouncing with each movement, his eyes wide with curiosity. He was a quiet child, content to play alone or listen to the stories his mother told him. Today was like any other day. Christine bundled him up in a warm jacket, kissed his forehead, and sent him off to play in the garden while she attended to chores. By 5 p.m., Christine stepped outside, expecting to find her son in the same spot where she had last seen him. But the garden was empty. Panic set in immediately. Gregory never wandered far. He was a good child, obedient, cautious. She called his name once, then twice, then again, louder this time. Silence. Within minutes, the entire neighborhood was searching. The forest, the nearby fields, every hidden corner of the quiet village. Neighbors called out his name, flashlights flickering through the trees as darkness crept in. But there was no trace of the boy. Then the phone rang. Jean-Marie answered, his hand trembling as he brought the receiver to his ear. "I took the boy." The voice was low, calm, almost rehearsed. "I threw him in the Valognes." Jean-Marie's breath caught in his throat. The line went dead. Less than an hour later, the search ended. Gregory's lifeless body was found floating in the cold waters of the Valognes River, his small hands bound with rope. His angelic face was eerily still, as if frozen in time. Shock rippled through the village, turning quickly into horror. The Villemin family collapsed under the weight of their grief. But grief soon turned into something darker. Fear, suspicion, and a mystery that would haunt France for generations. The police arrived within minutes of the discovery. The scene was surreal. Officers wading into the water, gently pulling the tiny body onto the bank. There was no struggle, no signs of a fight. Whoever had taken Gregory had overpowered him easily, had been calculated in their cruelty. Then came another phone call. This time it was to Gregory's uncle. The same voice, the same chilling calmness. "I took him. I killed him." The caller was known to the Villemin family. They had heard this voice before, in the months leading up to the tragedy. A whispering menace that had taunted them, sent anonymous letters, made threats. He called himself Le Corbeau, the Crow. For over 2 years before Gregory's death, Le Corbeau had been terrorizing the Villemins. The letters arrived like clockwork, filled with venom, spewing hatred towards Jean-Marie and his family. The writers seemed to know intimate details of their lives, what they did, where they worked, who they spoke to. The messages weren't empty threats, they were carefully crafted psychological warfare. The police believed the killer was someone close to the family. Someone with deep resentment, with jealousy simmering just beneath the surface. But in a village as small as Lapangee-sur-Valognes, everyone was close to the Villemins. Everyone knew each other. The investigation took a dark turn when Jean-Marie, consumed with grief and rage, publicly vowed revenge. He was convinced he knew who had done it, his cousin Bernard Laroche. He believed Laroche had been Le Corbeau, the voice in the dark that had taunted them for years. The police arrested Laroche, but their case was weak. Without physical evidence, without a confession, they had no choice but to release him. It was too much for Jean-Marie. His rage boiled over. Months later, in front of journalists and cameras, he took a gun, approached Laroche, and shot him in cold blood. Jean-Marie was arrested immediately, his grief now turned into a crime of its own. But Gregory's murder remained unsolved. Laroche was dead, but was he really the killer? The calls continued, the threats lingered. and the small town was left to ask the question that would never be answered. Who killed Gregory Vilman? Over the years, forensic advancements, handwriting analysis, and countless interrogations brought new suspects into the light. Christine, Gregory's mother, was accused at one point, her own grief weaponized against her. But nothing ever stuck. The case spiraled, tangled in rumors, in theories, in a media frenzy that made it nearly impossible to distinguish truth from fabrication. In 2017, after decades of false leads and dead ends, new DNA technology was introduced to re-examine old evidence. Hope flickered, but once again it led nowhere. The DNA found on Gregory's clothing was inconclusive, another cruel twist in a case that refused to be solved. Now, nearly 40 years later, the ghost of Gregory Vilman still lingers over France. His story is one of betrayal, family feuds, and secrets buried so deep they may never be uncovered. Perhaps the killer still walks free. Perhaps they have carried their secret to the grave. But one thing is certain, some mysteries refuse to die, and the Valone River still remembers. The days following Gregory Vilman's funeral were suffocating with grief and tension. The Villamans, once respected members of their small town, now lived under a cloud of unrelenting suspicion. The media had turned their tragedy into a national spectacle, reporters swarming the village, knocking on doors, and publishing wild theories without evidence. The public craved answers. But with no clear suspects and only shadows of evidence, the case became a breeding ground for conspiracy and gossip. Christine Vilman, once known for her gentle kindness, had become a symbol of controversy. At first, people sympathized with her loss, but whispers soon began to circulate. Her grief doesn't look real. Did you see how composed she was during the press conference? A mother should be devastated, not calm. These cruel judgments made their way into newspapers, fueling even more dangerous speculation. As investigators dug deeper, the letters from Le Corbeau continued. Some postmarked weeks before the murder, others arriving even after Gregory's death. How was it possible that the threats persisted if the killer was dead? The puzzle only deepened, leading detectives in circles. Every trail led to a dead end. Every suspect had an alibi. And yet, the killer was still out there, watching, waiting, knowing that with every passing day, justice for Gregory Vilman slipped further away. The police focused their efforts on forensic analysis, but the lack of physical evidence proved to be a monumental obstacle. They combed through the riverbank where Gregory's body was found, searching for anything that might point to the person responsible. Every fiber, every speck of dirt was collected, analyzed, and cataloged, but nothing conclusive emerged. The rope that bound Gregory's hands was of a common variety, sold in numerous stores across the region. There was no DNA evidence that could be used to identify a suspect. The killer had been careful, methodical, almost as if they knew exactly how to avoid leaving a trace. Jean-Marie Vilman, unable to control his growing frustration, began taking matters into his own hands. He became obsessed with identifying Le Corbeau, convinced that the anonymous letters held the key to solving the case. He pored over every letter sent to the family, analyzing handwriting, comparing phrases, trying to match them to someone he knew. But the deeper he dug, the more isolated he became. His anger grew, his paranoia heightened. The pressure became unbearable. Then a bombshell hit. The police arrested Bernard Laroche, Jean-Marie's cousin. The evidence against him was circumstantial but compelling. A witness, Laroche's sister-in-law, claimed she had seen him with Gregory shortly before the boy's disappearance. Handwriting experts suggested similarities between Laroche's writing and the threatening letters. It wasn't definitive proof, but it was enough to take action. Jean-Marie saw Laroche's arrest as validation. He had been right all along. But Christine was less convinced. She struggled to reconcile the man they had known for years with the monster who had taken their child. And then, in a shocking twist, the witness who had testified against Laroche recanted her statement. She claimed she had been pressured by investigators, that she wasn't sure of what she had seen. Without her testimony, the case against Laroche crumbled, and he was released. Jean-Marie was livid. The police had failed them. Justice had slipped through their fingers once again. And so, on March 29, 1985, fueled by months of anger and heartbreak, Jean-Marie Vilman took a shotgun and confronted Bernard Laroche. In broad daylight, in front of witnesses, he pulled the trigger. LaRoche fell, his life ending in the same swift, brutal fashion as Gregory's. Jean-Marie was immediately arrested, his grief now turned into a crime of its own. But even as he sat in a prison cell, the mystery remained. LaRoche was dead, but was he truly the killer? Or had Jean-Marie been manipulated into believing a lie? The media frenzy exploded into chaos. The story had everything: tragedy, revenge, mystery. It became a national obsession. Reporters dissected every detail, turning the villain's pain into entertainment. The press portrayed Jean-Marie as both a grieving father and a dangerous vigilante. The court of public opinion was divided. Some saw his actions as justified, while others condemned him for taking a life without proof. Christine, left alone to face the storm, found herself in an even darker nightmare. With her husband in prison and her son's murder still unsolved, she became the new target of suspicion. People whispered that she had been too composed, too controlled, that she must have known something, that maybe, just maybe, she had been involved. The rumors reached the police, and Christine was formally brought in for questioning. The idea that a mother could harm her own child seemed unthinkable. Yet the authorities pursued the possibility with cold determination. They scrutinized her every move, interrogated her for hours, analyzed her past statements for inconsistencies. The media latched onto the idea, spinning dramatic headlines. Did Christine Villman kill her son? Her world crumbled. She was drowning in grief, in loneliness, in accusations. And through it all, the true killer remained free. Months passed, then years. Investigators followed new leads, only to be met with more dead ends. The letters from Le Corbeau eventually stopped. The town that had once been united in grief had become divided by speculation and betrayal. Friendships were shattered. Families turned against one another. And yet, the one question that mattered most remained unanswered. Who killed Gregory Villman? Now, nearly 40 years later, the case is still open. It remains one of France's most infamous unsolved mysteries. And as time goes on, the hope of finding the truth grows dimmer. Perhaps the killer has taken their secret to the grave. Perhaps they walk among the living, forever hidden, forever silent. But one thing is certain: some mysteries refuse to die, and the Valone River still remembers. The years passed, but the wound left by Gregory Villemin's murder remained raw. The once quiet village of Lepangy-sur-Valone had become a fractured community, torn apart by suspicion, betrayal, and unanswered questions. With each passing day, the case that had once seemed destined for justice faded further into the fog of uncertainty. Christine Villman had become a ghost of herself. The relentless scrutiny had drained her, turning every moment of her life into a battle to prove her innocence. She rarely left her home, knowing that even a trip to the market would invite whispered accusations and judgmental stares. The once supportive community had turned against her, fueled by media speculation and the absence of truth. Jean-Marie, locked away for his crime against Bernard Laroche, had little else to do but stew in his own rage and regret. He had avenged his son, or so he thought, but nothing had changed. Gregory's killer remained free. The letters from Le Corbeau had ceased, as if the tormentor had been satisfied with the chaos they had inflicted. But was silence a sign of guilt? Or was it simply another layer to the twisted game they had played for years? With time, the case drifted into cold case territory. Investigators, exhausted by the tangled web of deceit and unreliable testimony, had little hope of ever finding definitive proof. And yet, there were still those who refused to let go. A new generation of detectives took over the investigation, determined to look at the evidence with fresh eyes. The forensic landscape had changed. Advances in DNA analysis, forensic linguistics, and criminal profiling opened doors that had previously been closed. Investigators began re-examining the old case files, revisiting witness testimonies, and meticulously dissecting the letters that had terrorized the Villman family. One of the first areas of focus was the handwriting analysis. In the past, forensic experts had attempted to match Le Corbeau's writing to known suspects, but the technology had been limited. Now, with enhanced software and more refined techniques, they were able to compare thousands of handwriting samples with greater accuracy. A pattern emerged, one that pointed to someone close to the family, someone who had been overlooked before. At the same time, forensic linguists were called in to analyze the word choice, tone, and syntax of the letters. Le Corbeau had written with a distinct rhythm, one that suggested a particular region, level of education, and personality profile. It became increasingly clear that the letters had not been written by an outsider. They bore the marks of someone deeply familiar with the Villemins' private lives. Another breakthrough came with the re-examination of physical evidence. Though Gregory's body had been submerged in water, modern forensic techniques allowed experts to extract partial DNA profiles from the rope that bound his wrists and from fibers found on his clothing. These fragments were cross-checked against national databases, but the results were frustratingly inconclusive. Even so, the investigators refused to give up. They knew that even the smallest sliver of truth could unravel the decades-old mystery. As they pushed forward, they uncovered a series of inconsistencies in previous testimonies. Witnesses who had once been confident in their statements now hesitated, their memories clouded by time and pressure. One such revelation came from a retired officer, who admitted that early case files had been mishandled. Some evidence had been misplaced or outright destroyed. Whether it was due to negligence or something more sinister remained unclear. Had someone within the investigation been working against justice? Was there a cover-up that ran deeper than anyone had suspected? Meanwhile, the surviving members of the Villemin family continued to live under the shadow of grief. Christine, though older and wearier, never gave up hope that one day the truth would surface. She had endured years of torment, had seen her name dragged through the mud, but she refused to let the world forget her son. Then in 2017, an announcement reignited hope. New DNA testing would be conducted on the letters sent by Le Corbeau. If traces of biological material could be recovered, investigators might finally have the lead they needed. The test results came in, and for the first time in decades, there was a glimmer of progress. But just as quickly as hope emerged, it was snatched away. The results were inconclusive. There were too many degraded samples, too many mixed profiles, too much time lost. The killer's identity remained just out of reach, a shadow lurking at the edge of discovery, but never stepping fully into the light. Despite this, the case remains open. Investigators continue to sift through the fragmented pieces of evidence, still searching for the one connection that could finally bring closure. And so, nearly 40 years later, the question remains unanswered. Who killed Gregory Villemin? Perhaps the truth will one day come to light. Perhaps it will remain buried forever, a dark secret held by those who refuse to speak. But one thing is certain, the Vallone River still whispers its secrets. And somewhere, the killer still knows what they did. The years pressed forward, yet the murder of Gregory Villemin remained a dark cloud hanging over the French countryside. Though time dulled the initial shock, it did little to erase the pain. Every few years, a new revelation, a whispered rumor, or an ambitious investigator would bring the case back into the public eye. And every time, the Villemin family was forced to relive their deepest tragedy. Christine Villemin had grown accustomed to living in the shadow of suspicion. Even after she was formally cleared, there were those who refused to believe in her innocence. The weight of grief had aged her beyond her years, yet she remained resolute. She had fought to clear her name, and now she fought for her son's memory. Jean-Marie, too, had changed. Prison had stripped him of his former pride and confidence, replacing it with quiet resignation. The man who once sought revenge had little left to give. The case had never truly gone cold, but the trail had grown faint. Investigators continued to examine the old evidence, searching for anything that had been overlooked. In their search, they uncovered more inconsistencies. Witness statements that contradicted each other, evidence that had been collected but never properly analyzed. And most troubling of all, a police force that had seemingly hindered its own investigation. One particular detail had long troubled those who sought justice. The letters from Le Corbeau. The words of the anonymous writer had terrorized the Villemin family long before Gregory's disappearance. And yet, once the child was gone, the letters had nearly stopped. Nearly. A few messages had surfaced in the months after, but their tone was different, as if the original author had disappeared and someone else had taken their place. Linguists and forensic experts had been brought in over the years to study the syntax and handwriting of the letters. Their findings were startling. There were distinct shifts in style, subtle differences in phrasing and word choice. Could it be that more than one person had played the role of Le Corbeau? And if so, had the true killer been hiding behind the words of another all along? In 2020, another attempt was made to extract DNA from the letters. This time, technology had advanced enough to isolate small traces of biological material that had gone undetected before. There was cautious optimism, a sense that this might finally be the breakthrough they had been waiting for. But once again, the results were frustratingly inconclusive. The samples were too degraded, the contamination too extensive. Even as the investigation struggled to move forward, the public remained captivated. Documentaries, books, and reports continued to dissect the case, each offering their own theories. Some believed the original investigation had been sabotaged from within. Others insisted that the answer lay within the Vilman family itself, hidden beneath decades of secrecy and bitterness. Christine and Jean-Marie, now older, had long stopped hoping for closure. They had endured more than any parents should. They had lost their child, been betrayed by those they trusted, and seen their personal agony turned into a national spectacle. And yet, even as their own strength faded, they continued to fight. Not for themselves, but for the son they had lost. For Gregory, whose voice had been silenced too soon. As the years passed and the case remained unresolved, a chilling realization took hold. The killer, whoever they were, had likely lived their life uninterrupted. They had walked the same streets, smiled at their neighbors, perhaps even spoken kind words to those they had once tormented. They had gotten away with it. But justice is not always swift, and some crimes never truly fade. The whispers along the Valone River had not stopped, nor had the questions. And one day, whether by confession, discovery, or fate, the truth may finally rise from the depths. The decades had not erased the tragedy of Gregory Vilman. The quiet village of Lepangy-sur-Valone remained forever marked by the haunting mystery, a place where whispers of the past still lingered in the air. For those who had lived through it, the passage of time did not soften the weight of unanswered questions. If anything, the need for resolution had only grown stronger. Despite the failures of previous investigations, authorities refused to close the case. New teams of forensic experts and detectives took turns examining the existing evidence, each hoping to find the one missing piece that had eluded their predecessors. The letters from Le Corbeau remained at the heart of their inquiry. Though previous attempts to identify the writer had fallen short, technology had advanced in ways that provided renewed hope. By 2021, forensic linguistics had developed into a precise science, capable of identifying patterns in speech and writing that had once been imperceptible. A fresh analysis of the threatening letters revealed subtle clues, regional dialects, particular word choices, and recurring phrases that suggested more than one author had been involved. This finding only deepened the mystery. If more than one person had written the letters, did that mean multiple people had conspired to torment the Vilman family? A renewed sense of urgency gripped the investigators. DNA samples from the letters were re-examined using the latest genetic sequencing techniques. Traces of biological material, once considered too degraded to be useful, were isolated and compared against national databases. There was cautious optimism. Investigators knew that even a partial match could lead to a breakthrough. Meanwhile, those who had been affected by the case continued to feel its impact. Christine Vilman, still determined to see justice for her son, had spent years advocating for the truth. Though she and Jean-Marie had attempted to rebuild their lives, they remained tethered to the past, forever shadowed by the tragedy. Every development in the case reignited their grief, yet they refused to turn away. The media, too, remained fascinated by the mystery. Documentaries, investigative reports, and books continued to explore the case from every angle. Some journalists argued that the investigation had been mishandled from the start, pointing to lost evidence, flawed interrogations, and political interference. Others speculated that the truth had been deliberately buried, protected by a conspiracy that stretched far beyond the small village. In late 2022, a new lead emerged. A retired officer, who had been part of the original investigation, came forward with previously undisclosed information. He claimed that there had been pressure from higher authorities to close the case quickly, leading to critical mistakes. His testimony reopened discussions about potential corruption, adding yet another layer of complexity to an already tangled web of deception and secrecy. Yet, even with these revelations, the core question remained: who had killed Gregory Vilman? Those who had followed the case for years knew that time was running out. If the killer was still alive, they were aging, perhaps nearing the end of their life. Would they take their secret to the grave? Or would guilt, or fear, finally compel them to confess? For now, the truth remains just beyond reach. But those who seek justice refuse to give up. The case of Gregory Vilman is not just a crime. It is a wound that refuses to heal, a mystery that demands resolution. And as long as the Valone River flows, so too will the search for the truth. The tragedy of Gregory Vilman's murder had become more than just an unsolved crime. It was a specter that loomed over an entire country. What had started as a horrific act in a quiet French village had evolved into one of the most infamous mysteries in modern history. With each passing year, the case remained stubbornly unresolved, a puzzle missing its final, crucial pieces. By the time the 2020s arrived, investigative journalism and true crime research had breathed new life into old cases, and Gregory's story was no exception. Various independent investigators, crime analysts, and even amateur sleuths took it upon themselves to sift through the decades of evidence, looking for something, anything, that may have been overlooked. Among the most enduring questions was that of Le Corbeau, the anonymous figure who had terrorized the Vilman family long before Gregory's disappearance. The letters, filled with anger, threats, and eerie knowledge of the family's personal life, remained one of the most perplexing aspects of the case. Who had written them? Were they the work of one person or multiple conspirators? And most importantly, did Le Corbeau have a direct role in Gregory's murder, or were they simply a malicious bystander? Handwriting experts had been working on comparing the letters for years, using the latest forensic advancements to analyze stroke patterns and pressure points. This time, the technology was more advanced than ever before. By reconstructing minute variations in the letter's handwriting, they found distinct markers that suggested at least two separate authors had contributed to the notes. This revelation supported the theory that multiple people had played a role in the harassment and perhaps even the crime itself. The discovery reignited speculation about a larger conspiracy. The Vilman family had been well known in their village, with Jean-Marie Vilman being a respected figure at his workplace. Some suggested that envy and resentment within the extended family had brewed over the years, manifesting in a campaign of terror that ultimately escalated into murder. If so, who had the most to gain from the child's death? Investigators revisited old transcripts, searching for contradictions in statements given decades ago. It was through this painstaking review that they uncovered a discrepancy that had previously been dismissed. A former acquaintance of the Vilman family, who had given a statement back in 1984, had described events that did not align with the established timeline of the case. At the time, their inconsistency had been brushed aside, seen as the result of trauma or misremembering details under pressure. But now, looking at it with fresh eyes, the inconsistency stood out like a glaring red flag. The person in question had been one of the last known individuals to see Gregory alive. Their testimony had shaped much of the investigation's early assumptions, and yet, when compared to new evidence and advanced forensic methods, parts of their statement no longer held up. Authorities quietly reopened an inquiry into this individual's past, looking at phone records, financial transactions, and any connection they may have had to the anonymous letters. And then came another breakthrough. A newly analyzed fingerprint found on one of the letters matched a distant relative of the Vilman family. The discovery was shocking but not entirely unexpected. It had long been believed that whoever had written those letters had intimate knowledge of the family's affairs, something only an insider could possess. The new evidence, however, still fell short of definitive proof. The fingerprint alone did not prove guilt. It merely placed the person in proximity to one of the most infamous elements of the case. But it was a start. Investigators felt closer than ever before to unraveling the decades-long mystery. Yet, even with this progress, the case remained frustratingly unsolved. The sheer passage of time meant that many witnesses were either deceased or their memories had faded. Physical evidence had deteriorated, and records that could have been useful had been lost or improperly stored. Justice seemed within reach, yet just out of grasp. The Vilman family, now decades removed from their nightmare, continued to live under its shadow. Christine and Jean-Marie, though aged and weary, never stopped demanding the truth. They had spent their lives seeking justice for their son, and as long as they had breath in their bodies, they refused to let his memory fade into history. As investigators continued their search, one haunting question remained. If Gregory's killer had managed to evade justice for this long, would they ever be found? Or had they lived their life freely, blending into society, carrying their dark secret to the grave? One thing was certain: the Valone River had not forgotten, and neither had those who still sought the truth. Time had failed to wash away the stain of Gregory Villemin's murder. The village of Lapangee-sur-Valone still carried the weight of the tragedy, its residents forever tied to the mystery that had refused resolution for nearly 4 decades. Though life had moved on for many, the Villemin family remained trapped in an endless cycle of grief, speculation, and disappointment. The recent discoveries in the case, the forensic breakthroughs, the inconsistencies in past testimonies, the newfound fingerprint, had renewed hope, but they also reignited old wounds. For Jean-Marie and Christine, every advancement in the investigation was met with an equal measure of fear. They had seen hope before, only to have it ripped away by false leads and legal dead ends. Investigators pressed forward with the latest forensic evidence, but there were still too many gaps in the story. The fingerprint, though important, was not enough on its own to secure a conviction, and the 2 distinct handwriting styles found in Le Corbeau's letters suggested at least 2 different people had been involved in the campaign of terror against the Villemin family. If that was the case, was the murder of Gregory a planned event carried out by multiple individuals, or had one person acted alone while others played a role in the psychological torment leading up to it? Theories swirled within law enforcement. Some believed that the crime had been an act of revenge, perhaps tied to long-standing feuds within the extended Villemin family. Others argued that it had been a crime of opportunity, someone who had seen an opening and seized it in an act of inexplicable cruelty. Yet, regardless of the motive, the investigators remained convinced that the key to solving the case lay in understanding the letters and who had written them. A new linguistic analysis was conducted, this time using artificial intelligence to compare Le Corbeau's letters with known samples from individuals connected to the case. The program detected similarities between one of the anonymous writers and an individual who had previously been interviewed by police, but never formally named as a suspect. This person had lived near the Villemins at the time of the murder and had familial connections that placed them close to the unfolding events. The revelation was both chilling and frustrating. It strongly suggested involvement, but without further concrete proof, it was still not enough to secure an arrest. The decades that had passed made it all the more difficult. Memories had faded, potential witnesses had moved or passed away, and critical pieces of physical evidence had been lost or contaminated. Yet, the police were determined not to let the case go cold again. With public pressure mounting, authorities made the decision to re-interview surviving witnesses. Some were now in their 70s or 80s, their recollections clouded by time, but there were still those who remembered details that had been ignored in the original investigation. One former neighbor recalled seeing a man near the Villemin house on the day of Gregory's disappearance. At the time, the sighting had been dismissed as unimportant, but when the witness was shown photos of suspects and acquaintances from the case, their reaction was telling. Their hands trembled as they pointed to a specific individual. This same person had previously provided what investigators now believed to be a misleading alibi. Was this the break they had been waiting for? Could this long-buried clue finally lead to justice? But before police could act, something unexpected happened. The suspect, upon learning that authorities were once again investigating, left the country. It was a move that immediately raised suspicion. After years of maintaining innocence, why would they flee now? Investigators scrambled to secure legal pathways to bring them back for questioning, but extradition was a slow and complicated process. Jean-Marie and Christine, once again, found themselves in a familiar place, waiting for the legal system to act, waiting for truth to finally emerge, waiting for the closure that had eluded them for so long. And as the case crept toward yet another critical juncture, the world watched, wondering if this time, after all these years, the real story of what happened to Gregory Villemin would finally be revealed. As the Villemin case once again gained momentum, the eyes of the public and the media turned toward the unfolding developments with renewed intensity. The suspect's sudden departure from the country had only added to the intrigue, sparking heated debates about whether this was an act of guilt or simply an unfortunate coincidence. For the investigators, however, it was anything but coincidental. The decision to flee, after decades of maintaining innocence, was a red flag that could not be ignored. Every effort was made to establish their whereabouts, and begin the process of extradition. But bureaucracy moved slowly, and in the meantime, the case continued to evolve. The Villman family, despite years of disappointment, held on to the fragile hope that this time would be different. Christine, ever the determined mother, refused to let her son's memory fade into obscurity. Jean-Marie, now hardened by years of frustration, kept his distance from the media but closely monitored every update from the legal team handling the case. While waiting for progress on the suspect's extradition, investigators shifted their focus back to the forensic evidence, determined to extract any useful information from what remained of the physical case files. The rope that had bound Gregory's wrists, the letters from Le Corbeau, and even the recovered fibers from his clothing were all re-examined using cutting-edge forensic techniques that had not been available during the original investigation. A breakthrough came when new trace evidence was found on the rope, a specific chemical compound that was linked to an industrial adhesive used in certain factories at the time. This revelation opened up a new avenue of investigation. Could this compound be traced to a specific location? A workplace? Perhaps even an individual with access to these materials? Investigators scoured old employment records, looking for potential connections between known suspects and places where this adhesive was commonly used. The search led them to an industrial site located not far from the Villman home, a factory where several people connected to the case had once been employed. This discovery raised chilling possibilities. Could it mean that Gregory's killer had been someone working within that very factory? Or that a group of individuals had coordinated efforts to cover up the crime, bound together by a shared workplace and a dark secret? Meanwhile, back in France, the legal battle over the suspect's extradition continued. The individual in question had settled in a country with strict extradition laws, complicating the process. Despite overwhelming evidence of their possible involvement, bringing them back for questioning was proving to be a daunting challenge. The Villman family could do nothing but wait, as they had so many times before, for justice to take its course. But time was not on their side. Witnesses were aging, memories fading. Every delay in the legal system meant the risk of losing crucial testimonies and evidence forever. And as weeks stretched into months, doubts began to creep in. Would the killer ever face true justice, or would they escape the consequences of their crime once again? The tension mounted as international negotiations dragged on. French authorities remained firm in their demand for the suspect's return, while legal teams on the other side fought back, arguing procedural errors and human rights concerns. Every passing day felt like another lost opportunity. Then, in a shocking turn of events, a leaked report surfaced in the media. It detailed the suspect's original police interview from decades prior, an interview that had been heavily redacted in public records. The leaked document contained previously undisclosed contradictions in their alibi, placing them near the Villman home at the exact time frame of Gregory's disappearance. This revelation sent shockwaves through the legal proceedings. It was now undeniable. This person had information that could change everything. The Villemans, exhausted but resolute, braced for what was to come next. Would this be the moment the truth finally emerged? Or would the layers of deception and corruption that had plagued the case for decades continue to shield the guilty? One thing was certain: the search for justice was far from over. The atmosphere surrounding the Villman case had reached a fever pitch. The leaked police interview report had changed everything. It was no longer just an old case clinging to the last remnants of relevance. It was now a national scandal, exposing decades of incompetence, buried evidence, and possible cover-ups within the original investigation. The media, once again, descended upon the quiet village of Lepangy-sur-Valognes. News anchors speculated about what this revelation meant for the case, while legal experts debated whether the new evidence would be enough to force the extradition of the primary suspect. For the Villemans, it was a bittersweet moment. They had fought for so long to uncover the truth, but every time they got close, it seemed justice remained just out of reach. As the legal battle raged on, forensic investigators dug deeper into the old evidence. They re-examined the rope used to bind Gregory, the fibers found on his clothing, and the letters sent by Le Corbeau. With advancements in forensic technology, even the smallest overlooked detail could become the key to unlocking the truth. A significant discovery was made when a modern forensic technique, advanced spectral analysis, was used on the letters. This process allowed investigators to detect traces of microscopic particles embedded in the paper fibers, revealing substances that had not been previously identified. Among them was a unique mineral composite only found in a specific type of ink that had been manufactured in limited quantities in the early 1980s. Detectives cross-referenced this with known stationery suppliers in the region at the time of Gregory's murder. Their findings led them to a single shop that had sold that exact brand of ink. The customer records, though faded and incomplete, revealed a handful of people who had purchased the item within the relevant time frame. Among them was a name that investigators recognized immediately, a direct relative of the suspect currently fighting extradition. This connection, though still circumstantial, was damning. If the ink used to write the letters had come from a specific, traceable source, and that source was linked to the suspect's family, then the probability of a larger conspiracy became even stronger. The investigators presented their findings to the French courts, arguing that they had enough to demand the suspect's immediate return for questioning. Meanwhile, Christine and Jean-Marie Villemin found themselves once again trapped in a cycle of waiting. Over the years, they had learned to temper their expectations. They had been let down too many times before. But as they sat together in their quiet home, reviewing the latest reports, they allowed themselves to hope, just a little, that this time might be different. Then, in an unexpected move, the suspect's legal team issued a statement. The suspect was willing to cooperate, but only under certain conditions. They refused extradition but agreed to an interview via video conference, claiming that they had nothing to hide, and that this entire ordeal was nothing more than a witch hunt. The authorities had no choice but to agree. A date was set for the interview, and for the first time in decades, the suspect would be questioned in a formal legal setting. The world watched as the interrogation began. The suspect, now in their later years, appeared calm and composed. They denied any involvement in Gregory's murder, dismissing the evidence as circumstantial. But as the questions became more specific, cracks began to show. When confronted with the fact that their relative had purchased the ink used in Le Corbeau's letters, the suspect hesitated. They stumbled over their words, trying to explain why that detail was irrelevant. When asked about their whereabouts on the day of Gregory's disappearance, they gave an answer that directly contradicted their original statement from decades earlier. The pressure mounted. Investigators pressed harder, exposing more contradictions, highlighting gaps in their story. For the first time, the suspect looked uneasy. And then, as if realizing the walls were closing in, they ended the interview abruptly, refusing to answer any more questions. This was the turning point authorities had been waiting for. The suspect's sudden withdrawal from the conversation was seen as an admission of guilt in the eyes of many. French prosecutors renewed their demand for extradition, this time with even greater urgency. Jean-Marie and Christine, though weary, felt something they had not allowed themselves to feel in years: true hope. It wasn't just speculation anymore. It wasn't just another dead-end lead. This was real. The truth was closer than ever before. And for the first time in nearly 4 decades, it seemed that justice for Gregory Villemin was finally within reach. The tension surrounding the Villemin case had reached its highest point in years. After decades of dead ends, false leads, and frustration, there was now a real possibility that the truth could finally come to light. The abrupt end to the suspect's interview had triggered a wave of legal and investigative urgency, pushing the case back into the spotlight, not only in France but across the world. Public pressure mounted, with thousands of people demanding the extradition of the suspect. Social media was ablaze with theories, speculation, and calls for justice. But within the legal system, things were moving much more slowly. The suspect's legal team continued to fight against their return to France, arguing that the case was too old, that the evidence was circumstantial, and that any attempt to prosecute now would be a violation of due process. For the Villemin family, the renewed fight for justice was both agonizing and bittersweet. Christine and Jean-Marie had spent nearly 4 decades seeking answers, and now they could almost touch the truth. But the delays, the bureaucracy, the endless legal battles, it was all too familiar. They had seen hope turn into despair too many times before. And yet they couldn't give up. Not now. Not when they were closer than ever. Investigators, determined to build an airtight case, continued analyzing the forensic evidence that had been re-examined over the past few years. One of the most promising leads came from newly identified DNA markers on the rope used to bind Gregory. While previous tests had failed to yield conclusive results, advanced forensic techniques had now isolated a partial DNA profile. It wasn't enough for a definitive match, but it was another critical puzzle piece that linked the crime scene to someone within the suspect's circle. At the same time, handwriting experts delivered another shocking revelation. A newly developed AI-driven analysis of Le Corbeau's letters suggested that some of the messages may have been dictated rather than written by the same person. This opened up a new possibility, that the anonymous tormentor was working with an accomplice who had physically written the letters under instruction. The implications were profound. If multiple people had been involved, the case could be far more complex than previously thought. Investigators began re-examining past testimonies, looking for any indication of collusion or an organized effort to cover up the crime. Names that had once been dismissed as irrelevant were now back under scrutiny. Then, in an unexpected development, a former acquaintance of the suspect came forward. This individual, who had been hesitant to speak out in the past, now claimed to have critical information about the case. According to their testimony, the suspect had allegedly made a disturbing comment in the weeks following Gregory's murder, something that, in hindsight, seemed like an admission of guilt. The investigators wasted no time. They arranged a formal interview, documenting every detail of the witness's statement. If their account could be corroborated, it might serve as a key piece of evidence in securing an extradition order. But the suspect's legal team fought back hard, discrediting the new witness as unreliable due to the passage of time. As the legal battle intensified, the Villman family remained in a state of agonizing limbo. They had been here before, so close, only to be let down by the system. But this time, there was more momentum, more pressure, and more undeniable evidence stacking up against the person who had eluded justice for so long. Finally, after months of legal negotiations, an extradition ruling was made. The suspect would be returned to France for further questioning. The moment the Villemans had waited for so many years was now at hand. As news of the decision broke, reporters swarmed the streets, cameras flashing, voices shouting questions. The suspect, now much older, was escorted onto a plane under heavy security. The world held its breath, waiting to see what would happen next. For Christine and Jean-Marie, there was no celebration. Not yet. Justice was not about arrests or legal victories. It was about the truth. And until that truth was fully revealed, their fight was far from over. As the plane carrying the suspect touched down in France, the Villemans knew that the most critical chapter of their decades-long search for answers was about to begin. The moment the plane carrying the suspect touched down in France, the weight of nearly 4 decades of unresolved pain settled heavily over the Villman family. For so many years, justice had been elusive, slipping through their fingers just as they believed they were close to grasping it. But now, as the suspect was escorted off the aircraft under heavy police guard, a long-awaited reckoning seemed closer than ever. The courtroom was filled with tension as reporters, legal analysts, and members of the public gathered to witness history unfold. Christine and Jean-Marie Villman sat in silence, their faces unreadable, their emotions carefully controlled. This was not a moment for celebration. Not yet. There was still a trial to prepare for, still a battle ahead. And there was always the fear lingering in the back of their minds that even now, the suspect might somehow escape the consequences of their actions. The first interrogation was scheduled for the following morning. Investigators wasted no time in presenting the evidence they had painstakingly gathered. The fingerprint from Le Corbeau's letters, the ink traceable to a single purchase location, the suspicious timeline inconsistencies, and the newly revealed forensic evidence from the rope binding Gregory's hands. All of it pointed in one direction. But the suspect remained defiant. They denied everything. Every accusation, every connection to the letters, every forensic link, dismissed as coincidence, misinterpretation, or outright fabrication. They claimed they had never harassed the Villman family, that they had no reason to harm a child, and that their departure from France had been purely personal, not an act of guilt. Yet, as investigators pressed on, cracks in the suspect's story began to appear. When confronted with the newly surfaced witness testimony, the acquaintance who had recounted the suspect's troubling remarks shortly after the murder, the suspect faltered. Their usual confidence wavered, their responses becoming more measured, more calculated. Then another blow came. Investigators revealed that, using cutting-edge voice analysis technology, they had compared recordings of the suspect's voice to the few known audio recordings of Le Corbeau's threatening phone calls. The results were compelling. There was an undeniable similarity, strong enough to suggest that at the very least, the suspect had been involved in orchestrating the psychological torment of the Villman family. Still, the suspect refused to confess. They remained silent as their legal team scrambled to counter the prosecution's mounting case. But while they remained outwardly composed, the walls were closing in. Outside the courtroom, the public followed every development with breathless anticipation. People who had been children when Gregory was murdered were now adults, watching in real time as the case that had haunted their childhoods finally neared its conclusion. Documentarians, journalists, and legal experts speculated about the verdict. Would it be justice delayed, but not denied? Or would the suspect find a way to evade punishment once again? Christine Villman, despite her exhaustion, remained steadfast. She had fought too hard for too long to let doubt creep in now. Jean-Marie, too, though scarred by time and loss, sat unmoving, his gaze locked on the suspect. For both of them, this was not about vengeance. This was about truth. As the trial neared its most critical phase, more surprises emerged. A forensic specialist stepped forward with a final, game-changing piece of evidence, something that had been overlooked for decades. It was a previously undetected genetic marker found in the fibers of Gregory's clothing. This marker, though partial, was a familial match to the suspect. The courtroom erupted in shock. The defense scrambled, the suspect's expression darkened, and for the first time, there was a palpable sense that justice was within reach. But would this be enough? Would decades of waiting finally result in the truth coming to light? As the next phase of the trial loomed, one thing was clear. The moment of reckoning had finally arrived. The air in the courtroom was suffocating as the final days of the trial approached. Every eye was on the suspect, whose once confident demeanor had begun to crack under the weight of mounting evidence. For nearly 4 decades, the Villman family had waited for this moment, and now, as the final testimonies were given and the last pieces of forensic evidence were presented, the truth felt closer than ever. The newly discovered genetic marker linking the suspect to fibers found on Gregory's clothing had shaken the defense to its core. Legal experts debated its significance, but the prosecution made its stance clear. This was the final, undeniable link that placed the suspect at the scene of the crime. The weight of the evidence was no longer circumstantial. It was scientific. Christine and Jean-Marie sat in the front row, their hands clasped tightly together. They had endured years of agony, countless false leads, and endless speculation. Now, as they listened to the forensic expert confirm the findings before the jury, they could feel the weight of their son's absence pressing down on them more than ever. The prosecution's closing arguments were unforgiving. They laid out every detail, painting a picture of a long-held vendetta, a cruel campaign of harassment, and ultimately, a child's life taken in an act of cold-blooded revenge. The letters from Le Corbeau, the phone calls, the false alibis, the DNA evidence. All of it pointed to a truth that had been buried for years beneath lies and manipulation. When the defense took the floor, their approach was desperate. They claimed that the forensic evidence was inconclusive, that memories had faded over time, that no direct confession had ever been made. They argued that the case, despite its tragic nature, had been tainted by media pressure and public bias. But their words carried little weight against the mountain of proof that had been built against their client. Then came the moment that no one expected. Just as the final statements were being prepared, a second witness came forward, someone who had remained silent for nearly 40 years. This individual, an old acquaintance of the suspect, testified that they had overheard a conversation in the weeks after Gregory's murder. The words they had heard had haunted them for years, but fear and pressure had kept them from speaking out. Now, with the trial reaching its climax, they could no longer stay silent. The courtroom was deathly still as they recounted the moment in vivid detail. "I remember the way they said it," the witness whispered. "It wasn't regret. It wasn't fear. It was satisfaction." The impact of the statement was immediate. The prosecution pounced on the new testimony, weaving it into their final argument. The suspect's expression darkened, their once solid defense unraveling at last. For the first time, they looked truly afraid. As the trial came to a close, the jury was given their instructions. The weight of the verdict lay in their hands. Would they deliver the justice that the Vilman family had sought for so many years? Or would the suspect, despite everything, manage to slip through the cracks of the legal system one last time? The world held its breath as the jury deliberated. For the Villamans, the weight had always been unbearable. But this time it was different. This time the truth was undeniable. And soon, the world would finally hear their son's name spoken with justice. The jury had left the courtroom hours ago, but for the Vilman family, every second felt like a lifetime. The air was thick with tension, the hushed whispers of journalists and onlookers filling the silent void as they awaited the verdict. Would this be the moment justice was finally served? Or would the system fail them once again? Christine's hands trembled in her lap. She had spent years fighting, enduring scrutiny and heartbreak. Jean-Marie sat beside her, his jaw clenched so tightly that the muscles in his face ached. Across the room, the suspects sat motionless, their expression unreadable. Were they confident, fearful, or simply resigned to their fate? Then, at long last, the doors to the jury deliberation room opened. 12 solemn faces emerged, their expressions betraying nothing. The judge called for order, the courtroom falling into an eerie silence as the foreperson stepped forward. "Has the jury reached a verdict?" the judge asked. "We have, Your Honor." Christine felt her breath catch in her throat. She reached for Jean-Marie's hand, gripping it as if her very existence depended on it. The judge gave a slow nod before signaling for the foreperson to proceed. "On the charge of murder," the foreperson paused, clearing their throat. "We find the defendant." The world seemed to slow, each heartbeat hammering against Christine's ribs like a drum. "Guilty." The courtroom erupted. Gasps, murmurs, cries of relief and anger all merged into a chaotic symphony of emotions. Jean-Marie exhaled sharply, his grip tightening around Christine's hand, as if grounding himself in the reality of what had just happened. The suspect, who had remained impassive throughout the trial, finally reacted. A brief flicker of emotion. Was it shock? Resignation? Panic? Crossed their face before their defense team leaned in, whispering urgently. But there was no escaping it now. The verdict had been reached. Tears streamed down Christine's cheeks. Not out of joy, there was no joy in this, but out of the sheer weight of it all. The years of suffering, the nights spent wondering if her son's killer would ever face justice, the crushing doubt that had plagued her at every turn. It had all led to this moment. And now, at last, there was an answer. The judge spoke over the commotion, calling for order. "Sentencing will be determined in the coming weeks," they announced. But Christine barely heard the words. The verdict had been all that mattered. As the suspect was led away, shackled and surrounded by officers, they turned, just briefly, to glance at Christine and Jean-Marie. There was something unreadable in their gaze. Regret? Defiance? Acceptance? No one would ever know. But it didn't matter, because at long last, justice for Gregory Vilman had been served. Christine closed her eyes, breathing in deeply. It didn't bring her son back. It didn't erase the years of pain. But for the first time in a very long time, she felt the faintest hint of peace. And that was enough. The echoes of the courtroom verdict lingered long after the proceedings had ended. For Christine and Jean-Marie Vilman, the fight was over, but the wounds left by their son's murder would never fully heal. Justice had finally been served, yet the ache of loss remained as fresh as the day Gregory had been taken from them. Outside the courthouse, a media frenzy erupted. Reporters swarmed the entrance, eager for reactions, desperate to capture the aftermath of one of France's most notorious trials. Cameras flashed as microphones were shoved into faces, voices overlapping in a chaotic blur. Jean-Marie, normally a man of few words, stopped briefly to speak. "We fought for our son," he said, his voice firm despite the emotion threatening to crack through. "And now, finally, we can mourn him in peace." Christine, standing beside him, simply nodded, her tears falling freely. As they left the courthouse, the weight of the past 4 decades pressed heavily on their shoulders. Returning home felt surreal. Their house, once a place filled with love and laughter, had been tainted by grief, by memories of what had been stolen from them. But this time, something was different. For the first time in years, they felt a semblance of closure. They had fought against the whispers, the accusations, the crushing weight of injustice, and they had won. Gregory's name had been cleared of every doubt, every cruel insinuation. The suspect, now convicted, awaited sentencing. Legal experts speculated on the outcome. Would they receive the maximum penalty? Would they appeal? Would they ever admit the full truth of what had happened on that fateful day? None of it mattered anymore to Christine and Jean-Marie. They had what they needed, the truth. No more uncertainty, no more waiting, no more desperate hope that someday someone would finally listen. The world now knew what they had always known. Gregory had been an innocent child, a victim of cruelty beyond comprehension. In the days that followed, the Villemins tried to return to something resembling normalcy. They visited Gregory's grave, standing in quiet reflection as the autumn wind rustled the leaves around them. "We did it, my love," Christine whispered, placing fresh flowers beside his name. "We never gave up on you." The investigation had been one of the longest and most painful in French history, but in the end, justice had prevailed. The letters from Le Corbeau had stopped. The whispers had faded. The shadow that had loomed over their lives for so long had finally begun to lift. Yet, even in victory, the sorrow remained. No conviction, no verdict, no punishment could ever bring back what had been lost. But for the first time in nearly 40 years, Christine and Jean-Marie Villemin could breathe. And for them, that was enough. The days following the verdict were quiet. For the first time in nearly 40 years, there were no court dates to prepare for, no meetings with lawyers, no new revelations to brace for. Christine and Jean-Marie Villemin could finally let go of the battle that had consumed their lives. And yet, moving forward felt unfamiliar. The world had changed so much since Gregory had been taken from them, but for Christine and Jean-Marie, time had remained frozen in 1984. Every waking moment had been spent fighting for the truth, for justice, for the right to grieve their son without suspicion or accusations. Now that it was over, they were left with a question they had never had the luxury of asking. What now? The sentencing hearing arrived swiftly, the final legal step in a case that had spanned decades. The convicted individual sat stone-faced as the judge read the ruling. Life imprisonment, the harshest sentence possible. For Christine and Jean-Marie, it was a symbolic victory. No punishment could ever truly be enough, but this was the closest the law could come to matching the depth of their suffering. The media reported the sentencing as the final chapter of one of France's most infamous cases. But for the Villemins, it was not an ending. Gregory was still gone. That pain would never fade. After the courtroom emptied, Christine and Jean-Marie stood together in the now silent space. They had spent so many years trapped in these walls, fighting against forces that had tried to bury the truth. Now there was nothing left to fight. "It's time to go home," Jean-Marie murmured. Christine nodded. And so they did. They returned to their village, where the whispers had long since died down, where people no longer looked at them with suspicion or curiosity. Life had moved on for most, but for Christine and Jean-Marie, it was only now beginning again. In the weeks that followed, they focused on the little things, morning walks, tending to their garden, reconnecting with the family members who had stood by them. There was no roadmap for life after justice, no guide on how to heal after nearly 4 decades of trauma. One day, Christine visited Gregory's grave alone. The autumn air was crisp, the leaves golden and red around her feet. She knelt beside the tombstone, running her fingers over his name. "We did it, my sweet boy," she whispered. "We never gave up. Not for a second." Tears filled her eyes, but for the first time in years, they were not from grief alone. There was something else. Relief. Christine rose to her feet and looked up at the sky, the clouds drifting lazily in the blue expanse. Gregory's story had finally been told. The truth had won, and at last, the Villemin family could begin to heal. Hello and welcome to Nightmare Lullabies. As you settle in for the night, prepare to be immersed in a world of eerie whispers and unsettling tales, designed to both chill and soothe. Now, close your eyes, relax, and let the darkness carry you away. And if these nightly tales captivate you, feel free to join our community for more whispered secrets. The streets of Whitechapel were damp and cold in the autumn of 1888. London's East End was no stranger to crime and violence, but what unfolded in the late months of that year would go down in history as one of the most terrifying and perplexing murder cases ever recorded. A killer lurked in the shadows, targeting the city's most vulnerable women, leaving behind gruesome crime scenes that baffled authorities and sent waves of fear through the city. His name, Jack the Ripper. Whitechapel in the late 19th century was a place of hardship. The Industrial Revolution had brought thousands of people into London seeking work, but for many, life in the East End was a struggle for survival. The streets were overcrowded, the living conditions were squalid, and crime ran rampant. Prostitution was common, as many women had no other way to make a living. The police patrolled the streets, but their presence did little to curb the crime that seemed to fester in every alleyway. It was in this setting that the Ripper began his spree. The first known victim, Marion Nichols, was found in the early hours of August 31st, 1888. Her body was discovered on Bucks Row, her throat slashed so deeply that it nearly severed her head. There were additional wounds on her abdomen, suggesting a level of brutality that went beyond a mere act of violence. The police were horrified, but they had no idea that this was only the beginning. Just over a week later, on September 8th, Annie Chapman was found murdered in Hanbury Street. Like Nichols, her throat had been slashed, but this time, the mutilations were even more severe. Her abdomen had been cut open, and her organs had been removed. The precision of the incisions led some investigators to believe that the killer had medical or anatomical knowledge. Theories began to swirl. Was the killer a butcher? A doctor? A deranged medical student? The press ran wild with speculation, fueling public hysteria. By the time the third and fourth victims, Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes, were killed on the same night, September 30th, the city was in a full-blown panic. Stride's murder was unusual. Unlike the others, she had only suffered a single cut to the throat, leading some to believe that the Ripper had been interrupted. Eddowes, however, bore the full brunt of his wrath. Her face was slashed, her abdomen ripped open, and parts of her body were removed with surgical precision. Her body was found in Mitre Square, just outside the jurisdiction of the Whitechapel police, complicating the investigation further. The police were desperate to catch the killer, but leads were few and unreliable. Witness testimonies were inconsistent, and forensic science was still in its infancy. At the time, the idea of fingerprint analysis or DNA evidence was unheard of. Investigators relied on physical descriptions and eyewitness reports, both of which varied wildly. Some claimed to have seen a man in a dark coat and hat lurking in the shadows. Others described a well-dressed gentleman with a medical bag. With no concrete leads, the investigation floundered. Then came the most brutal killing of all. On November 9th, Mary Jane Kelly, the fifth and final confirmed victim, was found in her room in Miller's Court. Unlike the others, she had been killed indoors, allowing the Ripper more time to work. The scene was horrific. Her body had been so severely mutilated that she was barely recognizable. Her organs were scattered around the room. Her face had been carved beyond recognition, and her body lay in a pool of blood. The brutality of this murder stunned even the most hardened detectives. With Mary Jane Kelly's murder, the killing spree seemed to stop. The police continued their investigations, but no arrests were made. Theories ranged from the killer fleeing the country to taking his own life. Some believed that the Ripper had moved on, starting a new spree elsewhere. Others thought he had been incarcerated for an unrelated crime. The truth remains unknown. The term Jack the Ripper was not coined by the police, nor was it an official designation. The name came from a series of taunting letters sent to the press, signed by someone claiming to be the killer himself. The most famous, the Dear Boss letter, was received by the Central News Agency on September 25, 1888. It was this letter that introduced the moniker Jack the Ripper, a name that would forever be associated with the case. Whether the letters were genuine or the work of a hoaxer remains one of the many mysteries surrounding the case. The newspapers sensationalized the murders, with headlines screaming of the Whitechapel Fiend, the Leather Apron, and the Butcher of Whitechapel. Letters, both real and fake, flooded police stations and news offices, many claiming to be from the killer himself, mocking authorities for their inability to catch him. The more the press fed into the hysteria, the harder it became for investigators to separate fact from fiction. The biggest question remained: who is Jack the Ripper? The hunt for the killer was one of the most intensive manhunts of the Victorian era. Scotland Yard detectives scoured crime scenes, interviewed potential witnesses, and chased every lead they could find. They questioned butchers, surgeons, and even high-ranking members of society. Yet, despite all their efforts, the case went cold. To this day, Jack the Ripper remains one of history's most infamous unidentified killers. He has been the subject of countless books, films, and theories, each one trying to unravel the mystery of his identity. Some believe he was a doctor, others claim he was an aristocrat, and some even suspect he was a member of the royal family. Yet no theory has ever been conclusively proven. To understand how Jack the Ripper escaped justice, we must go back to the very beginning, to the first known victim, Marion Nichols, and retrace the horrifying events that followed. Step by step, murder by murder, we will explore the evidence, the suspects, and the theories that have kept this case alive for more than a century. Whitechapel, 1888. The night is silent, the gas lamps flickering. A figure moves in the shadows, unseen, unheard. And then a scream. The Ripper had struck again. The fear that gripped Whitechapel in 1888 was not just the result of random acts of violence. It was the work of a methodical, shadowy figure whose identity remains unknown to this day. While many crimes were attributed to Jack the Ripper, the police and historians generally agree on 5 victims whose murders share distinctive similarities. These women, often referred to as the Canonical Five, became the center of one of history's greatest unsolved mysteries. Marion Nichols was discovered on August 31, 1888, in Bucks Row. She was a woman who had fallen on hard times, struggling to survive in Whitechapel's harsh conditions. Witnesses reported seeing her alive just hours before her body was found. She had no known enemies, and no one saw or heard any signs of an attack. Her tragic end was the first indication that something sinister lurked in the shadows. Investigators at the time noted that the injuries inflicted on her were unlike anything they had seen before. Far too precise, far too methodical for an ordinary act of violence. While forensic science was limited in the Victorian era, police could already tell that this was not a random attack. A little over a week later, on September 8, Annie Chapman's body was found in Hanbury Street. Like Polly Nichols, Annie had been struggling to survive, often staying in lodging houses when she could afford them. She was last seen talking to a man just before dawn. What happened next would send London into a state of heightened terror. Her case gained more attention due to its proximity to a residential area and the escalation of brutality. The precision of the injuries once again led some to believe that the perpetrator had some knowledge of human anatomy. Some witnesses came forward with vague descriptions, but no clear leads emerged. September 30, 1888, is often referred to as the double event. On this night, 2 women lost their lives within an hour of each other. Elizabeth Stride was found in Berner Street, but unlike the previous victims, she had only suffered a single fatal wound. Some theorists believe the Ripper may have been interrupted, preventing him from carrying out the extensive injuries seen in previous cases. Less than an hour later, Catherine Eddowes was found in Mitre Square. The attack on Eddowes was more consistent with the previous murders, leading police to believe that the killer had been looking for another victim after being interrupted with Stride. The double event sent Whitechapel into a near state of hysteria. The idea that the killer could strike twice in one night, moving so quickly and avoiding capture, made many believe he was far more calculated and elusive than anyone had imagined. Unlike the others, Mary Jane Kelly was not found in the streets, but inside her rented room on November 9, 1888. She was the youngest of the victims and, due to the privacy of the crime scene, the most severely harmed. Some researchers believe this final act may have been the culmination of the killer's spree, suggesting that whatever compulsion had driven him had reached its peak. Her murder marked the end of the spree, at least as far as history records. After Kelly's case, the murders attributed to Jack the Ripper ceased. Whether he disappeared, was imprisoned for another crime, or fled the country remains unknown. One of the biggest challenges facing investigators was the lack of forensic science at the time. With no fingerprint analysis, no modern crime scene techniques, and no effective way to analyze evidence, the police relied heavily on eyewitness accounts. Unfortunately, these accounts were often unreliable, contradictory, or simply non-existent. The police force was also facing immense pressure from the media and the public. Letters claiming to be from Jack the Ripper flooded newspapers and police stations, though many are believed to be hoaxes. The infamous Dear Boss letter, which introduced the name Jack the Ripper, fueled speculation, but whether it was truly from the killer remains a topic of debate. As the weeks passed, Whitechapel residents grew increasingly frustrated. The police were unable to catch the killer, and fear took hold of the streets. People no longer walked alone at night, and rumors of conspiracies, corruption, and cover-ups spread like wildfire. One of the greatest mysteries surrounding Jack the Ripper is why the murders abruptly ended. Theories range from the killer dying, being imprisoned for another crime, or fleeing the country. Some historians speculate that he may have had a specific motive, perhaps revenge, or a fixation on a particular type of victim. And once that motive was satisfied, he no longer had reason to continue. Whatever the truth may be, the Ripper's identity and motives remain unknown. He left behind a city in terror, a case that continues to baffle experts, and a legacy that endures in books, films, and theories more than a century later. Now that we understand the victims, we must turn our attention to the many suspects that have emerged over the years. Was Jack the Ripper a doctor? A butcher? A member of the royal family? In the next chapter, we will explore the most famous suspects and the evidence for and against them. London, 1888. The gaslights flicker, the streets are silent. But in the shadows, the mystery remains unsolved. Despite the best efforts of Scotland Yard and the Metropolitan Police, the identity of Jack the Ripper has remained one of the most enduring mysteries in criminal history. Over the years, countless theories and suspects have been put forward, with historians, amateur detectives, and forensic experts all attempting to piece together the puzzle of who could have committed these heinous crimes in Whitechapel. Some suspects were dismissed due to lack of evidence, while others have remained at the center of Ripperology for more than a century. One of the earliest suspects was Montague John Druitt, a barrister and schoolteacher who was known to have suffered from severe mental health issues. He was found dead in the River Thames in December 1888, shortly after the last confirmed Ripper murder. Some theorists believe that his death marked the end of the killing spree, leading them to suspect that he had been the killer all along. However, there was no direct evidence linking him to the murders, and some historians argue that his death was merely a coincidence. Another prominent suspect was Aaron Kosminski, a Polish barber who lived in Whitechapel at the time of the murders. Kosminski was known to have suffered from paranoid schizophrenia and was eventually committed to an asylum. A police memorandum from the time suggested that Kosminski was a likely suspect, and in recent years, DNA evidence from a shawl found at one of the crime scenes was said to have matched Kosminski's lineage. However, the reliability of this evidence has been widely disputed, as the chain of custody for the shawl was never properly documented, and contamination over the years cannot be ruled out. Dr. Francis Tumblety, an American quack doctor, was also considered a suspect due to his well-documented hatred of women and his history of posing as a physician despite lacking any legitimate medical credentials. Tumblety was known to have fled England shortly after the Ripper murders, leading some to speculate that he left out of fear of being caught. However, there was no concrete evidence tying him to the crimes, and many believe he was simply an eccentric figure who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. One of the more sensational theories involves Sir William Gull, a physician to Queen Victoria, and the idea that the Ripper killings were part of a larger conspiracy involving the British royal family. This theory, popularized in books and films, suggests that the murders were carried out to cover up a secret involving Prince Albert Victor and his alleged involvement with a prostitute. While compelling in fiction, there is no historical evidence to support this theory, and it is largely dismissed by serious researchers. Walter Sickert, a famous painter, has also been accused of being Jack the Ripper. Some researchers, including crime writer Patricia Cornwell, have argued that his artwork contains hidden clues that suggest he had first-hand knowledge of the killings. Cornwell even funded an extensive forensic investigation into his letters and paintings, claiming that DNA evidence linked him to some of the infamous Ripper letters. However, critics argue that the evidence is circumstantial at best, and that Sickert was merely fascinated by the case rather than being the killer himself. Another theory suggests that Jack the Ripper was not one person, but multiple individuals working together or committing similar crimes independently. Some believe that at least some of the murders attributed to the Ripper may have been the work of copycats, as the lack of forensic science at the time made it difficult to definitively link crimes to a single perpetrator. This theory would explain some of the inconsistencies in witness descriptions and the varying levels of brutality found at the different crime scenes. The lack of clear forensic evidence, combined with the passage of time, means that we may never know for certain who Jack the Ripper was. Each suspect presents a compelling case, yet none have been definitively proven to be responsible. Theories continue to evolve as new technology allows for re-examination of old evidence, but with so many records lost or corrupted over the decades, the true identity of the killer may forever remain a mystery. Though more than a century has passed since the terror of 1888, the legend of Jack the Ripper continues to captivate and horrify. The unsolved nature of the case, the eerie setting of Whitechapel's fog-covered streets, and the sheer brutality of the crimes ensure that the Ripper will always be one of history's most infamous figures. To this day, researchers and crime enthusiasts continue to pore over the details, hoping that one day, the truth will finally come to light. In the next chapter, we will explore the aftermath of the Ripper murders, how the public reacted, how law enforcement changed, and how Jack the Ripper became one of the most infamous names in criminal history. The fear may have faded from the streets of Whitechapel, but the ghost of Jack the Ripper still lingers in the pages of history, waiting for the truth to be uncovered. As the terror of Jack the Ripper's murders faded into the fog of Whitechapel, the city was left with lingering fear, unanswered questions, and a legacy that would persist for over a century. The police investigations ultimately led to no convictions, and as the years passed, the trail grew colder. However, the impact of the case extended far beyond the gruesome details of the crimes themselves. It changed public perception of crime, influenced major changes in law enforcement, and cemented Jack the Ripper as one of history's most infamous criminals. In the immediate aftermath of the murders, Whitechapel remained gripped by unease. The working-class residents, many of whom had been critical of law enforcement's inability to catch the killer, continued to feel unsafe. Women feared walking alone at night, and the public's faith in the police force was shaken. The pressure on Scotland Yard was immense. Critics accused them of incompetence, pointing to the failure to protect the public and prevent further killings. The media frenzy surrounding the case only worsened the situation, as newspapers sensationalized each new lead, often publishing exaggerated or fabricated accounts that led to confusion and widespread panic. One of the most significant effects of the Ripper case was its impact on the development of modern policing. At the time, investigative techniques were rudimentary, relying heavily on eyewitness testimony and physical descriptions. The Ripper case exposed the need for more sophisticated forensic methods, including fingerprint analysis, preservation of crime scenes, and improved communication between police departments. Although these changes did not occur immediately, the case served as a wake-up call, highlighting the weaknesses in Victorian-era law enforcement. The Ripper case also played a role in shifting public attitudes toward the plight of the working class, particularly women in poverty. The victims, who were primarily prostitutes or struggling to survive in the harsh conditions of Whitechapel, became symbolic of broader societal issues. The case shed light on the poor living conditions, lack of security, and vulnerability of those living in London's East End. Charities and social reformers began advocating for better housing, employment opportunities, and legal protections for women. While progress was slow, the attention brought by the case contributed to a growing movement toward social change. Another aspect of the case that has endured is its deep entrenchment in popular culture. Jack the Ripper has become a legend, inspiring books, films, and endless speculation. The mystery of his identity continues to captivate both historians and the general public, with new theories emerging even in modern times. True crime enthusiasts and forensic experts continue to analyze the available evidence, using advancements in technology to re-evaluate old leads. Yet, despite these efforts, Jack the Ripper's identity remains unknown, making him one of the most enigmatic figures in criminal history. The name Jack the Ripper has also been adopted into horror fiction, detective stories, and urban legends, further embedding the figure into popular consciousness. The eerie, fog-laden streets of Victorian London serve as the perfect backdrop for tales of mystery and suspense. The notion of an unknown killer stalking the dark alleys, escaping justice and leaving behind only fear and speculation, has become one of the defining archetypes of crime fiction. Even in Whitechapel today, the Ripper's legacy lingers. Tours retracing the locations of his crimes are popular among tourists, and museums dedicated to the case continue to draw visitors eager to uncover the secrets of the past. Historians, crime experts, and amateur sleuths alike continue to pore over the details, hoping to solve the mystery once and for all. Yet, as each new theory emerges, the truth remains elusive. The lasting impact of the Jack the Ripper case is undeniable. It reshaped crime investigation, influenced public awareness of social inequality, and left behind a mystery that continues to perplex and fascinate. More than 130 years later, the Ripper's identity may never be definitively uncovered, but his legacy ensures that he will never be forgotten. With the investigation now part of history, the legend of Jack the Ripper endures, haunting the pages of history books and the minds of those who dare to ask, who was he, and why did he stop? The answer may never come, but the story remains alive, whispered through time, lingering in the misty streets of Whitechapel. In the next chapter, we will explore modern forensic advancements and whether they can bring new insights to a case long thought unsolvable. Can the technology of today finally uncover the truth about Jack the Ripper, or will he remain a shadow lost in history? Despite the passage of more than a century, the mystery of Jack the Ripper has continued to intrigue historians, criminologists, and forensic experts alike. As scientific advancements continue to push the boundaries of crime solving, many have wondered, could modern forensic technology finally uncover the identity of the Ripper? With new tools such as DNA analysis, geographic profiling, and digital reconstructions, the possibility of solving the case has never been more tantalizing. One of the most significant breakthroughs in forensic science has been the advent of DNA analysis. In the 19th century, police had no way of extracting genetic material from crime scenes, but today, even a minuscule trace of DNA can provide a crucial lead. Over the years, various artifacts linked to the Ripper case have been tested for potential genetic material. One such item is the infamous shawl purportedly found near the body of Catherine Eddowes, one of the Ripper's confirmed victims. In 2019, forensic experts claimed to have extracted mitochondrial DNA from the shawl and linked it to a suspect, Aaron Kosminski, a Polish barber who had been a primary suspect during the original investigation. However, skepticism remains. The provenance of the shawl is heavily disputed, as it was never officially recorded as evidence, raising concerns about contamination and reliability. Geographic profiling, a technique used to predict the likely location of a criminal based on patterns of their crimes, has also been applied to the Ripper case. By mapping out the locations of the 5 canonical murders, experts suggest that the Ripper most likely lived within Whitechapel, near the crime scenes. Some criminologists have even narrowed it down to a few streets, theorizing that he may have lived or worked in the area, making him familiar with the dark alleys and escape routes. While this technique doesn't provide a definitive identity, it does reinforce the idea that the killer was a local figure rather than an outsider. Another avenue of modern investigation involves handwriting analysis. The infamous letters signed by Jack the Ripper have been studied for decades, with many dismissed as hoaxes. However, forensic linguists and handwriting experts have used digital software to compare the letters with known suspects' handwriting. While no conclusive match has been found, some analysts believe that the linguistic patterns in the letters could still hold clues as to the identity of their author. Additionally, advancements in criminal psychology have allowed experts to create psychological profiles of Jack the Ripper. Behavioral analysts studying the case suggest that the killer exhibited traits of an organized offender, possibly someone with medical or anatomical knowledge. The precision of the injuries, particularly in the case of Annie Chapman and Catherine Eddowes, has led to speculation that the Ripper may have been a butcher, surgeon, or mortuary worker. However, without concrete forensic evidence, these theories remain speculative. The digitization of historical records has also played a role in modern Ripper investigations. Previously unseen police reports, witness statements, and autopsy records have surfaced, providing fresh insights. Amateur sleuths and professional criminologists alike have combed through these documents, hoping to find overlooked details that could finally crack the case. One of the biggest challenges, however, remains the sheer volume of misinformation surrounding Jack the Ripper. Over the decades, myths, exaggerations, and conspiracy theories have clouded the facts, making it difficult to separate truth from fiction. Despite these modern advancements, the reality remains that solving a 130-year-old case presents immense challenges. Evidence has been lost, degraded, or tampered with over time. Suspects and witnesses have long since passed away, leaving no way to verify certain accounts. Even if a new forensic discovery were made, its credibility would always be questioned due to the lack of a direct chain of custody from the original crime scenes. While modern forensics has provided intriguing leads and reinforced certain theories, the likelihood of definitively identifying Jack the Ripper remains slim. The case continues to stand as a testament to the evolution of criminal investigation, showing how far forensic science has come and yet, in some ways, how much remains beyond our grasp. The question still lingers. Was Jack the Ripper an ordinary man who simply evaded capture due to the limitations of Victorian-era policing, or was he someone far more cunning, ensuring that his identity would forever remain a mystery? For now, the truth remains buried in the past, locked away with the secrets of Whitechapel's darkest nights. With all we know now, what conclusions can be drawn? In the next and final chapter, we will reflect on the impact of the Ripper case, the lessons learned, and whether history will ever let go of its most infamous unsolved mystery. The case of Jack the Ripper remains one of history's most infamous unsolved mysteries. More than a century has passed since the autumn of 1888, yet the specter of the Ripper still lingers in popular culture, academic studies, and criminology. The murders left a profound impact not only on the victims' families but on London itself, reshaping law enforcement practices and fueling an obsession with true crime that persists to this day. One of the most significant consequences of the Ripper case was the change it brought to policing methods. The failures of the investigation exposed weaknesses in 19th-century law enforcement, highlighting the need for forensic advancements, improved record-keeping, and better coordination between police departments. The inability to capture the Ripper led to the eventual creation of more modern investigative techniques, including fingerprinting and criminal profiling, both of which have since become essential tools in crime solving. The case also left a lasting mark on the area of Whitechapel. The East End of London in the late 19th century was a place of poverty, overcrowding, and crime. The Ripper murders exposed the grim realities of life for the city's poor, sparking conversations about social reform. In the wake of the killings, public pressure mounted for better housing, safer streets, and improved support for the working class. Though change was slow, the outcry surrounding the case contributed to later efforts aimed at urban renewal and social assistance. Beyond the practical impact, Jack the Ripper became one of history's most enduring legends. The mystery surrounding his identity, the gruesome nature of his crimes, and the eerie setting of Victorian London all contributed to a story that has fascinated people for generations. Books, films, television series, and even guided tours continue to keep the legend alive, drawing thousands of visitors to Whitechapel every year in search of clues and connections to the past. Theories about the Ripper's identity have evolved with each new decade. From medical professionals to members of the aristocracy, suspects have ranged from the plausible to the absurd. The continued re-examination of evidence has both reinforced and debunked various theories, but no definitive conclusion has ever been reached. The lack of closure ensures that the Ripper case remains an open question, inviting speculation, debate, and intrigue. One of the most chilling aspects of the case is the abrupt end of the murders. After the killing of Mary Jane Kelly, no further murders of the same nature were recorded. Did the Ripper die? Was he imprisoned for an unrelated crime? Did he simply stop, disappearing into history without a trace? The unknown element of his fate adds to the haunting nature of the case, making it one of the most perplexing mysteries in criminal history. More than just a historical curiosity, the case serves as a cautionary tale about justice, or the lack thereof. The women murdered in 1888 have become more than victims. They are symbols of a time when society failed its most vulnerable members. Their stories, once lost in the hysteria surrounding the killer, have been reclaimed by historians and activists who seek to remember them as more than just part of a legend. As forensic science advances, there remains a slim possibility that new technology could one day bring a definitive answer to the case. DNA testing, advanced linguistic analysis, and digital reconstructions offer glimpses into possibilities once thought impossible. However, with so much time past, the likelihood of a conclusive answer remains small. Perhaps the true identity of Jack the Ripper will always remain a mystery, a dark figure forever lurking in the fog of Whitechapel's past. The story of Jack the Ripper is more than just an unsolved case. It is a testament to society's enduring fascination with the unknown, a symbol of fear and speculation that has spanned generations. Whether seen as a cautionary tale, a historical puzzle, or a macabre curiosity, the legend of the Ripper continues to captivate minds around the world. Even now, as the gaslights of Victorian London fade into history, his shadow remains, whispering through time, leaving behind the same chilling question that has haunted investigators, historians, and crime enthusiasts for over a century. Who is Jack the Ripper? As the years passed and the 19th century gave way to the 20th, the story of Jack the Ripper did not fade into history as many crimes do. Instead, it evolved, growing into something larger than a mere criminal case. The Ripper was no longer just a killer. He had become a legend, an enigma that captured the imagination of people across the world. His crimes were discussed not just as historical facts, but as part of a greater mystery, one that people still attempt to solve today. His name became synonymous with evil, and his story was reshaped, retold, and reinvented time and time again. The first seeds of the Ripper mythos were planted almost immediately after the murders ceased. Newspapers at the time had already sensationalized the case, feeding public hysteria with lurid details, speculation, and the infamous letters claiming to be from the killer. Even in the early 20th century, crime historians and amateur detectives continued to analyze the case, hoping to find the answers that had eluded the authorities of Victorian London. The mystery remained unsolved, but rather than fading into obscurity, it only grew more prominent in the public consciousness. With the rise of cinema, literature, and radio in the early 1900s, Jack the Ripper became a staple of horror fiction. Writers took the shadowy figure of the Ripper and placed him in increasingly dramatic narratives, portraying him as everything from a deranged doctor to a supernatural entity. Some fictionalized accounts suggested that the Ripper had fled London and continued his crimes elsewhere, while others tied him to conspiracy theories involving secret societies, the British royal family, or even time travel. His identity remained a blank slate upon which people projected their darkest imaginations. By the mid-20th century, Jack the Ripper had become an icon of true crime lore. Writers such as Donald Rumbelow and Stephen Knight began publishing detailed analyses of the case, offering new theories and uncovering old evidence. Knight's book Jack the Ripper, The Final Solution, 1976, popularized the now infamous theory that the Ripper killings were part of a royal cover-up, a theory that was later adapted into films and television shows. Although historians largely dismiss these conspiracy theories, they contributed to the idea that the Ripper was more than just a man. He was a mystery that refused to be solved. As forensic science advanced, new efforts were made to apply modern investigative techniques to the Ripper case. In the late 20th and early 21st centuries, DNA testing, digital crime scene reconstruction, and psychological profiling were all used in attempts to identify the killer. Some breakthroughs, such as the controversial DNA analysis of a shawl linked to Catherine Eddowes, claim to narrow down the suspect list, but no definitive proof has ever been found. The uncertainty only fueled more debate, keeping the case alive in public discussion. The internet and the rise of online communities dedicated to true crime have ensured that Jack the Ripper remains one of the most analyzed criminals in history. Websites, forums, podcasts, and YouTube channels dedicated to the mystery continue to attract thousands of amateur sleuths, each eager to contribute their own theories. The availability of digitized police records, historical documents, and eyewitness testimonies has made it easier than ever for people to study the case in depth. Yet, despite all this information, no consensus has been reached on the killer's identity. One of the most fascinating aspects of the Ripper case is its ability to endure. Unlike many other historical crimes, which are eventually solved or forgotten, the Ripper's story has only grown with time. His legend has been adapted into countless books, films, TV series, and even video games. He has been portrayed as everything from a mad doctor to a tormented soul, from a mere man to something almost mythological. His victims, once forgotten in the chaos of the investigation, are now remembered and honored, their names no longer overshadowed by the killer's infamy. Despite all this, the most enduring mystery remains the same. Who is Jack the Ripper? Did he die shortly after the murders? Was he imprisoned for another crime? Did he flee London and continue his killings elsewhere? Or did he simply stop, blending back into the shadows of Whitechapel, forever eluding justice? With each passing year, the likelihood of uncovering the truth grows slimmer, yet the fascination with the case remains as strong as ever. As we move into the final chapter, we will reflect on what the Jack the Ripper case has taught us, not just about crime and justice, but about society's unending obsession with mysteries that refuse to be solved. The story of Jack the Ripper is more than just a cold case. It is a reflection of society's fears, fascinations, and failures. More than 130 years after the brutal Whitechapel murders, historians, forensic experts, and true crime enthusiasts continue to debate the case, driven by an enduring desire to solve the mystery once and for all. However, while the identity of the Ripper remains unknown, the case has left behind valuable lessons about crime, justice, and the nature of historical storytelling. One of the most important takeaways from the Ripper case is how it exposed the deep inequalities of Victorian society. The victims, all women living in poverty, were largely overlooked in life, only gaining widespread attention through the horror of their deaths. Their plight was a stark reminder of the vulnerability of the lower class in 19th century London, particularly women who had little to no access to resources or protection. The case forced public discourse about social issues that had long been ignored, highlighting the desperate conditions in Whitechapel and sparking conversations about urban reform. Another critical lesson learned from the case is the evolution of criminal investigation. The failure to capture the Ripper demonstrated the limitations of 19th century policing. Investigators lacked the tools and forensic techniques available today, relying primarily on witness statements and circumstantial evidence. The shortcomings of the Ripper investigation later influenced the development of modern forensic science, including fingerprint analysis, crime scene preservation, and geographic profiling. If the same crimes occurred today, advancements in DNA testing and digital forensics would likely provide definitive answers that were impossible in 1888. The case also sheds light on the role of the media in shaping public perception. The newspapers of the time played a significant role in spreading both information and misinformation about the killings. Sensationalized headlines and exaggerated reports fueled hysteria, sometimes hindering the investigation rather than helping it. The Ripper case marked the beginning of the media's deep involvement in criminal cases, a trend that continues to this day with true crime documentaries, investigative journalism, and online crime-solving communities. Jack the Ripper's legacy is also a study in society's enduring obsession with unsolved mysteries. The case represents the ultimate whodunit, an enigma with just enough clues to fuel speculation, but never enough to reach a definitive answer. While many historical crimes have been forgotten, the Ripper case remains deeply embedded in popular culture, adapted into countless books, films, and TV series. The fascination with the unknown keeps the case alive, with every new theory and forensic breakthrough reigniting public interest. Despite the countless investigations, new suspects, and forensic re-examinations, the likelihood of ever truly solving the Jack the Ripper case remains slim. Too much time has passed, evidence has been lost or contaminated, and many details of the original investigation were either flawed or poorly recorded. Yet, even if a definitive answer were found, would it truly satisfy the curiosity of those who have spent their lives studying the case? Or would Jack the Ripper's story continue to endure as one of history's most infamous mysteries, regardless of whether his identity is revealed? Ultimately, the legacy of Jack the Ripper is not just about the man behind the crimes, but about what his case has revealed about the world around it. It serves as a reminder of the failures of the justice system, the fragility of the truth in the face of sensationalism, and the power that unsolved mysteries hold over the human imagination. Whether he was a lone killer, a product of deeper societal issues, or simply a legend inflated by time, his shadow remains a chilling presence in history. As the gaslights of Victorian London fade into memory, one thing is certain: the name Jack the Ripper will never be forgotten. He remains a symbol of the unknown, a dark enigma that will forever haunt the streets of Whitechapel and the minds of those who seek to uncover his secrets. From the moment the body of Marion Nichols was discovered on August 31st, 1888, the police were faced with one of the most complex and frustrating investigations in history. The detectives were Detective Inspector Frederick Aberline, Superintendent Thomas Arnold, and Chief Inspector Donald Swanson. Aberline, a seasoned detective with extensive knowledge of London's East End, was assigned to oversee the investigation on the ground. He was known for his methodical approach and ability to blend in with the working-class communities where the murders had taken place. However, even his expertise was not enough to bring Jack the Ripper to justice. One of the biggest challenges the police faced was the sheer lack of reliable witnesses. Whitechapel was a crowded, chaotic district filled with narrow alleys, dimly lit streets, and people who often distrusted law enforcement. Many residents were reluctant to speak to the authorities, and those who did often provided conflicting accounts. Several witnesses claimed to have seen a man accompanying the victims shortly before their deaths, but descriptions varied wildly. Some described him as well-dressed, while others said he was rough-looking and of lower-class status. This inconsistency made it nearly impossible for the police to develop a concrete suspect profile. Complicating matters further was the nature of the crime scenes. The brutality of the murders suggested that the killer worked quickly and efficiently, leaving behind very little physical evidence. Unlike modern crime scene investigators, the detectives of 1888 had no access to fingerprinting, blood analysis, or other forensic tools that could have helped identify the perpetrator. They relied heavily on footprints, clothing fibers, and witness statements, none of which led to definitive answers. One of the most frustrating moments in the investigation came after the murder of Catherine Eddowes on September 30th, 1888. Near her body, a piece of her blood-stained apron was found discarded in Golston Street. Above it, written in chalk on a nearby wall, was a message that read, "The Jews are the men that will not be blamed for nothing." The meaning of the message was unclear, but it sparked fears that the murders were politically or racially motivated. However, before a full examination could be conducted, the message was ordered to be erased by Sir Charles Warren, Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, out of fear that it would incite anti-Semitic violence in the area. This decision remains one of the most controversial moments in the investigation, as many believe that the message could have provided vital clues about the killer's identity. As public pressure mounted, the police turned to unusual tactics to catch the Ripper. Officers began patrolling Whitechapel in disguise, hoping to lure the killer into a trap. Plainclothes detectives roamed the streets, blending in with the crowds in an attempt to spot any suspicious behavior. Women were even recruited to act as decoys, posing as potential victims in the hope of drawing out the murderer. However, none of these efforts led to a breakthrough. The police also received hundreds of letters claiming to be from the killer himself. The most famous of these was the Dear Boss letter, sent to the Central News Agency on September 25, 1888. In it, the writer taunted the police, boasting about the killings and signing the letter with the now infamous name, Jack the Ripper. While the authenticity of the letter remains debated, it was enough to give the killer an identity that would live on in history. As weeks turned into months, frustration within the Metropolitan Police grew. The inability to capture the Ripper damaged their reputation, with newspapers openly criticizing their handling of the case. Some even suggested that the police were covering up the identity of the killer to protect someone in power. The public outcry was so severe that Commissioner Warren ultimately resigned in November 1888, just days after the murder of Mary Jane Kelly. One of the final and most desperate attempts to catch Jack the Ripper was the creation of the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee. This group, formed by concerned citizens, patrolled the streets at night, determined to succeed where the police had failed. Armed with whistles and clubs, they monitored the alleyways and questioned suspicious individuals. Despite their efforts, they too were unable to stop the murders. By the time the killings ceased, the police had interviewed over 2,000 people, investigated more than 300 suspects, and detained at least 80 individuals for questioning. Yet, no arrests were ever made. The case eventually went cold, and Jack the Ripper vanished as suddenly as he had appeared. The failure of the investigation remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in criminology. Did the Ripper outsmart the police, or was he simply lucky? Were key pieces of evidence overlooked, or was the case doomed from the start due to the limitations of 19th century policing? Whatever the answer, the investigation of Jack the Ripper stands as both a cautionary tale and a pivotal moment in the evolution of modern law enforcement. In the next chapter, we will examine the infamous Ripper letters in greater detail, analyzing their content, their impact on the case, and whether any of them were truly written by the killer himself. Among the many mysteries surrounding Jack the Ripper, few are as debated as the letters attributed to him. During the height of the Whitechapel murders, police and newspapers received hundreds of messages claiming to be from the killer. While most were dismissed as hoaxes, a handful became infamous, shaping public perception of the murderer and solidifying his legend. These letters taunted the authorities, mocked their failures, and even hinted at future crimes. But were any of them truly written by Jack the Ripper? The most well-known of these is the Dear Boss letter, received by the Central News Agency on September 25, 1888. Written in a disturbingly casual tone, the letter boasted about the murders, mocked the police's inability to catch the killer, and signed off with the now infamous name, Jack the Ripper. This was the first time the name had been used in connection with the murders, and it quickly caught the public's imagination. The press published the letter in full, and soon, the killer was no longer a nameless figure haunting Whitechapel. He had an identity. But was the letter genuine? Many suspect that it was the work of an opportunistic journalist seeking to sensationalize the story further. Shortly after, on October 1st, the Saucy Jack postcard arrived. It referenced the recent murders of Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes, known as the Double Event, and claimed credit for both. The postcard was written in the same tone as the Dear Boss letter, reinforcing the idea that it had come from the same person. However, police remained skeptical, as details of the murders had already been widely reported in newspapers by that time. The likelihood that the postcard was from a genuine source was slim, but it fueled the public's terror nonetheless. Perhaps the most chilling of all the letters was the From Hell letter, received on October 16th by George Lusk, the head of the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee. Unlike previous letters, this one was not signed Jack the Ripper. Instead, it contained a disturbing detail that set it apart. It was accompanied by a small box containing half of a human kidney. The letter claimed that the writer had taken the kidney from one of his victims and had eaten the other half. Medical experts examined the organ and confirmed that it was indeed human, and some believed it could have belonged to Catherine Eddowes, whose left kidney had been removed during her murder. Unlike the earlier letters, this one had a more erratic and crude writing style, suggesting it may have been written by a different person, perhaps even the real killer. The letters had a profound impact on the investigation, whether they were real or not. The police were forced to divert resources to analyze them, and the press coverage only heightened the hysteria. Scotland Yard suspected that many of the letters were written by hoaxers looking for attention, and historians today largely agree that at least some were fabrications. The writing styles varied, and there was no clear forensic evidence linking any of them directly to the killer. Still, the possibility that one or more of the letters came from Jack the Ripper himself remains tantalizing. The impact of these letters extended beyond the investigation. They transformed Jack the Ripper from a nameless murderer into a shadowy, almost supernatural figure. The chilling phrases, the taunting tone, and the gruesome imagery painted a picture of a killer who reveled in his notoriety. Whether the real Ripper was behind them or not, they played a crucial role in crafting his legend. One of the most enduring debates is whether any of the letters contain genuine clues to the killer's identity. Some Ripperologists argue that the handwriting analysis and linguistic patterns may reveal something about the author. Others believe that the letters were deliberately misleading, designed to taunt the authorities while revealing nothing of substance. The truth may never be known, But what is certain is that these letters shaped the case and kept it alive in the public consciousness long after the murders had ceased. As the investigation dragged on without an arrest, the letters only added to the chaos. The police were overwhelmed with false reports, hoaxes, and conflicting information. The flood of letters became so unmanageable that Scotland Yard eventually stopped paying serious attention to them, choosing instead to focus on more tangible leads. In the years that followed, some of the original letters were lost, destroyed, or fell into private collections. The ones that remain are carefully preserved in archives, studied by historians and crime experts eager to unlock their secrets. Handwriting analysis, forensic testing, and digital reconstructions have all been attempted, but no definitive answers have been found. The letters, like the killer himself, remain an enduring enigma. The question lingers: did Jack the Ripper truly write any of these letters, or were they merely the work of journalists, pranksters, and attention seekers? If any were genuine, what do they reveal about his psyche and motives? And most haunting of all, was the From Hell letter truly sent by the hand of the killer, complete with a grisly trophy from one of his victims? In the next chapter, we will delve deeper into the psychology of Jack the Ripper, analyzing his likely motivations, his possible profile, and what modern criminal psychology can reveal about one of history's most infamous murderers. While the physical identity of Jack the Ripper remains unknown, modern criminology and psychological profiling offer insights into the kind of person he may have been. By analyzing his crimes, behavioral patterns, and possible motivations, forensic experts and psychologists have attempted to construct a portrait of the man who terrorized Whitechapel in 1888. One of the first things criminal profilers consider is the organized versus disorganized killer theory. Some serial killers exhibit a high degree of planning and leave behind minimal evidence, while others act impulsively and chaotically. Jack the Ripper appears to have exhibited traits of both. His ability to evade capture suggests a level of premeditation and knowledge of the area, but the brutality of the attacks, particularly the increasing violence seen in the later murders, suggests escalating rage and a loss of control. This duality makes it difficult to categorize him fully, but many experts lean toward the theory that he was a disorganized offender with moments of strategic planning. Another crucial aspect of profiling the Ripper is understanding his possible motivations. Serial killers often act on deep-seated compulsions, which can stem from psychological trauma, social isolation, or personality disorders. Many criminologists believe that the Ripper harbored intense resentment towards women, particularly those who were perceived as vulnerable or immoral by Victorian standards. Given that all of his victims were prostitutes or women living in extreme poverty, it is likely that his killings were fueled by misogyny, control, and possibly a twisted sense of moral judgment. One theory suggests that Jack the Ripper may have had paraphilic disorders, which are extreme and abnormal sexual fixations. Some serial killers are known to derive satisfaction not just from the act of murder, but from the power and domination it grants them over their victims. The mutilations inflicted on the Ripper's victims, particularly the removal of internal organs, suggest that the killer may have had a fascination with anatomy or a medical background. However, this theory is debated, as the precise nature of the cuts could also be attributed to opportunistic brutality rather than surgical skill. Criminal profilers also examine the concept of psychopathy versus psychosis. A psychopath is someone who lacks empathy and manipulates others without remorse, while a psychotic individual may suffer from delusions, hallucinations, or a detachment from reality. There is no clear evidence that Jack the Ripper experienced psychosis, as his crimes did not appear to be erratic in nature. Instead, he likely possessed a high degree of psychopathy, allowing him to commit these horrific murders without guilt or hesitation. His ability to blend in with society, evade detection, and possibly even resume a normal life after the killings stopped further supports this theory. The Ripper's choice of location also provides insight into his psychological makeup. Whitechapel, with its dark alleys, impoverished communities, and transient population, was the perfect hunting ground for someone who wanted to remain unnoticed. The fact that the murders were committed in public, yet avoided immediate detection, suggests that the Ripper was comfortable in the area, possibly even a local resident who knew the movements of the police and his victims. One of the most widely discussed elements of the case is why the murders suddenly stopped. Serial killers do not typically halt their crimes unless they are incarcerated, killed, or otherwise prevented from continuing. Some experts theorize that the Ripper may have been arrested for an unrelated crime, committed to a mental institution, or even left London altogether. Another possibility is that he may have died shortly after the last confirmed murder, bringing his reign of terror to an abrupt and untraceable end. Modern forensic psychology has also compared Jack the Ripper's crimes to those of later serial killers, such as the Zodiac Killer, Ted Bundy, and the Boston Strangler. While their methods and motivations varied, all of these killers shared a sense of arrogance and a desire for notoriety. The infamous letters sent to the press claiming responsibility for the murders suggest that the Ripper may have relished the fear and chaos he created. Whether these letters were genuine or hoaxes, the public's reaction reinforced the idea that the killer saw himself as untouchable. Despite the efforts of criminal profilers, the psychological profile of Jack the Ripper remains speculative. Without concrete evidence, his true nature can only be inferred based on the patterns of his crimes. However, one thing remains clear. He was a predator who carefully selected his victims, executed his killings with chilling precision, and disappeared into the fog of history without a trace. In the next chapter, we will explore how Jack the Ripper has influenced modern true crime investigations and what his case has taught us about criminal behavior, investigative techniques, and the evolution of forensic science. The case of Jack the Ripper is not just an unsolved historical mystery. It has profoundly influenced the way modern criminal investigations are conducted. The failure of law enforcement to catch the Ripper led to significant advancements in policing, forensic science, and criminal profiling, shaping the tools and methods that investigators rely on today. One of the most notable ways in which the Ripper case influenced law enforcement was the development of forensic science. In 1888, investigators lacked the ability to analyze blood, fingerprints, or DNA evidence. The crime scenes of the Ripper murders were frequently contaminated by onlookers, and important clues were often lost. Today, crime scene preservation is a top priority for law enforcement, with strict protocols in place to prevent evidence tampering or destruction. DNA analysis, which was first used in criminal cases nearly a century later, has revolutionized investigations, allowing police to identify suspects with unprecedented accuracy. If such technology had been available in 1888, it is possible that Jack the Ripper would have been caught. The case also highlighted the importance of criminal profiling. While Scotland Yard detectives relied largely on eyewitness reports and gut instincts, modern investigations make use of behavioral science to build psychological profiles of unknown offenders. The FBI's Behavioral Science Unit, founded in the 1970s, uses psychological profiling to identify patterns in serial crimes. By studying details such as victim selection, crime scene behavior, and post-crime actions, profilers can predict the characteristics of a perpetrator, narrowing down suspect pools more effectively. The work of early criminal profilers who studied Jack the Ripper paved the way for this discipline. Another lasting impact of the Ripper case is the role of geographic profiling in criminal investigations. The Ripper's crimes were concentrated in a small area of Whitechapel, leading some modern criminologists to theorize that he lived or worked nearby. Geographic profiling, a technique that uses spatial analysis to determine an offender's likely base of operations, has since become a valuable tool in tracking serial criminals. By mapping the locations of crimes and identifying patterns, investigators can make educated guesses about where a suspect might live, work, or hide. This method has been used successfully in numerous modern cases. The Ripper case also demonstrated the power and danger of media influence on criminal investigations. Victorian-era newspapers played a major role in shaping public opinion about the murders, often sensationalizing the events and spreading misinformation. This fueled widespread panic, sometimes leading to false accusations and mob violence. Today, law enforcement agencies must carefully navigate media coverage of criminal cases, balancing the public's right to information with the need to prevent hysteria and misinformation. The Ripper case was one of the earliest examples of trial by media, a phenomenon that continues to impact high-profile investigations. In addition to influencing investigative techniques, the Ripper case has also shaped popular culture's perception of serial killers. The concept of the shadowy, intelligent, and almost mythical serial murderer owes much to the legend of Jack the Ripper. From literature to film and television, countless stories have drawn inspiration from his crimes. Modern killers such as the Zodiac Killer and Ted Bundy have been compared to the Ripper, and in some cases, even idolized by those who seek infamy through violence. The enduring fascination with Jack the Ripper has also fueled the rise of true crime as a genre, with books, documentaries, and podcasts devoted to examining the case from every possible angle. Despite the advancements in forensic science, criminal profiling, and investigative techniques, the mystery of Jack the Ripper remains unsolved. Some believe that modern technology could eventually uncover his identity, while others argue that the case is simply too old, with too much lost evidence, to ever be solved conclusively. Regardless of whether the Ripper's true name is ever revealed, his influence on the world of criminal investigations is undeniable. In the next chapter, we will explore additional theories beyond the canonical 5 victims, questioning whether Jack the Ripper's crimes extended beyond what history has recorded. While history generally attributes 5 murders to Jack the Ripper, Marion Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly, some researchers believe the real number of victims may have been higher. The term the canonical 5 was established based on similarities in crime scene evidence, victim profiles, and method of attack. However, Whitechapel was a violent place in the late 19th century, and many unsolved murders bear eerie resemblances to the Ripper's handiwork. Could Jack the Ripper have been responsible for more killings than history acknowledges? One of the earliest possible victims was Emma Elizabeth Smith, who was attacked on April 3, 1888, several months before the first confirmed Ripper murder. Smith was assaulted and left for dead on Osborne Street in Whitechapel, suffering from severe internal injuries caused by a blunt object. She survived long enough to tell authorities that she had been attacked by multiple men, leading police to believe her murder was gang-related rather than the work of a lone killer. However, some Ripperologists speculate that this may have been an early, less refined attack by Jack the Ripper before he perfected his gruesome methods. Another potential victim was Martha Tabram, murdered on August 7, 1888, just weeks before Marion Nichols' death. Tabram's body was found on a landing in George Yard Buildings, brutally stabbed 39 times. Unlike the canonical victims, she was not mutilated in the same manner, but the excessive violence suggests an extreme level of rage, possibly indicative of the same killer. Some argue that the differences in attack method point to a different perpetrator, while others believe it represents an evolution in the Ripper's modus operandi. In addition to early victims, there were also murders after Mary Jane Kelly that some link to the Ripper. One such case was Rose Milett, whose body was discovered in December 1888. She was strangled but did not display the signature mutilations associated with the Ripper killings. Investigators at the time believed her death was unrelated, possibly the result of an altercation with a client. However, later theories suggest that if Jack the Ripper was forced to change his methods due to increased police presence, he may have shifted to strangulation instead of the gruesome mutilations that defined his earlier crimes. Another mysterious case was Alice Mackenzie, found murdered in July 1889. Unlike Milett, Mackenzie's body did show some similarities to the canonical Ripper victims, including throat slashes and superficial abdominal wounds. However, the cuts were less severe than those inflicted upon the canonical 5, and some investigators doubted that the Ripper would have changed his methods so drastically. Still, others believe she may have been one of his later victims, possibly an attempt to replicate his previous crimes while evading capture. Then there was Frances Coles, murdered in February 1891. She was discovered with her throat cut, but no additional mutilations. Some believe this could indicate an interrupted Ripper attack. Others argue that by this time, the real Jack the Ripper had either fled, been imprisoned, or died, leaving copycats to carry out similar crimes. The lack of consistency in these later murders continues to divide opinions among Ripperologists. One of the challenges in attributing additional victims to Jack the Ripper is that Whitechapel was already a dangerous place, with a high number of violent crimes occurring regularly. Murders of women, particularly those involved in prostitution, were unfortunately common. Without clear forensic evidence linking these additional cases to the Ripper, it is difficult to say definitively whether he was responsible for more than the canonical 5. Modern crime analysis suggests that serial killers often escalate in their crimes rather than simply stopping. If Jack the Ripper did not die or get arrested, why would he have ceased killing so abruptly? Some believe he may have moved to another location and continued his crimes under a different alias. Others theorize that he may have changed his methods to avoid detection, blending into the criminal underworld in a way that made further murders less conspicuous. Despite extensive research and speculation, the true number of Jack the Ripper's victims remains a mystery. The canonical 5 are the ones most commonly accepted as his victims, but whether he was responsible for additional murders before or after them is a question that may never be fully answered. If he did kill more, those victims remain lost in history, their stories overshadowed by the infamy of the Whitechapel murders. In the next chapter, we will explore the modern-day fascination with Jack the Ripper and how the case continues to shape pop culture, tourism, and criminology more than 130 years later. More than a century after the Whitechapel murders, Jack the Ripper remains one of the most infamous criminals in history. Despite the passage of time, the mystery surrounding his identity and motives has only grown, fueling an enduring fascination with his crimes. This chapter explores how Jack the Ripper has influenced modern culture, from books and films to criminology and tourism, and why he remains such a compelling figure today. One of the primary reasons the Ripper case continues to captivate people is the sheer mystery surrounding it. Unlike many other serial killers, Jack the Ripper was never caught, and his identity remains unknown. The lack of closure has turned his case into the ultimate unsolved mystery, inviting endless speculation and theorizing. Historians, detectives, and amateur sleuths have all attempted to piece together the evidence, yet no definitive answer has been found. The possibility that a crucial piece of evidence might still be uncovered fuels an ongoing quest for the truth. Jack the Ripper's legacy is also tied to his role in shaping the modern true crime genre. The Whitechapel murders were among the first crimes to receive extensive media coverage, with newspapers publishing detailed reports and sensationalized stories that captivated Victorian readers. This marked the beginning of public fascination with serial killers, a trend that continues to this day. Modern true crime documentaries, podcasts, and books frequently revisit the Ripper case, exploring new theories and dissecting old evidence. His legend laid the foundation for public interest in criminal profiling, forensic science, and psychological analysis. Hollywood and literature have played a significant role in keeping the Ripper's name alive. Countless films, novels, and television series have been inspired by his crimes, portraying him as everything from a shadowy, faceless killer to a highly intelligent madman with a sinister purpose. Stories such as From Hell, Time After Time, and Murder by Decree offer fictionalized versions of his story, each with its own interpretation of who he might have been. Even in supernatural horror and science fiction, Jack the Ripper has become a symbol of evil, appearing in everything from Doctor Who to graphic novels and video games. Tourism has also contributed to the ongoing fascination with the Ripper. Every year, thousands of visitors flock to London's Whitechapel district, eager to walk the same dark alleyways where the murders took place. Guided Ripper tours have become a major attraction, offering historical insights mixed with eerie storytelling. These tours take visitors to the sites where the victims were found, detailing the grim events of 1888, and allowing them to immerse themselves in the mystery. Museums and exhibits dedicated to the case, such as the Jack the Ripper Museum, continue to draw those seeking to understand the man behind the legend. Beyond entertainment and tourism, the Ripper case has influenced modern criminology and forensic science. Law enforcement officials have studied the case to understand the evolution of police investigations and the challenges of catching serial killers. The mistakes made during the Ripper investigation, such as the contamination of crime scenes and lack of forensic technology, serve as valuable lessons for today's detectives. The case has also inspired advancements in criminal profiling, helping investigators develop methods for identifying and tracking repeat offenders. Despite the fascination, the enduring legend of Jack the Ripper raises ethical questions. Some argue that the obsession with his story overshadows the real tragedy, the brutal murders of 5 women who deserve to be remembered as more than just victims of a famous killer. In recent years, historians and activists have pushed for a greater focus on the lives of the victims, emphasizing their humanity rather than their role in the Ripper's story. This shift in perspective seeks to reclaim their narratives and remind the world that they were real people, not just characters in a mystery. As forensic science continues to advance, some believe that the identity of Jack the Ripper could still be uncovered. DNA analysis, handwriting comparisons, and digital reconstructions have all been applied to the case, and while no definitive answers have been found, each new piece of research keeps the mystery alive. Even if the truth is never revealed, the legend of Jack the Ripper will likely endure, a haunting reminder of one of history's greatest unsolved crimes. In the final chapter, we will explore the possibility of ever solving the Ripper case. Could modern technology finally bring closure to a mystery that has endured for over a century? Or will Jack the Ripper forever remain a shadow in history, an enigma lost to time? As more than a century has passed since the Whitechapel murders, the mystery of Jack the Ripper remains one of history's most infamous cold cases. Despite countless investigations, theories, and forensic advancements, no definitive answer has emerged. But with modern technology, renewed efforts, and fresh perspectives, could we one day uncover the identity of one of the most elusive killers of all time? Or is the truth forever buried in history? One of the biggest obstacles in solving the case is the degradation and loss of evidence. Unlike modern investigations where crime scenes are carefully preserved, the Ripper crime scenes were chaotic, with limited forensic protocols in place. Crucial pieces of evidence, such as the victim's clothing, crime scene artifacts, and even written police reports, have been lost over time. Additionally, the contamination of existing evidence, such as the infamous From Hell letter and the blood-stained apron fragment, makes it nearly impossible to extract reliable DNA profiles today. However, recent attempts at DNA analysis have provided intriguing possibilities. In 2019, forensic experts claim to have tested mitochondrial DNA from a shawl supposedly found at the crime scene of Catherine Eddowes. The results pointed toward Aaron Kosminski, a known Ripper suspect. Yet, the credibility of this evidence has been widely disputed, as the shawl's provenance is questionable and its chain of custody is unverified. The study remains controversial, leaving the mystery unresolved. Another promising tool in modern investigations is forensic linguistic analysis. Researchers have examined the letters attributed to Jack the Ripper, using linguistic profiling to determine whether they were written by the same person. Advances in AI and machine learning may further refine these analyses, potentially identifying patterns that were previously undetectable. However, as many of these letters were likely hoaxes, their relevance to the case remains uncertain. Geographic profiling, a method that predicts a criminal's likely home base based on the locations of their crimes, has also been applied to the Ripper case. Experts have used mathematical models to analyze the sites of the murders, concluding that the killer may have lived near Flower and Dean Street, a known hub for lodging houses in Whitechapel. While this does not pinpoint a suspect, it reinforces the idea that Jack the Ripper was likely a local who knew the area well. One theory that has gained traction in recent years is that the Ripper was not a single individual, but rather multiple perpetrators or a copycat. Some criminologists suggest that while the first few murders may have been committed by one person, later killings could have been the work of imitators seeking notoriety. This theory complicates efforts to identify a single perpetrator, as the evidence may point to different individuals depending on which murders are included in the investigation. Legal and historical scholars have also suggested that previously unknown documents may still exist, hidden in archives, private collections, or overlooked historical records. Some have called for large-scale digitization projects to scan Victorian-era police reports and witness statements, hoping to uncover forgotten clues. If such documents were found, they could provide fresh leads that modern researchers could analyze with forensic precision. Ultimately, while advancements in technology have brought us closer to answers than ever before, there remain too many missing pieces. Key witnesses and investigators are long gone, Crime scenes have disappeared under the modern cityscape, and physical evidence is scarce or compromised. Even if a name were conclusively identified, there would still be debates over the reliability of the evidence and whether it definitively proves guilt. Yet, the search for Jack the Ripper's identity is unlikely to end. New theories will continue to emerge, fresh discoveries will reignite interest, and forensic science will keep advancing. Whether the mystery is ever truly solved or not, Jack the Ripper remains a symbol of the unknown, a dark enigma lurking in the fog of history. His legend will endure, inspiring curiosity, fear, and debate for generations to come. And so, as the gaslights of Victorian London flicker into history, the whispers of Jack the Ripper remain, reminding us that some mysteries refuse to be buried, even after more than a century of searching. Welcome to Nightmare Lullabies. Here, we bring you chilling tales to keep you on edge while helping you unwind. If you enjoy our stories, don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss a new upload. Got a creepy story of your own? Share it in the comments below. We might feature it in a future video. Now sit back, relax, and let the story begin. It was April 8, 1969, a quiet Tuesday in the Norfolk countryside, the kind of spring day that felt peaceful and uneventful. The air was crisp but mild, carrying the earthy scent of damp soil and freshly cut grass. Trees were beginning to bloom, casting dappled shadows on the narrow country lanes, and in the distance, the occasional chirping of birds blended with the faint hum of farm machinery. Life in Norfolk moved at a slow, predictable pace, especially in the small village of Metton, where everyone knew each other, and strangers stood out immediately. 13-year-old April Fab was one of those children who never caused trouble. She was a quiet, kind girl, known in the village for her shy smile and gentle nature. She had bright eyes that always seemed full of curiosity, and she carried herself with the grace of someone much older. She wasn't the type to sneak out or play pranks. She was dependable, the kind of daughter any parent would be proud of. That afternoon, she had a simple errand to run. She was going to visit her older sister, who lived in Roughton, a small village just a couple of miles away. It was a journey she had made before, one that should have taken her no more than 20 minutes by bicycle. There was no reason to think anything unusual would happen. April left her home at around 1:40 p.m., setting off on her blue and white bicycle. She carried a small packet of cigarettes with her, a gift for her brother-in-law, something she had been asked to bring along. At 13, she wasn't old enough to smoke, of course, but in the late 1960s, it wasn't unusual for children to run small errands like that. She pedaled along the quiet country roads, her bike tires crunching lightly against the gravel as she passed open fields and the occasional farmhouse. A few villagers saw her ride by, farmers tending to their crops, an elderly couple out for a walk, but no one noticed anything strange. She wasn't in a hurry. She didn't seem distressed or afraid. She was just another child on a bicycle, making her way through the peaceful countryside. Then, at 2:06 p.m., something unexplainable happened. April's bicycle was found abandoned in a field along a dirt path near Metton. The bike lay neatly on its side. The front was still gently spinning when it was first discovered. There was no sign of a struggle. No overturned grass, no scattered belongings, no obvious indication that anything violent had taken place. But April was gone. It was as if she had simply vanished into thin air. Metton was a peaceful, rural village where life felt almost frozen in time, untouched by the hustle and bustle of the larger cities. The roads were narrow and winding, flanked by fields that stretched endlessly toward the horizon. Thick hedgerows and scattered oak trees lined the landscape, their branches swaying gently in the spring breeze. It was the kind of place where everyone knew each other, where neighbors stopped to chat on their way to the village store, and where children played freely in the meadows without a second thought for their safety. Life in Metton moved at a slower, more predictable pace. Families had lived there for generations, their roots embedded in the land just as deeply as the towering trees. Doors were rarely locked, and children were trusted to explore as long as they were home in time for supper. Strangers were uncommon, and when someone new did pass through, they were noticed immediately. In this tight-knit community, the idea that one of their own could simply disappear seemed unfathomable. April Fab was a bright, well-behaved girl who fit right into this world of quiet routine and familiarity. She was known for her soft-spoken nature, her polite demeanor, and her love of animals. She had a gentle way with them, often stopping to pet a cat on her way home from school or watching the horses in the nearby fields. Her teachers spoke highly of her, describing her as a hard-working student with a creative spirit. Drawing was one of her favorite pastimes. She could often be found with a sketch pad in her lap, carefully tracing the outlines of birds, flowers, or whatever else caught her eye. Unlike some children her age, April wasn't a risk-taker. She wasn't known to wander off or act recklessly. She followed the rules, respected her parents, and stuck close to the small circle of friends she had made at school. On weekends, she helped her mother with household chores, tidying up or running small errands, and she loved visiting her older sister, with whom she shared a close bond. That Tuesday, April had been in good spirits. The ride to her sister's house was a short and familiar one, winding through the countryside she had always known. It was a trip she had made before, one she could do without thinking. There was no reason for her to feel uneasy, no sense of foreboding. As she pedaled away from home, she had no idea that this would be her last known journey. No idea that within minutes she would vanish without a trace, leaving behind only questions that, even decades later, would remain unanswered. Panic set in quickly. When April failed to arrive at her sister's house, her family initially assumed she had been delayed. Perhaps she had stopped to chat with a friend or taken a longer route. But as the minutes stretched into an hour, unease began to creep in. Her sister made a few calls, first to their mother, then to neighbors who might have seen her along the way. No one had. April's absence was beginning to feel unnatural, and a deep sense of dread settled over the family. By late afternoon, her father and a few locals set out to retrace her route, calling her name as they walked along the quiet country lanes. Then they found the bicycle. Lying neatly on its side in a field, the blue and white bike was eerily undisturbed, as if it had been placed there rather than fallen. There were no skid marks, no signs of a struggle. The packet of cigarettes she had been carrying for her brother-in-law was missing, but nothing else seemed amiss. There was no immediate indication of what had happened or where April had gone. Within hours, the authorities were called, and the police response was swift. Officers from across Norfolk were mobilized, and what followed was one of the most extensive searches in the county's history. News of April's disappearance spread rapidly, and soon, more than 1,500 volunteers had gathered to help. Farmers and villagers combed through fields, checked ditches, and searched abandoned barns. Helicopters buzzed overhead, scanning the landscape for any sign of movement. Search teams worked tirelessly, covering miles of terrain. They searched the hedgerows, crawled through dense woodland, and waded into streams, hoping against hope that they would find a clue, anything that could point to where April had gone. Tracker dogs were brought in, but the scent trail ended abruptly near where her bicycle had been found. It was as if she had simply ceased to exist. At first, investigators considered the possibility of an accident. Could she have fallen into a hidden ditch or wandered into a wooded area and lost her way? But that theory was quickly dismissed. The land had been thoroughly searched. If April was nearby, they would have found her. As the hours turned into days, fear tightened its grip on the community. People locked their doors for the first time in years. Parents kept their children close, warning them not to stray too far. Suspicion and speculation spread like wildfire. Witness statements placed April on her bicycle just minutes before her bike was found. She had been seen pedaling along the country lane, her figure small against the wide Norfolk landscape. But no one had seen her being taken. No one had heard a cry for help. There was no struggle, no clear evidence of a crime. One moment she was there. The next she was gone. Several witnesses reported seeing April that day, each sighting placing her on the road just minutes before she vanished. A local farmer, tending to his fields, saw her cycling past, her small frame balanced effortlessly on the blue and white bicycle. She had waved at him in passing, a friendly, familiar gesture in a village where everyone knew each other. Nothing seemed out of place. She was alone, moving at a steady pace toward her sister's home. Another villager recalled spotting her about a mile from where her bike was later found. She had been riding as usual, showing no signs of distress or hesitation. There was no indication that she had sensed any danger. No lingering glances over her shoulder, no hurried pedaling. Yet despite multiple people seeing her along the way, not a single person saw her being approached by a stranger. No one witnessed a vehicle slowing down beside her, no sound of a struggle, no sudden commotion. It was as if she had simply vanished between one glance and the next. The discovery of her bicycle only deepened the mystery. Investigators had expected to find it discarded hastily, thrown aside in panic or struggle. Instead, it was positioned with almost deliberate care, lying neatly on its side in the open field, undamaged, as though it had been gently placed there rather than abandoned in haste. This detail was unsettling. If April had simply fallen or been forced off her bike, it would likely have been toppled awkwardly, the handlebars twisted, the wheels still spinning. Instead, its careful placement suggested one of two possibilities. Either April had stopped voluntarily, perhaps meeting someone she knew, or the person responsible for her disappearance had been meticulous, ensuring that nothing looked out of the ordinary. For investigators, this was a crucial clue. If she had been taken by force, why was there no sign of struggle? If she had left willingly, where had she gone? And why had she never been seen again? Rumors spread throughout the community. Could it have been someone she knew? Had a stranger lured her away? The countryside was remote, with long stretches of empty road and dense woodland. If someone had been waiting, watching, planning, this would have been the perfect place to take a child without anyone noticing. The more people talked, the more one particular theory started to take shape. Could it have been someone who had been waiting for the perfect moment? The rural landscape, with its isolated roads and thick trees, seemed to conceal more than just the secrets of the small towns. It could easily hide a predator who had been observing the area for weeks or even months, carefully selecting their victim. April Fab, a young girl known for her independent spirit, had been walking alone that day. Her route took her along quiet roads, far from the watchful eyes of the community. No one had been there to see her, and it was almost as if the moment she left the safety of her home, she vanished into thin air. Was it a random act, or had someone been waiting for her, knowing she would pass by at that exact moment? The idea that someone might have been waiting in the shadows began to resonate more strongly as investigators considered the geography of the area. The dense woods could easily provide cover, and the remote location meant that even if someone were to act quickly, there was little chance of being spotted by a passerby. Could it have been someone familiar with the area? Someone who knew where to hide, where to wait? It wasn't just the geography that raised suspicions, it was the timing. The absence of any witnesses suggested that whoever was responsible had planned it well. The decision to act when April was alone, when there were no other people around to hear her calls or see the struggle, suggested that this was not a crime of impulse, but one of opportunity. Whoever had done this knew exactly when and where to strike. The more investigators dug into this possibility, the clearer it became that this was no accident. Someone had been prepared. Someone had been watching, waiting for that moment when April would be vulnerable. But as the investigation continued, the chilling reality set in. If someone had been waiting for her, it would mean that the person who took April had been planning this for longer than anyone could imagine. And the more time passed, the more difficult it became to find any evidence of their presence. No footprints, no strange tire tracks, just the silence of the countryside that had swallowed her whole. One of the prevailing theories was that April was taken by a passing driver. The quiet country lanes would have made it easy for a vehicle to slow down and snatch her without anyone noticing. The roads were long and winding, with little to no traffic on most days. If a car had approached her, it could have stopped just long enough to abduct her, before quickly driving away, disappearing into the remote countryside. With so few people on the roads, there was little chance of a witness seeing anything unusual. In a small rural community like Walpole St. Andrew, it wasn't uncommon for vehicles to pass through the area unnoticed, especially if they were traveling on less frequented routes. April, being young and alone, might not have hesitated to approach a car if the driver offered help, or if she simply thought they were someone she knew. It was a scenario that many considered plausible. The idea of a passing car slowing down, offering a ride, and then taking her without any resistance. However, there was one problem: no reports of unusual cars came in. Despite extensive searches and appeals from the police for any witnesses who may have seen a suspicious vehicle that afternoon, no one could provide a clear lead. The lack of any corroborating sightings made it difficult to confirm this theory. No one could say they had seen a car lingering on the roads around the time April disappeared, and there were no descriptions of any strange or unfamiliar vehicles in the area. The absence of these reports left investigators frustrated. How could such an event have occurred without anyone noticing a strange car? Could the perpetrator have been someone who blended in with the usual traffic, perhaps driving an ordinary vehicle that didn't raise any suspicion? Or was the lack of evidence simply a result of the rural isolation, where a car could have driven past and vanished from sight without leaving a trace? As the investigation continued, the possibility that a passing driver had been involved remained one of the strongest theories, despite the lack of hard evidence. The idea that a person could have snatched April without a single person noticing was chilling, but it also raised more questions than it answered. If a car had been involved, why had no one seen anything? Was it simply bad luck that no one was in the right place at the right time to observe something that could have solved the case? Investigators considered the possibility that April had willingly gone with someone she trusted. A neighbor? A family acquaintance? It was a theory that raised even more unsettling questions. April had been known to be independent, and in the small, tight-knit community where she lived, it was not unusual for children to interact freely with familiar faces, whether it was a neighbor offering a ride or a family friend stopping to chat. She might have felt completely safe with someone she recognized, someone she believed had no ill intentions. The idea that April could have gone with someone she trusted was difficult to accept, but it made sense when investigators considered her age and the relationships she had with those around her. Perhaps she had been approached by someone who knew her well, someone who seemed harmless in her eyes. It could have been a neighbor, someone who was part of her daily life, or even a family acquaintance, someone who had gained her trust over time. But the more investigators looked into this possibility, the more complicated it became. There were no known threats in the area, no signs that anyone in her immediate circle had acted suspiciously. April's family reported no history of issues with neighbors or acquaintances, and no one had indicated any previous tension or cause for concern. However, this didn't rule out the possibility that someone she felt safe with had betrayed that trust, luring her into a situation she could never have anticipated. If April had willingly gone with someone, it would have meant that her disappearance was not the result of a random act of violence, but rather something more personal, something that might have been carefully planned. Could someone have manipulated her into leaving with them, under the guise of offering help or something familiar? Could they have used their relationship with her as a way to lower her guard, making her think it was safe to go with them? This theory was particularly troubling because it suggested that the perpetrator might have known exactly how to approach April. They would have understood her routine, her behavior, and how to gain her confidence, things that made her more vulnerable than anyone realized. And if someone she knew was involved, it would mean that the town itself held a dark secret, one that had been hiding in plain sight all along. The investigation into this possibility added another layer of complexity to an already puzzling case. How do you investigate someone who seems completely trustworthy, someone whose connection to the victim makes it hard to imagine they could be involved in something so terrible? And yet, the chilling thought lingered. What if April's disappearance wasn't the work of a stranger, but the result of someone she had trusted all along? In later years, detectives examined links to other cases, including the disappearance of Jeanette Tate in 1978. The similarities between the two cases were striking. Both young girls, both vanishing without a trace in rural areas, and both disappearing during times when the countryside seemed peaceful and quiet. The disappearances had a haunting resemblance: isolated locations, lack of witnesses, and no solid leads. The possibility that the two cases were connected couldn't be ignored. As detectives delved deeper into the investigation, they began to consider the theory that a serial offender could have been operating in rural England at the time, targeting young girls in isolated areas like those around Walpole St. Andrew and the surrounding countryside. The idea of a serial offender struck fear into the hearts of the local communities. It was a chilling thought that a predator had been moving through these quiet towns, selecting vulnerable children from remote, rural locations. If there was a pattern, it would mean that these abductions weren't just random acts of violence, but part of a larger, more methodical plan. Detectives began to examine the possibility that someone had been systematically targeting young girls who lived on the outskirts of small villages, where the roads were long and empty and the population sparse. Jeanette Tate's case, which occurred nearly a decade after April's disappearance, seemed eerily similar. Jeanette, just 13 years old, had vanished from a remote location in Devon while riding her bicycle, also in broad daylight. The manner of her disappearance, like April's, had left little evidence and no witnesses. There was also the fact that both girls were relatively familiar with their surroundings and had lived in quiet, rural communities. Could the same person have been responsible for both cases? Was April's disappearance part of a larger, unrecognized pattern of crime in rural England? However, despite this growing speculation, no direct connection was ever established. Investigators worked tirelessly to compare the two cases, looking for any forensic evidence, witness statements, or even subtle clues that might link the two. But as time passed, the lack of physical evidence and the absence of any clear suspects meant that the theory remained just that, a theory. There was no definitive proof to suggest that the two disappearances were linked, and no further cases of abductions like these emerged in the same pattern. While the possibility of a serial offender was considered seriously, it ultimately did not lead to any breakthroughs in April's case. The connection remained speculative, leaving more questions than answers. Could the disappearances of these young girls have been the work of the same person, or were they tragic, unrelated events? The idea of a serial offender operating in rural England remained a chilling thought, but without clear evidence, it could never be confirmed. April's family was devastated. Her parents, along with her siblings, clung to hope during those early days, hoping that somehow April would return, safe and sound. But as the hours turned into days and the days into weeks, that hope began to slowly fade. They couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible had happened, but they held on to the belief that perhaps, just perhaps, there was still a chance of finding her alive. The search for April continued, with every resource available being used to comb through the countryside and talk to anyone who might have seen something. But with each passing day, the fear of the worst grew stronger. Weeks turned into months, and the case grew colder. Despite all the efforts of the police, the lack of solid leads or any promising breakthroughs meant that the investigation could only go so far. Investigators followed every lead they could, but as time wore on, the trail became more and more difficult to follow. Each passing day without a new clue or piece of evidence made it harder for anyone to believe that April would be found. But still, her family refused to give up hope entirely. The case remained open, but it was clear that the likelihood of solving it diminished with every passing month. Forensic science at the time was limited, and without the advanced technology that exists today, investigators were left without the tools that might have helped them solve the case more quickly. There were no CCTV cameras to review, no mobile phone records to trace, and no DNA databases to consult. The technology that could have potentially led to a breakthrough was either non-existent or in its infancy. In the absence of modern tools, investigators relied heavily on witness testimony, physical searches, and the traditional methods of police work. But as the investigation wore on, those methods became less effective. The lack of any definitive evidence, no sign of April, no trace of the suspect, meant that the case grew cold faster than anyone had hoped. Had this case happened today, there might have been a much stronger chance of finding answers. With modern technology, the investigation could have taken a completely different turn. CCTV footage from nearby roads or towns might have shown something important. Mobile phone records could have been used to trace April's movements or to uncover contact with a potential abductor. DNA evidence could have been collected from any number of possible locations, offering vital clues to the person responsible. The resources available to investigators today could have helped piece together the mystery much sooner. But in 1969, those tools didn't exist. The investigators, despite their best efforts, were operating in an era where many of the techniques that are now commonplace in criminal investigations were still years away from being developed. The absence of modern technology left April's family and the entire community to grapple with the harsh reality that without new evidence, the case might remain unsolved. Despite their relentless hope and determination, the passage of time made the possibility of finding answers seem increasingly unlikely. In 2019, 50 years after April vanished, Norfolk police issued a renewed appeal for information. The anniversary of her disappearance marked a poignant moment for her family and the community, but it also brought a renewed sense of urgency. The passage of time had not diminished the need for answers. If anything, it had only made the mystery more haunting. With new developments in forensic technology, there was a glimmer of hope that the case could be solved, even after 5 decades. Advances in technology meant that previously overlooked evidence, perhaps hidden in files or stored away in evidence lockers, could now be re-examined with fresh eyes. Detectives hoped that the new tools available might reveal something that had been missed in the original investigation. Forensic genealogy, a groundbreaking advancement that had been instrumental in solving cold cases like that of the Golden State Killer, offered a promising new avenue for investigation. By using DNA samples to trace distant relatives and build family trees, this technology had helped authorities solve crimes that had remained unsolved for years. The possibility that this technique could be applied to April's case gave investigators new hope. Could a tiny piece of evidence, perhaps a scrap of clothing or an unnoticed trace of DNA, preserved from the original investigation, one day reveal the truth? Could this new scientific approach uncover a lead that would finally break the case wide open? Despite the optimism that came with these advancements, the renewed appeal did not immediately lead to any major breakthroughs. As of today, no one has been charged, no body has been found, and April Fab remains missing. The community still holds out hope, but the mystery persists unresolved. The pain of April's disappearance has lingered in Norfolk for over 50 years, but the potential for answers now feels more tangible than ever. Detectives continue to revisit old evidence, re-interview witnesses, and analyze any new information that comes in. But as of yet, there has been no significant movement forward. As time marches on, and more cases benefit from modern forensic technology, there remains the question: will April's case be one of those that is finally solved? Could a new piece of evidence, or perhaps a fresh perspective, shed light on the truth of what happened to this young girl all those years ago? For her family, the unanswered questions are unbearable. Did she suffer? The pain of not knowing the truth is something that April's family has lived with for decades. The memories of their daughter, of her laughter and her light, have been overshadowed by the questions that will never go away. Did she suffer in her final moments? Was she frightened or in pain? These thoughts haunt them, as they've never had the answers they so desperately need. The not knowing gnaws at their hearts, an ever-present ache that time has done little to dull. Was she taken far away? The uncertainty of where April might have ended up is another painful thought that lingers. Did the person responsible drive her somewhere far from Norfolk, far from her home? Or did something happen to her closer to where she was last seen? The lack of physical evidence, the absence of any sign of her, has left her family trapped in a nightmare where no resolution is within reach. They hold on to the hope that, somewhere out there, a clue might exist that could bring them closer to finding her, or at least understanding what happened. Is there someone still alive today who knows what happened but has never spoken out? This question is perhaps the most haunting. Could there be someone who holds the key to unlocking the mystery, but has never come forward? Someone who knows exactly what happened to April that day, but has remained silent all these years? The thought that the truth might be within reach, if only someone would speak up, is almost too much to bear. The years have gone by, but the possibility that someone, perhaps even someone close to the case, knows something remains a constant, nagging worry. April Fab's disappearance is a chilling reminder that some mysteries remain unsolved, lingering like shadows on quiet country roads. It serves as a testament to how elusive the truth can be, even in an era where technology has drastically changed the way investigations are conducted. Despite all the advancements, there are cases like April's that remain frozen in time, unanswered, unexplained, and unresolved. In a world filled with technology and forensic advancements, her case stands as an unsettling reminder that not all stories have a clear ending. A 13-year-old girl, a bicycle, and a journey that never reached its end. The silence that surrounds her disappearance still echoes loudly today. A story left untold, and a life left unfinished. If you or anyone you know has information about the disappearance of April Fab, please contact the authorities. Even the smallest detail could be the key to finally uncovering the truth. It is never too late to speak up, and the smallest piece of information might be what finally brings closure to a family that has suffered in silence for far too long. Welcome to Nightmare Lullabies. Here, we bring you chilling tales to keep you on edge while helping you unwind. If you enjoy our stories, don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss a new upload. Got a creepy story of your own? Share it in the comments below. We might feature it in a future video. Now sit back, relax, and let the story begin. The Cold Case of Christian Heiser, a tragic mystery in Belgium. On November 12, 1992, growing concern among the friends and classmates of Christian Heiser led to a chilling discovery that would leave a scar on the quiet student community of Brussels. Christian, a bright and ambitious 21-year-old economics student, had not been seen or heard from in days. For 3 consecutive days, she failed to attend her classes at the University Libre de Bruxelles, an uncharacteristic absence for the dedicated and disciplined young woman. For days earlier, Christian had mentioned to a close friend that she was feeling under the weather. She had reassured her friend that she just needed some rest and planned to stay in her small studio apartment on campus Irene V, a student residence in the bustling capital city of Belgium. But after that brief conversation, all contact ceased. Calls to her phone went unanswered, and attempts to visit her apartment were met with silence. Her absence began to weigh heavily on her classmates, who described Christian as someone who would never disappear without notice. One classmate, growing increasingly uneasy, decided to check on Christian in person. Arriving at her studio in the mid-morning hours, they knocked repeatedly on the door. The silence from within was deafening. The door remained firmly shut, and there were no signs of movement inside. Anxiety turned to dread as time passed with no response. Fearing that something terrible might have happened, the student made the critical decision to contact local authorities. Shortly after the call, the police arrived at the campus Irene V complex, accompanied by the building concierge and a team of firefighters. It was now approaching 12:45 p.m., and the group prepared to force their way into the studio. Using tools to break the lock, they entered Christian's small, 21-square-meter apartment. What they found inside would not only shatter the lives of her family and friends, but also haunt investigators and the community for decades. The cozy and modest apartment, meant to be a haven for Christian during her studies, had become the scene of an unthinkable crime. Bloodstains marked the floor, painting a grim picture of the violence that had unfolded within its walls. The tension grew as the group moved cautiously through the studio, eventually arriving at the bathroom door, which was locked from the inside. With their hearts pounding, the officers forced the door open. Inside the small, dimly lit bathroom, they discovered Christian's lifeless body. She was lying unclothed on the floor of the shower, surrounded by a pool of blood. A plastic bag had been placed over her head, further intensifying the horror of the scene. The sight was brutal and heartbreaking, leaving no doubt that the young student had met a violent and untimely death. As the reality of the discovery sank in, the once bustling student residence fell silent, gripped by shock and fear. The promising life of Christian Heiser had been stolen in an act of horrifying violence, and the search for answers was only just beginning. A scene of horror. As authorities stepped cautiously into Christian's modest 21-square-meter studio on campus Irene V, they were met with a deeply unsettling sight. The small apartment, which should have been a quiet refuge for the young student, bore the unmistakable marks of violence. A large pool of blood stained the floor near the living area, evidence of the gruesome attack that had taken place. Officers quickly moved to the bathroom door, which was locked from the inside, their sense of dread growing with every moment. When the bathroom door was finally forced open, the scene inside was even more horrific. Lying on the floor of the shower was Christian's lifeless body, a sight that would remain etched in the minds of everyone present. She was unclothed, her body surrounded by a pool of blood, and her head was encased in a plastic bag, tied tightly at the neck. The use of the bag added a chilling element to the crime, raising questions about whether it had been used to asphyxiate her or as a grotesque attempt to dehumanize the victim further. The brutality of the attack was immediately apparent. Christian had been stabbed 33 times, likely with a large kitchen knife, though the murder weapon was nowhere to be found. The stab wounds were concentrated on her torso and upper body, indicating a frenzied and deeply personal attack. The sheer number of wounds suggested a level of rage and violence that was difficult to comprehend. Despite the viciousness of the attack, investigators quickly noted that there were no signs of sexual assault, a detail that only deepened the mystery. If the crime wasn't motivated by sexual violence, then what could have driven someone to commit such an atrocious act? As they searched the studio for clues, they discovered that Christiane's keys and wallet were missing. This raised the possibility of a robbery gone wrong, but the theory didn't quite fit. There were no signs of forced entry into the apartment, and the killer had left behind other valuables, including her stereo and personal items. The missing items, her keys and wallet, took on an ominous significance. Investigators began to wonder whether the killer had taken them as trophies, a macabre reminder of their crime. Alternatively, it could have been an attempt to cover their tracks, using the keys to stage a later break-in, or disposing of the wallet to mislead authorities. These unanswered questions only added to the growing enigma of Christiane's murder. Adding another layer of strangeness, the shower where Christiane's body was found had been partially rinsed, as if the killer had tried to wash away evidence. However, the attempt was sloppy and incomplete, leaving behind a trail of blood that investigators hoped would yield critical forensic clues. The killer's actions suggested a mix of planning and impulsivity, someone who might have thought about aspects of the crime in advance, but was ultimately overwhelmed by the violence of their act. The combination of the locked bathroom door, the plastic bag, and the frenzied stabbing left investigators baffled. Was this a calculated murder with a specific motive, or an explosion of violence stemming from a chance encounter? The lack of clear answers haunted the team as they began the painstaking task of piecing together the events leading up to Christiane's final moments. For those who knew her, the thought of Christiane suffering such a fate was almost unbearable. She had moved to Brussels full of hope and ambition, ready to start a new chapter in her life. Now her bright future had been extinguished in an act of unimaginable cruelty, leaving behind a chilling crime scene and a host of unanswered questions. Who was Christiane Heiser? Born on June 3, 1971, in the bustling industrial city of Esch, Luxembourg, Christiane Heiser was a beacon of promise and positivity. Raised in the nearby town of Faceless, she grew up in a close-knit family alongside her parents and younger brother, Claude. From an early age, Christiane stood out for her bright personality and boundless energy. Her family fondly recalled her as a curious and adventurous child who approached life with enthusiasm and a radiant smile. Christiane's teenage years were marked by a love of music and sports. She had an ear for melodies and often found solace in her favorite songs, while tennis provided her with an outlet for her competitive spirit and love of physical activity. Balancing her studies and hobbies with ease, she was admired for her discipline and determination, traits that would later guide her as she pursued her academic ambitions. At 19, Christiane took a bold step that revealed her adventurous side. She participated in a year-long school exchange program in the United States. This experience broadened her horizons and left a lasting impression on her. The opportunity to live in a foreign country not only deepened her independence, but also fueled her passion for learning and exploring the world. Upon her return to Luxembourg, Christiane began to consider her next steps, carefully weighing her academic and professional goals. In the fall of 1992, Christiane embarked on an exciting new chapter in her life. She enrolled at the Université Libre de Bruxelles, ULB, to study economics, a field that perfectly matched her analytical mind and ambitions. Choosing to study in Brussels was not a decision made lightly. While she had initially considered moving to Scotland for her studies, the idea of being closer to her family ultimately won out. Her parents, relieved that she wouldn't be too far from home, supported her wholeheartedly. Finding housing in a new city, however, proved to be a challenge. After some searching, Christiane secured a modest studio apartment in the Campus Irina V residence, a student housing complex in the heart of the Belgian capital. The building housed many other students, including several from Luxembourg, which made the transition to city life a little easier. The 21-square-meter apartment was small but functional, with a kitchenette and private bathroom, a space she quickly made her own. Her move to Brussels was filled with the promise of new beginnings. Christiane was excited to immerse herself in university life make new friends, and pursue her dreams. Those who knew her described her as approachable and warm, someone who could light up a room with her presence. Though she had only been in Brussels for 5 weeks, she had already begun to settle into her routine, balancing her coursework with time spent exploring the vibrant city. Sadly, her dreams were cut short before they could fully take shape. On November 12, 1992, just over a month after she had moved to Brussels, Christiane's life came to a brutal and untimely end. Her murder shocked the community and devastated her family, leaving behind not only heartbreak, but also an enduring mystery. The memory of Christiane Heiser remains etched in the hearts of those who knew her. She was more than just a victim of a senseless crime. She was a daughter, a sister, a friend, and a young woman with a bright future ahead of her. Her story is a poignant reminder of the fragility of life and the devastating impact of violence, resonating far beyond the walls of the small apartment where her life was tragically taken. A case without answers. When police arrived at the crime scene in Christiane's small studio apartment, they sealed it off immediately, determined to preserve any potential evidence. What followed was a thorough and methodical investigation. Forensic experts meticulously combed the space, collecting DNA samples, fingerprints, and any other trace evidence that might provide clues about what had transpired. Every corner of the apartment was scrutinized, but as days turned into weeks, no clear narrative emerged from the evidence collected. Investigators turned to the people in Christiane's orbit for answers. Her neighbors and fellow students were interviewed extensively, but no one had seen or heard anything suspicious. That night, most of the building's residents had attended a welcome party for new students, held just across the hall. Christiane had chosen to stay in her apartment, perhaps still feeling unwell. Despite the proximity of the gathering, not a single person reported hearing screams or disturbances. It was as if the brutal crime had unfolded in complete silence, hidden from the world. Theories began to emerge. Could Christiane have surprised an intruder mid-burglary? Was this a planned attack, and if so, why her? Or, most disturbingly, could the killer have entered her apartment by mistake, targeting the wrong person? This last possibility gained traction when it was discovered that the apartment's previous tenant had been involved in the local drug scene. Could the killer have been seeking revenge, only to find Christiane instead? These speculative questions only deepened the mystery and highlighted the lack of concrete evidence. Despite their best efforts, the police could not piece together what had happened that fateful evening. The absence of witnesses, combined with the limited forensic tools of the early 1990s, made progress painstakingly slow. The investigation began to stall, leaving behind a haunting vacuum of unanswered questions. A web of false leads. Over the years, the case saw a revolving door of suspects, each more promising than the last, only to be ruled out as investigations progressed. The homeless man. One of the first suspects was a homeless man who had reportedly been seen sleeping in the hallway of campus Irina V, near Christiane's studio. The man's behavior drew further suspicion when police discovered he had been collecting newspaper clippings about the murder. Was this an unhealthy obsession, or was there a darker reason for his interest? Investigators interrogated him and took DNA samples to compare with the evidence from the crime scene. Despite the circumstantial oddities, the DNA results did not match. Without a genetic link to the crime, the homeless man was ruled out as a suspect. Christian Heinz. In 1993, a year after Christiane's murder, another student was brutally killed under chillingly similar circumstances. Inga Wetterluz, a 24-year-old woman living in Leuven, was attacked in her studio apartment, stabbed multiple times in the shower. A crime eerily reminiscent of what had happened to Christiane. The perpetrator, Christian Heinz, was caught and confessed to Inga's murder. Heinz was also revealed to have stalked female students in the area, compiling thousands of photographs and personal details about his potential victims. Among his belongings, police found a disturbing document detailing his methods for attacking women and ensuring he left no evidence behind. Given the striking similarities between the two cases, police turned their attention to Heinz, suspecting he might also be responsible for Christiane's murder. However, DNA evidence from Christiane's crime scene did not match Heinz, and he denied any involvement. Critics of the case have questioned whether errors in early DNA testing could have led to his exclusion, but no direct evidence has ever tied Hines to Christian's murder. Other notorious criminals. Over the decades, several high-profile serial killers and violent offenders have been linked, at least in theory, to Christian's case. Among them were Ronald Jansen, a Belgian teacher who later confessed to multiple murders, and Michel Fourniret, a notorious French serial killer known for targeting young women. Both men fit the profile of someone capable of such a brutal crime, but as with the other suspects, DNA evidence cleared them. Raphael Vinck. In 2000, Raphael V., a man convicted of murdering a French student in Tournai, came under scrutiny for his potential connection to Christian's murder. Vinck admitted that he had lived in and around Brussels for several months after the crime. Investigators believed they might have found a new lead, but once again, DNA testing ruled him out. With each suspect eliminated, the case became colder, and the frustration of investigators grew. The fact that Christian's murder remains unsolved despite so many avenues of investigation is a painful reminder of how elusive justice can be. Unresolved and haunting. The brutal murder of Christian Heiser remains one of Belgium's most haunting cold cases. Nearly every investigative lead has resulted in a dead end. DNA evidence, once a beacon of hope, has paradoxically been both a crucial tool for ruling out suspects and a source of frustration for its inability to identify a match. Critics have questioned the handling of the case, particularly in its early days, wondering if oversights or errors in forensic analysis might have hindered the search for justice. For Christian's family, the decades since her death have been a long and painful journey. Her parents and brother were forced to endure the unimaginable grief of losing their daughter and sister in such a violent and senseless way. Compounding their pain is the lack of answers. Questions about who killed Christian and why remain unanswered. Christian's death stands as a stark reminder of how fleeting life can be, and how violence can shatter even the most promising futures. She was a bright young woman with dreams and aspirations, loved by everyone who knew her. The tragedy of her loss has left a scar not only on her family, but also on the larger community. Final thoughts. More than 30 years later, the murder of Christian Heiser continues to cast a long shadow over Belgium. The case serves as a chilling example of how even with modern technology and advances in forensics, some crimes remain shrouded in mystery. Was Christian the victim of a random act of violence, or was there a more sinister and targeted motive behind her death? For now, these questions remain unanswered, and justice remains elusive. The passage of time has not dulled the pain of her loss, nor has it extinguished the hope that one day, the truth will finally come to light. Welcome to Nightmare Lullabies. Here, we bring you chilling tales to keep you on edge while helping you unwind. If you enjoy our stories, don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss a new upload. Got a creepy story of your own? Share it in the comments below. We might feature it in a future video. Now sit back, relax, and let the story begin. The unsolved disappearance of Dennis Martin. It was Father's Day, June 14, 1969. The Martin family, Father William, Mother Violet, 6-year-old Dennis, and his older brother Douglas, set out to enjoy a weekend in the breathtaking Great Smoky Mountains National Park. The family, hailing from Knoxville, Tennessee, had planned a relaxing camping trip, one filled with hiking, picnics, and quality time in the serene wilderness. Dennis was a lively and curious boy, full of energy and excitement. That day, he was dressed in a bright red t-shirt, a practical choice his parents made to ensure he stood out against the lush green of the forest. The weather was perfect, the air fresh and cool, and the family was looking forward to a peaceful escape. But none of them could have imagined that their joyful outing would end in heartbreak, mystery, and unanswered questions that persist more than 50 years later. The day started like any other camping trip. The Martin family hiked along well-marked trails, taking in the beauty of the Smoky Mountains. By the afternoon, they reached Spence Field, a picturesque meadow surrounded by thick woods, where they decided to rest and have lunch. While relaxing, the Martins encountered another family, the Keys, who were also out enjoying the park. The children from both families hit it off immediately and began playing together, laughing and chasing each other across the meadow. At one point, the kids came up with a playful plan. They would split up and hide in the nearby bushes to surprise their parents. Dennis, eager to join in, went off on his own to find the perfect hiding spot. His father, William, watched him head toward the tree line. He wasn't far, just a few dozen feet away, still in sight. But within minutes, Dennis was gone. When the other children leapt out of their hiding places, Dennis didn't reappear. At first, his parents thought he might be playing a prank or had wandered slightly farther than planned. But as the minutes ticked by and there was no sign of him, worry set in. William began calling his name, his voice echoing through the meadow. When there was no response, panic took over. Within hours, a full-scale search was underway. Park rangers, volunteers, and eventually the National Guard were called in. Over the following days, more than 1,400 people scoured the surrounding area, combing through the dense forest, steep terrain, and remote trails. Helicopters flew overhead, search dogs were brought in, and every effort was made to find the boy. But the forest seemed to swallow Dennis whole. There were no footprints, no clothing, and no signs of a struggle. Search dogs reportedly became confused, losing any scent trail they picked up. One particularly chilling detail came from a family named Key, who had been hiking a few miles from where Dennis disappeared. Around the same time Dennis went missing, the Key family claimed they heard a loud, unsettling scream. When they looked around, they saw a figure large and shadowy, moving through the woods, as if it were carrying something. At first, they thought it might have been a bear, but the description didn't match. Some speculated that it could have been a person, perhaps even someone who had abducted Dennis. The disappearance of Dennis Martin sparked a storm of theories, each more unsettling than the last. Lost in the wilderness. The most straightforward explanation is that Dennis wandered too far into the dense forest and became disoriented. The Smoky Mountains are vast and unforgiving, filled with dangerous terrain, wildlife, and unpredictable weather. If Dennis got lost, it's possible he succumbed to the elements. But this theory doesn't explain why no trace of him was ever found, not even a shred of his red t-shirt. Abduction. The Key family's account of the shadowy figure has led many to believe that Dennis was abducted. Some locals have long whispered about so-called feral people living deep in the national parks, isolated individuals or groups who shun society and live off the land. While there's no concrete evidence of this, it remains a popular theory. Wildlife attack. The Smoky Mountains are home to black bears and other predators. However, an animal attack would have likely left behind evidence, tracks, clothing, or worse. The complete lack of physical evidence makes this theory less plausible. Something supernatural. Over the years, some have suggested that Dennis's disappearance might have been caused by something beyond human understanding. From strange electromagnetic phenomena to ghostly presences said to haunt the park, these ideas stray into the realm of the paranormal. While these theories are more speculative, they've gained traction in certain circles, especially given the eerie silence and lack of clues in Dennis's case. Despite the exhaustive search efforts, Dennis Martin was never found. The dense wilderness of the Great Smoky Mountains seemed to hold its secrets tightly, offering no clues as to what happened to the bright, energetic 6-year-old who had been playing so innocently that day. For days, weeks, and even months after the disappearance, his family held on to hope that he might be found. But as time dragged on and the search efforts waned, hope turned into despair. The official investigation was eventually closed, much to the dismay of Dennis's parents, William and Violet Martin, who were left with nothing but unanswered questions and unimaginable grief. Every Father's Day became a bitter reminder of the son they had lost, and the peaceful wilderness they once loved turned into a symbol of their worst nightmare. William reportedly spent years revisiting the area, desperate to find anything, any sign that could explain what had happened. The silence of the forest, however, was unyielding. The family was also haunted by what-ifs. What if they had kept Dennis closer? What if they had stopped him from wandering into the woods? What if they had searched in a different direction or acted faster? These thoughts plagued them, amplifying their sorrow and leaving scars that never healed. The disappearance of Dennis Martin remains one of the most infamous and unsettling missing persons cases in U.S. history. Over the decades, the case has inspired countless theories and has been the subject of documentaries, podcasts, and heated discussions among true crime enthusiasts, outdoor adventurers, and conspiracy theorists alike. To many, the story of Dennis Martin serves as a cautionary tale about the unpredictability of nature and the thin line between safety and peril in the wilderness. For those who venture into the Great Smoky Mountains, the story of Dennis Martin is a lingering shadow, a chilling reminder of how easily someone can vanish, even with friends and family mere feet away. The case has also led to renewed calls for better safety measures in national parks, but the truth remains. The wilderness is vast and unforgiving, and sometimes no amount of preparation can protect against its mysteries. To this day, people visiting Spence Field claim to feel an eerie stillness, as if the woods themselves remember what happened. Some locals believe that Dennis's spirit lingers in the area, lost and searching for a way back to his family. Others feel an oppressive sense of being watched when hiking alone, as though the forest is hiding something, or someone, that doesn't want to be found. Dennis's disappearance continues to haunt not only his family, but the countless people who have followed the case over the years. It's a chilling, unresolved mystery that serves as a reminder of how fragile our connection to safety truly is, especially in the face of nature's vast, impenetrable wilderness. What truly happened to Dennis Martin on that sunny day in June 1969? It's a question that has plagued investigators, experts, and the Martin family for decades. Did he simply wander too far into the wilderness, becoming lost in the dense, unforgiving forest? Or was there something far more sinister at play? The lack of answers has only fueled the mystery, leaving room for speculation, theories, and unease. Why was there no physical evidence of any kind? Not a single footprint, article of clothing, or even a shred of material was ever recovered during the extensive search. The terrain was rugged, yet the Martin family, along with hundreds of volunteers and professionals, scoured the area tirelessly. How could a small child vanish so completely in such a relatively short amount of time? For many, this question alone defies explanation. The case becomes even murkier when considering the sighting reported by the Key family. Camping several miles away from Spence Field, the Key family claimed they had seen a figure darting through the woods, something they described as a wild-looking man carrying something over his shoulder. Could it have been Dennis? If so, why wasn't the lead fully investigated? The authorities dismissed the possibility, claiming the distance between the sightings and Spence Field was too far for Dennis to have traveled in that time frame. Yet doubt remains. What did the Key family really see that day? Was it merely a coincidence, or does it hold the missing key to Dennis's fate? Even the FBI's involvement in the case raised eyebrows. Why were federal agents so quickly brought into what was initially assumed to be a tragic, but straightforward missing person case? Some believe their involvement points to something unusual or classified, though officials maintain it was standard procedure for such a high-profile disappearance. And then there's the wilderness itself. The Great Smoky Mountains are vast and mysterious, stretching for over 800 square miles of rugged terrain, dense foliage, and remote areas that few have ever set foot in. It's a place where nature reigns supreme, and even the most experienced hikers can lose their way. Did Dennis succumb to the elements, unable to find his way back to his family? Or was he taken by someone, or something, lurking in the shadows of the forest? The unanswered questions surrounding Dennis Martin's disappearance make it one of the most unsettling and debated cases in modern history. How could a child vanish in plain sight in the company of loved ones? How did the massive search effort, which included hundreds of volunteers, search dogs, and even military personnel, fail to turn up even the smallest trace of him? The Great Smoky Mountains are said to hold their secrets tightly, and Dennis's disappearance is no exception. It serves as a chilling reminder of how easily someone can vanish, even in the presence of others. To this day, the woods at Spence Field seem to whisper with an unspoken truth, as if the answers are just out of reach. For the Martin family, these unanswered questions are a source of ongoing pain. They are left only with memories of a smiling 6-year-old boy and a gnawing void where closure should be. And for those who hear his story, Dennis Martin's case is a haunting testament to how fragile our connection to safety and understanding truly is. What do you think happened to Dennis Martin? Let us know in the comments below. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more true crime and unsolved mysteries. Hello and welcome to Nightmare Lullabies. As you settle in for the night, prepare to be immersed in a world of eerie whispers and unsettling tales, designed to both chill and soothe. Now close your eyes, relax, and let the darkness carry you away. And if these nightly tales captivate you, feel free to join our community for more whispered secrets. The early morning light seeped through the narrow streets of Athens as Georgios Karaibas parked his car outside his home. It was a crisp, cool day in April, and the city hummed with life. People rushing to work, cafes opening their doors, and the distant sounds of honking cars echoing through the urban sprawl. But for Georgios, the day carried a different weight, a weight that he had felt growing heavier with each passing month. As a veteran crime journalist, Georgios had spent decades unraveling the web of corruption that seemed to tighten around Greece's most powerful institutions. He was respected by his colleagues, feared by criminals, and most importantly, watched by those who had much to lose if the truth ever reached the public eye. He had built his career on exposing the kind of darkness that thrived in the shadows, the kind of darkness that did not appreciate the intrusion of a journalist's flashlight. Georgios had just left his office, a small yet well-equipped newsroom where he had been putting together his latest investigative piece. He had been digging into a case that, if exposed, could rock the very foundations of Greek politics and law enforcement. He had uncovered links between high-ranking officials, criminal syndicates, and police officers who had sworn to uphold justice, but were instead profiting from the illicit deals of the underground world. His work was dangerous, but he had never let fear dictate his actions. He had received threats before, anonymous messages warning him to back off, phone calls with voices on the other end that remained silent before abruptly hanging up, even strangers lurking outside his workplace. But this was part of the job. It came with the territory of speaking the truth in a country where silence often proved more profitable. As he stepped out of his car that fateful day, his mind was filled with thoughts of his next steps. He was closer than he had ever been, to proving the undeniable link between organized crime and the very people meant to protect the public. He had secured confidential documents, insider testimonies, and financial records that painted a damning picture of corruption at the highest levels. His hands tightened around the briefcase he carried, filled with notes and evidence that could finally break the story wide open. He had promised his editor that he would deliver the final draft within the next few days. But first he needed to go home, rest, and prepare for what was to come. But he never made it inside. As he turned toward his front door, a motorcycle suddenly roared up the quiet street. Two masked men dressed in black stopped just feet away from him. Before he could react, one of them pulled out a silenced pistol and aimed it directly at him. The first shot rang out, hitting him in the chest. He staggered back, gasping as pain seared through his body. Another shot followed, then another. The attackers fired 12 rounds in total, 6 of them striking Georgios, ensuring that he would never reach his front door. He collapsed onto the pavement, his body motionless, his briefcase slipping from his grip. The street, once filled with the normal hum of daily life, was now eerily silent, broken only by the fading sound of the motorcycle disappearing into the distance. Neighbors rushed outside, their horrified gasps filling the air. Someone screamed. Someone else called the police. But by the time help arrived, it was too late. Georgios Karaibas, one of Greece's most fearless journalists, lay lifeless on the cold concrete. His work, his investigation, his final story, left unfinished. The news of his assassination spread like wildfire. Colleagues, friends, and press freedom organizations across the globe condemned the act, demanding justice. But those who knew how the system worked feared the worst. Would there be an investigation? Certainly. Would it lead to the killers? Unlikely. And just like that, one of Greece's most shocking assassinations would begin its descent into becoming another unsolved cold case. But some weren't willing to let that happen. Some would continue his work. Some would demand answers. And some would find themselves walking in the very footsteps that had led Georgios Karaibas to his death. The question was, would they suffer the same fate? The afternoon sun cast long shadows over the streets of Athens, yet the chill in the air was not from the setting sun, but from the horrifying realization that one of Greece's most fearless journalists had been silenced. The news of Georgios Karaibas' murder spread like wildfire. with major news stations interrupting their scheduled programs to broadcast the assassination. Journalists, activists, and citizens alike were glued to their screens, watching as reporters stood near the cordoned-off crime scene, their voices tense with the weight of what had just happened. The street where Georgios had lived and died was no longer just another quiet residential area. It had become the epicenter of what would soon be known as one of Greece's most shocking cold cases. Yellow police tape stretched across the pavement, blocking onlookers from getting too close, though the lifeless body had long been taken away by forensic specialists. The pool of blood remained, a gruesome reminder that whoever had orchestrated this killing had meant to send a message. As police officers scoured the scene for evidence, reporters scrambled to piece together the events of the assassination. Within hours, speculation began to spread. Was this the work of organized crime? A political hit? An act of revenge? Those closest to Georgios knew one thing for sure. This was no random act of violence. It was an execution, carried out with the kind of precision that suggested professional killers were involved. By the evening, the Greek police held a press conference, standing stiffly behind a podium as they assured the public that an investigation was already underway. Yet even as they spoke, there was an unshakable sense of doubt among those who listened. Many suspected that the very people responsible for upholding justice were tangled in the same corruption Georgios had spent his life exposing. Behind closed doors, officers debated their next move. The security footage from a nearby building had captured the attack, but the killers had been careful. Helmets obscured their faces, their motorcycle was stolen, and no identifiable features could be seen. Witnesses had been too shocked to provide meaningful descriptions beyond the obvious. Two men, dressed in black, acting with chilling efficiency. A few detectives who had followed Georgios's work over the years knew that this case would not be easy. He had spent decades writing about organized crime, revealing how deep the rot of corruption spread through the government, law enforcement, and the private sector. His reporting had unearthed dangerous secrets, and those secrets had now claimed his life. Despite the growing pressure to produce leads, the investigation stalled within days. Files were delayed, subpoenas ignored, and key witnesses refused to speak. The case, which had initially been the top priority of law enforcement, quickly found itself buried under bureaucratic red tape. Meanwhile, Georgios's wife, Katerina, was left to pick up the pieces of a shattered life. Their home, once a place of warmth and safety, now felt hollow without him. She barely slept, haunted by the gruesome reality of his murder. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the blood-stained pavement where her husband had fallen. She heard the echoes of the gunshots that had stolen him away. She felt the weight of his absence in every corner of the house. Despite her grief, Katerina refused to stay silent. She made public appeals for justice, appearing on news channels to demand answers. Georgios dedicated his life to uncovering the truth, she told a reporter through teary eyes. And now I demand the truth about what happened to him. Her words struck a chord with the Greek people. Protests broke out in front of government buildings, with citizens holding signs that read "Justice for Georgios" and "Journalism is not a crime." The public, though divided on many issues, was united in their outrage over his assassination. Yet even as pressure mounted, those in power remained eerily silent. As the weeks turned into months, interest in the case began to fade. News outlets, once relentless in their coverage, moved on to other stories. The government issued vague statements about ongoing investigations, but there were no arrests, no suspects, and no breakthroughs. It was a story the powerful wanted to disappear, and slowly but surely, it was slipping from the public consciousness. But not everyone was willing to forget. Georgios's colleagues, those who had worked alongside him, knew that to let his murder go unsolved was to allow fear to win. If those responsible for his assassination remained in the shadows, it meant that every journalist in Greece was at risk. The message would be clear: speak the truth, and you may pay the price. One of his closest friends, Nikos, a fellow investigative reporter, refused to let the story die. He compiled everything Georgios had been working on before his death: his notes, his unfinished articles, his recorded interviews. What he found only deepened his suspicions. Georgios had been on the verge of publishing a damning exposé about high-ranking officials with ties to organized crime. If his sources were correct, he had evidence that would shake the very foundation of Greece's leadership. The realization hit Nikos like a punch to the gut. This wasn't just a murder. This was a cover-up. And if he wasn't careful, he could be next. As Katerina lit a candle at Georgios's grave, she whispered a silent promise. I will not let them bury the truth. She didn't know how, and she didn't know when, but she vowed that her husband's killers would not remain in the shadows forever. The case of Georgios Karaivas may have gone cold, but some fires refused to be extinguished. And as long as there were those who remembered him, as long as there were those willing to fight, the truth still had a chance to be uncovered. The only question was, who would be brave enough to continue his work? The days following Georgios Karaivas' assassination blurred into a haze of unanswered questions, conflicting narratives, and an overwhelming sense of fear that gripped both the journalistic community and the public. The initial shock of his death had now transformed into cold, calculated silence. The headlines that once screamed in outrage were slowly replaced by newer, less controversial stories. It was as if a collective force was working tirelessly to erase his name from the public discourse. But for those who had known him, those who had worked alongside him and witnessed his relentless pursuit of the truth, forgetting was not an option. If anything, his murder had only amplified the suspicion that what Georgios had uncovered in his final weeks was so damning that powerful figures had deemed his silence necessary. Nikos, one of his closest colleagues, sat at his cluttered desk in a dimly lit office, sifting through the final notes and files that Georgios had been working on. The weight of what he was about to do pressed heavily on his chest, but he knew he had no choice. He had to pick up where Georgios had left off. The files were extensive, filled with coded messages, contact names, hidden accounts, and a pattern that pointed to a disturbing reality. Georgios had been investigating something much larger than anyone had realized. His notes detailed a network of corruption that spanned beyond organized crime and into the highest levels of law enforcement, politics, and even corporate entities. Nikos's fingers trembled as he turned the pages. If what he was reading was true, then Georgios had been steps away from revealing one of the biggest scandals in modern Greek history. The implications were staggering. As he continued reading, he found a name that made his blood run cold. It was someone he recognized. Someone in the government. Someone who had publicly denounced Georgios's work in the past, calling him a dangerous provocateur. And now Georgios was dead. Nikos swallowed hard, his pulse quickening. He needed to act fast, but he also needed to be careful. He was no fool. He knew the same forces that had gone after Georgios would come for anyone who tried to expose them. He reached for his phone, debating whether to call one of his trusted contacts in the press. But something stopped him. He felt like he was being watched. Meanwhile, in a sleek, high-rise office overlooking the city, a man in a tailored suit leaned back in his chair, watching the news on a large screen. His face remained expressionless as the anchor briefly mentioned Karaivas' name, before moving on to a lighter segment about the upcoming election season. Just as expected, he murmured, swirling a glass of whiskey in his hand. Across from him, another man, younger, more anxious, shifted in his seat. There's still talk, he said cautiously. People are asking questions. His wife won't stop making statements to the press. The older man smirked. She's grieving. She'll tire herself out. And the public? He took a slow sip. They forget. Always. The younger man hesitated. And the investigation? A slow chuckle escaped the older man's lips. What investigation? The room fell into silence. The message was clear. The investigation would go nowhere, just like it always had when the right people ensured it. Nikos was no fool. He knew that digging too deep could cost him his life, just as it had cost Georgios his. But he also knew that stopping now would mean that they had won, that they could continue to operate in the shadows untouchable. He reached for a USB drive, plugging it into his laptop. He began copying Georgios's files, making backups in multiple locations. He wasn't going to be reckless, but he wasn't going to let this die either. That night, as he locked his office door and stepped onto the street, he pulled his coat tighter around himself. The air was crisp, but something else sent a shiver down his spine. A feeling, a presence. He glanced over his shoulder. A black car was parked across the street. The engine was running, but no headlights were on. The tinted windows made it impossible to see inside. His breath caught in his throat. He turned, forcing himself to walk at a steady pace, not wanting to break into a sprint and confirm that he was afraid. but his instincts screamed at him. He needed to get out of Athens. Fast. The train station was quieter than usual, the late evening air filled with the distant hum of traffic. Nikos clutched his small backpack tightly, its weight a reminder of the responsibility he carried. Inside were Georgios Karaivas' notes, his last investigative leads, the secrets that had cost him his life. Nikos had spent years uncovering corruption, but this was different. This wasn't just another case, this was a death sentence waiting to happen. As he approached the ticket counter, he glanced over his shoulder. The black car that had been parked outside his office was nowhere to be seen, but the feeling of being watched had not left him. He had made sure to take a long, indirect route to the station, doubling back through alleyways and slipping into crowded areas. Still, he knew better than to assume he was safe. "Where to?" the clerk asked, barely looking up from his screen. "Thessaloniki." "One way," Nikos replied, his voice steadier than he felt. The clerk tapped on the keyboard, printed his ticket, and handed it over without a second glance. Nikos exhaled slowly and made his way to the platform. The train arrived minutes later, its doors sliding open with a mechanical hiss. He stepped inside, choosing a seat near the back where he could see the entrance. The train jerked forward, pulling out of Athens and into the night. Nikos' pulse slowed slightly, but his mind remained alert. He pulled out his phone and typed a message to an encrypted contact. "Leaving Athens. Have Georgios's files. Need a secure place to go through them." A few minutes later, a response blinked onto the screen. "Understood. Get to the address I sent earlier. Do not contact anyone else." Nikos locked his phone and slipped it into his pocket. He leaned his head back against the seat, exhaustion creeping in. He hadn't slept in over 24 hours, but there was no time for rest. He had stepped into the fire now, and there was no turning back. Meanwhile, back in Athens, Katerina Karaivas sat at her kitchen table, staring at the flickering candle in front of her. The shadows danced along the walls, a reminder of the darkness that had seeped into her life. The loss of her husband still felt surreal. One moment he had been there, his presence filling the room with quiet strength. The next he was gone, ripped away by unseen hands, by forces too powerful to fight alone. Her phone buzzed. She hesitated before answering. The caller ID was blocked. "Hello," she said, her voice cautious. A pause. Then a distorted voice came through the line. "Stop asking questions." Her grip on the phone tightened. "Who is this?" "You don't want to know. Let it go, Mrs. Karaivas. Walk away before you end up like him." The line went dead. Katerina sat frozen, the weight of the threat settling over her. They were watching. They knew she wasn't giving up, and they wanted to remind her what was at stake. She looked down at her husband's wedding ring, still on her finger, and made a decision. She wouldn't stop. Far from the city, in a dimly lit warehouse near Thessaloniki, two men sat at a metal table, reviewing documents spread out before them. They had been expecting Nikos. They knew what he carried. One of the men, older with graying hair, exhaled deeply. "If he has what we think he has, this changes everything." The younger man nodded. "We need to move fast. If they know he's coming, they'll do whatever it takes to make sure he never gets here." The older man tapped his fingers against the table. "Then we make sure he does." The clock was ticking, and for Nikos, Katerina, and anyone else searching for the truth, the danger was only beginning. The train rattled through the darkness, the rhythmic clatter of the tracks a temporary lullaby for the exhausted Nikos. He hadn't slept properly in days, and the weight of Georgios Karaivas' files in his backpack seemed to grow heavier with every passing mile. He shifted in his seat, glancing around the nearly empty train car. A woman sat 2 rows ahead, staring absently out the window. An old man in the corner snored softly. No one seemed to be watching him, but the paranoia in his gut refused to subside. The message he had received earlier still lingered in his mind. "Get to the address I sent earlier. Do not contact anyone else." Whoever was on the other end of that encrypted line, he had no choice but to trust them now. As the train neared Thessaloniki, Nikos pulled his hoodie tighter over his head and gripped his backpack, his fingers tightening over the straps. He needed to get off unnoticed. If he had been followed from Athens, stepping into the open would be dangerous. He waited until the train slowed, watching as the station lights grew closer. At the last moment, he rose, slipping toward the opposite door just as the train came to a stop. He stepped onto the platform and immediately turned right, blending into the sparse crowd. Thessaloniki was colder than Athens, the night air crisp against his skin. He kept his pace steady but unhurried, resisting the urge to look over his shoulder too often. He had studied the map earlier. His destination was an abandoned warehouse near the old docks. A discreet location, but also one that could easily be a trap. He walked for nearly 20 minutes before arriving. The warehouse loomed in the moonlight, rusted metal doors shut tight, graffiti covering parts of the old brick exterior. Nikos hesitated, the fear in his chest twisted tighter. If this was a setup, he had nowhere to run, but standing out in the open was just as dangerous. He took a deep breath and knocked twice. A pause, then a faint shuffle of movement inside. A small slot in the door slid open, revealing a pair of wary eyes. "Who sent you?" a gruff voice demanded. "A mutual friend," Nikos replied, keeping his voice even. "I have information about Georgios Karaivas." The eyes studied him for a moment before the slot snapped shut. A second later, the door creaked open just enough for Nikos to slip inside. The dimly lit space smelled of dust and motor oil, a few old crates scattered along the concrete floor. In the center of the room stood two men, both watching him intently. One was the older man he had spoken to before, graying hair, sharp eyes. The other was younger, lean and tense, his fingers twitching near his belt. "You came alone?" the older man asked. "Yes." The younger man exchanged a glance with his companion before nodding toward the table. "Show us what you have." Nikos set his backpack down carefully, unzipping it and pulling out the folders of documents. He spread them across the table, the papers a chaotic mix of financial records, coded messages, and personal notes from Georgios himself. The older man leaned in, his expression darkening as he scanned the pages. "These names," he muttered. "This isn't just organized crime. This goes all the way up." Nikos nodded. Georgios was close to exposing them. He had proof that politicians, high-ranking officials, even law enforcement were working with the syndicates. That's why they killed him. The older man exhaled sharply, rubbing his temple. "If this gets out, it won't just be Greece watching. International agencies will get involved. The people behind this won't let that happen." The younger man spoke up, his voice low. "We need to move fast. If they know we have this, they'll come after us just like they did with Georgios." Nikos clenched his jaw. He had expected danger, but now it felt more real than ever. "Then we can't hide. We go public. Expose them before they have a chance to silence us." The older man shook his head. "It's not that simple. If we leak this without the right backing, they'll dismiss it as conspiracy theories. We need evidence that can't be ignored. We need more." Nikos swallowed hard. He had barely escaped Athens. Now they were telling him this was just the beginning. "Then we find more," he said, his voice steadier than he felt. "We finish what Georgios started." The older man studied him for a long moment before nodding. "Then we better move quickly, because we're running out of time." Back in Athens, Katerina Karaivas sat alone in her darkened apartment, clutching a photo of her husband. Her hands shook not from grief, but from anger. The phone call had confirmed what she already knew. Her husband's death wasn't just another case. It was a warning. She wiped her tears and reached for her phone. She had been a journalist's wife for too long to back down now. If the authorities wouldn't find justice for Georgios, she would do it herself. She dialed a number she hadn't used in years. "I need your help," she said when the line picked up. "It's time to bring them down." A pause, then a quiet voice on the other end. "Tell me everything." As the city slept, the battle for the truth had begun. The streets of Thessaloniki were quieter than usual, the cool night air filled with the distant sounds of the harbor. Nikos stood outside the warehouse, his heart still pounding from the weight of the conversation that had just taken place. They had the evidence, but evidence alone wouldn't be enough. The people behind Georgios Karaivas' murder had connections, power, and the ability to manipulate narratives before the truth could ever reach the public. He tightened the straps of his backpack, feeling the documents pressing against his spine. They were racing against time, and he knew that every second wasted was a second closer to being hunted down. Inside, the older man, known only as Marcos, was already devising a strategy. He had spent years operating in the shadows, gathering intelligence on Greece's most untouchable figures. His network was wide, But even he knew this mission required more than just information. They needed allies. They needed people who couldn't be bought, who wouldn't be intimidated. Marcos placed his palms flat on the table, staring at Nikos. We can't just drop this and hope it goes viral. These men control everything: media, law enforcement, even sections of the government. If we don't do this the right way, we're dead before the truth even gets out. Nikos exhaled sharply, the reality sinking in. Then what do we do? The younger man, Andreas, leaned forward. We need to go deeper. If Georgios was killed for what he found, that means there's more. Something he didn't get the chance to uncover. If we can find that missing piece, we might have a real shot at forcing this into the light. Marcos nodded. We need to retrace his steps. Where was he in the weeks before his death? Who did he speak to? What leads was he following that made him a target? Nikos pulled out his phone and opened the last few emails Georgios had sent him. One stood out, a name he hadn't recognized at first: Dimitris Kalogrias. He mentioned meeting someone named Kalogrias, Nikos said, sliding his phone across the table. Said he had information that could break the whole case wide open. But Georgios never told me what it was. And now he's dead. Marcos frowned. I know that name. Kalogrias was a mid-level fixer, a go-between for politicians and criminal syndicates. If he was talking, it meant he was scared. And if he's still alive, that means someone wants him quiet. Andreas stood, grabbing his jacket. Then we find him before they do. Across the city, in a dimly lit apartment, Katerina Karivas sat with her contact, a former police investigator named Stavros. He had left the force years ago, disgusted by the corruption that had seeped into every level of the system. But now he was back in the game, because this wasn't just any case. This was personal. Stavros leaned forward, studying the list of names Katerina had compiled. These men, I've heard whispers about some of them. The kind of whispers that get people killed. Katerina's jaw tightened. They killed my husband. I don't care how powerful they are. I want them exposed. Stavros nodded slowly. Then we do this properly. We gather what we can. We make sure when we strike, there's no way for them to bury it. Katerina met his gaze, her voice firm. Then we better move fast. Because I have a feeling they already know we're coming. Hours later, Nikos and Andreas arrived at an old mechanic's shop on the outskirts of the city. The metal shutters were pulled down, but a single light glowed from inside. Nikos knocked twice, then once more in a rhythmic pattern. A few seconds later, the door creaked open, revealing a gaunt man with sunken eyes and a face lined with paranoia. Dimitris Kalogrias? Nikos asked. The man hesitated before nodding. Who wants to know? We're here because of Georgios Karivas. At the mention of the name, Kalogrias stiffened. His eyes darted past them to check the street before he stepped back, motioning for them to enter. The door shut behind them with a heavy clang. You shouldn't have come here, Kalogrias muttered, pacing the small room. You have no idea what you're getting yourselves into. Andreas crossed his arms. Then tell us. Kalogrias exhaled shakily, running a hand through his unkempt hair. I was supposed to meet Georgios a few days before he was killed. He had something big. I don't know what exactly, but he said it was the final piece. Nikos narrowed his eyes. And you didn't think to come forward after he was murdered? Kalogrias let out a bitter laugh. Come forward? To who? The police? The same people who are on their payroll? I'd be dead before I finished my sentence. Andreas stepped closer. So why are you still alive? Kalogrias swallowed hard. Because I didn't tell them everything. They think I don't know enough to be a threat. But if you're here, that means you have the rest of it. Nikos pulled out a small flash drive and held it up. We do. But we need what you have too. Kalogrias hesitated, then nodded slowly. All right. But if we're doing this, we do it my way. Because trust me, they're already watching. The room fell silent. They had the key to Georgios's final discovery. But now they had to figure out how to use it before it got them all killed. And time was running out. The weight of what they had uncovered pressed heavily on Nikos's shoulders as he and Andreas left the mechanic's shop. Dimitris Kalogrias had given them more than just information. He had given them a target. A name. Someone who had been working in the shadows, pulling strings to keep the truth buried. The name was Leonidas Vretos. Vretos wasn't just another corrupt politician or businessman. He was a power broker, a man who operated outside the reach of law enforcement, protected by the very people meant to uphold justice. His name had come up in Georgios Karaivas's investigation multiple times, but there had never been anything concrete, until now. As they walked toward their car, Nikos couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The street was empty, save for the occasional passing vehicle, but his instincts screamed at him. They were in dangerous territory now. "We need to move fast," Andreas said as they reached the car. "Kalogrias made it clear. If Redos finds out we're digging into him, we won't get another chance." Nikos nodded and slid into the driver's seat. "We have to be smart about this. We can't just confront him. We need leverage." Andreas pulled out his phone. Kalogrias said he had access to encrypted emails between Redos and key players in the syndicate. If we can get those emails, we can prove that Georgios was on the verge of exposing him. Nikos started the engine and pulled onto the road. "Then that's our next move. But we need to be careful. Redos isn't the type to leave loose ends." Meanwhile, in Athens, Katerina Karaivas sat across from Stavros in a dimly lit cafe. She had spent the last few days going through her late husband's files, and the deeper she went, the more she realized how much danger he had been in. Stavros leaned forward, his voice low. "You understand what this means, don't you? If your husband was killed to protect Redos, then the people behind this are more powerful than we thought." Katerina clenched her fists. "That doesn't mean we stop." Stavros studied her for a moment before nodding. "Then we need proof. Something that can't be denied, something that forces the authorities to act." Katerina took a deep breath. "I think I know where to start." Nikos and Andreas arrived at a small apartment complex on the outskirts of Thessaloniki. Kalogrias had told them this was where the encrypted files were stored. The apartment belonged to an old friend of Georgios, someone who had been helping him keep his research hidden. They knocked twice, a pause, then once more. The door opened a crack, revealing a tired-looking man in his 50s with wary eyes. "You're here for the files," he said. Nikos nodded. "We don't have much time." The man hesitated before stepping aside and letting them in. The apartment was cluttered but filled with stacks of documents, hard drives, and old newspapers. He led them to a small desk with a laptop already open. "These are the emails," he said, pointing at the screen. "They're heavily encrypted, but I've been working on breaking them." Andreas leaned over, scanning the screen. "How much longer?" The man exhaled. "A few more hours. Maybe less." Nikos clenched his jaw. "Then we wait." But as they settled in, the nagging feeling of being watched returned. Outside, in the distance, the headlights of a black SUV flickered through the blinds. They weren't alone. The hunt had begun. The dim glow of the laptop screen illuminated the cramped apartment as Nikos, Andreas, and their contact watched the decryption process inch toward completion. Outside, the black SUV remained parked across the street, its occupants hidden behind tinted windows. The silence in the room was thick with tension. "We don't have much time," Nikos muttered, glancing out through the blinds. "Whoever they are, they're waiting for something." Andreas clenched his fists. They could be waiting for us to lead them to something, or someone. Their contact, still typing furiously, let out a slow breath. "I'm almost there. Just keep watch." Nikos' mind raced. If these files contained what they hoped, direct proof of Redos' involvement in Georgios Karaivas's murder, then their enemies would do anything to keep it buried. He pulled his phone out and sent a single message to Katerina. "We found something. Be ready." In Athens, Katerina sat in her car outside a government building, staring at the entrance. She knew she was being watched, had been, ever since she refused to let Georgios' murder fade into obscurity. But she had learned from her husband's work. Fear was a weapon, and she refused to let them use it against her. Her phone buzzed. Nikos' message. Her breath hitched as she read it. If they had found proof, real proof, then it was time to make a move. She started her engine and pulled out into the street, her destination clear. She needed to find Stavros. He was the only one who could ensure this evidence reached the right hands, if such hands even existed anymore. Back in Thessaloniki, the laptop chimed. "It's done," their contact whispered. Nikos and Andreas leaned in, scanning the screen. Line after line of emails, transaction logs, and meeting records filled the document. It was worse than they had imagined. Redos wasn't just covering up corruption. He was orchestrating it. Payments to law enforcement officials, bribes to politicians, connections to criminal syndicates. And buried deep within the messages was an order dated just days before Georgios Karayvaz's murder. Eliminate the problem. Ensure no loose ends. Nikos swallowed hard. This is it. Andreas pulled out a flash drive, quickly transferring the files. We need to get out of here now. A knock on the door shattered the tense silence. 3 short taps. Then another. Nikos froze. No one else knew they were here. The man at the laptop paled. That's not a good sign. Andreas reached for his gun, but Nikos stopped him. We don't know who it is. Another knock. This time more insistent. Then the door handle turned. Whoever was outside wasn't planning on waiting any longer. The doorknob twisted with slow, deliberate pressure. Whoever was on the other side wasn't here by accident. They were waiting for the right moment to strike. Nikos locked eyes with Andreas, his breath shallow. The older man at the laptop quickly shut the device, yanking out the flash drive. The air in the apartment felt stifling, thick with tension. There was no way out except through that door, or the window, 3 stories above solid pavement. Another knock. This time harder, more impatient. Andreas reached for his gun, tensing as Nikos signaled for silence. The 3 men stood frozen, listening. The seconds dragged like hours. Then, the doorknob stopped moving. Heavy footsteps retreated down the hallway. A moment of relief washed over them, before the sound of splintering would fill the air. Bang! The door crashed open. A masked figure burst through first, armed with a silenced pistol, sweeping the room with predatory precision. Behind him, another man, taller, broader, eyes scanning the apartment with military discipline. Their weapons were drawn, their intent clear, no witnesses. Andreas reacted first. He fired. The shot cracked through the apartment, hitting the first intruder square in the chest. The man staggered but didn't fall, his body armor absorbing most of the impact. The second attacker lunged forward, returning fire. A bullet tore into the wall inches from Nikos' head as he dove for cover. Move! Andreas shouted, pushing their contact toward the window. Nikos grabbed the flash drive and shoved it into his pocket, his heart hammering. The wounded intruder raised his weapon, but Andreas shot him again, this time in the head. The man crumpled, lifeless. The second gunman didn't hesitate. He pivoted, squeezing the trigger, his bullet grazing Andreas' shoulder. Blood spattered the floor as Andreas gritted his teeth, returning fire. The assassin ducked, rolling toward cover, and Nikos seized his chance. He lunged for the laptop, smashing it against the floor. If they couldn't take it with them, no one would. Go! Nikos yelled. Their contact threw open the window, hesitation flashing across his face. 3 stories was a long way down, but staying was a death sentence. More gunfire erupted behind them. The second attacker, now cornered but relentless, fired wildly as he attempted to retreat. Bullets shattered glass, tore through furniture. Nikos felt something sting his arm but ignored it, adrenaline pushing him forward. One by one they jumped. The impact was brutal. Nikos hit the ground hard, pain jolting up his legs, but he forced himself up. Andreas landed next, wincing but still standing. Their contact groaned, clutching his ankle, sprained but not broken. Above them, footsteps pounded toward the window. More were coming. Run! They took off down the alley, the sounds of sirens in the distance. Nikos barely had time to think, his focus singular. Get out, stay ahead, don't look back. And yet, he knew this wasn't over. Whoever had sent those men wasn't done with them yet. The real fight was only beginning. The rain had started falling by the time Nikos, Andreas, and their wounded contact reached the outskirts of the city. Their clothes were soaked, their bodies aching from the impact of the jump, but stopping wasn't an option. They had barely escaped with their lives, and whoever had sent those assassins would not stop hunting them now. Andreas pressed a hand to his shoulder, blood seeping between his fingers. His face was pale, but his jaw was clenched in determination. We need a safe place. Somewhere they won't look. Nikos pulled out his phone, fingers trembling as he sent a coded message to Katerina. We were ambushed. Safe house compromised. Need extraction. A response came almost immediately. Go to the old docks. Warehouse 17. I'll meet you there. Andreas gave a sharp nod. Then that's where we're going. In Athens, Katerina slammed her phone onto the table, her mind racing. She had been prepared for pushback, but this was something else. Whoever was orchestrating this cover-up wasn't just trying to silence them. They were erasing every trace of Georgios' investigation, eliminating anyone connected to it. Stavros, the former investigator, paced nearby. This is escalating faster than I expected. If they're willing to send hit squads, that means you're closer to the truth than they're comfortable with. Katerina exhaled sharply. We need to go public now. If we wait any longer, they'll find a way to bury this for good. Stavros frowned. Not yet. If we release what we have without securing our people, they'll be hunted down one by one. We need to hit them where it hurts. Give them something so undeniable that they can't make it disappear. Katerina clenched her fists. Then we need more proof. Stavros nodded grimly. And I think I know where to find it. Nikos and Andreas reached the docks just before midnight, their breath visible in the frigid air. Warehouse 17 loomed ahead, its rusted doors barely holding together. They knocked in the prearranged pattern, two slow, one fast. The door creaked open and Katerina stepped back, letting them inside. Her eyes widened when she saw Andreas wound. You're hurt, she said, already grabbing a medical kit. Andreas waved her off. It's nothing. Nikos pulled out the flash drive. We got it. The emails, the money trails, everything tying Vredos to Georgios' murder. But they know we have it. They sent killers after us. Katerina's grip on the medical kit tightened. Then we use it now. We expose him before he can silence anyone else. Andreas shook his head. It's not enough. We need more. We need something so explosive that even his allies will turn on him. Stavros stepped forward. I might have exactly what we need. Everyone turned to him. I know where Vredos keeps his insurance policy, documents, recordings, blackmail material. If we can get our hands on that, we'll have enough leverage to bring his entire operation down. Nikos narrowed his eyes. Where? Stavros hesitated before saying, in the vault beneath his private estate. A silence settled over the group. Breaking into the home of one of the most powerful men in Greece was suicide. But at this point, it was their only chance. The tension in the warehouse was suffocating. The faint hum of the city beyond the docks felt like another world. One where people carried on with their lives, oblivious to the war raging in the shadows. Nikos leaned against a rusted metal shelf, running a hand through his damp hair. The enormity of what they were about to do pressed down on him like a crushing weight. Breaking into the estate of Leonidas Vredos was nothing short of madness. The man was untouchable, surrounded by security, protected by layers of corruption so thick that no one dared to challenge him. And yet here they were preparing to do exactly that. Katerina paced near the entrance, arms crossed tightly over her chest. We need a plan, she said, her voice firm. A real one, not just running in and hoping we get lucky. Stavros exhaled slowly. I can get us inside. I worked cases involving Vredos' security team years ago. He rotates his guards every 2 weeks, but some of the internal staff stay longer. I still have a contact, a man who owes me more than a few favors. Andreas frowned. And you trust him? No, Stavros admitted. But I trust that he values his own survival. If we offer him a way out, he might help us. Nikos pushed away from the shelf, his mind racing. Let's say we get inside. What exactly are we looking for? Stavros turned to Katerina. You said Georgios kept files on Vredos' blackmail operations. If we find those, we'll have leverage. If we find something bigger, something that links him directly to murder, trafficking, or worse, we can bring the entire system down. Katerina nodded. Georgios always said that men like Vredos don't just protect themselves with money. They collect secrets. He has something that keeps his allies in line, something so dangerous that no one dares to betray him. Andreas let out a low whistle. And we're going to steal it. Nikos clenched his fists. Yes, because if we don't, we're dead anyway. The next night, under the cover of darkness, the group approached Vredos' estate. The sprawling mansion sat on the outskirts of Athens, surrounded by high stone walls and dense forests. Security cameras tracked every entrance, motion sensors lined the perimeter, and armed guards patrolled the grounds. They had one shot. Stavros' contact had given them a narrow window between guard rotations when the estate was at its most vulnerable. Once we're inside, we move fast, Stavros whispered. No unnecessary risks. If we don't find what we need in 30 minutes, we get out. Katerina adjusted the small earpiece linked to their getaway driver. Understood. Andreas checked his firearm. Let's do this. Nikos took a deep breath, steadying himself. For Georgios. With that, they slipped into the shadows, moving toward the estate that held the secrets capable of bringing everything crashing down. The night air was thick with tension as Nikos, Andreas, Katerina, and Stavros crouched behind the dense hedges bordering Leonidas Breto's sprawling estate. The mansion loomed in the distance, its high walls and security systems a testament to the wealth and power of the man inside. This was no ordinary residence. It was a fortress designed to keep people like them out. Stavros adjusted the earpiece connected to their driver, parked a few blocks away in an unmarked van. We move now. The outer patrol just switched rotations. We have 4 minutes. Nikos exhaled slowly, gripping the rope he carried. Then let's go. Andreas was the first to move, sprinting low to the ground until he reached the stone wall. Without hesitation, he tossed the rope over, the hooked end catching onto the ledge above. He climbed swiftly, his training evident in his precision. As soon as he reached the top, he secured the rope for the rest of them. One by one, they climbed over, landing silently in the neatly manicured garden below. The scent of fresh-cut grass mixed with the faint aroma of cigars wafting from an open balcony above. The house was alive despite the late hour. They had expected that. Men like Breto's didn't sleep early. Katerina clutched a small flashlight, keeping it off for now, but ready. Her heart pounded against her ribs, but her resolve didn't waver. This was for Georgios. Service and trance, Stavros whispered, pointing toward a narrow doorway near the side of the mansion. It leads to the kitchen. Fewer guards. They moved swiftly, pressing against the walls as they approached the entrance. Stavros produced a small tool from his belt and went to work on the lock. The seconds stretched unbearably long before a soft click signaled their way inside. The door opened, revealing the gleaming stainless steel counters of an industrial kitchen. The space was empty save for the low hum of the refrigerator and the lingering scent of expensive wine. They slipped inside, moving carefully toward the main hallway. "This way," Stavros whispered, leading them past the dining room. Ornate chandeliers cast dim golden light over the polished marble floors. Nikos spotted a security camera ahead. "Wait!" He reached into his bag, pulling out a small device. He aimed it at the camera and pressed a button. The red light blinked off, jammed temporarily. They moved deeper into the estate, the walls lined with expensive paintings and glass cases filled with rare artifacts. Breto's didn't just hoard money, he collected power, history, influence. And somewhere in this house, he kept secrets that could bring it all crashing down. "The vault is in his office," Stavros murmured. "Second floor. End of the east wing." They reached the staircase, pausing to listen. Footsteps echoed above. A guard. Andreas motioned for silence. The guard's pace was slow, methodical. Routine. When he disappeared around the corner, they moved. Up the stairs, each step carefully measured. The hallway stretched long and quiet, doors lining each side. At the very end, a heavy wooden door stood half open. The office. Stavros led the way, pushing inside and immediately heading toward the bookshelf along the back wall. "The vault is behind here," he said, pulling at a specific volume. A click echoed through the room, and the shelf slid open, revealing a steel door embedded into the wall. A keypad blinked beside it. Katerina felt her throat tighten. "Can you open it?" Stavros nodded. "It'll take time." He pulled a small device from his pack, attaching it to the keypad. The screen flashed numbers as it began decoding the lock. Minutes passed in silence, each second agonizingly slow. Then, a sharp creak from the hallway. Nikos turned just in time to see a shadow moving behind the glass panels of the office door. And then, the alarm blared to life. Red lights flashed as a robotic voice echoed through the house. Security breach detected. Footsteps thundered toward them. They had been caught, and now there was no turning back. The shrill alarm echoed through the halls of the mansion, drowning out everything else. Nikos' breath hitched as he spun toward the door, his mind racing. Heavy footsteps thundered toward them, accompanied by the unmistakable metallic sound of weapons being drawn. "We're out of time," Andreas growled, gripping his pistol. Stavros' fingers flew over the device attached to the vault keypad. Just a few more seconds. Katerina stood frozen for a moment before forcing herself to move. She grabbed a heavy chair and wedged it under the doorknob. It wouldn't hold for long, but it would buy them a few precious seconds. A loud bang rattled the door as a guard tried to force it open. "Hurry, Stavros!" Nikos shouted, glancing at the security monitor on the desk. Red dots moved rapidly toward their location. They weren't just sending a few guards. Vretos was mobilizing his entire security force. The keypad beeped, and Stavros exhaled sharply as the lock disengaged with a soft click. "We're in!" Andreas yanked the vault door open, revealing rows of neatly organized files, hard drives, and stacks of cash. But none of that mattered. They needed the real evidence, the one thing that could bring Vretos down. Katerina's eyes darted over the shelves, searching for something, anything that stood out. And then she saw it, a black leather-bound journal, tucked away in a small locked box. It looked old, well-worn, as if it had been handled many times before. "This has to be it," she whispered, reaching for it. Andreas used his knife to snap the lock, flipping the book open. Pages filled with dates, names, bank transfers, everything they needed. "This is the kill list," Stavros muttered, his face pale. "It's not just bribery. This details every political hit, every silenced journalist, every judge and police chief on Vretos' payroll." Nikos shoved the journal into his backpack. "We have what we came for. Now we need to get out." Another crash at the door. The chair splintered, the wood cracking under the pressure. "Go!" Katerina urged. Stavros grabbed a flash drive from one of the vault's compartments. "This has to be the digital backups," he muttered, shoving it into his pocket. The door finally burst open. Armed guards stormed in, weapons raised. Andreas fired first, dropping one of the men before ducking behind the vault door for cover. Nikos grabbed Katerina's wrist and pulled her toward the balcony door. "We can't fight our way out. We need another exit." Stavros scanned the room, his mind racing. "There's a fire escape outside the west wing. We can make it if we move now." Bullets tore through the walls as the team scrambled. Katerina clutched the evidence to her chest as they ran, their only hope resting in the damning information they had just stolen. But getting in had been the easy part. Now they had to survive getting out. The gunfire followed them as they bolted down the hallway, the echoing cracks reverberating through the vast mansion. Nikos gritted his teeth, gripping Katerina's wrist tightly as they sprinted toward the western wing. Andreas and Stavros covered their retreat, firing in short, precise bursts to slow the guards who were now flooding into the office. "The fire escape should be just ahead," Stavros shouted, pointing toward a set of double doors at the end of the corridor. Andreas reloaded as they ran, his breathing sharp and controlled. "We won't make it if they cut us off downstairs. We need a diversion." Nikos glanced back. "We don't have explosives. What do you suggest?" Andreas smirked. "We make some noise." He stopped in his tracks and fired at a large, ornate chandelier hanging above the hallway. The heavy glass structure shattered, crashing down in a violent explosion of shards and debris, momentarily blocking their pursuers. "Go, go, go!" Andreas barked. They reached the fire escape door. Stavros shoved it open, revealing a narrow metal staircase leading down to the darkened gardens. Rain had started to fall, making the metal slick beneath their feet. Katerina clutched the journal to her chest as she climbed down as fast as she could. Nikos followed, keeping a hand on the railing for balance. Andreas and Stavros covered them from above, firing sporadically before quickly descending after them. The moment their feet hit the ground, the mansion's security floodlights blazed to life, illuminating the gardens like a stage. More guards swarmed onto the balconies above, rifles raised. "Run!" Stavros shouted. They dashed toward the tree line, dodging the bullets that ripped into the wet grass around them. Their getaway driver, a trusted contact named Theo, was waiting just beyond the trees in a black SUV, engine running. As they neared the vehicle, Theo threw the passenger door open. "Get in!" Nikos yanked the door open and shoved Katerina inside. Andreas and Stavros dove into the back seat, slamming the door just as Theo hit the gas, the tires screeching against the wet pavement. Bullets slammed into the vehicle's reinforced frame, but the SUV held. They sped down the narrow road, away from the estate, away from Vretos' reach, at least for now. Everyone was breathing hard, adrenaline still surging through their veins. Katerina clutched the journal, her fingers trembling. "We did it," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the pounding rain outside. Nikos exchanged a look with Andreas. "We got out, but it's not over." Stavros checked the flash drive in his pocket, his expression dark. Now we take this to the world. Theo glanced at them through the rearview mirror. Then we better find a safe place to do it, because Vredos won't stop hunting you now. As the SUV disappeared into the stormy night, they all knew. This was just the beginning of the final battle for the truth. The SUV tore through the winding mountain roads, the city lights of Athens fading behind them. Rain lashed against the windshield as Theo gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white with tension. The weight of what they had stolen from Vredos' estate sat heavy in the back seat. Katerina clutching the journal, Stavros holding the flash drive containing the digital proof of decades of corruption, bribery, and political assassinations. "Where are we heading?" Nikos asked, his voice tight. "The safe house outside Delphi," Theo answered, eyes locked on the rearview mirror. "It's off the grid. No cameras, no cell reception. If we stay in Athens, we're dead by sunrise." Katerina exhaled slowly. "We don't have time to hide. We need to get this out now." Nikos nodded. "She's right. If we wait, they'll cover their tracks, eliminate loose ends. We need to take this straight to the press." Theo glanced at them in the mirror. "And which journalist do you trust with this?" Silence filled the car. After what had happened to Georgios Karaivas, they all knew the answer. "There's one man," Stavros said finally. "Christos Leventis. He's one of the last real investigative journalists in Greece. If anyone has the guts to run this story, it's him." Andreas scoffed. "If he's still alive by morning." Theo took a sharp turn, the SUV skidding slightly before regaining traction. "We can't go to his office. It'll be under surveillance." Katerina straightened. "His wife runs a bookstore in Nafplio. He sometimes meets sources there." Stavros nodded. "That's our best shot. We get there before dawn." Hours later, they pulled into a deserted alley behind the small bookstore. The rain had slowed, the first hints of dawn creeping over the horizon. Theo killed the engine, and they sat in silence for a moment, catching their breath. "This is it," Nikos murmured. "No turning back." They stepped out of the car cautiously, scanning the empty streets. Katerina clutched the journal tightly as they approached the door. Stavros knocked. 2 short raps, then a pause, then one more. The door opened slightly, revealing a weary, middle-aged woman with deep-set eyes. She studied them for a long moment before stepping aside. "He's in the back." They followed her inside, the scent of old books and ink filling the air. Christos Leventis sat at a wooden table, papers and notes spread before him. His sharp eyes flicked up as they entered. "I was wondering when you'd come," he said, gesturing for them to sit. Katerina placed the journal on the table. "This is everything. Names, dates, payoffs, murders. Proof that Vredos has been running the biggest criminal empire in Greece from the shadows." Leventis reached for the book, flipping through the pages. His expression darkened as he skimmed the evidence. "My God," he muttered. "This isn't just corruption. This is systemic control." Stavros slid the flash drive across the table. "This is all the digital records. Bank transactions, intercepted emails. It confirms everything." Leventis leaned back, exhaling. "If I run this, they will come for me." Katerina met his gaze. "They already came for Georgios. If we don't stop them now, they'll keep killing until there's no one left to fight." A long silence stretched between them. Finally, Leventis nodded. "I'll need time to verify everything. A day at most." "We don't have a day," Andreas warned. "Vredos knows we took something. It won't take long before he figures out who we're giving it to." Leventis rubbed his chin. "Then we go public immediately." He pulled out his phone and began dialing. "I have a contact at Reuters. If we push this through international media, it'll be harder for them to suppress." Katerina felt her heart race. This was it. The moment Georgios had fought for. The moment he had died for. Leventis looked at them again. "You need to disappear for a while. If this story breaks, there will be consequences." Nikos swallowed hard. "We've already made our choice." Leventis stood. "Then it's time." The next 24 hours were a blur. By sunrise, the files had been sent to major international media outlets. By noon, the first reports had surfaced. Leaked documents reveal massive corruption scandal in Greece, spreading like wildfire. By nightfall, protests erupted in Athens demanding justice. And by morning, Leonidas Vredos was missing. The government denied involvement, but whispers circulated that he had fled the country. Some said he had been taken out by his own associates to keep him from talking. Others believed he had simply vanished into the underground world he had helped create. For Nikos, Andreas, Katerina, and Stavros, there was no celebration, no victory parade. They had survived, but they knew the battle wasn't truly over. The machine they had exposed wouldn't crumble overnight, and new players would rise to take Breto's place. But for the first time in a long time, the truth had won. And Georgios Karaiva's fight had not been in vain. As they stood on a quiet beach, watching the waves crash against the shore, Katerina closed her eyes, whispering into the wind. "We did it, Georgios." Hello and welcome to Nightmare Lullabies. As you settle in for the night, prepare to be immersed in a world of eerie whispers and unsettling tales, designed to both chill and soothe. Now close your eyes, relax, and let the darkness carry you away. And if these nightly tales captivate you, feel free to join our community for more whispered secrets. The city of Bergen, Norway, had always been known for its picturesque scenery, charming streets, and quiet way of life. Nestled between fjords and mountains, it was the kind of place where people felt safe, where danger felt like something that only existed in distant headlines. That all changed in November 2018, when a young woman named Ellen Haugen vanished without a trace. Ellen was a 27-year-old graduate student at the University of Bergen, studying marine biology. Described by friends and family as intelligent, kind, and fiercely independent, she was someone who rarely made enemies. She lived alone in a modest apartment near the city center, close to the university and the harbor, where she often spent time working on research projects. On the evening of November 12, 2018, Ellen was last seen leaving a local cafe near Bryggen, a historic district lined with colorful wooden houses. Surveillance footage showed her walking alone, dressed in a thick navy blue coat and a gray scarf. She appeared to be in no rush, her hands tucked into her pockets against the cold. She had sent a final text message to her best friend, Ingrid Lund, at 8:47 p.m. saying, "Heading home now. See you tomorrow." It was the last time anyone heard from her. The next morning, when Ellen failed to show up for an early lecture she was supposed to assist with, her professor grew concerned. Calls to her phone went straight to voicemail, and messages remained unread. By midday, Ingrid went to Ellen's apartment, only to find the door locked. Her car was parked outside untouched. There were no signs of forced entry, no indication that anything was wrong. But Ellen was gone. By that evening, the police were contacted, and an official missing persons case was opened. Investigators quickly pulled surveillance footage from the area surrounding the cafe, confirming that Ellen had indeed left alone. But the footage ended abruptly just 2 blocks away, near a dimly lit intersection where security cameras were sparse. Beyond that point, she simply disappeared. Authorities conducted a widespread search, focusing on nearby waterways, wooded areas, and the university campus. Helicopters, search dogs, and volunteers combed through every possible lead. But days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, with no sign of Ellen Haugen. The case grew more perplexing when investigators began piecing together the final days leading up to her disappearance. Friends mentioned that Ellen had been unusually distracted, even anxious, though she had brushed it off as stress over an upcoming research presentation. Her phone records showed several calls to an unknown number the week before she vanished, calls that lasted only seconds before abruptly disconnecting. When police traced the number, they found that it was registered under a false name. Then came the most chilling clue of all. 3 weeks after Ellen disappeared, her bank card was used at a small gas station nearly 120 kilometers away, in a remote town near the Swedish border. The security footage from the station showed a hooded figure approaching the ATM, withdrawing cash, then walking away quickly. The person never looked directly at the camera, and the footage was too grainy to determine if it was Ellen or someone else using her card. Had Ellen left voluntarily? Was she taken against her will? If so, why had there been no ransom demands, no evidence of struggle? And who had she been trying to reach in the days before she vanished? As the years passed, the case of Ellen Haugen remained one of Norway's most haunting disappearances. With no suspects, no motive, and no body, the questions only deepened. This is the story of what happened, or perhaps what didn't happen, the night Ellen Haugen disappeared. and the mystery that continues to haunt those who knew her. The first 48 hours following Ellen Haugen's disappearance were critical. Investigators worked around the clock, retracing her steps from the moment she left the cafe in Brigham to the last known footage of her near the dimly lit intersection. But despite their best efforts, no solid leads emerged. Ellen's family, devastated by the uncertainty, pleaded with the public for information. Her parents, Henrik and Lise Haugen, appeared on national television, their voices trembling as they described their daughter. "She wouldn't just disappear," Henrik said firmly. "Something happened to her. Someone out there knows something." Detectives interviewed everyone in Ellen's life. Her friends, colleagues, neighbors, even her ex-boyfriend Marcus, who had recently moved to Oslo. He was cooperative, providing an alibi that checked out. He hadn't spoken to Ellen in over a month and seemed genuinely shocked by her disappearance. What puzzled investigators most was the absence of any evidence of struggle. If Ellen had been abducted, why was there no sign of it? No witnesses had reported hearing a scream. No one had seen her being followed. It was as if she had simply stepped off the face of the earth. Then, a break in the case came in the form of a taxi driver. 2 days after Ellen vanished, a man named Lars Eriksson came forward, claiming he had picked up a young woman matching Ellen's description late that night near the intersection where she was last seen. According to Eriksson, she seemed nervous, constantly looking over her shoulder. When he asked where she wanted to go, she hesitated before finally saying, "Just drive for a while." He described her as fidgeting with her phone, but when he glanced in the rearview mirror, she had turned it off. Eventually, she asked to be dropped off near a quiet residential area on the outskirts of Bergen. When Eriksson asked if she was meeting someone, she simply said, "It's fine. Thank you," and left. The lead was promising, but once again it led to a dead end. The area where she had been dropped off had no surveillance cameras, no witnesses who recalled seeing her, and no additional clues. Police searched nearby streets, checked abandoned buildings, and went door to door asking questions. But Ellen was gone. Meanwhile, her phone records were analyzed further. Investigators found something unusual. 3 calls made the evening before she disappeared, all to the same unregistered number. The calls lasted only seconds before disconnecting. When authorities attempted to trace the number, they found it was linked to a prepaid SIM card purchased at a convenience store 2 weeks earlier. The buyer had used cash. No identification. No surveillance footage of the purchase. As the case gained more media attention, theories began to swirl. Some believed Ellen had discovered something she wasn't supposed to, perhaps related to her marine biology research. Others speculated she had been involved in a secret relationship, one she was trying to hide. A more chilling theory suggested that she had been stalked by an unknown person, someone who had been watching her movements for weeks before finally making their move. Despite the overwhelming sense of urgency, days turned into weeks, and then months. The search parties grew smaller, and leads became colder. The police remained dedicated, but with no concrete evidence, the case was slipping further into mystery. Then came another strange development. 5 months after Ellen's disappearance, a hiker in the remote forests outside of Flam, nearly 170 kilometers from Bergen, stumbled upon something odd. A single black leather glove, half buried in the dirt. It was damp, partially decayed, but clearly out of place. The hiker, having seen the news coverage of Ellen's case, immediately contacted authorities. When police arrived, they scoured the surrounding area. No body, no phone, just the glove. A forensic analysis later confirmed that it contained Ellen Haugen's DNA. What was her glove doing in a remote area so far from home? Had she traveled there willingly? Had someone taken her there? And if so, where was she now? As detectives struggled to answer these questions, one thing became clear. Ellen's disappearance wasn't just a case of someone getting lost. Something much more sinister had happened, and the mystery was only deepening. The discovery of Ellen Haugen's glove in the remote forests outside of Flam reignited the investigation. For months, the case had been at a standstill, with only fragments of leads that seemed to go nowhere. Now, for the first time in nearly half a year, there was something tangible, something that placed Ellen far from her home in Bergen. But the question remained, how did it get there? Forensic teams combed through the dense woodland area where the glove had been found, searching for any sign of human activity. They used drones, cadaver dogs, and infrared scanning to check for disturbed ground, but nothing else of significance surfaced. No clothing, no personal belongings, no signs of struggle. The Norwegian police expanded their search radius, questioning hikers, locals, and anyone who might have been in the area around the time of Ellen's disappearance. A few people recalled seeing a dark-colored sedan parked along the roadside a few days after she vanished, but the details were vague. No license plate, no identifying features. Just a car sitting in the fog, its driver unseen. Meanwhile, detectives revisited the strange phone calls Ellen had made before she disappeared. They reached out to telecommunications experts to analyze the call records again, hoping to uncover something they had missed. This time they found something. The calls had pinged off a cell tower near Voss, nearly an hour outside of Bergen and close to the direction of Flam. Had Ellen gone there willingly? Had she been lured? And why had the number she dialed been deactivated almost immediately after her disappearance? The media frenzy surrounding the case reached new heights as the discovery of the glove made headlines across Norway. Theories began to flood in. Some suggested Ellen had been abducted by someone she knew. Others believed she had stumbled upon something dangerous in her research. But one theory in particular began to gain traction: the presence of an unidentified person who had been watching her. Ingrid Lund, Ellen's best friend, came forward with a troubling detail she hadn't previously shared. A few weeks before Ellen vanished, she had confided in Ingrid about a feeling she couldn't shake, the sense that she was being followed. She had dismissed it at the time, thinking it was just paranoia from long study nights and stress, but now Ingrid wasn't so sure. Investigators pored over surveillance footage from the university, Ellen's apartment, and nearby public transport hubs. Then they saw it, in footage taken from a tram station near Ellen's apartment just a week before she disappeared. A man dressed in dark clothing could be seen standing near the entrance, watching as Ellen boarded. He didn't get on the tram, nor did he approach her. He simply stood there, unmoving, his hands tucked into his pockets. The same man appeared in footage from a cafe Ellen had visited 2 days before she vanished. He was in the background, sitting at a table near the window, seemingly reading a newspaper. But when zoomed in, his eyes were on Ellen. This wasn't a coincidence. This was stalking. Detectives worked tirelessly to identify the man, running the footage through facial recognition software. But nothing came up. He had no criminal record, no known aliases, and no one seemed to recognize him. It was as if he had no history, just a shadow lurking in the background of Ellen's final days. As investigators continued to dig, another strange discovery was made. A second glove. It was found deep in the undergrowth, nearly 50 meters away from the first. Unlike the first, this one was slightly torn, as if it had been caught on something. DNA testing confirmed it belonged to Ellen. But the most unsettling part? There were faint traces of someone else's DNA on the inside of the glove. Whoever had been with Ellen that night had left a mark. And for the first time, investigators had evidence that this wasn't just a case of a missing person. It was a crime. With renewed determination, the investigation pressed forward. But the deeper they dug, the more questions arose. Where had Ellen gone that night? Who was the man in the footage? And if he had been watching her, why hadn't he come forward? The search for answers was only just beginning. As the case of Ellen Haugen deepened, so did the unease within the small community of Bergen. The discovery of her second glove in the remote woodlands near Flam added another layer of complexity, leaving more questions than answers. Who had been with her that night? And what had truly happened in the hours following her last confirmed sighting? With the newly discovered DNA evidence on the second glove, forensic teams intensified their efforts, running the sample through national and international databases. But the results came back inconclusive, no match. Whoever had been with Ellen was not in any criminal records, at least not under any known identity. Investigators turned their focus to the mysterious man caught in surveillance footage. They pored over every frame, trying to extract any identifiable feature. The problem was he had been careful, his face partially obscured, his clothing nondescript. Still, the consistency of his appearances near Ellen in the days leading up to her disappearance suggested more than coincidence. This was planned. In an effort to find out more, the police revisited Ellen's friends, colleagues, and even distant acquaintances, asking if anyone had ever seen the man before. One person, a classmate named Martin, hesitantly came forward with a troubling story. "Ellen told me something weird about 2 weeks before she went missing," he admitted. "She said she thought she saw someone outside her apartment building a few nights in a row. Just standing there." Martin hadn't thought much of it at the time, assuming it was a nosy neighbor or someone waiting for a ride. But now he realized there had been something deeper in Ellen's unease. She hadn't been simply paranoid, she had been watched. Investigators immediately retrieved surveillance footage from near Ellen's apartment for the nights leading up to her disappearance. Hours of grainy footage revealed disturbing confirmation. A shadowy figure standing across the street, just beyond the reach of a street lamp. He never moved toward the building, never approached her directly, but he was there night after night. Always watching. The deeper the investigation went, the clearer it became that Ellen's disappearance wasn't random. She had been targeted. Meanwhile, detectives continued to follow the financial lead from her bank card's use at the gas station nearly 120 kilometers away. They scoured transaction records and security footage, but once again hit a wall. The footage was too blurry, the angle too poor to make out the person withdrawing money. Whoever it was, they had known how to avoid detection. Then, a breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A retired fisherman named Lars Eklund, who lived near the forests of Flam, reported something peculiar. A few days after Ellen's disappearance, he had spotted a car parked in an unusual location along the road leading into the forest. "It was strange," Eklund said when questioned. "Most people don't park there. It's too remote, not near any hiking trails. But this car just sat there for hours. Then one morning it was gone." When asked to describe the car, he could only recall that it was dark-colored, possibly navy or black, and that it had foreign plates that weren't from Norway. This revelation sent investigators scrambling to check records of foreign vehicles entering Norway around the time of Ellen's disappearance. While cross-referencing incoming and outgoing vehicles, they found something intriguing. A dark blue sedan registered to a man from Sweden had entered Norway 2 days before Ellen disappeared and left the country 4 days later. The car's owner, Anton Dahlgren, was a Swedish national with no known connection to Ellen. He had no criminal record, no previous involvement in missing persons cases. But when Norwegian authorities reached out to their Swedish counterparts for more information, they were met with an alarming discovery. Dahlgren had also disappeared. His car had returned to Sweden, but he hadn't been seen since. His phone was deactivated, his apartment untouched. It was as if he had simply vanished, just like Ellen. Had Dahlgren been involved in Ellen's disappearance? Or was he another victim, caught in a web of something much larger? With 2 missing persons and an ever-growing mystery, investigators realized they were no longer dealing with a simple case. This was something far more sinister. The discovery of Anton Dahlgren's disappearance sent shockwaves through the investigation. Until now, detectives had been focused solely on finding Ellen Haugen, but now they faced an even deeper mystery. Was Dahlgren connected to Ellen, or was he another victim in a larger, more sinister plot? Interpol was brought into the case, expanding the search beyond Norway and Sweden. They began tracking any movements associated with Dahlgren before his disappearance. What they found only deepened the mystery. A trail of unexplained travel. Dahlgren had been moving frequently in the months leading up to Ellen's disappearance. Records showed that he had traveled to Germany, Denmark, and even as far as the Czech Republic, often staying for only a few days before moving on. But there was one common thread in all of his movements. Each location he visited had reported missing persons cases around the same time. This realization sent a chill through investigators. Was Dahlgren a predator? Or had he stumbled onto something he wasn't supposed to? Meanwhile, back in Norway, forensic teams combed through every aspect of Ellen's life again. This time, they examined her research notes, trying to determine if she had uncovered something that might have put her in danger. One of her professors, Dr. Sivertson, noted something strange. In the weeks before she vanished, Ellen had become obsessed with a specific environmental study. She had been researching chemical contaminants in the North Sea, investigating possible illegal dumping by an unknown organization. Some of her notes were missing, as if someone had taken them, or she had hidden them. The theory took an even darker turn when police contacted a former researcher who had worked on a similar project a few years earlier. His name was Eric Brandt, and he had abruptly quit academia after what he called a threatening experience. When investigators asked him for details, he hesitated before finally revealing his story. "I was warned to stop looking into it," he said. "People started showing up near my house. Watching. Following. I got a letter saying that if I didn't abandon my research, I'd disappear. So I left." Could Ellen have received the same warning? If so, why hadn't she told anyone? And why did it seem like Dahlgren had been following the same pattern? The deeper investigators went, the more tangled the web became. Someone or some organization had been watching people who got too close to whatever secret Ellen had uncovered. And now 2 people were missing. Then came another break. A hiker near the Swedish border reported something unusual: a burned-out vehicle in an abandoned clearing. When police arrived, they found what remained of a dark blue sedan, its license plate missing. But the VIN number, once recovered, confirmed it. It was Dahlgren's car. The interior was scorched, but forensic teams found something chilling: traces of blood on the driver's seat. DNA tests were ordered immediately. The results came back within days. The blood belonged to Anton Dahlgren. But there was another, smaller sample of blood found on the seatbelt. It belonged to Ellen Haugen. The revelation sent the investigation into overdrive. The presence of both their blood in the same vehicle indicated they had been together at some point. But in what capacity? Had they been working together? Had one kidnapped the other? Or had they both been taken by someone else entirely? And if Dahlgren had been killed, where was his body? The case was no longer just a missing persons investigation. It was now something far more ominous. As authorities braced for their next move, one terrifying possibility loomed over them. Were Ellen and Dahlgren the only ones? Or was this just the tip of the iceberg? The discovery of the burned-out vehicle and the blood traces belonging to both Ellen Haugen and Anton Dahlgren shifted the investigation into high gear. The evidence suggested violence, but there were no bodies, no clear timeline, and no witnesses. What had happened to them? Forensic teams meticulously examined the remnants of the car, searching for anything that might reveal what had transpired. Among the ash and debris, they found something crucial: a partially melted flash drive tucked inside what was once the glove compartment. Though damaged, investigators hoped that some data could be salvaged. Back at the forensic lab, digital analysts worked tirelessly to recover information from the device. After hours of reconstruction, they retrieved 3 partially corrupted files. Each contained encrypted data, but fragments of text were visible. One of the readable excerpts sent chills down the spine of everyone in the room. "They know we found it. We can't stay here. Going dark for now." Who had written this message? Was it Ellen? Dahlgren? And what had they found that warranted such urgency? Investigators theorized that the duo had been uncovering something significant, possibly connected to Ellen's environmental research. But why had Dahlgren, a seemingly unrelated Swedish national, been caught in the same net? As detectives worked to unravel the mystery, a new lead emerged. A former security contractor named Henrik Laken came forward with information that turned the case on its head. Laken had worked for a private intelligence firm with contracts across Northern Europe. When he saw reports about Ellen's case on the news, he recognized Dahlgren's name. He wasn't just some random guy, Laken revealed. Dahlgren worked in covert investigations. He specialized in corporate espionage and whistleblower extractions. If he was involved with Ellen, it means she was in serious danger. This revelation painted a terrifying picture. Had Dahlgren been helping Ellen